Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 372 to Chapter 413. We've never been arrogant. It's just that every time someone bumps into our feet or sticks out their face to ask us to hit them. Some people even rush to give us hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. Li Heishui smiled brightly. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Wasn't this pointing at the monk and calling him bald? He'd hit his sore spot. Last time, he'd jumped into the pit himself and his face had turned green. He still wanted to vomit blood now. Hey brat, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or you'll die in front of the stone, Li Shui said sinisterly. With Senior Li here, I don't think I'll lose. This has become a rule. It's been like this for a few times. Haha. Li Heishui laughed. Senior Li, don't lower yourself to the same level as an ignorant brat. Don't worry, they'll suffer in a bit. A young man from an ancient Genesis technique family sneered. Li Heishui mocked, is there a place for you to speak? We're competing with people of your grandfather's generation. As for you, go away. You. The young man's face turned red. Wu Ziming, who was behind Li Shui, gnashed his teeth. Too arrogant. I'll watch you fall from the clouds. He and Li Chongtian were definitely the victims. They'd lost thousands of kilograms of source energy and had lost a lot of face. Am I wrong? We're competing with his grandfather. Why is a junior like him interfering? He doesn't have the right to act superior in front of us. If he wants to be high and mighty, he'll have to learn Genesis techniques for another 20 years. Good, good, good. The young men from the ancient Genesis technique family stormed off. They'd only humiliate themselves if they kept talking. The Genesis technique showdown hadn't even started, but the smell of gunpowder was already strong. If they could fight, it would be a life and death battle. The old men watching from the side narrowed their eyes. It would be a fierce battle today. Both sides were so confident. Something shocking was likely going to happen. Among these people, there were super antiques who'd reached the end of their lifespans, grand elders of sacred grounds, and overlords of the demon race. All of them had amazing backgrounds. On the other side were the saints of the Eastern Wilderness younger generation. The Daoi Holy Land's young Taoist priest, Jin Qishao, the Jade Lake Saintess, Su Heng, and Yaoi Wekong were all paying close attention. A Grandmaster-level Genesis technique duel was rarely seen even in 100 years. What's more, there was an astonishing one. 5 million kilograms of Genesis at stake. It had been several thousand years since such a grand bet had occurred. An old man from an ancient Genesis technique clan opened his mouth and said, "Young friend, let's begin." Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a trace of danger. He turned to Li Heishui and said, "You can follow me, but don't get too close." Could it be that this old man really dares to kill in public? Li Heishui was shocked. You don't have to worry about it. Just watch from the side, Yi Fan instructed. The blood tears jade bamboo was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. As the cool breeze blew, it rustled and the jade leaves fluttered like blood tears falling down. The bamboo forest was extremely dense, blocking the sun. However, this place wasn't gloomy at all, instead shining brilliantly. Yi Fan stepped forward and calmly faced the four old men. He did not even glance at the youngsters. May I know which elder wants to spar with me? Let this old man do it. It was the old man who had just spoken. He came from the Nangong clan and was known as a Genesis technique grandmaster 10 years ago. His name was Nangong Chi. After learning his identity, Yi Fan calmly said, "Elder Nangong, how do we set the rules? If you win, in addition to the 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis, you will also get a rare treasure from the other party," Nangong Chi said with a smile. Good, that's exactly what I want. Yi Fan nodded. I'm not finished yet. The old man shook his head. Oh, what else does Elder want to say? Yi Fan asked. 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis is not a small number. It is too hasty to bet on a single stone, and it will not reflect the brilliance of the Genesis technique duel. I think everyone can choose 3 stones. How about it? Alright, I agree. Yi Fan nodded. Humans could make mistakes, and so could horses. This would be safer for both parties, allowing them to display their true strength. Then let's choose the stones. After speaking, Nangongqi led the way into the bamboo forest. The Heavenstone Garden was filled with noise. The older generation and chosen level elites all followed to see how they would choose the stones. Yifan slowly paced around the Bloodtear's jade bamboo, observing the strange stones. He was not in a hurry to make a move, and needed to walk around as a whole. In the Heavenstone Garden, there were many strange stones with sky-high prices. Every one of them was extraordinary and astonishing. As for their prices, they would similarly make one shrink back. In a sunny area with sparse jade bamboo, Yifan saw a strange stone that was worth 120 kilograms of pure genesis. This stone was very special. It was spherical, perfectly round, and had a diameter of 1.5 meters. One could feel a trace of warmth when touching it. This must have been polished by someone. Li Heishui asserted. This stone was too regular. Little friend, you guessed wrong. This stone was born like this. If you don't believe me, look carefully. It's like the sun right now. Every day when the sun shines on it, wisps of essence energy will circulate. Some people speculate that there is a stone embryo inside. Back then, many people wanted to cut it open. If not for a Genesis technique grandmaster rejecting it, the Wavering Light Sacred Land would have done it themselves. Yifan judged that this stone was born like this and not polished by someone. This stone was called the demon embryo. Some people speculated that there might be a saint spirit inside, and it was even more valuable than the 9-orifice stone golem. This group of old men did not comment much because the Genesis technique grandmaster had rejected this stone. The Wavering Light Sacred Land was already considering lowering the price. Yifan did not come to a conclusion. He stood there for a long time before leaving and continuing to look at the stones. Suddenly, he felt a dazzling light. A stone in front of him had drawn out the purple light in his eyes. He strode forward, and when he got close, the purple light in his eyes penetrated the stone. He wanted to see through it completely. However, at this moment, the stone suddenly shattered, and a scarlet dragon rushed out. It shone brightly and pounced at Yifan's chest, trying to penetrate it. This change shocked everyone. They did not understand what was going on. Only Yifan knew that the kind-looking Nangongqi had set a trap for him. This strange stone had been tampered with. Inside it was a heterogeneous essence called fire red. Nangongqi had used a mysterious Genesis technique to turn it into dragon energy. It was easy to mistake it for a god source. It would definitely shatter upon contact, and the endless essence energy would turn into a fatal blade. A battle of Genesis techniques could also kill. At this moment, it was very dangerous. Yifan quickly retreated and avoided the attack of the scarlet dragon. Whoosh, a streak of golden light rushed over. The little golden fairy opened its mouth in the air and inhaled. The essence of the fiery red origin turned into a streak of divine light and entered its mouth. It smacked its lips in satisfaction. Its big eyes blinked and sparkled brightly. Little thing, you have done well. Li Heishui laughed. The divine golden fairy did not appreciate it at all. It bared its fangs and claws at him and Yifan. It flew away angrily and landed on the shoulder of the little nun in white. At the side, Jiziyue chuckled. She took out a god source bean and waved it at it. In the end, the god silkworm did not have any sense of loyalty and ran over. The little nun in white pouted unhappily and called out softly. However, the god silkworm pretended to be deaf and mute because of the god source bean. Sister Yilin, don't be angry. This little slippery fellow is so playful. You can't watch it at all. Why don't we watch it together? Jiziyue smiled sweetly, and her dimples appeared. Xiao Guai, you can't resist the temptation. The little nun in white was unhappy. The two girls were together. They had red lips and white teeth, and their big eyes were bright. However, one was pouting, and the other was cunning and intelligent. They could not stop smiling, and it was very eye-catching. What is going on? The people from the Alcade Stone Square had appeared. A strange stone worth 30,000 kilograms of Genesis energy had shattered. This was their loss. Someone's Genesis technique is not good enough and broke the stone. Just get him to compensate, said a young man from an ancient Genesis technique family. He looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Damn it, it was clearly you guys who had evil intentions and wanted to kill people. Too despicable and shameless. Li Heishui cursed. Another young man from the Genesis technique family mocked, are you a newbie? Is this your first day in the Genesis technique profession? Whoever broke it will have to pay for it. Fine, I'll compensate. Yi Fan stopped Li Heishui. He looked at Nan Gongqi. This old man still had a kind appearance, but he had taken him down a notch. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have died. The few young men from the Genesis technique family all sneered. They did not hide the mockery in their eyes. This was the first lesson for their opponent. At this moment, everyone knew that Yi Fan had suffered a loss. They did not expect a Genesis technique duel to be so dangerous. Even if it was choosing a stone, if he was not careful, his opponent could take advantage of it and kill him on the spot. A young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he meets a true grandmaster, he will immediately know who is better. His realm is too far apart. Li Yishui, the grand elder of the Disillusionment Palace, sneered. This old man. Li Heishui frowned and glared at him. Yi Fan pulled him back and did not let him say anything. He walked a few steps casually and then gently stomped on the ground. Boom! Screams came from not far away. Two young disciples from the Genesis technique family spat out blood in the dazzling light and were sent flying. Beside them, a strange stone shattered, and the mystical source essence chi contained within it all hit their bodies. Earth Vein Dragon Transformation Technique. Nan Gongqi's eyes flashed as he stared at Yi Fan. It was Yi Fan's intention. He had used the Genesis technique to dissolve the strange essence chi in the strange stone, turning it into dragon chi and giving it color. These are all small techniques. I still have a killing technique. If you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Yi Fan replied calmly. Everyone was shocked. The Jade Lake Saint Lady, and Miaoi, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, Jiang Yifei, and the others could not help but look over. The older generation people were also surprised. They quietly watched everything. Let's cut the stone and see who wins. Nan Gongqi turned around and left. Yi Fan walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. The jade bamboo flashed with white light. He stared at a very special stone and could not move. This stone is worth 250,000 pounds of pure essence chi. Li Heishui exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. This stone could be said to be ridiculously expensive. It was the most expensive stone he had ever seen. It was truly a sky-high price. The immortal tomb? Yi Fan was also shocked. This strange stone was called the immortal tomb. It was a strange name, but it matched its shape. The stone was more than 2 meters tall and shaped like an ancient tomb. Its bottom was 3 meters in diameter. It was full of the marks of time. It did not look like a stone, but rather an antique. This stone really looks like an ancient tomb. If it was thrown into the graveyard, it would be hard to tell it apart. Li Heishui was very surprised. Brothers, you have to take a good look. Even if this stone is not the oldest stone in the Alcade Stone Lane, it is almost there. It is definitely the graveyard's treasure. It is very special. On the side, an old man introduced. His eyes were very fiery as he urged Yi Fan to cut it open. This stone is very special. Look at the front. There seems to be some writing on it. I almost bought it with others, but I did not dare to touch it in the end. Another old man opened his mouth and pointed at the other side of the immortal tomb. He wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish through Yi Fan and find out what this stone was like. Yi Fan went forward and observed carefully. He was shocked. There were indeed some marks on the front of the immortal tomb. They looked like carvings, but also like marks left by nature. This is too strange. Could it really be a natural tomb? It looks like a heaven and earth inscription. Li Heishui was flabbergasted. It was obvious that the immortal tomb was too famous. When Yi Fan stopped here, many old men surrounded him. None of them could calm down. In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master went out of his way to find a strange stone like this. He once said that there are natural tombs in this world that contain priceless immortal treasures. That's right. The reason this stone has this name is because it is almost the same as what the Yuan Taoist master said. That's why it is called the Immortal Tomb. Brother Gu, I strongly suggest that this stone is definitely not ordinary. It might really be a heaven-sealed immortal tomb. These old men were even more attentive than Yi Fan. In just a moment, they had told him everything about this stone and even brought up the Yuan Taoist master from 10,000 years ago. Yi Fan activated his divine instinct. His eyes flickered with purple light as he looked through the stone. Then, he walked around the stone a few times and studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. What do you see? Don't tell me there's really an immortal corpse sealed here? If that's the case, not just the eastern wilderness, but the central plains, western desert, southern mountains, and northern plains will all be in an uproar, Li Heishui transmitted. Yi Fan shook his head. My divine instinct has achieved initial success, but it's not the heavenly eye. I can't tell what's inside. Another old man reminded him, brother, you have to be careful. If it really is a heaven-made tomb, the alcade wouldn't be placed here. Someone immediately retorted, every stone is full of uncertainty. I think this one is worth the gamble. So many people have come, including old Genesis technique masters, but didn't they all give up in the end? Before Yi Fan could say anything, the group of old men had already started arguing. He squatted down and touched the marks on the tomb, trying to determine if they were natural characters. Someone said, some old geezers came here and said these marks are like ancient characters. Others said they are blurry runes formed by nature. Purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes again. He stared at those ancient marks without blinking. Then, he used the purple light to penetrate the stone and investigate deeper. Little brother Gu Feng, your Genesis technique is indeed superb. Your eyes are like lightning. It's amazing. We haven't seen each other for more than a month. Brother Gu's Genesis technique has improved again. The great Xia Prince, Yao Yuekong, and the others came over and spoke one after another. Yi Fan raised his head. Purple light flickered in his eyes. He found many chosen level figures around him, including in Miaoi and the great sage's daughters. He felt guilty in his heart. Li Heishui patted him and said with a smirk, focus. The moment Yi Fan stood up, he saw a field of snow-white crystals. The saintesses were right in front of him and he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Li Heishui was so jealous that he pulled him back and cursed in a low voice, be careful, don't let your beast blood boil. Yi Fan recited his Tao name and Buddhist name in his heart, apologizing repeatedly. The saintesses from the All-Beginnings Sacred Land and Super Yen Sacred Land were standing too close to him and he couldn't avoid them. Little brother Gu Feng, why are you blushing when choosing stones? And Miaoi smiled. She was known as one of the most beautiful girls and some even said that she was the #1 beauty in the Eastern Baron. Every frown and smile of hers was incomparably moving. She looked otherworldly and inviolable, but to Yi Fan, it was a different scene. He couldn't bear it. And Miaoi had a devilish figure, perfectly round, slender, and voluptuous, her body was like jade and could stir the hearts of men. Yi Fan coughed and said, choosing stones is very tiring. Brother, are you all right? Yao Yuekong asked with concern. Li Heishui curled his lips and said, don't worry, he will be fine and will even be full of vigor. And Miaoi smiled sweetly, little brother Gu Feng. Is really interesting. I don't think you are a shy person, so why are you so reserved now? Li Heishui chuckled, honorable goddess Miaoi, it is your charm that is boundless. Gu Feng won't be able to bear it. The few saintesses present were all puzzled, even a bit baffled. They felt that his words were strange, as if he was implying something. Yi Fan tried to cover it up, I'm fine, just exhausted a bit. I'll be fine after a short rest. The few saintesses all had faint smiles on their faces. Even the people around them were stunned, and their minds were in a trance. There was no need to mention Yi Fan, who had the ability to see through everything. He truly understood what it meant to be extremely charming, beautiful, and supple. However, this wasn't enjoyment, but rather a type of torture. He quickly turned around to face the immortal tomb and sized it up again. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would grow a needle's eye and be struck by lightning. One had to know that these were the holy daughters, the heirs of the eastern wasteland's immortal inheritance, the future mistresses of this vast and boundless land. Today, he had seen through the heavenly secrets. In the future, if the heavenly secrets were to be leaked and people found out that he had the divine eye, it would definitely be a huge karma. The few saintesses would most likely chase him all over the world to kill him. Brother Baldy, Brother Taoist. Yi Fan mumbled a few more Buddhist and Taoist names before he calmed down completely. The immortal tomb was like an abyss. Even though it wasn't large, it was immeasurably deep. His brows locked together, and only after observing for a long time did he stand up. Little brother Gu, what do you think? Will you choose this stone? The group of elders were all paying close attention. One of them said, who knows, there might really be immortal treasures inside. If this stone really was sealed by the heavens, would the light-shaking realm wait for someone to cut it? Yi Fan shook his head. He couldn't come to a conclusion. Not long after, he arrived beside a spring and stared at a stone the size of a human head. He couldn't see anything special about it. However, his heart was moved, and he used his origin divine instinct to see through it. Divine source. This strange stone was not big, but it contained a piece of God's source that was even bigger than a fist, which surprised him quite a bit. His divine eyes were like lightning, and the purple light penetrated the stone. He clearly saw a small sun sealed inside, so it couldn't be a fake divine source made by Nangong Qi. This divine source was worth at least 30,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It was golden in color, and it was like an eternal ray of divine light was fixed inside the stone. Yi Fan weighed the head-sized stone in his hand. He decided to buy it and not count it among the 3 stones he had to choose. Suddenly, his expression changed. He threw the stone into the air and hit among the group of old men. Boom! It was as if a huge star had fallen from the universe and was destroyed in midair. Blinding golden energy gushed out like an endless stream of magma. The aura of the divine source. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they felt a wave of fear. This much divine power was enough to blow up the older generation. Just now, if Yi Fan had been one step slower, he would have become a bloody pulp. This kind of power was difficult to estimate. That old man is too evil. He didn't even hesitate to destroy a divine source. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. The original technique battle had escalated to a life-and-death situation. The process of choosing the stone was also a trap. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Only the god silkworm was excited. It flew into the sky and sucked the divine source into its mouth. It kept smacking its lips and looked like it was drunk. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Fan walked in the bamboo forest, moving casually. He treated the Alcade stone square as a battlefield. He used the dragon technique, the earth pulse technique, and the kill technique to transform the strange stones. Along the way, he found 8 or 9 traps. The slightest mistake could kill people, and the lightest mistake could cripple them. Every step was scary. Boom! A purple light shot into the sky. An amethyst xenogeneic source exploded. Although Nangong Qi's reaction was fast, half of his sleeve was turned to dust. Beside him, a disciple screamed. His body was a bloody mess. His abdomen had almost been pierced through. Nangong Qi's face darkened. He ordered, "You guys stand aside. Do not follow." The young people of the ancient family all stepped back and did not follow. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. The 2 sides were at each other's throats. If they were careless, they could lose their lives. Yi Fan walked around the stone garden and finally found a stone that he liked. It was shaped like a stone roller. It was not very big, and it was priced at 80,000 pounds of source. It was called the Wind Cave Stone. This stone is almost weathered. There are many small holes on it. It is like rotten wood that has been drilled by bugs. Why did you choose it? Li Heishui did not understand. The surrounding old men were also confused. Someone said, "This stone has been here for hundreds of years. No one has ever cared about it." Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was determined to buy the Wind Cave Stone. He did not explain much. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. Nangongqi had also chosen the first stone, causing a commotion. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the blood sacrificial altar. Legend has it that this stone was transported from the absolute beginning forbidden zone. It is worth 300,000 pounds of pure source. It is the most expensive stone in the Alkate Stone Workshop and can be ranked in the top 5 among the major stone workshops. What a shocking sum. 300,000 pounds of source can be piled up into a mountain, but it is used to buy a stone. Everyone could not help but be shocked. The stone garden was filled with noise. Yi Fan frowned. The other party's decisiveness had exceeded his expectations. He had also seen the blood sacrificial altar before. It was difficult to see through, just like the immortal graveyard. He did not want the other party to buy it. I want the immortal graveyard. He spat out these 4 words to the Alkade stone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The second most expensive strange stone had been bought. There was bound to be a good show to watch today. The immortal graveyard is worth 250,000 pounds of pure source. These 2 groups of people are crazy. They are using several 100,000 pounds of source to buy a stone. The stone garden was in an uproar. People were discussing spiritedly, and the outside was even more excited. Too many people had come today. The majority could not enter and could only watch from a distance outside the bamboo forest. A world-shocking gamble. 1 throw of several 100,000 pounds of source. He is even more extravagant than the sacred master. The immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar have been chosen. Today will definitely be an eye-opener. I have always wanted to know what is inside. Almost everyone was excited. The children of the great sage were all deeply shocked. After all, it was several 100,000 pounds of source. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. The old men were the most unsettled. Some of them had stared at the immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar for who knew how many years, but after being rejected by the Genesis Technique Grandmaster, no one dared to make a move. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the second strange stone. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. The second stone Nangongqi had chosen was worth 180,000 pounds of source. It was not the highest price, but its size was the largest. It was about the size of a house. Stupid elephant, this stone's name was not elegant. It was huge and expensive, so no one had been interested in it. Nangongqi had decisively bought it. Yi Fan felt a trace of pressure. The other party was very bold. He had chosen the stone accurately and decisively. Li Heishui was indignant. In name, Nangongqi is choosing the stone, but in reality, it is 4 grandmasters from an ancient Genesis Technique family looking at the stone together. This is 4 against 1. It is very unfair. I choose the demon fetus. Yi Fan chose the third stone. It was the perfectly round and strange stone. It was worth 120,000 pounds of source and was called the demon fetus. It was warm to the touch. Little friend, have you chosen? Nangongqi walked over. He had also chosen the third stone. I have, replied Yi Fan. In that case, let's cut the stone. Nangongqi was very calm, as if everything was under his control. The 3 strange stones Yi Fan chose were Wind Cave Stone, Demon Fetus, and Immortal Graveyard. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 120,000 pounds of source, and 250,000 pounds of source, for a total of 450,000 pounds of source. The 3 strange stones Nangongqi chose were Scorching Sun Stone, Stupid Elephant, and Blood Sacrificial Altar. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 180,000 pounds of source, and 300,000 pounds of source, for a total of 560,000 pounds of source. The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned. The 2 of them had spent more than 1 million pounds of source, which was flabbergasting. Whether it was the older generation, the chosen, or the other cultivators who could not enter the Heavenstone Garden, all of them were alarmed. Cut the stone. Quick, cut it open and see what is inside. The first to break the silence was a group of old men. Their faces were red and their necks were thick. They waved their fists and shouted loudly. Yes, quickly cut the strange stone. I really want to see what kind of shocking immortal treasure is inside the stone. The others were infected, and they all shouted loudly. The stone garden was in an uproar. Cut the immortal graveyard first. Open the heaven ancient grave and see what is buried inside. We can cut the blood sacrificial altar first. This is a stone from the collapsed divine temple in the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Its origin is astonishing. Nangongqi immediately smiled and said, since everyone is so eager to know, then let us open everyone's eyes first. He said that he needed the help of a few old friends. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through the stone by himself. The blood sacrificial altar's origin was astonishing. It came from the absolute beginning forbidden zone and was part of an altar in an ancient divine temple. It was completely blood red and had a demonic nature. It was said that the altar was formed by 9 bloodstones. The Yaoguang Holy Land cut 6 of them but did not get anything. They sent the smallest one to the stone square. At this moment, Nangongqi and the other 3 grandmasters released divine light from their palms. Each of them had a brilliant divine wheel. Heavenly source wheel. No, it's the heavenly source wheel. Oh my god, it's really the heavenly source wheel. The 4 divine wheels merged into one and shone brightly. They shone on the blood sacrificial altar, making the inside of it clear. Oh my god, there's someone in this stone. There's a young girl. A peerless beauty that can topple a nation. The stone garden was in an uproar. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. This was too unbelievable. Quick, go and invite the grandmasters. Invite several Saint Lord level characters from God City and have them carve out unparalleled runes to suppress this stone. Some of the old antiques shouted and asked people to invite the grandmasters in the divine city. The divine wheels of the 4 grandmasters merged into one, illuminating the sacrificial altar. The face of a young girl appeared within. It was vivid and lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. Whoosh, the divine wheel of origin disappeared, and the strange stone dimmed. Everything became blurry and could no longer be seen. Why did the divine wheel disappear? We still haven't seen it clearly. Seniors, please continue. Let us take a closer look. That's right. It's too mysterious. We just took a look, and then it disappeared. Nangongqi shook his head and said, the 4 of us are not the Yuan Taoist master. This is as far as we can go. The stone garden was in an uproar. People couldn't control their emotions. The scene just now was shocking. There was someone in the strange stone. It was like a fantasy. Although there had been such rumors, it was too long ago. People didn't believe it anymore. Now that they had seen it for themselves, no one could remain calm. More than 100,000 years ago, someone cut out a peerless beauty from the stone. In the end, all the Holy Lands worked together, but they couldn't stop her. She escaped. The past was too long ago. It was almost illusory. Nothing was more convincing and shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. None of the people in the Alcade Stone Workshop could laugh. This was a huge blow to them. Everything was really terrible. In the past, they had gone through untold hardships and exhausted all their efforts to move the collapsed ancient temple from the absolute beginning forbidden area. They had cut out 6 of the 9 bloodstones, but they still couldn't find any rare treasures. In the end, they put the smallest bloodstone, which was suspected to be a leftover piece, into the stone workshop to be auctioned. They didn't expect this trash to contain such a shocking treasure. The people in the Alcade realm were too hurt. They all had the urge to vomit blood. The elder guarding the Heavenstone Garden couldn't calm down. His heart was in turmoil. Such a big event had shaken the entire divine city. They had to invite a divine master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not long after, the imperial uncle of the great Xia arrived. He was wearing golden armor and a crown with 9 dragons on his head. He walked like a dragon and looked extremely heroic. He was like a celestial emperor descending. The head of an ancestral dragon appeared above his head. This was a divine master. As soon as he arrived, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but open a path for him. Whoosh, a light flashed, and another person silently appeared in the Heaven Series Stone Garden. The 3rd greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong, had arrived. He was stronger than the Azure Flood Dragon King, a powerhouse. He was dressed in green clothes, and his appearance was thin. As he stood in the middle of the field, the people around him immediately quieted down. He had been in the divine city for the past few days, and it just so happened that he was here. Not long after, a tall figure flashed and appeared in the stone garden. It was the guardian of the Ji family's stone garden, the white-haired, jade-like old man. The older generation figures knew about this, but there wasn't a single one of the younger generation that wasn't shocked. They never expected him to be a great figure, guarding a corner of the stone garden. It truly was unexpected. Now that all sorts of experts had gathered at the Purple Mountain, it was already surprising that there were 3 holy lords in the divine city. The Crimson Dragon Taoist is also in the divine city. Go and invite him over, an old man suggested. However, almost no one said anything, as if they were extremely fearful of Taoist Crimson Dragon, not willing to involve him too much. I'll do it myself. Suddenly, without a sound, a person appeared in the field. He wore an ancient Taoist robe, and his withered body seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Many people trembled, including the older generation figures. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands couldn't help but take steps back. Even the great Xia's imperial uncle, Ji family's great figure, and the third great bandit Su Tianxiong who surpassed the green flood dragon king all felt restraining fear, maintaining a set distance from him. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other in dismay. This Crimson Dragon Taoist was far more terrifying than they had imagined, making even Holy Lord level figures feel uneasy. However, after thinking about it, they felt relieved. The Crimson Dragon Taoist had lived for 3,000 years, and he was half a generation older than all the Holy Lords. His strength was deep and immeasurable, and he could move unhindered through the eastern wasteland. That head is no different from a human's, so it's most likely an archaic king race or a holy spirit. The great Xia's imperial uncle spoke. The third great bandit Su Tianxiong said, "We only saw a head, not the entire body. It might not be a living holy spirit or archaic king." The Ji family's great figure said, "We must be careful. We will carve the formation patterns first, and if it is a living archaic king, we will teleport her to the divine city's prison." Okay. The great Xia's imperial uncle nodded. At the scene, only the Crimson Dragon Taoist didn't say a word. He stood there quietly like a wooden stake. However, no one dared to say anything. The Ji family's great figure, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia's imperial uncle worked together, laying out the profound jade and carving the formation patterns. They were serious and cautious. The divine city had a prison, and this was the first time many people had heard of it. However, seeing the 3 holy lords' focused expressions as they carved the patterns, they all felt that this prison was definitely not a small matter. Even though such a thing had happened, the stone gambling didn't stop. Yi Fan and Nangongqi started cutting the stones. Many people were looking forward to it. Even though Holy Lord level figures had come, it didn't affect their mood at all. Instead, they became even more fervent. Cut open the strange stone, there will definitely be a shocking divine item appearing today. There is a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. What will be in the other stones? Will there be inconceivable existences in the immortal tomb? Everyone was very excited and wanted to witness a miracle. The stone garden was in an uproar, and even the great figures present were ignored. Kacha. Nangongqi held the silver blade in his hand. His movements were skilled, like a dancing dragon. Silver light flickered as he cut the scorching sunstone. The actions of a great master-level figure were extraordinary. The blade in his hand had spirituality and a sense of beauty. It was like a sublimation of art, and the technique was close to the Tao. Clang! The blade's hum was like a dragon's roar. The silver blade returned to its scabbard, and he finished cutting the stone in a single breath. He took a few steps back and gently blew on it. The scorching sunstone fluttered like snowflakes and drifted down like dust. A small sun rushed out and hung in the air. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the entire stone garden. No one could look straight at it. A divine source the size of a person's head, the first stone had produced such a world-shocking item. His blade technique was unparalleled, and he finished in a single breath without harming the divine source in the slightest. Inside and outside the stone garden, there was a clamor. No one could calm down. The people of the Alcade Stone Workshop were hurt in their hearts, lungs, and livers. Their entire bodies were hurt. No one was more hurt than them. The first stone could earn back all of Nangongqi's expenses. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of divine source. Unbelievable. A Genesis technique great master is worthy of respect. I might as well stop cultivating and become a disciple of a Genesis technique great master. With this skill, I will be able to dominate the world. Everyone was envious. A world-shocking divine source had been cut out while they were chatting. Many small and medium-sized sects could not match the value of this divine source even if they sold everything they had. Little friend, it's your turn. Nangongqi smiled. Yifan's blade was not as skilled as his, but it was also very beautiful. It was very light and fleeting, as if he was playing a celestial song, displaying the rhythm of the great Tao. Suddenly, his body shook, and the blade in his hand almost split the wind cave stone. Just now, the dragon chi had attacked him along the earth veins and almost touched the wind cave stone, causing it to collapse and injuring him. He snorted coldly and looked at Nangongqi and the others. He saw that they were all smiling and did not say anything. Yifan laughed coldly in his heart and continued to cut the stone. However, several more dragon chi rushed out from underground. They were thunderous and wanted to kill him. Seniors, you really think highly of me. He lowered his blade and fiercely stabbed it into the wind cave stone, into the earth veins. A huge dragon materialized and rushed towards the divine source stone opposite him. Nangongqi and the others were shocked. They did not think that he would dare to attack so openly. If the head-sized divine source exploded, not to mention them, even more than half of the people present would die. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. The divine power it contained was unimaginable. It was enough to flatten the Alcade Stone Workshop and kill many cultivators. The four moved at the same time, cutting off the dragon and protecting the divine source. Junior, you are so brazen. Do you want to kill everyone? Nangongqi shouted. I may be young, but I am open and aboveboard. This is a passive counterattack. You may be old, but you are too sinister and despicable. You want to take my life again and again. What face do you have to talk to me? Yifan was quite merciless and said such words in public. Life and death are the rules of our ancestors. There is no darkness or light. If one's skill is inferior, only death awaits them. Nangongqi sneered. Then don't blame me for being brazen. Yifan sneered. Ding. At this time, he put away his blade. Stone fragments fell like rain and floated in all directions. Rays of divine light shot out and competed with the sun. He cut open the wind cave stone and revealed a fist-sized divine source. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone cried out in surprise. Many of the older generation were even more dumbfounded. Ancient insect divine source. That's right, it is the rare spirit medicine, ancient insect divine source. In the fist-sized divine source, there were more than 40 small insects. They were only the size of a fingernail and all of them were golden and radiating with divine light. This ancient insect specializes in eating origin and can spit out origin essence. It is a peerless medicinal ingredient for refining all kinds of ancient pills. The so-called ancient pill referred to an ancient pill recipe that had miraculous effects but could not gather all the medicinal ingredients. Many of the spiritual items needed had long disappeared from the world. Heavens, they eat the divine source. These are all ancient insect kings. Their value is inestimable. This kind of ancient insect would become an insect king after eating the divine source. It could almost replace the medicinal ingredients needed for all kinds of ancient pill recipes. It was the rarest spiritual item under the divine medicine. Not far away, the divine silkworm struggled with all its might and wanted to rush over. Jizue grabbed its dragon-shaped tail and did not let it go. The little nun comforted it softly. Xiaoguai, don't move. That's not ours. They did not dare to release the divine silkworm. If the pure origin worth several 100,000 jin was swallowed by this little golden fairy, they would not be able to compensate for it. The little golden fairy was extremely wronged. Its eyes were brimming with tears as it silently pointed at Yifan's divine source and then pointed at itself. It complained to the little nun Loli and little moon, not forgetting that Yifan stole its divine source in the past. Even though this divine source is only the size of a fist, there are dozens of ancient insect kings. It is worth 300,000 gene of pure origin. A supreme elder from the Holy Land said. Hong, the inside and outside of the stone garden once again flared up. There really was a priceless treasure, and this was only the first stone material from both sides. Originally, many people were not optimistic about Yifan's chances. After all, a goddess might appear from the blood sacrificial altar, so most people believed that he would definitely lose. However, now, everyone changed their minds. Everything was possible. Yifan's origin technique was extremely astonishing. The first stone was able to suppress a Grandmaster-level character. Perhaps there was a world-shocking immortal treasure in the immortal tomb that was comparable to the archaic goddess. The faces of the people from the Alcade stone lane turned green. This result was hard for them to accept. They had suffered heavy losses today. After this battle, there would most likely be no more treasures in the Heavenstone Garden. The rest would most likely become useless stones. This ancient insect's divine source is too valuable. We can use it to refine the life-continuing pill. A group of old men rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to start a fight. Many of them were close to the end of their lifespans. This kind of spiritual item was what they desired the most. Seniors, don't be anxious. It won't be too late to consider the ancient insect's divine source after the stone gambling battle. Yifan smiled. You're right. Now is not the time to fight. Let's not damage the harmony. We'll talk about it after the Genesis technique battle. The group of old men who did not have much lifespan left slowly calmed down. The saints and saintesses were shocked. Genesis technique masters seemed to have more prospects than them. Even the powerful figures of the older generation wanted to ask for help. Little brother Gufeng, you're already comparable to a grandmaster at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely become the Yuan Taoist master. Sweet sound secretly transmitted her voice. Yifan did not know if she was also complimenting the Genesis technique families. He smiled and nodded in response. However, the moment he turned around, his expression froze. The saintesses were right in front of him. He also saw the heavenly secret. There were definitely two or more beauties more alluring than one. The saintesses stood in front of him. They were snow-white and sparkling. It was too much for his eyes to take in. Out of politeness, he could not turn around immediately. The saints and saintesses were all smiling at him, expressing their goodwill. They had a feeling that this young man might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Such an extraordinary person was courteous to all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would be many things they would need to ask of him. Yifan could accept the saint's smiles. However, the saintess's smiles made his heart pound. Any normal man would not be able to stay calm in front of several peerless beauties. He unexpectedly found that the Jade Lake Saintess was very special. This time, he did not see through her clothes. He was very surprised. Her close-fitting silk clothes were hazy. It was obviously a divine item. A cold snort sounded in his ears. He sharply sensed that it was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She was very dissatisfied. She seemed to be thinking about what happened 3 days ago. Yifan turned around and faced Nangongqi and the others again. So what if the ancient insect god source is precious? Even if you cut it, it can only be left for the winner. A young disciple of the Genesis technique ancient family sneered. That's right. We can use it to refine a furnace of ancient pills to improve our cultivation. Another young disciple laughed. You can be cocky when you really beat us. Li Heishui sneered. However, he was very uncertain. He still could not believe that there was a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. There's no point in talking. Let's continue cutting the stone. Yifan said. Yes, let's cut the stone and decide the winner. We want to see what's inside the immortal tomb. The surrounding people all shouted like this. They were looking forward to the birth of the immortal treasure. Nangongqi once again displayed his beautiful blade technique. His silver blade danced like a dragon and a phoenix. In just a few breaths, he had cut open the second stone the size of a house. With a wave of his sleeve, stone fragments filled the sky and rustled down. Only a piece of God source floated in the air, glaring with divine light. It was slightly larger than a human head. There was actually a head inside. The God source barely wrapped it up. Heavens, a human head! Everyone cried out in surprise. It's no different from a human. It must be an archaic royal family. Many people cried out involuntarily. There had always been rumors that the God source contained a corpse. However, apart from Yi Fan, who had seen it in the Purple Mountain and the nest of 10,000 dragons, not many people in this world had seen it. Naturally, they were shocked. The value of an archaic royal family's head is inestimable. A supreme elder from a holy land cried out in surprise. Even the Ji clan's expert, the third bandit Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle, who were carving Dao patterns on the side, were alarmed. They stopped and walked over with large strides. It really is the head of an archaic royal family. This head belonged to a middle-aged man. His long purple hair was extremely thick, and his skin was bronze. His face was like a knife, and his eyes were closed. His neck had been cut off cleanly by a sharp blade. It was definitely not a natural death. It's extremely useful for researching the archaic races and their weaknesses. It's too rare. Since ancient times, only a few upper-level royal corpses have been obtained. It's truly rare. The others were shaken by the evaluation of a divine lord. It was obvious that this head was exceptionally precious. Gotcha. At this time, Yi Fan cut open the second wondrous stone, the devil fetus. This devil fetus, which was rumored to be able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and contained a holy spirit, was a popular wondrous stone in the early years. However, ever since an origin technique grandmaster rejected it, its value plummeted, and its price dropped several times. Now, it was worth 120,000 kilograms of origin source. If no one showed interest in it, its price might continue to drop. At this moment, it was finally cut open. Bang! Yi Fan shook slightly. Stone fragments flew off, and purple divine radiance soared into the sky. Astonishing spirit energy overflowed in all directions. This time, even the Crimson Dragon Daoist was alarmed and came over in an instant. As he approached, the group of old men who were about to rush over stopped in their tracks. Even the other three Divine Lord-level characters maintained a certain distance. They seemed to be avoiding the vicious beasts of the Great Desolate Era and were afraid of being attacked by the Crimson Dragon Daoist. His terrifying might was evident. This was a bull-sized divine source. It should have been golden in color, but it contained a rare treasure that dyed it purple and made it resplendent. It released wisps of purple mist. The spiritual essence was dense, and there was a wave of divine aura. It was as if it could purify one's body and mind, cleansing one's soul and flesh. Many people had this type of feeling. They were all stunned, and their eyes released divine light as they looked towards this divine source, wanting to see what exactly was inside. Powerful life fluctuations. That's right, there is an incomparable divine aura. What exactly is this? There is a living creature inside. Everyone became anxious. They discovered that it was difficult to truly see through it. Purple splendor flickered inside, and radiance rushed into the heavens. They could only vaguely see a void figure. This is a Qilin. Great Xia's imperial uncle's face was full of shock. He saw the life form inside the divine source. Ji family's great expert was also stupefied. That's right, a purple Qilin. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was abnormally excited. He appeared at Yi Fan's side and stared rigidly at the divine source that was the size of a bull. At this time, the multicolored light of the divine source was restrained, and it began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth as well as the essence of the sun and moon. The others finally saw the life form inside, and they were all shocked. Heavens, it really is a Qilin. This is too heaven-defying. How could there be this type of creature? This is an existence on par with true dragons and immortals. However, it's just too small, right? It's not even the size of an infant's fist. The clamor in the stone garden shook the heavens. No one could calm down. Since ancient times, no one could say anything about immortals. This was also the case for immortal spirits. Many people speculated that true dragons didn't exist, and that there were only flood dragons that looked like them. Meanwhile, Qilin could also be deduced from this. It really is too small. Could it be that this is a young true Qilin that was born in the archaic era? The divine aura was extremely strong, making everyone in the stone garden feel as if they received a baptism, as if they were purified. This isn't a Qilin, but a seed. The Crimson Dragon Taoist suddenly spoke, but he didn't reveal any disappointment. On the contrary, he became even more excited. A seed? Yi Fan's fingers became a sparkling purple as he gently raised the purple divine crystal. He was baptized by a wave of divine power, and his entire body was covered in a layer of purple mist. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was extremely excited. His eyes flickered with scarlet radiance as he stared at this world-shocking precious crystal. His voice was weak and only attracted a few people's attention. Within the Heavenstone Garden, there was a hubbub of voices. The clamor shook the heavens. Everyone found it difficult to control their emotions. What they saw was too miraculous. It was actually a purple Qilin. Even though the purple Qilin within the divine crystal was small, not even the size of an infant's fist, it possessed an incomparable vitality. It was devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Endless spiritual energy was drawn over. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it was like a surging tide. It made everyone present feel as if they were baptized and their bodies became calm and peaceful. All of this was incomparably miraculous. Everyone knew that this was a peerless immortal treasure with inestimable value. Purple Qilin, there really is one in this world. An existence on the same level as immortals, yet it seems to be in a dream. This is too inconceivable. It is an immortal spirit born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It originated from the archaic era, or even the ancient era of the underworld. It has only appeared today. Everyone was excited and no one could remain calm. If the Crimson Dragon Taoist wasn't standing there, a bloody battle might have already broken out. Despite this being the case, the group of messy old men seemed to have eaten aphrodisiacs. They squeezed forward with red eyes, including the supreme elders of the various holy lands. As for the holy sons and daughters, even those as powerful as them couldn't compare to their own supreme elders and great demons. They were all disheveled. The younger generation was almost squeezed out, causing the holy daughters to frown. The Ji clan's little moon and the great Xia's little nun cried out loudly, protesting against the older generation. It was extremely hurtful. This was the truest portrayal of the light-shaking realm's people. The heaven-defying purple Qilin had appeared, and those guarding the stone garden had the urge to slit their own throats. The wondrous demonic embryo had been placed in the stone garden for who knew how many years and had always been treated as a half-useless stone. In the end, it actually produced such a shocking immortal treasure. This old one represents the 10,000 Tribulation sect. To buy this wondrous treasure. 10,000 Tribulation sect is amazing? This old man represents the Yin Yang sect to sincerely buy this immortal treasure. Can you afford it? Do you know how valuable the purple Qilin is? Immediately, a grand elder of a holy land sneered. We can't afford it, but can you afford it? The old undyings of the big sects weren't afraid of the supreme elders of the holy lands and coldly rebuked them. The group of old men had the urge to fight. All of them were extremely excited and didn't look old at all. They were even more energetic than the young saints. Little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white are holding the restless divine silkworm, crying out again and again, protesting that the elders are stepping on their little feet. Okay, stop fighting. Ji family's expert said. His voice wasn't loud but it made everyone quiet down. He was tall and stalwart. His silver hair was like snow and his skin was like white jade. He was a true holy master-level character. No one dared to ignore his words. The Red Dragon Taoist snorted coldly and said, "What's there to fight about?" He put his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over everyone present. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone shivered. No one dared to retort. This kind of super terrifying character dared to openly kill the wavering light holy master and even dared to stay in the God City. This was enough to explain everything. Even the Ji family's expert, the third great bandit Su Tianxiong, and the central state great Xia's imperial uncle respected him and kept a safe distance. This seed. My great Xia wants to fight for it. The Central State Great Xia's imperial uncle took a step forward. Even if he was afraid of the Red Dragon Daoist, he definitely couldn't let go of this divine object. It was abnormally precious and worth getting their hands on. Even if there was danger, they had to fight for it. My Ji family is also willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. The Ji family's expert said resolutely. Only Su Tianxiong didn't say anything. Even though he dared to challenge the Holy Lands, he couldn't fight over it right now. In terms of methods, he was afraid of the Red Dragon Daoist, but in terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to the other two. There was no need to talk about the others. Their hearts were ice cold. No matter how precious this purple immortal Kylan was, it wasn't their turn to make a move. Why is it a seed? Many people didn't understand and were flabbergasted. Why is it a seed? Isn't it a little Qilin beast? The white-cloaked nun finally got close to the great Xia imperial uncle. No one dared to push her anymore. She muttered in a small voice. Qilins are the same as immortals, no one can say for sure whether they exist or not. Even if they do, they won't descend into the mortal world, we can't see them. The great Xia imperial uncle doted on the white-clothed little Lolita a lot and explained softly. Grandfather, what exactly is it? Ji Ziyue acted coquettishly and shook the Ji family's expert's arm. She wasn't afraid of him at all. This is the seed of a divine medicine, the world's most precious divine object. The Ji family expert replied. The seed of the archaic Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan had seen the true dragon divine medicine in the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he could naturally deduce what the Qilin divine medicine looked like. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect it to be like this. How could a seed take the shape of a Qilin and have such powerful life fluctuations? In Yi Fan's hands, the little Qilin within the purple divine crystal was vivid and lifelike. Its body was covered in dragon scales, as if it was treading on water. It had a dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and on its back, there was a diagram that looked like a type of heavenly Tao divine pattern. It was extremely profound. The legends are true. An older generation figure muttered to himself. Divine medicines were extremely rare. Even in the archaic era, there weren't many of them. They could allow unrivaled experts whose lifespans had dried up to obtain a chance at new life. That was why they were revered as the world's most precious divine objects. Almost every single divine medicine was unique, and it was extremely difficult to find a second one. From this, one could see just how precious and divine they were. Every single divine medicine almost couldn't reproduce. They were unique, and if they were destroyed, then it meant that they would forever be erased from this world. That was why they were called supreme divine goods. This was also the reason why there were no traces of them now, and why divine medicines were completely extinct. They can't reproduce, so why is there still a seed like this? Someone was confused and muttered softly. It's a unique divine medicine that underwent rebirth on its own. An elder explained. Archaic divine medicines were unmatched, all of them intelligent. When they were destroyed, they could escape, fly into the sky and escape into the earth. What was even more miraculous was that they would undergo rebirth as well. Their bodies would condense, turning into a seed, and then tear through the sky to choose a more suitable immortal earth. This is an archaic divine medicine seed that underwent rebirth? Everyone here was stupefied. Everything inside and outside of the stone garden was quiet to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was extremely shocked. Divine medicines had another name: undying medicine. They had heaven-defying power that could bring the dead back to life, and they themselves were almost undying as well. At this moment, everyone understood just how precious it was. For the Holy Lands, it was definitely a priceless divine object. This seed possessed incomparably powerful life fluctuations, proving that it was full of vitality and could definitely be planted. The Holy Land's inheritances hadn't decayed for more than 100,000 years, so they could definitely wait to nurture a stock of divine medicine. Even if it only matured once every few thousand years, it was still enough. Every few thousand years, a divine medicine would be picked, and after accumulating a few times, it would continuously extend the lives of those who had hopes of becoming a great emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to produce a great emperor. When they thought of this result, how could the Holy Land's people's eyes not turn red? This was an unmatched divine object, Yi Fan had cut out a damaged humanoid archaic divine medicine. Even though it had roots, without the divine spring's water, there was no way it could survive. Forget about how damaged it was, even if it was in perfect condition, if it couldn't survive, it still couldn't compare to this Qilin seed that had life. Right now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this seed was far more precious than the archaic king's head. This was especially true for the Holy Lands, because it was an immortal treasure that was worth fighting over. Moreover, just the seed itself was a treasure that could extend one's life. It was because it was formed from a divine medicine's rebirth, so it retained the essence of endless undying matter. Everyone's eyes became red. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon Daoist was standing at Yi Fan's side, or else his life would be in danger. The highest bidder wins. This is the fairest way. The Ji family's great elder spoke. The Holy Lands people agreed. They didn't have any experts here, so they could only fight for it with their wealth. Otherwise, a single Su Tianxiong would be enough to slaughter everyone here. The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke, I know what you all mean. Do you want to exclude me? His voice was calm, but it made everyone's hearts jump. He continued, ancient great emperors aren't created from piles of divine medicines. If they can't comprehend it themselves, it would be useless even if they were given 9 reincarnations. The divine medicine seed was shaped like a qilin, and there were Dao patterns on its back like a heavenly diagram. It was extremely mysterious and indescribably miraculous. At this moment, it continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon as if it was being reborn. It breathed in and out essence energy, rising and falling like ocean waves, bathing everyone in the stone garden in a divine aura. Yi Fan held the qilin seed. Its entire body became a sparkling and translucent purple like jade. He really didn't want to sell it and hoped to keep it in his hands. Let's not fight for now. Let's hurry up and finish the formation runes. If a goddess jumps out of the blood sacrificial altar, it will be a disaster. The Ji clan's almighty suggested to carve the formation runes just in case. As for the Qilin divine medicine seed, they could discuss it after the stone gambling ended. Little Yi Fan, we can't keep this seed. Li Heishui secretly transmitted his voice, constantly complaining and speechless. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Yi Fan was obviously different. First, he cut out the ancient insect god source, then he cut out the Qilin divine medicine seed, suppressing an origin technique grandmaster. Even the proud and arrogant saints and saintesses were expressing goodwill and extending an olive branch, let alone the others. The future Yuan Taoist master, many people had already given him this label. To be able to suppress an origin technique grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements were limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a genius of his generation. Even the gazes of the few saint lords were somewhat different when they glanced at him. Continue cutting the stones. Nan Gongqi said expressionlessly. So what if you cut out the divine medicine seed? Can you compare to the goddess? In the end, you are still going to lose to us. The few youngsters from the ancient origin technique families were very unconvinced and sneered in a low voice. Humph, cut it. Let's congratulate him for cutting out an even more precious holy item from the immortal tomb. That way, our harvest will be even more abundant. They were confident that they could cut out the goddess and witness a miracle in the history of origin techniques. They didn't believe that there was anything more precious than this in the world. Then open your eyes and watch us cut out an immortal from the immortal tomb. Li Heishui was stubborn, but in fact, he was very guilty. Yi Fan arrived in front of the immortal tomb and carefully examined it. With a swoosh, a silver light flashed and he was about to swing the spirit blade. Suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. A bone-chilling aura enveloped his body. He flew back like lightning with the immortal tomb. But nothing appeared. There was no danger and nothing unusual. Everything was quiet as usual. What's wrong, little Yi? Li Heishui transmitted with a nervous expression. Nothing. Yi Fan shook his head and prepared to cut the stone again. Buzz. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a purple light. His heaven origin divine instinct was alerted once again. He felt the threat of death looming over him once more. He moved lightly like an immortal and flashed to the side. What was going on? He was bewildered. Did those old things want to kill him? But he didn't feel any draconic energy rushing over. There were no earth veins or any openings. What are you doing? Dancing with the immortal tomb? What a joke, a young disciple from an ancient Genesis technique family mocked. Another disciple from a Genesis technique clan laughed heartily, mocking in front of everyone, why aren't you cutting the stone? It's like you're dancing with your grave, isn't it? Close your two rags tightly. Don't spit out anything. Li Heishui scolded. His words were equally annoying. You don't know what's good for you. Who can you blame for carrying a stone tomb? Yi Fan ignored them. He stared at the immortal tomb and seriously pondered. Could it be that there was something inside that was releasing a terrifying killing intent that made him feel alarmed? When he thought of this problem, he shuddered. This was an extremely serious consequence. Could it be that there were living creatures in the immortal tomb? Moreover, it had already awakened and completely recovered? If so, there would most likely be a bloodbath, and he would be the first to bear the brunt. Was it really that serious? Yi Fan placed the immortal tomb on the ground and carefully examined it with his origin divine instinct. To his surprise, there was no killing intent overflowing from inside. Instead, there were wisps of sacred aura circulating. At this time, a cloud floated past, blocking the sun and casting a shadow. He suddenly became vigilant and thought of something. Yi Fan raised his head and looked in the opposite direction. Nan Gongqi and the other three old fellows were standing with their hands behind their backs. They had smiles on their faces and were staring at him motionlessly. Too vicious. Yi Fan's expression was very ugly, and it immediately sank. The other party had attacked him several times with the intention of exterminating him. He had only passively defended himself a few times, but they had become even more aggressive. If he hadn't learned the Origin Heaven book, possessed powerful Genesis techniques, and knew many ancient secret arts, as well as that flash of inspiration earlier, he would likely not even know how he had died. Nan Gongqi and the others did not use dragon qi or earth veins. Instead, they used their aura to kill. This was an unparalleled secret technique of Genesis techniques that killed without leaving a trace. They were very particular about where they stood. They sealed the Heaven Stone Garden's heavenly power and terrain. There were many strange stones here, so naturally, they were not weaker than the natural dragon vein's great power. The four of them used an ancient Genesis technique to guide the dragon vein's great power, preparing to launch a thunderous attack that would turn him into a pool of blood without him realizing it. Yi Fan was really angry. The four of them were very skilled in Genesis techniques, and even knew such a secret technique. However, their attacks were too vicious, and they had repeatedly tried to harm him. Can you do it or not? Admit defeat if you don't cut the immortal tomb. The young disciples of the ancient Genesis technique clan sneered and stared at Yi Fan with ridicule. Don't you think it's funny that you're walking back and forth, not daring to cut open the ancient tomb? Your clan's old man wants to kill me. How do you expect me to cut it? Yi Fan directly pointed out the reason in front of everyone. Moreover, he suddenly strode forward, quickly walking to a few key locations in the stone garden, and continuously triggered the great power of the dragon vein. The expressions of Nan Gongqi and the others immediately changed. The four old fellows quickly left their original positions, and at the same time shouted to the nearby disciples, "Retreat!" Pooh! The expression of a Genesis technique disciple who was sneering at Yi Fan suddenly froze. His organs had been turned into a pool of blood by the great power of the dragon vein. Although his external organs were unharmed, his vitality was gone, and he fell to the ground. Uproar! An uproar broke out inside and outside the stone garden. A Genesis technique could kill someone without them noticing. It was so terrifying. You're not the only ones who know ancient Genesis techniques. I also know them. If you want to kill someone, I'll play with you. Yi Fan showed no fear. He faced Nan Gongqi and the others and said, "Do you still want to continue? I'll play with you to the end. I also have a great killing technique that I haven't used yet." The onlookers all retreated. A battle between Genesis technique masters was so terrifying that it could take someone's life unknowingly. People finally understood why even the great sage was helpless against the Yuan Taoist master when he dominated the world. Even if he didn't know the orthodox cultivation method, he still had astonishing means. You The surviving disciples of the Genesis technique ancient clan rapidly retreated with pale faces. Nangongqi and the others' expressions were ugly and cold. They didn't say anything. You four old things joined hands to deal with Gu Feng. Don't you have any shame? Li Heishui said angrily. It doesn't matter. They can use all their means. I'll take them on. Yi Fan was very calm. He looked disdainfully at the four Genesis technique masters. Everyone was shocked. The young Genesis technique master had suppressed the Genesis technique clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan didn't continue to cut the immortal tomb. Instead, he began to arrange in the jade bamboo forest. For everyone's safety, I'll isolate a pure land. There was life and death in a Genesis technique battle. The disciples of the ancient clan had long threatened to trample Yi Fan to death in the battle. Only now did everyone believe that it wasn't a provocation. At this moment, the Ji clan, Su Tianxiong and the great Xia emperor had finished carving the formation runes and placed the blood sacrificial altar in the center. You can cut the stone. Red Dragon gestured to Nangongqi. Okay, then let me cut the stone first. Nangongqi walked forward, but he didn't get close. Instead, he prepared to attack from a distance. The four grandmasters had already sensed that there was a goddess inside. He didn't want to be killed after waking her up. Is this formation rune stable? Some of the older generation felt uneasy. If the far ancient imperial family came out, it was very likely that there would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other runes might not work, but this rune is enough. This is the Dao rune law of the Divine City's heavenly prison. It can detain all experts, a supreme elder of a sacred land said. The Divine City existed with the world and could be traced back to the earliest human era. No one knew its true origin. The heavenly prison it possessed was unimaginable. Even top experts would find it difficult to escape if they were trapped inside. Therefore, the three holy masters weren't too worried. Kacha, Nangongqi waved his blade in the air. The silver light was like a waterfall, dancing in the air. It was very agile, like a dancing dragon. And at this moment, a strong aura rushed out. Even those who didn't understand Genesis techniques felt their hearts palpitate. They felt a pressure. The aura of the absolute beginning. Any cultivator who had some understanding of origin stones knew that this was the unique aura of the absolute beginning. It was many times stronger than what they had seen in the past. People even suspected that this stone came from the origin ancient mine. Stone fragments rustled down. The horrifying aura became stronger and stronger. Many people couldn't help but tremble, as if they were already inside the absolute beginning forbidden land. It's just a stone, so why is it giving off such a terrifying feeling? Could it really be a bloodstone that flowed out from the origin ancient mine? Many of the older generation asked the people from the Alcade Stone Square how far the divine temple was from the origin ancient mine and how they transported the blood sacrificial altar. The people from the Alcade Stone Square all had numb expressions. No one replied. They had cut open 6 pieces of bloodstone and hadn't obtained anything. They didn't think that this leftover material would bring out the goddess. Pudong, a large piece of stone fell to the ground. A third of the blood sacrificial altar had been cut open. Unknowingly, an incomparably dense killing intent seeped out from the stone. The creature inside was not like a goddess, but rather like a peerless demon. People couldn't help but tremble. Many people with weaker cultivations were scared witless. Back off. It's better not to watch this kind of show. Many people were alarmed and chose to retreat. There were even some people who directly left the stone garden, not daring to stay any longer. This isn't some world-shocking treasure. If an archaic king appeared, there would be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Preserving one's life is the most important thing. There were some people who were extremely cautious. They resisted their curiosity and impulsiveness and truly left. However, most people didn't leave. They wanted to personally witness a miracle. They had confidence in the Divine City's heavenly prison and the methods of the Divine Masters. Pung, another large piece of stone fell here. A bone-piercing killing. Intent rushed out, making everyone shiver from head to toe. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, even Nangongqi's blade felt sluggish. He also developed a sense of fear. The killing intent had already seeped into his bones. Gotcha, this time, his blade wasn't steady, and a thick layer of stone fell off. A heaven-shocking killing intent rushed out. Nangongqi staggered backwards, almost sitting on the ground. Outside, many people's calves and stomachs cramped. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. No one laughed because everyone was enveloped by the killing intent. Cold air rose from their bodies, and even the fine hairs on their bodies stood up. Gotcha, it wasn't Nangongqi who attacked, but the blood sacrificial altar itself. A piece of stone fell off, and a crazy killing intent surged out like a tsunami. It made the heaven and earth tremble. A rusty spear. An archaic war spear. It was incomparably oppressive. Many people were trembling and extremely nervous. They retreated, and there were even some people who fell to the ground with goosebumps all over their bodies. There was a spear within the stone that was scarlet like blood. It was covered in rust and seemed to be on the verge of decay. However, it was incomparably awe-inspiring and possessed a heaven-shocking killing intent. The aura that made people tremble and the source of fear all originated from it. The blood-stained spear represented destruction and death. It wasn't sharp and had no luster. The passage of time had almost obliterated it, but its killing intent didn't diminish. Its body was about to decay, but the endless killing intent would never disappear. It contained an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. This is a peerless vicious weapon. It must have killed unimaginable existences. The expressions of several holy master-level figures were heavy as they spoke. This spear must have pierced through the body of a peerless existence and dyed this vicious weapon with blood. It must have left behind the unparalleled killing intent of the past. Was the goddess within the stone going to appear with a peerless vicious weapon? When they thought of this question, many people began to tremble. Endless fear shrouded their hearts, and they trembled as they retreated. Nangongqi calmed himself down. After a long time, he walked forward again. However, one could see that the silver blade he took out was trembling. Pooh! Suddenly, as soon as the snow-white blade approached the spear, it broke apart inch by inch and turned into powder. The shocking killing intent crushed it to pieces. Just what kind of existence's blood had this almost decayed spear been soaked in? Countless years had passed, yet there was still this kind of killing intent that made one tremble. Let me do it. The Ji family's great elder walked forward. He grabbed another silver blade and slashed through the air. Stone powder fell down. He didn't touch the scarlet blood spear and left that area. He wanted to cut out the other parts of the goddess and not let this peerless vicious weapon appear in the world too early. Gotcha, the stone skin continuously fell off as a holy aura filled the air. A gentle radiance rushed out, rippling with an extremely divine and auspicious power. What kind of source is this? It's silver and dazzling like starlight, but also like moonlight? A few older generation figures were astonished. It's cut out. It's a goddess. There really is a goddess within. Many people were shocked. Archaic king, it must be an archaic king. The supreme elders of the Holy Lands were all shocked. Let's see what you will use to bet. The disciples of the Genesis technique aristocratic families were both fearful and excited. They coldly smiled as they stared at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. No one knew what kind of origin this was. Almost no one could recognize it, not even Yi Fan or Nangongqi. It wasn't all that dazzling, as if it was forged from the stars in the sky. It also seemed like the divine splendor of the moon had gathered together, gentle and hazy. It was sparkling and sparkling, attracting everyone's attention. The moment they saw it, they would feel that it was different from the masses and definitely not inferior to the divine origin. There was a pure and holy power circulating within. However, the mysterious origin seed wasn't the most attractive. The goddess inside was the focal point. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Cries of alarm first sounded within the stone garden, and then a deathly silence ensued. Soon after, a tsunami-like clamor resounded. Everyone was stunned. At this moment of witnessing a miracle, no one could remain calm. A goddess was cut out from the stone. It was like a fantasy story, recreating a rumor from more than 100,000 years ago. Within the crystalline origin stone that looked like moonlight, there was a delicate and pretty face. It was extremely peaceful, as if she was sleeping soundly and not moving at all. Her purple hair was smooth and bright, covering half of her immortal face. However, it was difficult to hide her stunning beauty. Her skin was exceptionally sparkling and white. It was as if it was carved from fine jade and not flesh. It gave people a dreamy feeling, making them feel as if this was a masterpiece of the heavens and not a product of flesh and blood. Everyone was stupefied. They were sure that this wasn't an illusion and that the goddess really came out. The strange origin seed that seemed to have been forged from stars emitted a divine power that diluted the blood-colored spear's killing intent. It made everyone feel a comfortable aura. Is this real? Why do I feel like this is all an illusion? A lively young lady, an archaic king. She was definitely an archaic king, because in that era, there were almost no creatures that looked exactly like humans. However, those that did were definitely from the royal race. Everyone noticed that this exceptional immortal face wasn't that old and even seemed a bit tender. She couldn't have exceeded 16 or 17 years of age. Was it her that wielded the exceptional spear and killed unimaginable existences? When they thought of this question, everyone's hearts trembled. The young lady looked peaceful and quiet, but that might not be her true age and state. Perhaps she was an exceptional king. In the crowd, Little Moon of the G family and the little nun in white grabbed the divine silkworm tightly. The little golden fairy was nervous and struggled fiercely, wanting to rush over. The G family's great expert's heart was as firm as steel. He didn't waver in the slightest. The silver blade in his hand slashed through the air. Stone powder flew everywhere and continuously fell. In almost an instant, he had cut out half of the origin stone. Half of the goddess's body was faintly discernible. She was wearing a golden dress, and her skin was as white as ivory. The mighty cultivators of G family had always been avoiding that peerless weapon. They didn't carve the stones around the blood-colored spear, they didn't want it to appear too early. Finally, almost all of the large origin stones had been cut out. Only the left side of the young maiden's body was not revealed, and there was a blood-colored spear there. Gotcha. In the end, G family's supreme expert still made his move. Rocks collapsed and continuously fell onto the ground, cutting off a large half of the exceptional spear. Boom, the shocking killing intent rose and fell like the tide. Everyone present felt as if they had fallen into purgatory. After a section of the almost decayed spear was revealed, many people couldn't endure it anymore. It was as if a peerless demon lord with an aura that could devour mountains and rivers had appeared. This was a type of intimidation that originated from the soul. It was grandiose and majestic, as if it was surging over from the 9 heavens and 9 hells at the same time. Plop, many people couldn't endure it any longer. The killing intent seeped into their bones, and they fell weakly onto the ground. Their hearts were terrified to the extreme as they screamed and screamed. The peerless vicious weapon's form could be decayed, but its killing intent wouldn't be extinguished. Quickly retreat. Many cultivators trembled in fear as they retreated. Many of the older generation figures felt their hair stand on end. Ding! The silver blade rang out lightly. G family's supreme expert moved the blade as if it was flying, continuously cutting off the stone skin around the bloody spear. It was about to completely reveal itself. At this time, everyone sharply sensed that something was wrong. The rusty spear didn't seem to be held in the young maiden's hands. Something's wrong, something's completely wrong. This doesn't seem to be the goddess weapon. The archaic king seemed to have been pierced through by a peerless vicious weapon. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. It looked like the young maiden's spear, but it wasn't like that. The ancient spear seemed to have pierced through her chest and nailed her in place. Gotcha! With a final light sound, several hundred gene of rocks fell down, and the rare treasure hidden within the blood sacrificial altar was revealed. This was a magical source that was close to 2 meters tall. It floated in midair and didn't sink down. It had the same characteristics as a divine source, and a pure and holy power was flowing within it. A purple-haired young maiden was sealed inside. She had an exceptional celestial appearance, and she didn't move at all as if she was sleeping soundly. However, everyone let out a sigh. An exceptional divine spear pierced through the magical source, and the tip of the spear was revealed. It nailed the young maiden and pierced through her heart. No one expected this kind of result. An archaic king was killed just like that. It truly made everyone feel shocked. As for how powerful the archaic king was, no one knew. Some people guessed that she was on par with the great emperor, and that she was unrivaled under the heavens. Too much time had passed, and even the Holy Lands couldn't fight against the archaic races. It was because there was an era in between, and there was a vacuum period. As for how powerful they were, no one could say for sure, and no one could go back to the archaic era to verify it. The archaic king that could make heaven and earth tremble, how did it get pierced through? An unrivaled existence under the heavens, why was she nailed to death by an exceptional vicious weapon? Even people like the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Great Xia Imperial Uncle were in a daze. Everyone was horrified as they watched from afar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure that kind of killing intent. The tip of the spear was awe-inspiring, and as it pressed over, everyone almost fell to the ground. Woo-woo, suddenly, a sorrowful cry rang out. It was extremely tender, but it was incomparably sorrowful. The divine silkworm immediately broke away from Xianxia and the little nun, and rushed to the magical source that was floating in midair. Old ancestor, don't hurt it. G family's little moon transmitted. G family's almighty figure didn't stop it, and only stood there and watched silently. The divine silkworm wasn't frightened by the spear's killing intent. It directly threw itself onto the magical source and cried loudly, and its tears rolled down in pairs. Even the little nun lowly in white was hearing the divine silkworm's voice for the first time. Normally, it didn't make any sounds, and only moved. She even thought that it was a little mute. However, at this moment, it was sorrowful, and its big bright eyes were filled with tears. It wailed loudly and stretched out a little claw to continuously caress the young lady's face. But, how could she come back to life? She had long been nailed there, and it was unknown how many years she had fallen. Xiao Guai, don't cry. The little nun in white persuaded gently, but she couldn't walk over. She couldn't endure the murderous weapon's killing intent. Little pitiful girl, don't cry. I'm feeling terrible. G family's little moon also spoke. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the little golden fairy knew that young lady, seeing it so sorrowful, and crying so hard, everyone's heart trembled? Could it be that there was an ancient past between them? This really made everyone shocked. The little golden fairy cried incomparably sorrowfully, and it almost fainted. It trembled as it reached out its little golden claw, caressing the young lady's face again and again. The young and tender cries made everyone's heart hurt. It seemed to be repeating a syllable. That was an archaic sound, and no one could understand it. However, everyone guessed that it might be that young lady's name. The little golden fairy cried endlessly, muttering that name again and again as tears flowed down. Everyone was moved. They didn't expect this little thing to be so sentimental, so sorrowful. They couldn't help but think of all kinds of scenes. In that archaic era, the great earth was full of vitality. Hundreds of races stood in great numbers, and many kings rose up together. A carefree young lady, even though she was a king, was ignorant of the affairs of the world. She depended on the little golden creature for survival, chasing and playing under the night moon. Unfortunately, one day, she encountered other kings and died in battle in that era, leaving this little golden fairy alone to live until the present world. The young and tender cries, the cries were incomparably sorrowful. The little golden creature stuck to the crystal and cried sadly. However, when it called out that name, it was very gentle. It used its little golden claw to carefully caress the young lady's face, as if it was afraid of waking her up. Many things in the past never came back, let alone the past of the archaic era. As for what kind of story they had, no one knew. Tears continuously flowed from the divine silkworm's large eyes. After a long time, the cries became softer and finally disappeared. It cried so hard that it fainted. G family's expert carried this little thing and sent it in front of Ji Ziyue and the little nun. Poor little Guai. The two young ladies also felt sad. The divine silkworm could transform 9 times, looking down on the world and the world. However, with each transformation, it had to forget everything in the past. Maybe one day, it would forget everything. It wouldn't even remember that there was a young lady in the archaic era who had a period of time that it shouldn't forget. This is too inconceivable. How could the divine silkworm know this archaic king? How could there be such a coincidence? Nothing is impossible. The fact that it could revive in the present is already a miracle in itself. Archaic kings are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and the little golden creature is also of the royal race. It's not surprising that they know each other. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke and said, perhaps they really knew each other in the past. Perhaps this young lady is a 9 transformations divine silkworm. The little golden creature might have sensed a familiar aura. The young lady was a 9 transformations divine silkworm? That was possible. Everyone looked at the strange source in shock. The young lady inside was still rather tender. Was she really an unrivaled Holy Spirit after the 9 transformations? Only now did everyone realize that the bloody spear pierced through her heart from the back and not from the front. This gave people endless wild and fanciful thoughts. Perhaps the young lady was ignorant of worldly affairs and died from a sneak attack. Perhaps the 9 transformations divine silkworm had forgotten the past and was taken advantage of. As for what exactly happened in the archaic era, it had already passed away like smoke. No one truly knew. Only after a long time did everyone calm down. The value of this strange source was immeasurable. As an archaic king, the young lady inside was similarly a rare treasure. What's going on? Someone was shocked. He pointed at the crystal that looked like it was condensed from moonlight and said, why are there tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes? I don't remember there being any just now. It should be left behind by the little golden creature. When it landed on the source, it gave everyone a misconception. G family's great expert lightly brushed it, and the tears on the crystal completely disappeared. However, the tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes still hung there. Heavens, could it be that she's still alive? How is this possible? Many people were shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. There were also people who laughed and said, you all are too nervous. There were clearly tears at the start. Right, there were tears at the start. I seem to have seen them as well. Otherwise, if she was sealed inside, even if she was alive, she wouldn't be able to shed tears. Impossible, there definitely weren't any at the start. A dispute broke out in the stone garden. Everyone had their own opinions. Stop arguing. G family's great expert frowned and said, she already doesn't have any life fluctuations. Only when a Holy Lord level figure spoke did everyone slowly calm down. Little friend, it's your turn to cut the stone. Nangongqi smiled and looked toward Ji Fan, gesturing for him to start. Even though the goddess didn't have any life, such a large piece of strange source that could float in the air was definitely comparable to a divine source. The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. They believed that no matter what, Yi Fan would not be able to make a comeback. Not to mention this piece of strange source, even the young lady inside is a peerless material for refining tools. What can you use to compete? I already said that the more precious the thing he cuts out, the more abundant our harvest will be because it will all belong to us. You dare to compete with us? Their faces were filled with cold smiles as they stared at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The other party was overbearing and overbearing. Li Heishui gritted his teeth and sneered, the thing you cut out might not be as precious as the divine medicine seed. Heishui brat, what are you saying? Such a large piece of divine source is hard to find in the world. Don't be so stubborn. A disciple of the Genesis Technique ancient family sneered. Li Heishui said coldly, in the eyes of the Holy Lands, divine medicines can extend the life of geniuses with the potential of emperors. They are much more precious than divine source. Plus, who knows what your source is? It might not even be as good as divine source. Laughable, it's useless no matter how stubborn you are. In a while, we will find someone to appraise it. Just wait to pay until you die. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He waved his silver blade and started to cut the tomb. Nangongqi didn't secretly attack this time. He quietly stood at the side with the other 3 elders and watched with a smile. They were certain in their hearts and didn't believe that Yi Fan could defy the heavens. Kacha! Yi Fan's blade was very fierce. With one blade, he cut down dozens of kilograms of stone. He didn't plan to slowly cut it down. Little friend, be careful. Don't damage our treasures. Nangongqi smiled and reminded him, as if everything was in his control. Are you sure that what I cut out will belong to you, and not everything you have will be won by me? Yifan put away his blade and looked at him calmly. You probably don't have any hope. Nangongqi smiled and stroked his beard. You won't cry until you see the coffin. We are waiting to see what rare treasures you can cut out. The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. Okay, today I will defy the heavens and show you. Yifan replied calmly. Hearing him say this, everyone present revealed a look of surprise, including the few holy master-level figures. All the saints and saintesses looked over. Some of the old men were also bewildered. All eyes were focused on him. Kacha! Yifan's second blade fell and cut off another dozen kilograms of stone. He didn't show any mercy at all. It was as if he was peeling a radish. An old man reminded, little friend, you are cutting the immortal tomb, not chopping vegetables. You should be more careful. Yes, this old man's heart hurts just looking at it. If you damage the immortal treasure, it will be too late for regrets. The people at the side were all scared witless. Yifan smiled. The blade turned, and stone fragments flew everywhere. His movements became light and agile. He swung his blade again and again, no longer making large movements. Suddenly, an incomparable holy aura rushed out. The immortal tomb overflowed with colorful lights and shone brilliantly. It was very mysterious. There really are immortal treasures in the immortal tomb. Everyone was shocked. Kacha! Yifan's blade slashed down. Many large pieces of stone cracked and fell off. And it was also at this time that two golden lights shot out like two burning torches. They were two gazes. Yifan decisively retreated. Even he didn't think that he would cut out a living creature. Heavens, there are living creatures in the immortal tomb. Gazes like torches. There are living creatures buried in the heavenly ancient tomb. There are immortal spirits in the heavenly sealed immortal tomb. A wave of exclamations came. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked on the spot. One of the most abrupt voices shouted, the fiery golden eyes Sun Wukong? The others didn't know who Sun Wukong was, but Yifan did. He knew that it must be Pangbo shouting. He must have also come to the scene. The ancient immortal tomb was overflowing with colorful lights, sacred and auspicious. No one would have thought that there would be a living creature inside. The immortal tomb's ancient stone surface cracked apart. It was sparkling like a glass pagoda and blossomed with radiance, as if it was the world's most magnificent object. 10,000 streaks of multicolored light and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors appeared. It was almost translucent, as if it was cast from the world's most precious rainbow gems. It was extremely dreamy. It was originally simple and unadorned, but now that it saw the light of day, it was like a divine moon in the sky. Silver splendor descended, the holy splendor hazy. When faced with those two torchlight gazes, Yifan used a Genesis technique to lock down heaven and earth, isolating himself from the immortal tomb. He retreated as if he was flying, disappearing into the crowd. Could it be that there really was an immortal spirit emerging? Or was there a creature within the ancient tomb undergoing nirvanic rebirth? Or was it that another archaic king was born? Everyone was shocked, no one able to face it calmly. This wasn't any other stone, but rather an immortal tomb. The living creature within this natural ancient tomb could be said to be earth-shattering. After the shock, everyone was filled with endless fear. They all retreated. Even though the aura was pure and holy, blood might flow like a river in the next moment. Hurry and retreat. Hurry and leave this place. Quite a few people cried out loudly with terrified expressions. They rushed into the distance, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. It was as if they were running from a prehistoric vicious beast. Today, everyone's horizons were broadened. They had seen all types of rare treasures and witnessed miracles, but now, they might face a life and death disaster. It came out. It came out from the immortal tomb. Quite a few people felt cramps in their calves, almost unable to move their feet. It was difficult for them to escape, because right now, the heavens seemed to be pressing down, continuously sinking. A tremendous pressure descended. Everyone was alarmed and in great disorder. They wanted to escape this place and preserve their lives. A mysterious creature appeared, its power flourishing, making everyone tremble uncontrollably. This was a pressure that originated from the soul, as if a superior was looking down on ants. The Ji family's expert was the first to take action. His 5 fingers spread out, and 5 streaks of electrical radiance shot out. They interweaved together to form a divine net, wrapping around the immortal tomb, wishing to send it into the formation patterns at the center. Those were the Tao patterns they had carved for the blood sacrificial altar. Who would have thought that this stone didn't produce a living king, and instead, a shocking accident happened in the immortal tomb. Pooh! The sound wasn't loud, but there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. A hand reached out from the immortal tomb and crushed the divine net in an instant. Ji family's mighty figure's attack was futile. He couldn't send the immortal tomb into the center of the formation. The tomb didn't move at all. A pair of powerful hands grabbed onto the tomb and widened the crack. Gotcha! The immortal tomb completely cracked apart. A pair of arms reached out first, and at the same time, those 2 eyes became even more resplendent, flickering with light like 2 bright lamps. Hairy arms? That's definitely not an immortal spirit. What kind of monster is it? Golden fur and humanoid arms. What kind of creature is this? Everyone retreated while shouting. Many of the faster ones had long since disappeared. However, even more people chose to watch from afar. The stone squares of the various holy lands had clearly stated that flying was not allowed, but at this moment, no one cared. Their lives were more important, so they all soared into the sky. Clang, the great Xia imperial uncle made his move. 9 streams of true dragon chi flew out of his body, surging and roaring like real dragons. In an instant, they coiled in front of Qin Wendian. The 9-dragon tomb wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground and sending him into the Tao pattern space to teleport him into the heavenly prison of the God City. Weng, the void was like a great drum. It was beaten until it began to tremble, buzzing non-stop. 2 beams of light shot out from the immortal tomb, devouring the draconic energy and slowly breaking down the 9 true dragons, destroying them in the air. That's its gaze, it's actually so terrifying. Its eyes can turn into a dragon. Just what kind of creature is this? It's so powerful. Even some of the older generation figures were horrified. This result made them feel waves of cold air. The saints and saintesses all had serious expressions. They stood in the air and watched without blinking. Especially the great Xia imperial prince, his expression was incomparably grim. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the immortal tomb. Boom! Suddenly, the 3rd great bandit Xianxia made his move. He slapped down with his palm, and a great imprint appeared under his palm. On it, dragons and tigers contended for supremacy, and Tao patterns densely covered it. The great imprint was simple and unadorned. It was unknown how heavy it was as it slowly pressed towards the immortal tomb. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated, almost unable to breathe. Boom! The creature in the immortal tomb didn't use any tricks. It directly smashed out with a fist. That golden hairy palm flickered with golden light, as if it had the power to shatter the heavens. Its fist smashed out. The void was like a painting scroll, trembling with walala sounds as if it would be torn apart at any time. It displayed its masculinity and domineeringness to the extreme. Pong! The golden hairy fist smashed into the simple and unadorned great imprint, releasing a loud sound. The eardrums of everyone in the distance rang with wing-wing sounds. Many people couldn't stand steadily, almost falling from the sky. The great imprint slowly disappeared, silently shattering. That golden hairy hand also trembled a bit, stopping in the air by itself. Then, it slowly retracted. The 3 Holy Lord-level figures took action one after another. It was clear that they had already seen through something. As a great figure, Ao Ran didn't attack together, but instead separated and surrounded it. Meanwhile, the creature in the immortal tomb didn't rush to jump out either. It seemed to be thinking that it definitely wasn't a vicious creature that only knew how to kill. The Crimson Dragon Old Taoist took 2 steps forward. The creature in the immortal tomb was no longer calm. With a hong sound, it completely shattered the ancient tomb and walked out with large steps. This type of creature is, in the distance, cries of alarm sounded. This humanoid creature's aura was extraordinary, possessing a high level of battle intent. It wasn't all that tall, less than 5 feet in height, but it was extremely sturdy. It had the appearance of a human, covered densely in golden fur that flickered with radiance. Even though it wasn't all that majestic and imposing, it possessed a powerful feeling of power. With a raise of its hand, it seemed like it could pluck the stars and seize the moon. With a light movement, even the void would distort. It was like an ape, but it was even more similar to a human. Only, the golden fur was dense, making it hard to classify it as a human. As it stood there was a type of aura of supremacy. This was a type of innate pressure, as if it was a supreme being that towered above the clouds, looking down on all creatures in this world. Its eyes shot out golden light in all directions, fiery light like torches. The legendary monkey Sun Wukong? This type of thought also appeared in Yifan's mind. Of course, he only thought about it, not believing it to be true. At the feet of this creature, there was a pile of broken divine origin mixed with multicolored light. The light was dazzling, but it was difficult to conceal its might. Its fiery eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to palpitate. At this moment, it was the only thing in this world. Regardless of whether it was the divine origin fragments or the goddess not far away, they were all ignored. Everyone was nervously staring at it. This was a truly living creature that had been cut out by hundreds of thousands of people. It was a powerful supreme being from the archaic era, and it might even be a king. The expressions of those from the light-shaking realm changed drastically. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but the appearance of this powerful creature also made them feel uneasy. It was very likely that it would destroy the stone square. The immortal graveyard had been displayed here for who knew how many years. Ever since it was rejected by the Genesis technique grandmasters, no one had paid attention to it. They had never thought that there would be a living creature inside. Furthermore, it was very obvious that this creature had awakened a long time ago, but it had never been born. Fortunately, they had cut it out today. Otherwise, if it suddenly jumped out on its own in the future, there might be some kind of chaos. Bang! Suddenly, the supreme being of the Ji clan made his move again. A large pitch-black hand formed, covering the sky and the earth, covering the entire stone garden. The large black hand covered the sky and pressed down like a dark cloud. It was the great void handprint, and it pressed down until the void continuously collapsed. This creature covered in golden fur let out a low roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. Its powerful aura made everyone watching the battle tremble. The golden light it spat out blocked the large black hand. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, resounding throughout the divine city. It was as if a large star had been destroyed in the star domain. It was terrifying to the extreme. The crimson dragon Taoist's ancient robe fluttered in the wind. He walked forward step by step, revealing a shocked expression. This is an archaic king race. King race? After hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even more people quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the horizon. Archaic king race were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could be compared to great emperors. Dao brother, are you sure that he is from the archaic king race? The third-ranked bandit Su Tianxiong asked. The crimson dragon Taoist nodded and said, he is from the archaic king race, but that doesn't mean that he has already become an archaic king. If I'm not wrong, he hasn't matured yet. An archaic king race that hasn't matured yet, everyone was even more shocked. There was still a terrifying room for growth. He already possessed such shocking combat prowess before reaching the peak. If he truly became an archaic king, what kind of might would he possess? This is a sacred battle ape of the archaic king race, a natural-born battle saint. Even in the archaic era, only 2 or 3 of them could be found. When the Crimson Dragon Taoist said these words, everyone present felt even more alarmed. A sacred ape that was born for battle, just the name alone was enough to tell its status. At this moment, this sacred battle ape's expression also displayed its transcendence. Its eyes were fiery and golden, and its battle intent was high. It looked disdainfully at all directions, and every movement it made seemed like it could break the heavens. A king that hadn't matured yet, a natural-born battle saint, even the supreme existences were moved. If they could subdue it now, what kind of heaven and earth would there be in the future? Just the thought of it made everyone astonished. The Ji clan's supreme existence took action. The heaven-severing finger flicked out, and 5 true dragons took form. They pounced forward, wanting to restrain the sacred battle ape. Bang! This sacred battle ape's entire body blossomed with golden light. Every single strand of hair became sparkling and translucent, and there was actually a dignified charm to it. It was simple and direct as it smashed out with a punch. Pop! A shattering sound rang out from the stone garden. This sacred battle ape that hadn't matured yet shattered the 5 true dragons with a single punch, breaking through the supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. As expected, it is a natural-born battle saint. Everyone was astonished. This sacred battle ape's strength could break the heavens. It wasn't tall and sturdy, but it had the power to pull up mountains. In the distance, Yi Fan didn't fly up into the sky and instead watched from the bamboo forest with Li Heishui. He felt that his blood flow was somewhat faster, and he hurriedly suppressed it and covered it up. The Crimson Dragon Daoist walked forward and stretched out a large scarlet-red hand, grabbing towards the sacred battle ape. As soon as he made his move, the expressions of the supreme existences changed. They were afraid that this far ancient imperial race would be subdued. The sacred battle ape's expression also changed, and the golden hair on its body stood on end. The divine force in its body revolved 9 times, and 9 rays of divine light flashed on the surface of its body, becoming more and more resplendent. The sacred battle ape race's 9 revolutions heavenly art. The Crimson Dragon Daoist didn't dare to be careless. A scarlet dragon coiled around his large hand, and it let out a deafening dragon roar. Everyone was astonished. They didn't know why the Red Dragon Daoist knew so much about the far ancient imperial race, but no one thought too much about it. Once the 9 revolutions heaven art was activated, it could compete with deities. Every strand of the sacred battle ape's hair flickered like lightning. Its powerful battle intent and terrifying killing intent were like a tsunami crashing down. Bang! With his eyes of fire and gold, he unleashed a domineering attack. His furry golden fist landed on the blood-colored hand in an instant. 9 levels of divine power rushed forward one after another. It could be said that the 9 attacks shook the heavens with incomparable might. Even someone as powerful as the Red Dragon Daoist had a serious expression. The crimson dragon on his hand raised its head and merged with the bloody hand. The dragon roar shook the heaven and earth. He had to do this because the 9 levels of divine power from the 9 revolutions heaven art kept on superimposing. Each level was more terrifying than the previous. When the 9 attacks merged into one, it could split the heaven and earth. Boom! It was like moving the mountains and overturning the seas. Once the 9 attacks of the 9 revolutions heaven art were unleashed, it could be said that the world lost its color. If it was allowed to come out, not to mention the Heaven Stone Garden, even the entire stone square might not be able to protect itself and turn into ashes. This was the far ancient sacred battle ape race's shocking method. The Ji family's expert, the 3rd greatest bandit of the north, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle of the Central Plains acted at the same time. They sealed off the space and isolated this place with complex and profound Tao patterns. Even so, everyone felt their blood run cold. They could see the killing intent soaring into the sky like 1,000 great rivers rushing into the heavens. The Red Dragon Daoist forcefully received the 9 attacks of the 9 revolutions heaven art. His ancient robe fluttered, but he himself didn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. The sacred battle ape was unable to shake its opponent, and its golden fur dimmed. It swayed and kept retreating. With every step it took, a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. The bloody hand in the air pressed down and slowly approached. It enveloped its entire body and emitted waves of dragon roars. Everyone was in an uproar. The Red Dragon Daoist could indeed run amok in the eastern wasteland. He actually wanted to subdue an far ancient imperial race. If he were to be nurtured, the Holy Lands would be in great trouble in the future. The sacred battle ape let out a low roar, and its golden fur stood on end. 2 beams of golden light shot out from its eyes, tearing the void apart. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The sacred battle ape reached out a hand and took something from the void that it had pierced through. It was sparkling and silvery, as if stars had converged to form it. It was none other than the mysterious source of the goddess, and it was in the hands of the sacred battle ape. It actually knew spatial techniques, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Its eyes could pierce through the void to capture things. This type of divine technique was shocking just thinking about it. This is bad. The Ji family powerhouses, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle all frowned. They felt that things weren't good and were prepared to act at any moment. Boom, his killing intent was like an ocean that surged and roared as it swept high into the sky, and it was like a devil emperor had traversed the heavens and descended into the mortal world. A blood-colored spear appeared in the sacred battle ape's hand. Although it was rusted and almost rotten, it was one with the sacred battle ape. A shocking murderous aura erupted from it, as if it was stirring up the 9 heavens. The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, and people's hearts were also trembling. It held the murderous weapon and stopped the red dragon Daoist, standing proudly in the field. At the same time, divine radiance shot out from its body, sweeping up the fragments of the divine source on the ground and covering the mysterious source. Especially after it pulled out the spear, the bloody hole left on the goddess's body had 5-colored divine light. Rushing in. Dense mist circulated, and it was completely sealed. Everyone gasped. The sacred battle ape was like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining that peerless murderous weapon. It looked arrogantly in all directions, and its eyes were like torches. It was extremely intimidating. Swoosh, the sacred battle ape held the blood-colored spear and strode forward, stabbing forward. Bloody light rushed out and went straight for the red dragon Daoist's throat. Biting cold murderous intent filled the air, covering the earth and sky. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention facing the attack, they would have fallen limp to the ground under this kind of murderous intent and be minced into meat paste. But who was the red dragon Daoist? He didn't retreat at all. His finger was like a ray of light, pointing forward. 81 blood-colored sword energies pierced through the void and struck forward. Clang, the sacred battle ape fiercely shook the murderous weapon. The war spear swayed about chaotically, as if it broke through a spatial barrier. Tens of thousands of streaks of sharp radiance shattered all of the sword energy. Wung, the rusty war spear seemed to have revived. The exceptional murderous intent became even more astonishing. It was trembling on its own, as if it thirsted for blood. Bloody light flickered about, and in its surroundings, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. This was a terrifying scene. The war spear was submerged in a sea of blood. White bones floated within the sea of blood. It was born while bathed in blood, turning into a streak of blood-colored lightning. It pierced through the void and killed exceptional experts one after another. A heaven-shocking strike pierced through heaven and earth, stabbing a tall figure wearing a crown on his head to death. In the end, it turned into a blood-colored true dragon. Mountains and rivers lost color as it stabbed into a young lady's back, passing through her chest and nailing her there. Everyone's expressions changed. The indistinct flickering scene was enough to prove the viciousness of this weapon. It had killed archaic kings before, it possessed this type of terrifying murderous intent. Everything seemed reasonable and reasonable. It had killed world-shaking great figures before, died in their blood. Even though it wasn't an extreme weapon, its vicious might was still enough to shake the world. Just this type of murderous intent was enough to suppress all divine weapons. The sacred battle ape held the vicious and impressive blood spear in hand. It was full of confidence. It shouted loudly in the archaic language and immediately stabbed forward. The crimson dragon old Daoist faced the attack with a strange posture. He was like a true dragon traversing the skies. His vertebrae released jibang sounds, and like a dragon's body, he fiercely swung his legs down like a dragon's tail. Pa! The divine radiance he released struck the ancient spear, blasting it to the side. However, it couldn't stop it. The spear was like blood as it continued to pierce over, following his figure. The crimson dragon old Daoist released a light cry, as if a dragon was roaring through the skies. Bloody light flickered in his hand, and a blood dragon whip appeared, striking towards the war spear. Chong, an ear-splitting sound rang out. The blood dragon whip was like a dragon as it fiercely clashed with the war spear. They collided back and forth, sending sparks flying in all directions. That blood dragon whip is refined from the remains of the crimson dragon old Daoist, yet it actually can't stop a vicious weapon. Great Xia imperial uncle was astonished. When he said this, the others were even more shaken. The remains of the Crimson Dragon Old Daoist were definitely top-grade materials for refining weapons, yet the Blood Dragon whip was lightly crying out, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. How is this possible? That ancient spear has already decayed and is about to break, so how can it still be so sturdy? Many people were puzzled, and their expressions were full of astonishment. They felt more and more that the ancient races were powerful and mysterious, and even their weapons were like this. Even though its form is about to decay, its killing intent is unextinguished. The Tao and reason interweaved by the soul of the weapon is enough to hold on and can still exist for a long time. That is why it is able to suppress the Blood Dragon. Whip. Ji family's powerhouse said. Weng, the sacred battle ape, was incomparably brave. He used the ancient spear as a large rod and swung it about, collapsing the void. He simply wanted to shatter heaven and earth as he suppressed the Crimson Dragon Daoist. His eyes were fiery and his strength was boundless. He circulated the 9 revolutions heavenly art, wanting to compete with Heaven Duke. The golden fur on his body flickered, and his might was unmatched. In the distant sky, people were discussing in fear. Many people were muttering to themselves. If even the Crimson Dragon Daoist couldn't stop it, there might be a huge disaster. This is simply the rebirth of Sun Wukong. Could it be that Grandpa Great Sage is also from this race? This was Pang Bo's words that were mixed in with everyone's words. No one paid attention to him. Yi Fan, however, had the same feeling. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like the legendary monkey had been reborn. Could it be that the great sage who was on the other side of the starry sky had come from the origin stone? If such a monkey really appeared in ancient China, then it might really be from the same race, the sacred battle ape. Boom, the sacred battle ape was becoming more and more ferocious. Its strength was boundless, and when the rod smashed down, even someone as strong as the Crimson Dragon Daoist almost couldn't endure it. The Blood Dragon whip in his hand almost snapped. And at this time, something even more terrifying happened. That rusty spear trembled on its own, and a terrifying aura that was becoming stronger and stronger was released. The soul of the weapon is awakening. Not good, Tao brother Crimson Dragon, let us help you. If the murderous weapon completely awakens, it will be a disaster. Apart from extreme weapons, I'm afraid that very few weapons can shatter it. The Almighty of the Ji family, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle were about to go forward. They were afraid that the sacred battle ape would use this murderous weapon to kill everyone. Let me do it myself. The Crimson Dragon Daoist said calmly. He put away the Blood Dragon whip and stood on the spot. His hands moved, and the sky began to tremble. 9 forms of the true dragon. Many of the older generation exclaimed. The supreme art of the demon race was exclusive to the Flood Dragon bloodline. It was said that its inheritance had already been severed, but who would have thought that the Red Dragon Daoist would continue it? No matter how powerful the sacred battle ape was, it couldn't hurt the Red Dragon Daoist at all. He was changing heaven and earth, and the moment he closed his hands, he almost opened up a small world. The Red Dragon Daoist's hands crushed the sky, and at this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Even the space was twisted and compressed. He smelted the void and isolated an independent small world. It was only a few feet in radius, and he was going to suppress the sacred battle ape inside. Not only has the 9 forms of the true dragon been continued, but it has also almost been completed. The Red Dragon Daoist is too terrifying. The older generation were all shocked, and everyone's expression changed. They felt that the old demon's magical power was indeed heaven-defying, and his methods were world-shocking. The sacred battle ape sensed that things were bad. Golden light rushed into the sky from its eyes. It also knew spatial techniques, and it tore open a space with its gaze. Not good, quickly stop it, don't let it cross the void. Its fiery eyes can open the realm gate. We can't let it escape. The Almighty of the Ji family, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle attacked at the same time. They attacked the spatial gate and the sacred battle ape's eyes, not giving it a chance to escape. The realm gate was sealed, and the sacred battle ape's golden eyes were attacked. It was pressed down by the Red Dragon Daoist, and its body seemed to be injured as it staggered back. It retreated to the fragment of the immortal tomb and suddenly reached out, hugging the mysterious source with the goddess sealed inside. It swept up the fragments on the ground, and with a flash of light, it disappeared into a black hole. What's going on? Everyone was confused, and the stone square was in chaos. The red dragon Taoist walked forward and kicked away the immortal tomb fragment. He discovered some star-like Tao patterns that were slowly dimming. The Almighty of the Ji family said, "This monkey is very crafty, and it had already prepared a path of retreat. If it can beat us, then we'll fight. If it can't, then it can run. This monkey hasn't even matured yet, and it's already so powerful. It truly makes one feel apprehensive. Chase, it can't be too far from the divine city." These people disappeared in a flash, and their traces were nowhere to be seen. "Damned monkey, return my divine source!" Yifan shouted angrily in the stone garden. Dang, suddenly, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the divine city, shaking everyone. The entire city was stirred. This kind of bell sound was too familiar, and it was already the third time it rang out. The purple mountain Wusher's bell waves came along with the people crossing the void. The clamor in the divine city was even more shocking than seeing an archaic king. Everyone knew that the final attack on the purple mountain had a result. The sound of the bell washed away everyone's souls. The divine city was quiet at first, but then it exploded with a loud clamor. Did he succeed or fail? What's the result? This was the answer everyone wanted to know. Great Emperor Wusher had shaken the past and present. His inheritance affected everyone's hearts. This was the influence of one person. Even though he had passed away many years ago, once news of him appeared, it would overwhelm everything else and become the focal point. Even though the far ancient imperial race was cut out and everyone saw it with their own eyes, it was not comparable to the news about him. Has the Purple Mountain been opened? Has the secret of the ancient emperors been revealed? At this moment, everyone was both nervous and expectant. They all wanted to know the result. The most nervous were those from the Holy Lands. They were afraid of hearing bad news. In reality, many people were already feeling uneasy. Because only in times of crisis would the Saint Lords use the special stone tokens of the divine city to escape here. If they had really opened the Purple Mountain and obtained the inheritance, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. Could it be that they failed again? Could it be that a Saint Lord has fallen? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were worried about their personal gains and losses, afraid that bad news would arrive. If the Holy Master fell, it would be a calamity. At this moment, the saints and ladies were the most nervous. If the Holy Lord of their sects were to disappear, it would very likely affect their current status. An hour later, the news spread and shook the entire divine city. The 100 sects of the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Holy Land had joined hands and used a total of 5 extreme weapons. This exceeded people's previous estimate of 4. The Jiang clan's Eternal Universe Furnace, the Ji clan's Void Mirror, and the Alkade's Dragon Pattern Cauldron appeared at the same time. Together with the 2 from the Central Plains, it could be said that the world was shaken. Even in the darkest era of human history, when blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains, the number of extreme weapons used didn't exceed this number. The power of 5 extreme weapons was unimaginable. People believed that they could pierce through the sky, evaporate the oceans, and crush the mountains. Nothing could stop them. However, the result made people dumbfounded. The Purple Mountain wasn't flattened and was still standing there. This time, the 5 extreme Tao weapons were brought out, and the Purple Mountain was indeed opened, allowing everyone to enter. However, it also caused an even greater vibration from the Wusher bell. If it wasn't for the fact that they were hiding in the extreme grade weapon, everyone would have been turned into ashes. Not a single one of them would have survived. In the words of a divine lord, he suspected that there was a great emperor controlling the Wusher bell. Otherwise, how could it suppress 5 extreme weapons? Is this true? When this news spread out, everyone was stunned. 5 extreme Tao weapons combined were still suppressed by Wusher's bell wave. It was shocking. Could it be that I've failed again? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If they failed this time, who knew how many years it would take to open the inheritance of Great Emperor Wusher? Perhaps only when a new Great Emperor was born would he be able to enter and retrieve the supreme scripture. We can't confirm the failure yet. The Great Sage Lords retreated with injuries, but the operation didn't stop there. Instead, it was handed over to a group of old men who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They were all supreme elders who had retired from the world. At most, they only had a few more years of lifespan left. However, they were all very powerful, and some of them were not any weaker than the divine lords. They drove their extreme weapons into the Purple Mountain to make their last stand. If they succeeded, they would have a great opportunity. If they failed, they would be turned into ashes. Aren't they afraid of losing the extreme weapons in the Purple Mountain? The Holy Lands have already made detailed arrangements to ensure that the extreme weapons can be summoned back. The arrangements of the 100 Schools of Thought and the Eastern Barren Great Sage Lands were almost the same. The leaders retreated and were handed over to the old men who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Of course, this was all voluntary. I believe there will be a result soon. The people from the Holy Lands were all looking forward to it. It was destined that this day wouldn't be peaceful. They were waiting for the earth-shattering news. The attack on the Purple Mountain was still in progress. No one had expected this result. The major forces clearly wanted to gain something. They didn't want to leave empty-handed. The biggest question people had was, what kind of power was controlling the bell of the beginning? Could it produce such terrifying bell waves by itself? This didn't seem realistic. After all, it was suppressing the 5 extreme weapons. The Divine City was in an uproar and only calmed down after a long time. People believed that if there were no accidents, news would definitely spread from the Purple Mountain today. The third attack on the Purple Mountain, whether it was a success or a failure, would have a clear result. In the Ji family stone workshop, most people didn't leave. After understanding the situation at the Purple Mountain, they wanted to see how the Battle of Stone Gambling would end. Woo-woo, a heartbroken cry rang out. It was tender and sorrowful. The divine silkworm woke up from its coma. Tears rolled down its eyes in pairs. It cried out with yee's sounds and continuously searched the stone garden. It wanted to see the young girl sealed within the strange source, and it continuously wept in grief. Xiao Guai, don't cry. The little nun in white persuaded gently. Ji Ziyue also comforted it. She took out a few divine source beans and brought them to its mouth. She told it what had happened in a soft voice. The golden fairy ignored the divine source beans and listened while sobbing. Its eyes were blurred by tears. It murmured the girl's name softly. It was an archaic voice. No one could understand it. On the other side, Yi Fan's sadness was no less than the divine silkworm's. So many divine source beans had been snatched away by the monkey. His heart was bleeding. Monkey, I'm not done with you. Monkey, you owe me a huge debt. Monkey, you've sown a huge karma with me. He was almost depraved. The divine source that could envelop a human body could be called a world-shocking treasure. Without a doubt, its value was astronomical. At the same time, he also had a trace of doubt. Why did the blood in his body speed up when facing the sacred battle ape? Could it be that there was a strange reaction like when facing the divine body? Or could it be that the sacred battle ape's 9 revolutions heaven art had an indescribable attraction to the divine body? He even thought of the fighting character formula of the 9 secrets. Could it be that there was some kind of evolutionary relationship? Li Heishui was also very angry, but he also had the urge to laugh. He said, "You've always cheated others, but today, you've been cheated by a monkey. This monkey is 2F** king despicable. You should really find an iron chain to tie it up and play with it." On the other side, Nangong Qi and the others walked over. They pointed at Yi Fan with a cold smile. Yi Fan was very angry. He scolded, "Why are you pointing at me? The monkey you cut out snatched away my world-shocking divine treasure. The goddess, the murderous weapon, such a large piece of divine source beans. There's nothing left. Can you afford to compensate me?" Nangong Qi questioned. Li Heishui was furious after hearing this. He scolded, "We cut out the monkey, which is equivalent to winning the stone gambling war. Everything is ours. Speaking of which, this is our loss. What does it have to do with you? Hey brat, what do you know? Although you cut out a monkey, I also cut out the goddess. Moreover, I also cut out an exceptional murderous weapon. It's even more valuable." Nangong Qi said coldly. Swoosh, Yi Fan kicked the fragment of the immortal tomb away and cut out a piece of divine source beans the size of a human head. This was a fragment left behind in the immortal tomb, but it was still worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. This was a great fortune in misfortune. He hadn't opened the immortal tomb for nothing. This gave him a trace of comfort. Your ancient insect divine source, Qilin seed, and this piece of divine source beans are all ours. A few young disciples from an ancient family came forward to snatch it. Li Heishui raised his eyebrows. You guys are so shameless. You actually want to snatch our rare treasures? Not to mention the monkey, even this Qilin seed is priceless. It's more precious than your things. Nan Gongqi's lips curled into a cold smile. He walked over with the other 3 elders. You guys have indeed lost. You have to hand over all the rare treasures to us. Yi Fan looked at him calmly. The rare treasures I cut out are more valuable than yours. Far from it. What I cut out is a divine treasury. It's many times more precious than yours. Nan Gongqi shook his head with his hands behind his back. Although you guys cut out peerless treasures, it's still far from Grandpa Nangong's. The younger disciples from the ancient Genesis Technique clan echoed one after another with icy smiles on their faces. You guys have lost the Genesis Technique duel. You have to admit your defeat. Our Genesis Technique is no match for Grandpa Nangong. Are you going to deny it? Li Heishui laughed in anger. You're lying through your teeth. You're distorting the truth. What do you have to compare with us? What we cut out is a living primordial imperial family member. Can you even compare? Although you guys cut out a monkey, we also cut out a goddess and a peerless weapon. What do you have to compare? The people from an ancient family retorted with sneers. The vast majority of people didn't disperse. They all gathered around and discussed animatedly. Yi Fan said, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. The sacred battle ape I cut out is alive. Is the goddess you cut out alive? A young disciple from an ancient family sneered. What value can a sacred battle ape have? It's just a vicious creature. How can it compare to that ancient spear? It's definitely one of the great weapons below the extreme path weapons. That's right. What's the use of a monkey? It will only bring disaster. If you admit your defeat, hurry up and hand over the Qilin seed. Another disciple sneered. Li Heishui's temper flared. You guys are really shameless. You want to turn black into white. You've clearly lost, but you're still pestering us endlessly. You want our Qilin seed. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? The sacred battle ape is an ancient royal family. Its future achievements will be comparable to that of a great emperor. If we subdue it now, how much do you think it's worth? Yi Fan said coldly. He was also about to be angered. The ancient family clearly didn't want to admit their loss and even wanted to steal his treasure. Who can subdue it? Even the Almighty can't do anything. It's useless. It can only be regarded as a vicious beast. It has no value. Nan Gongqi personally said. I respect you as a grandmaster, but you're lowering your own status. How can you say such words? Yi Fan sneered. As a Genesis Technique grandmaster, don't you understand the value of an ancient royal family? Li Heishui said to the people around him, everyone, come and judge. Aren't they going too far? At this moment, a group of old men didn't leave. They were extremely envious of the ancient insect god source and the Qilin seed. All of them wanted to get their hands on them and use them to prolong their lives. And Miaoi, Su Heng, Jin Qishao, as well as the saint sons and saint daughters didn't leave either. In fact, many people were absent-minded. Perhaps in another 2 to 4 hours, the final result of the attack on the Purple Mountain would be clear. This old man feels that. Brother Nangong's divine treasury is priceless. The Supreme Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Shui, stepped forward and glanced at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Elder Li is wise and insightful. These two are clearly sore losers and don't want to admit defeat. The Genesis Technique war has already ended. If you're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Hurry up and hand over the Qilin seed. The youngsters from the Genesis Technique ancient clan spoke one after another with smiles on their faces. They were naturally happy to see such a situation and hoped that more old friends would stand up for them. Li Heishui's anger surged, and he really wanted to step on these people's faces. They were bullying him and Yi Fan because they had no background. He slowly calmed himself down and sneered. Little brother Gufang's treasure should be even more valuable. Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong spoke, standing on Yi Fan's side at this crucial moment. The great Xia Prince Xia Yiming nodded. A living ancient royal race is a priceless treasure. We can truly understand the great ancient secrets through it. You're wrong. Disillusionment Palace's supreme elder Li Yishui shook his head, a faint smile on his face. He swept a glance at Yi Fan. The ancient royal race can't be tamed, so it's useless. On the contrary, the value of that peerless weapon is immeasurable. What can you use to compare? Brother Li is right. It's just an ancient monkey, it's not very useful. Nan Gongqi smiled and nodded. Yi Fan calmly said, since you insist that a living ancient royal race isn't as good as the weapon, then I'll give you a simple example. Let me ask you, how about the Battle Saint Ape clan's 9 revolutions have an art? The expressions of the Genesis technique ancient clan members froze. It was an immortal inheritance, and its value was difficult to estimate. Can it be compared to the ancient scriptures of the sacred grounds? Can it suppress that ominous weapon? Yi Fan asked, causing the people from the ancient Genesis technique clan to be tongue-tied. They wanted to refute but couldn't find the words to say. We were also hesitating just now, but now that I think about it, the value of a living ancient royal race is too great. It's immeasurable. It is indeed more precious. That's right, even in the ancient era, there were only 2 or 3 Battle Saint Apes. They were comparable to great emperors, and their chi cultivation method was naturally an earth-shattering ancient scripture, a priceless treasure. Some of the old men present nodded in agreement. They coveted the divine medicine, but they wouldn't go so far as to distort the truth. Li Yishui, the supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, shook his head and said with a smile, everyone, you are wrong. Humans may not be able to cultivate the Battle Sacred Ape's 9 revolution sky art, so it is not precious. Yi Fan sneered, you are spouting nonsense. The extremity of cultivation is the same. The 9 revolutions heavenly art is priceless. Moreover, the ancient scriptures of some human holy lands are inheritances from the primeval age. Why are you always here? Li Heishui hated him from the bottom of his heart. Young man, show some respect when you speak. Don't be careless. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace pulled a long face. Do you still deserve my respect? Li Heishui shook his head. Disillusionment Palace's Supreme Elder revealed his killing intent and said, disrespectful junior, today I will teach you how to be a proper person. He was about to attack. Although he was speaking to Li Heishui, he obviously included Yi Fan, wanting to suppress him together. These two are too arrogant. They should be taught a lesson. Insulting the seniors is a great crime. They should be imprisoned for several years. The young disciples of the ancient Genesis technique families were eager for someone to stand up for them. They sneered and echoed. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace pressed forward step by step. After finding a reason, he was about to attack in public. Li Yishui, your mother is calling you to go home for dinner. A voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Everyone was petrified when they heard this. Yi Fan knew that it must be Pang Bo. Such words were too unusual in this world, and only he could say it. Who is it? Li Yishui was flustered and exasperated. Someone dared to say such words. Only then did the crowd burst into laughter. Many of the older generation couldn't help laughing. The younger generation was even more unscrupulous, rocking back and forth with laughter. Yi Fan joked, old man, why don't you go home for dinner first? Your mother is looking for you. Haha, everyone laughed heartily. Even the corners of the ancient Genesis technique clan members' mouths twitched as they tried their best not to smile. As the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that half of his body was in the grave, but someone had used his mother to call him home for dinner. How could he endure this? At this moment, it was as if someone had stepped on his tail. His shame turned into anger, and he faced Yi Fan and Li Heishui with boundless murderous intent. He wanted to kill them to vent his anger. I will send you on your way. Old man, don't think of yourself as the sacred lord who can suppress whoever you want. Li Heishui didn't panic. He threw out a black iron token towards the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace. Juniors dare to be so disrespectful to me. It won't be too much to take your life. Li Heishui said in a cold voice. He grabbed the black iron token in his hand and was about to crush it. However, he tried several times but couldn't shake it. He was greatly surprised. Old man, look at what that is. Li Heishui sneered. That old thing's divine order. On the side, many older generation figures cried out in alarm, turning pale with fright. The iron token was as black as ink without any luster. It was only the size of a palm, and there was a mountain engraved on it. It was covered by clouds and mist, making it blurry. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace stared at the iron token in his hand. His eyes widened and his body trembled. How can you have, it really is, that old fart's divine token? Who are they? Why do they have such a thing? All the older figures were stunned. Their expressions changed as if they had seen a snake or scorpion. That old fart was mysterious and terrifying. He was the #1 bandit of the northern region, and no one knew how high his cultivation was. 1,000 years ago, he chased after a sacred lord and almost forced him into the absolute beginning forbidden land. He even waited outside a sacred land for several years, waiting for a big shot to come out and take his head away. He represented mystery and terror. To this day, no one had seen his true appearance. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. People only knew that he was very old and his strength was unfathomable, but no one knew how long he had lived. In the northern region, he was the synonym of terror. Many people said that they would rather offend a sacred lord than be his enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. The black iron tokens were passed down by him, and there were only 2 or 3 of them. They were life-saving divine tokens, and even the people of the sacred land feared them. At this time, and Miaoi, Jin Qishao, and the other saints all revealed strange expressions. When the older figures looked at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, their expressions also changed. With the old fart's divine token, not many people in the northern region dared to attack them. Didn't you want to take our lives? Come, we'll let you kill us. Li Heishui took 2 steps forward. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace was red with embarrassment. He couldn't advance or retreat. Who dared to kill the old fart's people in public? Even if Li Heishui had 10 more guts, he wouldn't do it unless he didn't want to live anymore. Clang! While he was absent-minded, his hand shook, and the black iron token fell to the ground, emitting a clear metallic sound. You threw the divine token. Are you going to attack us? I didn't throw it. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly picked up the black iron token, afraid that a peerless demon would appear and kill him with a finger. 2 young friends, this old man has offended you before. Please forgive me. I'm old and muddle-headed. Please don't take it to heart. Li Heishui's face was red. When he said these words, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He returned the divine token with both hands, then turned around and left. He really couldn't stay any longer. He was full of frustration and humiliation. Let's go home and eat. Pangbo cleared his throat again. Who is this? I worship you so much. Li Heishui laughed and looked around for someone. The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This was too wicked. How could Li Heishui face others in the future? Senior, you lost. Yi Fan mentioned the result of the Genesis technique duel. Wrong. Little friend, you should hand over the Qilin seed. Nan Gongqi shook his head. The Genesis technique clan insisted that the murderous weapon was priceless. They had one. The 4 great Genesis technique ancient clans were deeply rooted in the northern region and had great influence. Many great sects begged them for help. Naturally, there were some old friends present. Hand over the Qilin seed. You have already lost. Victory has been decided. Quickly admit defeat to Grandmaster Nangong. Why don't we call it a draw? The youngsters of the Genesis technique ancient clans and their old friends spoke one after another, exerting pressure. After all, the other party had the divine token. They wanted to advance as a retreat and call it a draw. Naturally, there were people who couldn't stand it and stood on Yifan's side. They began to argue on the spot, but even more people didn't care. Ridiculous. A figure silently appeared in the field. The Crimson Dragon Taoist had returned. Like a god of plague, he caused the stone garden to fall into absolute silence. Do you know the value of the far ancient imperial clan? He calmly swept his gaze over the Genesis Technique clan. There were no fluctuations, but the pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Everyone was surprised. What was the relationship between Red Dragon Taoist and Gufeng? He was clearly standing up for him. You have clearly lost, but you still want to bully others with your power. Do you have any shame? Red Dragon Taoist's expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Nangongqi and said, "If you insist on using power to reason, then I will use power to destroy you. Are you convinced?" Everyone was stunned. The Crimson Dragon Taoist and Gufeng's relationship wasn't shallow, and he was going to take action on his behalf. Many people revealed strange expressions, and even in Miaoi, Yao Yuekong, and the divine children were no exception. Nangongqi and the others turned pale. They were all stunned. This old Taoist even dared to chase after a sacred master. How could they afford to offend him? We admit defeat. Nangongqi lowered his head and admitted defeat. Who would dare to be unconvinced by Red Dragon Taoist? Not to mention standing on the side of reason, even if there was no reason, they had to be convinced. Thank you, Senior. Yifan stepped forward and bowed. Red Dragon Taoist nodded, then swept his gaze across everyone. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he said, "If anyone dares to harm him, it will be disrespecting me." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard these words. This peerless demon was so protective, who would dare to touch Gufeng? Moreover, Yifan's Genesis technique was astonishing. Many great sects had long wanted to rope him in, and now they did not dare to be negligent. Little brother Gufeng, you defeated a Genesis technique grandmaster and became famous overnight. You won millions of kilograms of Genesis energy. You must treat us to a meal. And Miaoi secretly transmitted her voice, her eyes sparkling. Even though the Chosens and Chosens were proud and arrogant, they all had their own thoughts. The other party was very likely to become the Yuan Taoist master in the future. They had to form a good relationship with him. Dong, suddenly, the Wuxia bell rang again, the divine city resonated. Everyone revealed a look of shock. They knew that the attack on the Purple Mountain had ended. Roar, suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. What happened? Everyone's expression changed. Roar, the roar shook the heavens. It seemed that many indescribable creatures had appeared in the divine city. The attack on the Purple Mountain has ended, but this roar. Many cultivators were bewildered. Not good, the primordial creatures have appeared. Terrified shouts came from afar. The Purple Mountain has been breached. Many primordial creatures have come out and are chasing us. A warning voice cut through the sky. The divine city was in chaos. Terrifying primordial creatures had appeared and crossed the void to enter the divine city. This was terrifying news. Purple Mountain's bell rang, sending bell waves through the void. An archaic creature had appeared, shaking the entire divine city. Roar, a mysterious creature roared, shaking heaven and earth, scattering the clouds in the sky. Even the divine city was shaking. No one's expression didn't change. Many people's souls were trembling. Just what kind of terrifying creature had appeared? There was definitely more than one. Miserable cries sounded from all directions of the divine city, filled with alarm. It was to the extent where one could even feel a terrifying aura from far away. What exactly did the human race experts encounter after entering Purple Mountain? How could so many archaic creatures be drawn out? Everyone was panicking. Shocking fluctuations were transmitted from the north. Killing intent rushed into the heavens. There were holy lords fighting against archaic creatures there. The clouds in all directions were swept away, and the heavens trembled violently. Just what kind of terrifying creature has come? Many people's faces became pale. Even Holy Lord level figures had taken action. They had encountered a great enemy, so one could imagine how serious the situation was. The void trembled. A demonic cloud rushed over from the west. It was unknown just how many li it covered. It descended towards the divine city with a terrifying aura that made one's blood run cold. Hong, an enormous claw covered in green scales, reached out from within the black cloud. It was like a small mountain as it clawed downwards. Pooh! Everyone watched helplessly as the dozen or so older generation figures were crushed into a bloody mist. Their bodies and spirits were wiped out. What kind of creature is that? Just how enormous is it? All of this was horrifying. Those who saw this scene were all stupefied. Their entire bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Who could face such a powerful creature? Perhaps even holy lords would find it strenuous to face it. It was to the extent where whether or not they could stop it was another matter. Hong, the large claw, reached down again. No one could stop it. Dozens of experts collapsed in the air. With a sweep, they were immediately turned into a bloody paste. Jing jing jing, ancient music sounded from the south. It wasn't gentle at all. Killing intent surged like crazy waves, and the music was like the cry of a sword. That was a white cloud. One could vaguely see a delicate woman sitting high up in the 9 heavens, strumming an ancient zither instrument. One could clearly see huge beams of light shooting down, and the zither notes were like waves, destroying everything in their path and covering the sky and earth. This was a terrifying sound of killing. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. Endless killing intent swept out, and countless experts were pierced through. Puff, 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 corpses fell from the sky and were torn apart by the boundless murderous aura. Too terrifying, this is a humanoid figure, no one dares to go up. People were shocked to find that the south had been completely cleared. No one dared to go up and fight. The sound of the guzheng was like a stormy sea, sweeping across the south. Boom, purple chi came from the east, like a sea of purple magma surging over, covering the eastern direction. There was a terrifying aura rushing down from within. Bang, right at this moment, a large purple hand pressed down, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. It was like a purple mountain smashing down, crushing a palace into pieces on the spot. Many people died a violent death. Miserable cries rose and fell, and quite a few people rushed into the sky to escape that region. However, they still couldn't escape. That large purple hand swept past, and those people were like paper mache. They were all ruined beyond compare, split into pieces, and then turned into a bloody paste. There are holy lords rushing up. Everyone discovered with shock that the Jiang family and Ji family's holy lords rushed up together and attacked the purple cloud. The purple energy was beaten until it flared up. The sky was like a painting scroll, releasing walala sounds and shaking violently. It was as if it could be torn apart at any time. There were powerful experts invading from all directions of the divine city. Moreover, there were even more archaic creatures that left the city to fight a great battle with the human cultivators. The various great sage lords all took action, and no one could watch with folded arms. This entire world was trembling. This was a terrifying battle, and it was unknown just how many people died. Purple Mountain, these creatures came from the Purple Mountain through the void. It's too terrifying. Many people's hearts trembled, and they wanted to escape from the divine city. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. If they were targeted by those creatures, they would definitely die. Opening the Purple Mountain is equivalent to opening a Pandora's box, releasing a peerless and ferocious demon. How are we going to deal with this? Actually, we can't blame those creatures. The Holy Lands disturbed them and startled them from their slumber. This will accelerate the loss of their life force, so they naturally chased them all the way to the divine city. This is a great disaster. I wonder how we are going to deal with it. Yi Fan was shocked. The archaic creatures of the Purple Mountain had escaped. Someone must have entered the innermost region and startled their king. Had Great Emperor Wusher's inheritance been obtained by someone? Although the large black dog was sure that no one could obtain it, he still had some misgivings. Had Jiang Taishi been rescued? This was also a question that he was very concerned about. Monkey, that monkey has appeared again, someone in the stone garden cried out in surprise, pointing at the horizon. Sure enough, the battle saint ape somersaulted high up into the sky. It stood on a cloud, and with a peerless weapon in its hand, its eyes fiery and golden. It arrived in the sky above the divine city, its expression uncertain. Clang, 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 the divine city was in danger, and the south side was the most dangerous. The sound of the zither played by the delicate woman in the clouds was extremely destructive, so no one dared to charge forward. Boom, suddenly, a crimson light soared into the sky, sweeping toward that woman. Endless divine flames formed the shape of a divine phoenix, sweeping high into the sky. At this moment, everyone in the divine city couldn't help but tremble. This was a pressure that originated from their souls, causing them to involuntarily prostrate and kneel on the ground. An extreme weapon. It's the Jiang clan's eternal universe furnace. That's right, it's a divine furnace forged from phoenix blood crimson gold. It can shatter heaven and earth, and evaporate the vast ocean. Many cultivators cried out in surprise, all of them wearing expressions of shock. Everyone was trembling, and they wanted to prostrate themselves. They couldn't help it at all, as if they were facing a god. The sound of the zither was cut off, and the woman in the clouds turned into a streak of divine light, rushing into the horizon. She dodged, not daring to face the attack at all. Is this real? She used an extreme weapon? Many of the older generation felt their hearts palpitate. Just now, it was just a show of intimidation, and she didn't truly display the might of the extreme Tao. Someone replied. What? Such terrifying divine might appeared, and she still hasn't truly displayed it? Many cultivators were shocked. Hong, suddenly, a dazzling radiance surged, and heaven overflowing divine might surged. Everyone trembled in fear again, almost unable to open their mouths to speak. The purple clouds in the east quickly retreated like raging waves, leaving far away from the divine city and stopping at the horizon. Many people's hearts jumped, almost falling weak onto the ground, almost unable to hold on any longer. That's G family's void mirror. Correct, someone is shaking the void mirror to intimidate the archaic creatures. It still didn't display the might of the extreme Tao, just activating a wave of pressure, yet it was already this terrifying. Everyone found it hard to imagine just how terrifying the scene would be if it was truly displayed. It can definitely pierce through heaven and earth, evaporate the vast ocean. If one has enough divine power to activate the extreme Tao weapon, they can sweep through any power in the world. This is the weapon of the ancient emperors, their divine might can be seen clearly. Yi Fan was also shaken. He thought of the underworld god palace on the icy plain, an ancient sacred land from 70 to 80,000 years ago, but it was completely flattened by the Jiang family's invincible divine king with the eternal universe furnace. In the past, he was still skeptical, but now, it seemed that it was most likely true. The weapons of the ancient emperors were too terrifying. Hong, another heaven overflowing fluctuation surged, and black light overflowed in all directions. Dragon roars resounded through the heaven and earth, and the supreme pressure almost broke apart this world. A holy weapon forged from black dragon-patterned gold, dragon-patterned cauldron. The only extreme Tao weapon in this world that wasn't created by the hands of the ancient emperors. Everyone was shaken, and all of them were about to collapse. Under this kind of pressure, even the older generation figures almost couldn't bear it. Inside the divine city, all the holy lands held the three extreme Tao weapons of the eastern wasteland, intimidating the terrifying archaic creatures. The world finally quieted down. The invading ancient creatures all retreated to the horizon, not daring to come any closer. Both sides were in a stalemate. It's easy for you to take out the extreme Tao weapons and kill them all. Why are you only intimidating them? You make it sound so easy. If you do that, the earth will be dyed in blood, and the dark age will descend upon the eastern wasteland. Suddenly, everyone shut up. An indescribable pressure enveloped their hearts, almost making them suffocate. Many cultivators couldn't say a word. In the horizon, the archaic creatures gathered. Clouds surged, and a huge divine source appeared. There was a humanoid creature inside. Although it didn't break out of the source, it emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure. In the distance, the sacred battle ape's fur shone with golden light. It held a peerless murderous weapon in its hand, and with its fiery eyes, it turned into a cloud and disappeared in a somersault. Inside the divine city, several holy lords rushed into the sky with their extreme Dao weapons in hand, confronting the creatures. Powerful spiritual waves surged like the tide, sweeping across the sky. Both sides seemed to be discussing. Finally, a terrifying voice rang out in everyone's heart. "Don't disturb our peace anymore." A huge black hole appeared in the horizon. They crossed the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "It's too terrifying. These creatures are so powerful. It's a nightmare to be their enemy." Luckily, they left. Everyone had a lingering fear in their hearts as they heaved a long sigh. In the sky above the divine city, the clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down. Everything was over. Everything just now was like a dream. Yi Fan was shocked. That piece of divine source just now looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he suddenly realized. In the mine leading to the Purple Mountain, he had seen a set of wall carvings. Among them, there was a scene of Great Emperor Wuxia suppressing a female archaic king. That piece of divine source just now was too similar to the one in the wall carvings. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. It wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. That woman from hundreds of thousands of years ago hadn't been killed by the Great Emperor and was still alive. Many questions popped up in his mind, and he felt a chill run down his spine. There were 9 great dragon veins protecting the Purple Mountain. This kind of terrain was the only one in the entire eastern wasteland. It was even more terrifying than the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 9 great dragon veins all contained supreme divine sources and contained archaic creatures. They were on the same level as the terrifying existences in the divine source just now. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the Purple Mountain at the center was. After studying the Book of Source Heavenly Source, Yi Fan gradually understood that this was one of the 9 extremes of the world. It contained the extreme mysteries of the world's changes. He could only figure out the words extreme changes, but he didn't know how to change. He couldn't comprehend it. Just what kind of supreme existence entered the Purple Mountain before the primordial age to need the terrifying existences in the 9 great dragon veins to protect it? What did Great Emperor Wuxia do after entering? Yi Fan couldn't figure it out. With the extreme mysteries of the world's changes, how did one change go? They really entered the Purple Mountain and successfully retreated. What did the Holy Lands get? The Central Plains and the Eastern Wasteland used 5 extreme weapons. They must have obtained a supreme inheritance after successfully entering the Purple Mountain. Is Divine King Jiang Taishu still alive? Was he rescued? The divine city was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this. On this day, the city was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors appeared. Some said that the Holy Lands obtained the secrets of the ancient emperors and saw Great Emperor Wuxia's carvings. Others said that the people of the Central Plains saw Great Emperor Wuxia's remains. After hundreds of thousands of years, they were still vivid and lifelike. Some even said that Great Emperor Wuxia didn't die at all. He was inside the Purple Mountain, sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform. Emperor Wuxia's immortal body, Emperor Wuxia's inheritance, Emperor Wuxia's living Dao platform. In the divine city, the words Great Emperor without beginning became the most frequently mentioned words. On this day, everyone was discussing it, and there were many different opinions. No one had ever had such a great influence. As long as it was related to him, it would inevitably become the focus of everyone's attention. In addition, there was another small focus, and that was Yi Fan. He had cut out so many amazing treasures, making many people envious. Daoist Red Dragon had disappeared without a trace. Many people knew that he must be afraid. After all, he had once chased after the Sacred Lord. Now that the other party had brought out a sacred weapon, he definitely could not stay any longer. If the people from the Sacred Land blocked him here and brought the Great Emperor weapon, even if Daoist Red Dragon's methods were heaven-defying, his body and spirit would be destroyed. There was no one in this world who could resist the Great Emperor's sacred weapon. Although he had left, the people from the ancient Genesis technique families did not dare to fall out with Yi Fan. As long as Daoist Red Dragon was alive, it did not matter whether he was in front of them or not. This time, Yi Fan's harvest was too abundant. The value of the treasures he and Nangong Qi had cut out was immeasurable. They were dazzling and made people's hearts tremble. Ancient Insect Divine Source, the head of the ancient royal family, 2 pieces of divine source the size of a human head. Just these added up to more than 1 million kilograms of pure divine source. Everyone present was stunned. Even though many people had great backgrounds and had seen many big scenes, they were still stunned. Such a huge divine treasury would make anyone's heart tremble. Even though Nangongqi had experienced many storms, his face was pale at this moment. He felt dizzy and his heart was bleeding. He and the other 3 Genesis Technique Grandmasters had come to the Alcade Stone Square many days in advance. They had spent a lot of effort and almost lost their vitality to choose these 3 treasures. Who would have thought that they would still lose? Originally, he had wanted to return the treasures to the Alcade Stone Square to avoid enmity because the ancient Genesis Technique families generally did not enter the sacred land Stone Square to gamble. But now, everything was in vain. Not only had his organs been injured, but he had also completely offended the Alcade Stone Square. This was definitely not a small problem. The wager is 1.5 million kilograms of pure source. It has to be paid with divine source. Li Heishui reminded loudly. Nangongqi really wanted to vomit blood. Apart from the rare treasures that were cut out, he also had to give up so many source stones. Everyone is so generous and warm-hearted. I can't thank you enough. The youngsters from the ancient Genesis Technique clan stared at that black face, wanting nothing more than to rush over and use the soles of their shoes to viciously measure it. Every one of them had suffered internal injuries, causing them to be unable to contain their anger. Little black brat, I'll remember you. A disciple from an ancient Genesis Technique clan pointed a finger at Zhou Yuan, his body trembling. Even though these rare treasures were all sealed, there were still auspicious multicolored light radiating in all directions, making one's eyes dazzled. Their hearts were stirred up, too much for the eyes to take in. A pile of rare treasures was placed there, releasing endless brilliance, making one unable to open their eyes. Just thinking about it made one go crazy, many people developing the urge to kill and seize the treasures. This was a shocking pile of divine treasures, like a fantasy story. How many people had seen so many at once? Even the saint children and saintesses were breathing rapidly. With so many rare treasures, what couldn't he do? Establishing a sect, exchanging for scriptures, buying ancient pills, buying peerless weapons, all of these made people have the urge to commit crimes. It was too tempting. And the most precious was the Qilin seed, which wasn't counted among these rare treasures. Yi Fan had already stored it in the small white jade cauldron and sealed it. Hurry up and put it away. It's like those old men are on aphrodisiac. Their eyes are red, and they're about to pounce on us, Li Heishui muttered in a low voice. Even the saint children and saintesses had the urge to rush over and rob them, not to mention the others. Crash! Yi Fan waved his sleeve and put away all the rare treasures. Fortunately, they were all divine source. If they were pure divine source, it would be a mountain, and it would be very difficult to put them away. With the disappearance of the divine treasures, many elders rushed over and pulled. To them, the storm caused by Great Emperor Wuxia had nothing to do with them. Solving the problem of lifespan was the most pressing matter. You old men are too ruthless, Li Heishui cursed and scrambled to escape. He was almost trampled under people's feet. His clothes were almost ripped off, and his shoes were completely stomped away. In the center of the crowd, Yi Fan couldn't break free. His clothes were torn, and he couldn't stand the enthusiasm of these old men. Auction. I'll auction it in the Skyfei treasure tower. He couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. The crowd didn't disperse, and he only managed to escape after 2 hours of entanglement. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan and Pang Bo hid in the Skyfei treasure tower and didn't dare to go out. Otherwise, they would be surrounded wherever they went. People from all the Holy Lands had come. Their goal was clear, they wanted to buy the Qilin seed. To them, this was a priceless holy item. Conquering the Purple Mountain had caused a huge storm. Shocking news spread continuously in these 2 days, but people couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Divine King Jiang Taishu was still alive. When the news spread, the north region was shaken, and the entire eastern wasteland was shocked. This was the only news that had been confirmed. A person who lived for almost 5,000 years, he actually survived after being sealed for 4,000 years. The divine city was boiling, and many people couldn't stay calm anymore. This news was too shocking. Without a doubt, the biggest winner this time was the Jiang family. Whether or not they got the wuxia scripture, the Jiang family could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey. One had to know that divine King Jiang had mastered the battle saint technique, which was known as the most powerful divine technique in the eastern wasteland. Unbelievable. He survived for 4,000 years. The divine king's life is really tough. Now that the Jiang family has the 9 secrets, who can compete with them? No one could stay calm. The appearance of the 9 secrets dough formula shook the eastern wasteland. Many people coveted it and wanted to get their hands on it. The Jiang family guarded Jiang Taishu day and night with extreme weapons, afraid that he would be taken advantage of. Jiang Taishu was indeed rescued, but he was no different from a dead man. Not only was his body almost dead, but even his divine sense was almost extinguished. After being trapped for thousands of years and lacking spiritual qi, being able to survive is already the world's greatest miracle. Divine King Jiang Taishu was heroic in the past. He shocked the world at a young age, but when he was born again, he was already past his prime. Many people lamented that such a heavenly genius had ended up like this. The old divine king was too weak to be sent back to the Jiang family. His divine sense flame could be extinguished at any time, so they could only send him to the dragon transformation pool in the divine city. This pool was as old as the divine city and had a miraculous healing effect. There was an illusory legend that it had once given birth to a real dragon. This was the only life-saving herb now. The Jiang family didn't stop. They brought all kinds of spiritual medicines from the family and offered sky-high prices to buy life-saving methods from the world. Naturally, the Jiang family knew that Yi Fan had cut out the qilin seed. Several highest elders came to buy it at a high price to save his life. At the same time, more people came to Yi Fan with the same purpose. They wanted to buy the qilin seed no matter the price. Some people don't want the old divine King Jiang to come back to life. Yao Yuekong saw this and immediately made this judgment. The human heart. Yi Fan nodded. Naked competition. Many people wanted to buy the qilin seed no matter the price. Many of them were unfamiliar faces and didn't even show their faces. No one knew which faction they came from. It was obvious that they wanted to make things difficult for the Jiang family. Li Heishui even suspected that if they weren't hiding in the Skyfei treasured tower, they would be killed and the qilin seed stolen. Yi Fan didn't mind. He told the Jiang family the first time they met that the divine medicine was only for the Taishu divine king and not for anyone else. He would never forget the kindness of divine King Jiang who had imparted to him. In these 2 days, we will use all kinds of spiritual medicines to nurse the old divine king's body. When he gets better, we will need the qilin divine medicine to save his life. The highest elder of the Jiang family explained everything. For now, it was not advisable to use too strong a divine medicine to prolong his life. Yi Fan really wanted to give them the qilin seed, but before he could say anything, the highest elder of the Jiang family said that they would gather enough divine source to buy the divine medicine. He thought about it and didn't mention it again. If he took too much initiative, the Jiang family would be suspicious. At the same time, he didn't want the only qilin divine medicine in the world to go extinct. He thought of the dangua of the true dragon divine medicine he got not long ago. Maybe it could be used as a replacement. The wind blows before a storm. In these 2 days, the atmosphere in the divine city was clearly different. There was a faint sense of oppression. On the night of these 2 days, the divine city was shaken. A top expert attacked the dragon transformation pool and killed a highest elder of the Jiang family. He almost rushed in. If not for the power of the eternal universe furnace that scared the enemy away, the old divine king would have been killed. When the news spread, the divine city was shaken. Everyone was shocked. Even though everyone expected that many factions didn't want the divine king to revive, they didn't expect someone to make a move. Everyone understood that it wouldn't stop here. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The revival of the divine king had too much influence. Many factions didn't want the Jiang family to get the 9 secrets. The Jiang family acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They guarded the dragon transformation pool day and night with the extreme Dao furnace made of phoenix blood gold. When Yi Fan heard this news, he immediately invited experts from all sides to be witnesses. He handed the Qilin divine medicine to the Sky Fae treasure pagoda to be auctioned. He let everyone know that he didn't have it. Otherwise, he was worried that someone would come to kill him the next night and steal the divine medicine seed. The person in the dark even dared to barge into the dragon transformation pool and offend the Jiang family, let alone a small cultivator without any background. It could be predicted that many factions had the urge to make a move. Among them, there were definitely sacred grounds participating. These were colossal figures at the top of the clouds. He didn't want to become cannon fodder for no reason. On this day, the divine city suddenly became tense. The blood and energy of the experts in the city were like dragons, faintly piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Even if they hid their auras, if too many peerless experts came, they would still form a strange reaction. Many great figures were alarmed. When night fell, one could clearly see the exuberant blood and energy rushing into the sky like dragons. The blood and energy were like dragons, piercing through the sky and earth. Seeing such a strange scene, many cultivators' expressions changed. Just what realm had one's cultivation reached to produce such a terrifying phenomenon? The divine city is a special place. Once a peerless expert comes with killing intent, there will be a reaction from the heavens at night and it will truly appear. An older generation figure said. Without a doubt, many terrifying figures had appeared in the city. They might launch a thunderous attack. Yi Fan handed the divine medicine seed to someone for safekeeping in front of many people. He ran out on the same day, not daring to stay in the Sky Fae treasure pagoda any longer. However, he couldn't stay out of it. After all, the divine medicine was his. As soon as he came out, he received invitations from various factions. Even Li Heishui was shocked. He said in surprise, "You've really become a hot commodity. All the sacred grounds have people inviting you." Yi Fan also felt a headache. The saints and saintesses all sent invitations, and the descendants of the various sects also sent invitations. It's not good to offend any of them. Which one should I go to? All the factions were trying to rope him in, so he needed to think carefully about how to handle this. Li Heishui was startled. He pointed at the pink invitation and said, "And Miaoyi invited you. It's clear that she wants you to be her guest." The night sky was like water, pouring down. Streams of blood qi that pierced through heaven and earth rose into the sky like giant dragons. When will I have such a cultivation? Yi Fan murmured to himself as he walked down the street. Li Heishui sighed. This is a group of ruthless people. I'm sure there are at least a few divine lords among them. They really want to kill the old divine king, Jiang Taishu. They are indeed audacious. Logically speaking, with the eternal universe divine furnace protecting him, the old divine king's life shouldn't be in danger. But why do I feel that something is wrong? Yi Fan frowned. Don't tell me those people have an extreme weapon? Li Heishui was shocked. If that was the case, the divine city might be wiped out. Yi Fan shook his head. No one would come with an extreme weapon. That would expose their identity. There will be shocking changes in the divine city in the next few days. It won't pass peacefully. Not long after they came out, they were discovered. The two quickly rose into the air and headed for the Shueiyue little house, afraid of being surrounded. Yi Fan couldn't refuse the Xia prince's invitation. When Nan Gongqi made things difficult for him, Xia Yiming and Yao Yuekong both spoke up to help him. The Shueiyue little house hung in the night sky. The scenery was elegant, but it was different from other places. There were no jade palaces or magnificent palaces. It was a different world, a small space that was close to nature. There were bamboo forests and a sea of green pines. Moonlight spilled down, and quiet springs gurgled. The Shueiyue little house, Miaoyu Nunnery, and Guanghan Tower were the three most elegant places in the divine city. It was a gentle place that could wear down a hero's ambition. But the style was very different. Many people saw it as a pure land where they could find peace of mind, far away from the noise of the mortal world. In fact, it was indeed so. The silver moon hung high in the sky, the pines were picturesque, clear springs flowed on rocks, and the wooden buildings dotted the landscape. It really was like transcending the world. There was a kind of tranquility outside of the three realms. It was hazy, quiet, and beautiful. Don't tell me the Xia prince wants to invite us? Li Heishui asked. How is that possible? He has a little tail behind him, so he doesn't dare to do anything. Yi Fan smiled. Speaking of which, that little nun in white is really clingy. She follows her brother all the time. They have a good relationship. Yi Fan also laughed and said, that little nun is cultivating in the secular world, her long hair has already grown out. They entered the clear spring forest and was led to a wooden building by the people of the Shuiyue Little. They soon met a few familiar faces. Yi Fan's heart jumped and he nearly left. The Ji family's god king body was here. If he sensed something, it would be a huge problem. Other than that, there was also Little Moon, the little nun, the prince of Great Xia, and Yao Yuekong from the Ji clan. They weren't in the wooden tower, but on a high platform, drinking wine while facing the moon. How can 3 cups be enough? It's not enough to moisten your throats. 3 jars are more like it. The Great Xia prince laughed. Please spare the 2 of us. The moonlight was like a large expanse of pure white moonlight sprinkling on the pine forest. The high platform was level with the treetops, so one could watch the moon and enjoy the quiet and beautiful scenery. In the distance, the sound of the zither was indistinct. A few young girls danced in the moonlight like Chang'e flying to the moon. It was extremely hazy and moving. It's really difficult to invite Brother Gu. I haven't seen you for several days. Ji Haoyue smiled. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. Because of the divine medicine seed, I don't dare to go out, Yi Fan explained. At the same time, he asked what the Holy Lands had obtained after the Purple Mountain was breached. Could it be that he really obtained the legacy of Great Emperor Wuxia? Li Heishui also asked, I heard that someone saw the corpse of Great Emperor Wuxia, it was extremely lifelike. Ji Haoyue shook his head and said, although my Ji family also attacked the Purple Mountain, I don't know the real situation. However, I heard that we did discover some of the Great Emperor's secrets, so we retreated from the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan's expression changed and he said, someone said that Great Emperor Wuxia is sitting on the platform and is still alive. This can't be true, right? I also hope so, but it's most likely impossible. No one can live for so long. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Little Yuan Taoist master, you can't come empty-handed. It's fine if you don't give us gifts, but how can you not give little Guai a gift? Ji Ziyue's smile was very sweet. The moonlight shone on her face. On the other side, on the little nun's shoulder, the little golden creature was staring at Yi Fan. It was shining with golden light and seemed very intelligent. Yi Fan immediately laughed and said, this little fellow is too vengeful. It can't forget that piece of source. That's little Guai's source. Of course it won't forget, the little nun in white mumbled. Yi Fan took out a dozen divine source beans and placed them on his palm. The divine silkworm instantly couldn't sit still and wanted to take them. However, it was a little angry and rolled its eyes at Yi Fan. I'm giving you divine source out of kindness, but you're still staring at me like this. I'm not giving it to you. Yi Fan teased it. Whoosh, a beam of golden light shot out from its body and swept away the dozen divine source beans. It hid behind the little nun and Ji Ziyue and looked at Yi Fan suspiciously. Everyone present was very shocked. Even Ji Haoyue said, if this divine art is cultivated to great success, won't you be able to rob everything? You're a natural thief, Yi Fan said with a smile. Very soon, everyone changed the topic to Jiang Taishu. No one mentioned who wanted to kill the divine king because it was too sensitive. They were only discussing how powerful the 9 secrets were, how magical the dragon transformation pool was, and how extraordinary divine King Jiang was. The great Xia prince and Ji Haoyue both wanted to buy the divine medicine seed. They tactfully mentioned it to Yi Fan, saying that the price was negotiable. Yi Fan couldn't promise anything. He just said his difficulties and pushed everything to the Sky Demon Treasure Palace auction. Ji Haoyue looked up at the starry sky and said, everyone, how far do you think the other side of the starry sky is from our world? Are there cultivators there too? Why did Brother Haoyue mention this? The Sky Demon Palace young master asked in puzzlement. I was just feeling emotional for a moment. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt that something might have happened to a classmate who came to this world with him. Someone in the southern region had leaked the heavenly secrets. There are indeed guests from the outer realm. Our great Xia ancient books mentioned it. The great Xia prince nodded. Oh, please tell me, brother Xia. Yi Fan was eager to know. The great Xia prince shook his head and said, I only heard it mentioned by a mysterious ancestor. Now, if that divine physique comes from the outer realm, do you think he can break the curse? Ji Haoyue asked again. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't want to reveal any flaws. He had a bad feeling that someone in the southern region had really leaked the heavenly secrets. The southern region had been away for a long time. I wonder how those old friends are now. Yi Fan thought of many things. Only late at night did Yi Fan and Li Heishui leave. They then went to Miaoyu Nunnery to keep their appointment. In the end, Li Heishui was stopped and led to a palace. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't see in Miaoyu. Although he was invited into the palace by Yi Fan and could be considered a guest behind closed doors, Yi Fan wouldn't have any thoughts. Within Miaoyu's shrewdness, she would rather choose the son of God than him. In fact, this was indeed the case. And Miaoyu's performance was just right. In the end, it was for the divine medicine seed. The descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery always had an inexplicable relationship with some of the most powerful sons of God, which was of great benefit to the development of Miaoyu Nunnery. Yi Fan keenly sensed that in Miaoyu seemed to be standing up for someone by buying the Qilin seed from him. He smiled and responded tactfully. When they left Miaoyu Nunnery, it was already late at night. After listening to Yi Fan's narration, Li Heishui sighed and said, Little Yi Fan is very unfortunate. You failed to be chosen. You definitely can't become her guest behind closed doors. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. And Miaoyu might be making a decision now. All the descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery have done so. Let me think who she will choose. It must be a powerful son of God. Li Heishui pondered carefully. This kind of woman is too utilitarian. What's there to think about? Yi Fan shook his head. Although you have a chance to become the Yuan Taoist master in the future, there are many variables. Most importantly, you have no background and can't be compared to the sons of God. Li Heishui judged. If the Yaoguang saint hadn't been suppressed, I think Miaoyu would have chosen him. It's hard to guess now. I don't know who it will be, but I think she has already made up her mind. You really have nothing to do. Yi Fan shook his head. The next day, Yi Fan began to invite the sons and daughters of God to a banquet. He couldn't attend them one by one, so he could only invite them instead. He didn't know what kind of expression these people would have when they found out one day that he had a saint body. Now, many people in Divine City called him the little Yuan Taoist master and were trying their best to rope him in. In the future, when his true identity was exposed, it would most likely be a different scene. Yi Fan had never expected this day to come so quickly. In the afternoon of that day, when he appeared in the stone square of the Holy Land, a white-haired old man appeared in the same stone garden, accompanied by Nangong Qi and several other Genesis technique grandmasters. You've changed your appearance? The old man was leaning on a walking stick and looked old. No one knew how old he was, but he was as thin as a stick and looked like a skeleton. Who are you? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked to find that the old man had almost cultivated the heavenly eye. 2 rays of light shot out from the old man's murky eyes and saw through his true appearance. Nangongqi scolded, Don't be rude. This is Senior Ouyang Yi of the Genesis technique world, the only person who is infinitely close to the level of a source master in countless years. An earth master was a far cry from a heavenly master. This old man with terrifying Genesis technique had cultivated for God knows how many years, but he was only infinitely close to the level of an earth master. One could imagine how high the level of the Yuan Taoist master was. You know the grand method of changing heaven and earth, so you must have obtained the Book of Origin. Ouyang Yi was all skin and bones, so he couldn't be any older. However, at that moment, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and they were extremely hot. What do you want by stopping me? Yi Fan was shocked. The only thing that made him feel slightly at ease was that the old man had lived in seclusion for many years and hadn't come out for a long time. He had never seen the portrait of the sacred body of the ancients and didn't know him. We asked Grandmaster Ouyang to come out of seclusion because we want to give you some pointers. Nangongqi smiled meaningfully. Alright, no problem. See you tomorrow at the Dian Stone Square. Yifan agreed without hesitation and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment longer since his identity had been exposed. He pulled Li Heishui to a deserted place and took out the mysterious jade platform, preparing to cross the void. However, he failed. He was shocked to find that he couldn't cross the void at all. Inside the Dian Stone Square, Nangongqi asked, Grandmaster Ouyang, you said that he changed his appearance. What does he look like? Ouyang Yi pressed his right hand in the void, and a real body appeared. It was Yifan's original appearance. It's him, the sacred body of the ancients. How is this possible? It's him. The young people of the Genesis Technique ancient family, as well as Nangongqi and the other grandmasters, were all stunned. They were extremely shocked. They never thought that it would be Yifan. The sacred body of the ancients caused havoc in the northern region and caused endless disturbances. He even killed young experts from sacred grounds. Even they had seen his portrait. Go after him. Don't let him get away. Gufeng is Yifan, and he has the sacred body of the ancients. Nangongqi shouted, and his voice traveled dozens of miles. The other party had a holy item on him, and he even had the Book of Origin. This was a living divine treasure, and they had to capture it. Such a loud roar was heard by many cultivators in the divine city, and they were all shocked and bewildered. The disciples of the Genesis Technique ancient family roared and explained to the people what had just happened. The area was suddenly in an uproar, and all the cultivators chased after him. He can't get away. The Jiang family suppressed the divine city with the ultimate weapon, the eternal universe divine furnace. He can't leave. Go after him. We must find him. The streets were in chaos. Many cultivators shouted and searched everywhere. 2 hours later, many people heard the news, and the divine city was shaken. Gufeng is Yifan. Oh my god, the famous Gufeng in the divine city is actually that sacred body of the ancients. This is too shocking. When the saints and virgins heard the news, they were dumbfounded. The person they were chasing actually appeared right under their noses, and he even drank with them at the same table. Everyone else in the city was also dumbfounded. What did it mean for the sacred land of the ancients to obtain the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master? The result was mind-blowing. How dare he? How dare he? How bold of him to come to the divine city to gamble and engage in a different kind of Genesis Technique battle with all the sacred grounds. Using the enemy's stone square to strengthen himself and make a name for himself in the divine city. The sacred body of the ancients is really amazing. The elders and many young heroes were all stunned. The result made their mouths dry up. The sacred body of the ancients was too bold. In order to protect the old divine king, the Jiang family sealed the dragon transformation pool with the eternal universe cauldron. At the same time, they kept expanding until the entire divine city was sealed. This was to deter the people in the dark. Anyone who dared to attack would have to think twice first. With the divine city sealed, no one could leave. The Jiang family could carry out a massacre with the eternal universe cauldron. This was domineering, the unique domineering of the clan of the ancients. They dared to offend the divine king and did not hesitate to kill all the powerhouses in the divine city. It was also because of this that Yifan could not travel through the void. The entire divine city was sealed today, and no one could enter or leave. It's over. We can't leave. The divine city is sealed. Li Heishui broke out in a cold sweat. Yifan quickly used the heaven and earth transformation technique to change his appearance, then helped Li Heishui change his true appearance. After mastering the Genesis technique, he was no longer the same as before. Although he still could not change the landscape of the mountains and rivers, changing the appearance of a few people was a piece of cake. As long as we don't meet Ouyang Yi, no one will recognize us. However, we can't be together anymore. We have to separate. But that old man is obviously not easy to deal with. He is infinitely close to becoming a Source Master. It's shocking that he has almost opened the eye of heaven. I don't think we can hide from him for long. Li Heishui frowned. Yifan massaged his temples. He knew that he was in big trouble. If he could not come up with a solution, he would definitely die. Brother Heishui, you have the old man's divine order. Even if they find you, they won't dare to do anything to you. Li Heishui said, I'm fine. The problem is you. If you are exposed, even the Red Dragon Taoist won't be able to protect you. I will think of a way to avoid Ouyang Yi. Yi Fan frowned. That's not a solution. Didn't you hear? They're determined to get their hands on the Book of Source Heaven. How long can you hide from them if the Divine City is sealed? Li Heishui paced back and forth. How about asking for help from the Sky Demon Palace? I think Yao Yuekong is a good person. Yi Fan shook his head. At this time, we can only rely on ourselves. What a pity, the Qilin seed was placed in the Skyfei treasure tower. Li Heishui sighed. Yi Fan was calm. He rubbed his chin and said, I have an idea. What is it? Yi Fan whispered a few words to him. After Li Heishui heard this, he firmly objected, it's too risky. If we fail, it's the same as sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. This is the only way. Maybe I can forge a future for myself. I won't have to be hunted down anymore. Yi Fan nodded firmly. Little Yi Zi, you can't take such a risk. Yi Fan made up his mind and said, don't worry, the heavens can't stop me. Brother Heishui, hurry up and leave. Let's split up and avoid being discovered. The news that Gu Feng was Yi Fan and had the sacred body of the ancients shook the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar. Many cultivators could not believe it. Little brother Gu Feng, Yao Yuekong was dumbfounded. I didn't expect it either. The Xiao prince was speechless for a while. He suddenly thought of many things. The little golden elf on the little nun's shoulder rolled its big black eyes, pulled the little nun's hair, and gestured for a while. Xiao Guai, are you saying that you already knew he could change his appearance? The little nun's face was as red as an apple as she asked the silkworm. What's going on? The Xiao prince asked. Xiao Guai said that he saw Gu Feng in seclusion and using many sources to increase his cultivation, the little nun explained. That little rascal already knew all this. Why didn't he tell us? The Xiao prince was shocked. The silkworm rolled its eyes at him and pretended to look at the sky. It stood on the little nun's shoulder and ignored everything around it. Beside it, Ji Ziyue mumbled softly, it really is him. He also likes to touch his chin. Ziyue, what are you talking about? Ji Haoyue asked. Nothing. Ji Ziyue grabbed the little golden creature. The little nun in white pouted while the little golden creature protested silently. However, when it saw a god sword swaying in front of it, it stuck to Ji Ziyue's side without any sense of loyalty. In Miaoyu nunnery, and Miaoyu was just as shocked. She pondered for a long time before giggling. As for the saints, many of them took action right away and searched the divine city. This time, they were really disgraced. They had been drinking and chatting merrily with the hunted, but they were still speechless when they thought about it. The people of the Alcade Stone Workshop were flustered and exasperated. They finally understood why Yi Fan chose that place to gamble on stones. He was making an example out of them. Gu Feng of the Divine City is Yi Fan. Who is the one outside leading the big black dog to rob the sources? Damn it, we've been tricked by them. Except for that black dog that keeps clamoring for human pets, everything else is fake. That damned black dog. Many people gnashed their teeth at the mention of the Black Emperor. For many disciples of the Holy Lands, he was a black nightmare. At this moment, the people from the ancient Genesis families were the most aggressive. Nan Gongqi and the others searched everywhere, wanting to dig out Yi Fan. The temptation of the Book of Source of Heaven was too great. To them, it was a supreme ancient scripture. It had to be said that Ouyang Yi was extremely terrifying. Although he did not have much life left, after mastering the Genesis techniques, he was not inferior to the top masters. He was like a ghost, flashing left and right in the divine city. He borrowed the dragon chi under the earth for his own use. After his cultivation was close to that of an earth source master, as long as the earth existed, he could use endless divine techniques. In his eyes, two divine lights pierced through heaven and earth. Nothing could hide from them. He had almost mastered the heavenly eye. He has the sacred body of the ancients. Even if the Red Dragon Taoist came back, he would not be able to protect him. This time, we can kill him openly. All the Holy Lands will be happy to see it. The Book of Source of Heaven, the supreme scripture that has been lost for many years, has finally seen the light of day again. We must get it. The disciples of the ancient Genesis families were emboldened. Now that Yifan's identity had been exposed, they had nothing to fear even if they killed him. The entire divine city was stirred. All the saints and countless cultivators were looking for Yifan, but there was no trace of him. He can't escape. I'm going to use him to refine medicine. A 13 or 14-year-old boy flew across the sky, and many people retreated. He was dressed in white and spotless. His hair was black and shiny, and his skin was as white as snow. His eyes were like black gems, and his lips were red and teeth were white. He was very handsome, and his appearance would make women jealous. It was Xia Zhouyo. In less than half a day, everyone in the divine city received the news. Most people were out to search. If they could take this opportunity to catch Yifan, the benefits would be endless. He had the myriad chi cauldron, the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, the Book of Source of Heaven, and many divine sources. He was simply a huge divine treasury. Yifan discovered that he was about to become Xuanzang's flesh. Almost everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. To him, the biggest threat was Ouyang. Those eyes could penetrate the void and see through all obstacles. As long as one was close to them, there was nowhere to hide. Yifan had already separated from Li Heishui. He changed his appearance and clothes and walked in the sea of people, staying far away from the areas where Ouyang appeared. In the end, he arrived at the western part of the divine city. There was a magnificent building here, and the dragon transformation pool was inside. Now, it was heavily guarded by the Jiang clan. As soon as he approached, he felt a terrifying pressure. The eternal universe divine furnace was forged with phoenix blood and gold. Its name was famous since ancient times. Now, it was inside the dragon transformation pool, sealing the entire divine city. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man shouted. There was no mediocre person here. They were all experts of the Jiang clan. Apart from Jiang Yifei, Jiang Kaixian, and a few others of the younger generation, the others were not qualified at all. They were all elders. The Jiang clan seeks the method to extend its life from the whole world. "I'm here to save Divine King Jiang Taishu," Yifan said calmly. "What method do you have?" The middle-aged man was startled, but his eyes quickly blossomed with two oppressive beams of light as he stared at Yifan. He had to be cautious. This was a critical period. Someone had already come to kill the old divine king, and even a grand supreme elder died because of it. If it wasn't for the eternal universe furnace, that terrifying expert would have succeeded. "Invite the esteemed guest in," an old man transmitted his voice. Yifan strode into the palace garden and saw even more experts. They were all on standby, guarding all four directions. Everyone had a solemn expression. He passed through 9 halls and came to a garden. This place was verdant and verdant. There was a small stone bridge built across the flowing water. Wisteria coiled around it, and strange stones were laid out. The scenery was beautiful. "Little friend, what good method do you have?" An old man stood in front of him. He wore a moon-white robe and had a kind and benevolent countenance. It was impossible to tell how old he was. "I have 3 good methods that can revive the old divine king." Yifan was very confident. "Is this true?" The old man's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he sized up Yifan, wanting to see through his entire body. Yifan's heart jumped. This was a divine lord-level figure, a powerhouse. It could be speculated that he was either the Jiang clan's divine lord or a top-notch figure from divine King Jiang Taishu's bloodline. The Jiang clan was divided into 2 branches. Although there were few descendants from the divine king's bloodline, each of them had amazing magic power and was enough to control the situation. "My first good method is half a bottle of divine spring," Yifan said. He took out a jade gourd and shook it. The sound of water came from inside, and he handed it over without a care. The old man took it with a wave of his hand. He opened the gourd and was shocked. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm Jiang Yun, a descendant of the divine king. Little friend, come with me." This was the authentic divine spring. It was taken from the forbidden land of antiquity and stored in a jade bottle. There was less than half a bowl left, and it had almost been used up. "Senior Jiang, aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill the old divine king?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm not afraid." Yi Fan and Jiang Yun walked into the underground palace and went deep into the earth. The dragon transformation pool was underground. The underground palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a holy aura assaulted their faces. Dragon chi surged under the earth, and divine power circulated. Of course, there was also a soul-stirring pressure. There was no doubt that it was the divine sun cauldron. Although no one was activating it, it was still frightening to the soul. When Yi Fan entered the depths of the underground palace, the divine city was in chaos. Everyone was looking for his whereabouts, and many wanted to kill him and take the life of the sacred body of the ancients. However, no one knew that he had come to the dragon transformation pool and entered the most heavily guarded place in the divine city. The divine sun cauldron made of phoenix blood gold guarded the place, and only peerless masters dared to enter. A group of old men were meditating in the underground palace, occupying various important positions. They were either the supreme elders of the Jiang family or the grandmasters with frightening identities. The ground was not dark, and there was a dragon transformation pool in the deepest part of the underground palace. The water in the pool was milky white and exceptionally crystal clear. There was a skeleton-like body in the middle. Its flesh and blood had completely dried up, and there was no luster at all. It was wrapped around the bones. He lay motionless in the dragon transformation pool as if he had long lost his life. There was no sign of life at all, and he was no different from a piece of dead wood. Was this the divine king, Jiang Taishu? Yi Fan could hardly believe his eyes. There were too many rumors about him, and it was difficult to connect them with what he was seeing. In the past, Jiang Taishu was as handsome as jade, and his combat strength was earth-shattering. No matter where he went, he attracted attention and was a peerless hero. Thinking back to more than 4,000 years ago, he was full of heroism and looked down on the world. Looking at him now, he was like a withered firewood, thin and weak. How sad was this, a beauty past her prime and a hero at the end of his life were the most helpless sorrows in the world. He was a genius with a stunning appearance. He was supposed to be the pride of his generation, but he ended up like this. It made people sigh and weep. The dragon transformation pool was sparkling and translucent. The pool water was milky white, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. That withered body was motionless, as if its vitality had been completely extinguished. Since ancient times, beauties have lamented the passing of their prime, and heroes are not allowed to see their white hair. Jiang Taishu's fate was full of misfortunes. He was a hero at the end of his road. He no longer had the heroic bearing to look down on the world. All he had left was endless sorrow. Yi Fan was greatly indebted to him for learning the fighting character formula of the 9 secrets. Now that he had seen his real body, he was quite shocked. The divine king was already at the end of his rope, yet he still managed to pass down his teachings through the wall. Just how strong was his willpower to support him to such an extent? Everything was for the sake of passing down the 9 secrets and not wanting them to be lost. After thinking through this problem, Yi Fan felt a heartfelt respect for the old god king. His body had almost withered to death, and his divine will had also been obliterated. Who could do something like that? Everything that Jiang Taishu had done could be described as a miracle. He had forcibly transformed the stone wall into a peerless secret technique. The divine king is in such a state. Yi Fan frowned. Even with the divine spring and life-saving medicine, the situation didn't look optimistic. We've been treating him with spirit herbs for the past few days, but there's almost no effect. Jiang Yun frowned. They already reserved the divine medicine seed, but they feared that the medicinal strength would be too ferocious. The old divine king was so weak, unable to endure it. They immediately fell into a dilemma. Furthermore, he had already received reports that the owner of the seed of the miracle medicine was the sacred body of the ancients, shocking the entire divine city. Now that he was being hunted down, his whereabouts were unknown. Whether or not the auction could continue had become a mystery. Let's use the divine spring, Yi Fan said. No one knew better than him how powerful the miraculous effects of the divine spring were. In the past, his lifespan was exhausted in the ancient desolate forbidden land, and he almost died. Later on, he dove into the divine spring with great difficulty. After soaking for half a day, he slowly recovered and regained his vitality. This spring water. Xianxia's heart was not calm. The eastern wasteland had 7 great life-restricted areas, and only in the depths of these places could there be a divine spring. There was almost no way to take it out. Undying Mountain and other places were too vicious. This is a great favor. Xianxia cupped his hands in a serious manner. Who would selflessly give the divine spring to others? This was a rare life-saving water that could save one's life. Senior, there's no need for that. Hurry up and save the God King, replied Yi Fan. 9 figures silently appeared in the depths of the underground palace. All of them were extremely old, and their hair was as white as snow. It was difficult to determine their true ages. The 9 elders looked at the divine spring. They all nodded and revealed looks of joy. Then, they surrounded the dragon transformation pond and silently sat down. The jade gourd hovered above the dragon transformation pool and crystal clear liquid dripped down from it. The 9 old men's heads shot out innate divine rays at the same time and merged with the liquid, turning it into innate essence that entered the old deity king's withered body. The amount of the holy spring was too little, no more than half a bowl at most. They didn't want to waste any of its energy. The 9 old men worked together, refining only 1 drop at a time and injecting it into Jiang Taishu's body bit by bit. When Yi Fan saw this, he couldn't help sweating. In the past, he had truly been too wasteful. He had treated the divine spring as water, drinking it in large gulps. When had he ever been so meticulous? This half a bowl of divine spring was refined until late at night, but it still hadn't run out. It was still slowly progressing. The 9 old men's faces were all pale, and they were about to collapse. They were really diligent, activating their innate life force and merging it into the divine spring to prolong the old deity king's life. After all, the spring water wasn't a divine medicine. It could be used to nourish the body, but it wasn't a divine item that could truly change one's fate. Dang, the bell rang loudly, echoing through the heaven and earth. The vast underground palace was shaken, and the people in front of the dragon transformation pool changed their expressions. A supreme expert has come to invade. Who is this? The eternal universe divine furnace is suppressing the dragon transformation pool, and he still dares to come and kill the deity king. What kind of terrifying character is he? Even the great expert Xianxia's expression changed. If the enemy dared to come, he definitely had no fear and had a way to escape unscathed. Yi Fan was also shocked. There were indeed many ruthless people in this world. They didn't want Jiang Taishu to come back to life and even wanted to charge in even with a supreme Dao weapon guarding this place. Take out the eternal universe divine furnace. Xianxia ordered. He himself stood in front of the dragon transformation pool, not moving at all. He guarded the place, not willing to take a step away. It was obvious that there was a special expert controlling the divine furnace. Weng, the void rumbled like a rag. Being violently shaken by someone. Even the underground palace was affected, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Only the dragon transformation pool could be considered calm. At this moment, everyone in the divine city was shocked. Looking from afar, scarlet clouds rushed into the heavens and phoenix cries shook the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix was born from the flames, soaring between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable pressure enveloped the entire city in an instant. No one could resist it, and many people fell limply to the ground at almost the same time. Many cultivators' souls trembled, and they couldn't help but bow down. This was completely involuntary, as if they were facing a deity, filled with natural reverence. Extreme divine might, everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say a single word. Many of the older figures' lips were trembling. The divine sun furnace made of phoenix blood gold became the only one in the world. No one had seen its true appearance, but its pressure was transmitted into everyone's bones, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. How could humans resist this kind of divine might? Flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. No one could. From this, one could see the supreme grace of the great ancient emperors. It was because this was only their weapon, and it was far from representing themselves. In the depths of the underground palace, beside the dragon transformation pool, Yi Fan was also stunned, but he wasn't suppressed. This place was very calm, but his heart still pounded. So this is the extreme divine might. he muttered to himself. This isn't the extreme divine might. It merely revived the divine furnace, and didn't unleash any power, Xianxia said. The eternal universe divine furnace's terrifying power still hasn't been displayed? Yifan was truly stunned. He already couldn't imagine just how powerful an extreme Dao weapon was. Before this, he had heard others say that it could shatter heaven and earth and evaporate oceans. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now, it seemed that it wasn't too exaggerated. It truly possessed supreme might that was difficult to estimate. An extreme Dao holy weapon is only a dead object in the hands of an ordinary person. Only a supreme existence can revive it, and if one wants to unleash divine might, they need even greater divine force, Xianxia said. This? Yifan was in a daze. If a divine lord-level character had such a weapon, they could indeed move unhindered under the heavens, and they wouldn't need to fear anyone. All invaders have been annihilated and turned into powder. However, they aren't real people, but 4 ancient corpses. Someone came to the dragon transformation pool to report. Is there anything particular about those ancient corpses? Xianxia asked. Conservatively speaking, they are all ancient supreme existences that have already passed away. There is a terrifying character controlling them. Everyone beside the dragon transformation pool sucked in a cold breath. The corpses of ancient supreme existences weren't that easy to find, and this person actually had 4 of them. He was definitely a terrifying expert with a terrifying background. Xianxia sensed the seriousness of the situation and said, he didn't hesitate to destroy 4 powerful incarnations. This is completely a test. This is a terrifying enemy. Someone at the side was doubtful and said, could it be that he has the confidence to break through the extreme Dao weapon? Unless he's a great emperor. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he shouted, pass down the order for everyone to be on high alert, especially in front of the divine sun furnace. Other than me, if anyone else dares to approach, no matter who it is, destroy them with the extreme divine might. If someone timidly wanted to say something. I already said that no matter who he is, if he dares to approach, kill him without question. Xianxia's expression was ice-cold and solemn. In the latter half of the night, the bell rang out once more, shaking the entire divine city and waking everyone up. The underground palace was thrown into chaos. More people had come to invade. It was a pair of humanoid weapons that had been raised with their own blood essence. They had already formed the power of laws and were turned to ash by the divine eternal universe furnace. They aren't the same group of people, but they are equally terrifying. If they are willing to bring out such a weapon, then they must be at least a holy lord-level powerhouse. The underground palace was filled with tension, as if a storm was brewing. Everyone could feel the seriousness of the situation and there were constantly people coming to probe. It was almost certain that sooner or later there would be a thunderous strike. What are they relying on? How are they going to resist the divine sun furnace? How are they going to resist the great emperor's holy weapon? The people from the Jiang family were puzzled. I fear this is going to be troublesome. Xianxia revealed a worried expression. Someone might come with an extreme Dao weapon to resist my Jiang family's Saint Furnace. What? How is that possible? Who are they? Do they want to start a war between the Holy Lands? All the elders in front of the dragon transformation pond were stunned. Yifan was also dumbfounded. The situation had actually developed to this point, and there was going to be a confrontation between extreme Dao holy weapons. This was earth-shattering news, enough to shake the world. How many tens of thousands of years has it been since a war between the Holy Lands has occurred? Do they really want the earth to flow with rivers of blood? A divine king of my Jiang family has been resurrected. Is there really a need to go to war like this? Are they not afraid that the earth will return to its darkest era? The elders of the Jiang family were all shocked, and they all revealed incomparably solemn expressions. One is for the 9 secrets, and the second is that someone might be deliberately provoking a war between the Holy Lands. Xianxia frowned. The people who were taking action were not necessarily the peak powerhouses of the Eastern Wasteland. It was even possible that they were extraordinary characters from other regions. This was what Xianxia was truly worried about. This night was incomparably tense. The strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. If someone came with an extreme Dao holy weapon and a war broke out, the divine city would no longer exist. When dawn was about to break, an extremely terrifying pressure came from the depths of the underground palace. The expressions of the Jiang family members all changed. They were all too familiar with this. This was the awakening of the great emperor's holy weapon. Quick, activate the eternal universe divine furnace. Jiang Yun shouted. Are they crazy? They really dare to use an extreme Dao holy weapon to resist. Who is it? Doesn't they know the terrifying consequences? The elders of the Jiang family all changed their expressions. Buzz. The void trembled, and heaven and earth were pierced. A vast pressure surged over and rushed into the depths of the underground palace. The eternal universe divine furnace made of phoenix blood gold shone brightly and was also awakening. A divine phoenix soared into the sky, and the phoenix's cry shook the 9 heavens, resounding through the clouds. What kind of extreme Dao holy weapon is this? The Jiang family members were all shocked. Above the underground palace, that holy weapon was quickly awakening. Boundless divine might surged like a vast ocean, causing the dragon transformation pond to shake. The milky white pond water splashed high into the sky. Protect the divine king old ancestor. They are really crazy. They are willing to go to war with the Holy Lands. Do they want to return to the Dark Era? Our Jiang family is not afraid. Many people shouted. They had decided to fight with their lives on the line. No matter how powerful the invading enemy was, they would not retreat. Voila, the depths of the underground palace violently trembled. Everyone almost fell onto the ground. The dragon transformation pool splashed about, and Jiang Taishu was almost sent flying. Jiang family's people were greatly alarmed. Several elders took action, each releasing a strand of innate life essence into the old divine king's body. At the same time, they stabilized the dragon transformation pool. Dong, the mysterious great emperor's sacred weapon revived, surging like a vast ocean, piercing through heaven and earth. Many people were almost torn to pieces, unable to endure this type of extreme divine might. If not for the sun divine furnace suppressing this place, everything would no longer exist, definitely turning into ashes. Despite this being the case, the underground palace was still riddled with holes. Hong, the eternal universe divine furnace released a soft cry, releasing endless radiance. The scarlet gold divine phoenix rushed into the sky. It was also reviving, resisting the other great emperor's sacred weapon, moreover occupying the initiative. The underground palace finally calmed down, surrounded by the phoenix blood scarlet gold's radiance. Within a type of divine scarlet light, it was full of warm divine force. However, the outside world was already boiling, as if the Milky Way of the 9 heavens was descending. Divine multicolored light shot in all directions, scarlet light curling about in the sky. Even the divine city seemed to be burning. At this moment, the entire city was terrified, not a single person able to remain calm. Most people fell weakly onto the ground. This type of power was too great, almost no one able to endure it. Meanwhile, all of this was because the 2 sacred weapons were reviving. They still hadn't displayed their extreme divine might, or else the entire divine city would become the dust of history under a single strike. Who exactly is it? Are they really going to face the Jiang family's divine furnace head-on? Heavens, what happened? Someone came with an extreme weapon. Are the 2 great emperor's sacred weapons confronting each other? Please don't attack, or else the mountains and rivers will collapse, the great earth will cave in, and everything will be destroyed. No one will be able to leave alive. In the divine city, many people cried out in fear, and even more people were silently praying. If the 2 sides truly fought, it would be countless times more terrifying than right now. No one wished for that type of battle to happen. The great emperor's sacred weapons revival was already this powerful. If they truly took action and collided, it would be unimaginable just what kind of scene it would be. At this moment, everyone was incredibly bewildered, not knowing which great emperor's sacred weapon was confronting the Jiang family. It was because they couldn't see through it at all, everything becoming hazy. The divine furnace cast from phoenix blood scarlet gold illuminated heaven and earth. A divine phoenix spread its wings, almost crushing down on the divine city. It was incomparably large, covering even the sky. Meanwhile, the other great emperor holy weapon was in a murky state. Only a terrifying pressure could be felt, and no traces of it could be seen. It was purposely hiding itself, not wanting to expose itself before the eyes of the world. It was to the extent that even its fluctuations were unfathomable. One could only sense the Emperor's might, but not its unique charm and unique aura. It was precisely because it had intentionally concealed it that its recovery was far slower than the eternal universe divine furnace, and it was practically on the verge of being suppressed, causing it to be unable to reveal an even more terrifying Emperor might. In the depths of the underground palace, in front of the dragon transformation pool, Xianxia and the other elders all frowned. They carefully sensed around, but they still couldn't determine which great Emperor holy weapon it was. The other party had concealed it too well. Yifan had no way of knowing. He hadn't even seen the divine sun cauldron. The sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood scarlet gold was above and not below, but it sealed the dragon transformation pool. Who is targeting us? Who wants to kill our Jiang family's divine king? The experts of the Jiang family were bewildered. In the eastern wilderness, the number of extreme path sacred weapons in the hands of the people could be counted on one hand. The Jade Pool had one, and the monster race Great Emperor had one. In addition, the Alcade clan had a dragon pattern cauldron, the Ji clan had an ancient void mirror, and the Jiang clan had an eternal universe cauldron. Which one was it? In the vast world, there were millions of empires and tens of thousands of years, but only 5 perfect sacred weapons had been forged, and they were held by the various great powers. Every time they were used, they would be easily destroyed. Boom, the great Emperor's sacred weapon was suppressed by the divine sun cauldron too much. It swallowed the essence energy of heaven and earth and instantly sucked dry all the spiritual energy in the divine city. Unleash your divine might. Xianxia suddenly shouted. What? Are we really going to activate the divine sun cauldron? The elders of the Jiang family were all shocked. The enemy has come knocking on our door. What do we have to fear? Bring out the Saint Furnace for me. If the divine city turns to ashes because of this, I will take responsibility for it alone. Xianxia was incomparably resolute. They could infer what kind of terrifying consequences there would be if the eternal universe cauldron was brought out. The elders present were all alarmed. What boldness! A cold snort came from above the underground palace. Then, the pressure of the extreme Tao sacred weapon retreated like the tide. The other party fled far away, not daring to face it head-on. The Jiang family also let out a long breath. In the end, they didn't bring out the Saint Furnace. Otherwise, the divine city would definitely be flattened, and it would cause a huge uproar. After an unknown period of time, the world finally calmed down. However, the cultivators in the divine city found it hard to calm down. All of them were incomparably excited. The 2 great emperors' sacred weapons confronted each other. They almost pierced through heaven and earth and destroyed everything here. Everyone felt a lingering fear and wanted to escape. However, the divine city was sealed and no one could leave. Staying in such a terrifying city caused many cultivators to feel a chill down their spines. In the early morning, Yifan wrote out the second prescription. He took out a white jade bottle. After opening it, a fragrant fragrance flowed out, but it wasn't very strong. What is this? Xianxia asked. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. Extract its essence. Yifan didn't even know what it was. When he cut the divine treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master for the second time, besides a purple stone core, he also obtained some liquid that seemed to be the melted divine fruit. Xianxia took it and carefully examined it. He was moved and said, "It contains endless vitality, even more than the divine spring." What? The elders next to him were shocked and looked at the crystal-clear liquid in the jade bottle. Is this the juice of some kind of rare fruit of heaven and earth? No one present could recognize it. In the end, they decided to refine it, extract its essence and vitality, and inject it into Jiang Taishu's body. In the next 2 days, the divine city was very peaceful. No one tried to enter the dragon transformation pool. All the peerless masters seemed to be shocked by the great emperor's sacred weapon. Many cultivators gradually relaxed and continued to track down Yifan's whereabouts, hoping to find him. This was especially true for those from the ancient Genesis techniques. Ouyangye's eyes were like lightning, and there were several times when she approached the dragon transformation pool. The saints and saintesses sent out a large number of people and almost turned the divine city upside down, but they still found nothing. They couldn't do anything. They would never have thought that Yi Fan was hiding in the dragon transformation pool, the most heavily guarded place in the city. Even if someone knew, they didn't have the courage to enter. After 2 days, although Jiang Taishu's body was still very dry, there was a trace of vitality. He was not as lifeless as before, like a piece of dead wood. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. The old divine king might be saved. When the elders present looked at Yi Fan, they all showed kindness. They were grateful. Maybe we can use the divine medicine. I'll go to the Sky Demon Palace to discuss and get the Qilin seed, Jiang Yin said. I'm afraid that someone with a weapon of the Great Path will ambush us there. An elder showed a worried look. The enemy had a great Emperor's Saint weapon. If they walked out of the dragon transformation pool without the protection of the eternal universe divine furnace, even a powerful expert would die with a grievance. There's no need for the divine medicine seed. I have a third prescription. Yi Fan took out a small bottle. Before he opened it, the underground palace was filled with a fragrance. This is. Many people looked over. The essence of the divine medicine. Yi Fan spat out these 4 words. The elders were petrified on the spot. He handed the small bottle to Jiang Yun. The moment he opened it, the intoxicating fragrance attracted everyone's mind, almost making them sink and lose themselves. It really is a divine medicine. Everyone present came from the clan of the ancients and had extraordinary insight. In an instant, they could tell whether it was real or fake, confirming that it was undoubtedly a divine medicine. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe it. This is the essence blood coughed out by the true dragon divine medicine. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch its body. I didn't know it could fly, Yi Fan explained regretfully to everyone present. You found a divine medicine, and caught it? The elders were dumbfounded. What was a divine medicine? It was a holy object between heaven and earth. Even in the archaic era, it was difficult to find a few stalks. It had long gone extinct, and none of the holy lands had a single stalk. Within the small bottle were 9 little dragons, dazzling with golden light. They were vivid and lifelike, just like real dragons. It was extremely magical, and the fragrance intoxicated the group of elders. 9 drops of divine medicine essence blood, perhaps it can revive the old ancestor. The group of elders were trembling as they bowed to Yi Fan. All of them were incomparably excited. Seniors, there's no need to be like this. Yi Fan hid to the side. Under the heavens, apart from the 7 great forbidden lands, there really isn't a single archaic divine medicine left. This kind of great kindness is difficult to repay. The group of elders expressed their gratitude. We should hurry and revive the divine king, Yi Fan said. Right, hurry and refine it. The divine medicine can't exist in this world for long. We can't waste even the slightest bit. The elders' expressions were incomparably solemn. The 9 elders stepped forward and took out 9 dazzling little dragons from the bottle. Each of them spat out a ray of innate divine light, which was imprinted on one of the little dragons and shot towards Jiang Taishu. With a strong fragrance, the 9 little dragons circled around Jiang Taishu's body, as if 9 real dragons were taking shape. They were like living creatures, almost psychic. Even his withered body was sparkling and translucent. The archaic divine medicine is indeed magical. It contains the essence of immortality and can revive the dead. Everyone was amazed. We have to be careful tonight. I have a feeling that something will happen. Jiang Yun reminded. Everyone's heart trembled. These days, every night in the divine city, blood and energy soared into the sky like a huge dragon soaring into the sky. One could imagine how many terrifying figures had come. If someone came again with a great emperor's holy weapon, those people would move upon hearing the news. It would be a disaster, and the old divine king would most likely be killed. The ominous premonition had come true. On this night, everyone in the Jiang clan felt a terrifying aura, covering the sky and earth as it rushed over. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. As long as they raised their heads, they could see dragon-shaped blood and energy surging into the dragon transformation pool. Within the divine city, all the terrifying figures were mobilized. The blood dragons were incomparably thick, piercing through the sky and earth. They were majestic, and their divine power surged like an ocean. Every one of them was like an eternal divine furnace. Their blood and energy were exuberant, burning fiercely, reaching into the sky. They were so powerful that it made people tremble. These people were definitely at the level of a divine lord, or even stronger. When they gathered together, their blood and energy were like the sea, almost boiling, causing the divine city to shake. They wanted to kill the divine king, Xianxia, and not allow him to revive. Tonight, they would launch a thunderous attack. These people didn't know each other, but they had a feeling that they had come here together. They were going to attack together and destroy the former heaven-subduing divine king. Boom! The eternal universe furnace revived. Endless rays of light shot into the sky, and the entire divine city trembled. The phoenix blood and gold interweaved into the ultimate truth of the great Tao, covering the sky and earth. At this moment, it moved the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. It had become the only sacred furnace in the world, suppressing everything. It was an eternal divine object. The sacred weapon of the ancient emperors revived. Endless divine might surged, like a great river entering the sea, surging and roaring. It was like a red sun falling from the sky, crashing into the earth, but soon, another sacred weapon of the ancient emperors also revived, blocking the eternal universe divine furnace. It was as if millions of stars were falling, and the sky was filled with dazzling light. In the sky above the divine city, it was as if there were tens of thousands of silver rivers surging. The sacred weapons of the ancient emperors were reviving, and they constantly resisted each other. The divine city was shaken, and the heavens were shaken. True dragon-like blood and energy rushed into the sky, one after another, slowly moving, approaching the dragon transformation pool. A group of terrifying experts of unknown origins were finally going to attack, to kill the divine king. The lamentable divine king, Xianxia, was heroic and imposing in the past. He looked down on the world, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, someone came knocking on his door, wanting to take his life. More than 4,000 years ago, the peerless and elegant divine king, when compared to his past, it could be said that he was in his twilight years. It couldn't be said that this was a kind of sorrow. A hero wouldn't be allowed to see his white hair in this world. "You're going too far," Xianxia shouted, his voice shaking the entire divine city and reaching everyone's ears. He couldn't help but be angry. So many powerful characters came to kill the old divine king together. They were determined not to let Xianxia revive and wanted to destroy him together. If time was reversed 4,000 years ago, who would dare to fight against our divine king? Now that he's old and in danger, what kind of peak expert can he be considered? Xianxia's voice was cold. His killing intent swept out like a tide. Time moves on, it's time for the divine king to die. Why must you all be like this? You can't protect him at all. He has no chance of reviving. A low voice rang out. Boom! In the darkness, the unknown great emperor's sacred weapon was revived. It was like an ancient beast opening its mouth, swallowing the world. In an instant, it sucked dry all the essence energy in the divine city. It was resisting the eternal universe divine furnace. Its terrifying fluctuations were like a surging ocean. It was as if an ancient king had come into being, or as if a deity was overlooking the common people. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix shook the heavens, clear and distant, ringing out in everyone's hearts. A supreme divine might rushed out, causing the entire divine city to tremble. A divine phoenix spread its wings. It was incomparably huge, covering the night sky and the ancient city, suppressing the unknown sacred weapon below. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. Tonight, everyone wanted nothing more than to immediately flee. The divine city was suffocating. Around the dragon transformation pool, it was as if there were many eternal divine furnaces burning. Streams of dragon-like blood chi pierced through the heavens and earth, almost boiling. Peak experts pressed in from all directions. The essence blood in their bodies was like a tsunami, gushing out like volcanoes. They linked together, sweeping up the heavens. The heavens were shaking, the earth was moving, and people's hearts were trembling. The divine city was filled with an austere aura. Endless fear and pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Many cultivators had already collapsed to the ground, finding it hard to bear. Unleash the divine might of the extreme Tao, Xianxia shouted, decisively and coldly making such a decision. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, cold and emotionless. All the cultivators in the divine city could hear it. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold, cold sweat drenching their bodies. The revival of the great emperor's sacred weapon was already so terrifying. Who would be able to withstand it? No one could remain calm. All of them cried out in fear. If the sacred sun furnace was unleashed, the divine city would definitely cease to exist. No one would be able to survive. Are we really going to fight? The voices of some elders of the Jiang family were trembling. Beat them up. Jiang Yan's voice was cold. At the side, Yi Fan's heart was rather restless. He hadn't expected that things would come to this. If it was him, what would he do? There was no other choice but to fight. Buzz. The divine sun cauldron's radiance was endless, turning the night into day. The phoenix blood was like the sun, the multicolored haze dazzling, almost poignant and beautiful. A blood-dyed phoenix sword. This part of the world was on the verge of collapsing. The eternal universe Saint Furnace was on the verge of completely reviving. Terrifying fluctuations instantly rushed out, causing the skies to tremble and the earth to tremble. The great emperor's sacred weapon, which had been dormant for many years, was about to unleash a devastating attack, wiping out all living beings on this land. It was as if an ancient god had been born, but at this critical moment, the void stagnated. It was like an endless swamp had appeared and the Saint Furnace had fallen into it. I can't strike out the Saint Furnace. Several elders of the Jiang family cried out in alarm. They were the ones controlling the extreme Dao weapons. What happened? Jiang Yin could no longer remain calm. Many Saint Sovereign level characters had come to invade, and they also had the great emperor's divine treasures. The sacred sun cauldron was the only thing they could rely on. In this part of the world, the incomplete runes of the great emperor have been inscribed, connecting the eternal universe furnace and the great emperor's sacred weapon together. The great emperor's sacred weapon is mutually suppressing each other, unable to be activated. Several elders of the Jiang family were incomparably anxious. Jiang Yan's expression changed. The other party had come prepared, actually thinking of such a method. The great emperor's sacred weapon was mutually suppressing each other, unable to be separated in a short period of time. To them, this was a disaster. Kill the divine king. Cut off Jiang Taishu's head. Send the dying divine king on his way. Voices rang out from all directions where the dragon transformation pool was located, cold and emotionless. They were all Saint Sovereign level characters, and each of them was a peak level expert that looked down on everyone. Their voices weren't loud, but they rang out throughout the entire divine city. Everyone could hear them, cold and cruel. Their low words were like divine hammers smashing into the hearts of others. The Jiang family can't stop them. The divine king's path is at its end, and he can't escape death. The other party came with the great emperor's sacred weapon, not inferior to the Jiang family. The two sacred weapons are mutually suppressing each other, and the Jiang family is powerless. No matter how strong the Jiang family is, they can't stop the alliance of so many peak-level experts. The number of Saint Sovereigns is simply incomparable. In the Divine City, some of the older generation were horrified, and they couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. In such a battle, the Jiang family would most likely suffer heavy losses, and their sacred weapon might even be snatched away. Boom! On the underground palace, one of the Saint Sovereigns made a move, smashing the ground into pieces with a single palm strike. Rubble flew into the air, and the entire palace turned into dust. Pa! Another person made a move, smashing down with a palm strike. The ground sunk, and large cracks appeared one after another. A huge sinkhole appeared, and the underground palace was right in front of them. These people were all cold and emotionless, and no one knew who they were. Each of them was shrouded in a thick fog, and it was impossible to see through them. No one would reveal their true identity. The powerful killing intent caused the underground palace to collapse. They entered in a single file, and without any words, their killing intent was like the ocean, silently surging. The underground palace was as cold as an icehouse. It was extremely rare for so many terrifying characters to appear at the same time, and all of them were here to kill a dying old man. Each of them was filled with an austere aura. The life of my clan's divine king, the battle word chant of the 9 secrets, and the secret of great Emperor Wu Shi. Which one do you want for you to come in such a large scale? Jiang Yin calmly faced these people. All of them. One of them was shrouded in black fog, and his voice was hoarse, emitting boundless killing intent. If you want to know all of this, you need to revive my divine king to know. You guys are too impatient. Jiang Yin swept his gaze over these people. There's no need to revive him. Soul search is enough. The other 2 spoke separately. Their words were short and powerful, and they didn't want to waste a single word. Since that's the case, you guys can step over my dead body first. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Jiang Yin's eyes. A spear appeared in his hand, and an ancient pagoda floated above his head. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. 2 of them slowly walked forward. The underground palace shook as if it was about to collapse. The ancient pagoda floated above Jiang Yin's head. His battle intent soared into the sky, and he stood alone in the underground palace. The black spear flickered with a cold light as it pointed forward, blocking everyone. Wang. The 2 divine lords that were walking forward suddenly retreated with great difficulty. Every step they took caused a huge earthquake. They seemed to have used up all of their energy, and they were almost trembling. Great Emperor's array runes! They exclaimed at the same time. At the same time, Jiang Yin attacked. The spear in his hand slashed out a black light that tore through the void and pierced through the chests of the 2, wanting to cut them in half. Pa! The expressions of the 2 changed. Their hands trembled as they resisted the black spear, but their feet were not in a mess. They continued to retreat rhythmically. One of their hands was as translucent as jade, while the other was as red as blood. They interweaved with the power of laws, piercing through the void and blocking the spear. Boom! Jiang Yin was as fast as lightning. He rushed forward with the black spear in his hand. At the same time, the ancient pagoda above his head enlarged and pressed forward. Pong, 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 the underground palace shook. The battle between the 3 was so fast that it was dazzling. The void was torn apart, and the 2 supreme experts retreated from the array runes with great difficulty. One of them was bleeding from his shoulder. The array runes of an ancient great emperor. When they retreated to a safe place, they shouted in unison as if their hearts were filled with lingering fear. The Jiang clan once had the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor, so there must be some array runes left behind. However, it is impossible for them to restore such a heaven-defying array rune, someone coldly said from the side. There is less than a tenth of this array rune, and it is so badly damaged. It can only delay for a while. Another person said. One after another, figures walked forward. A total of 13 people stood at the front, and they worked together to break the damaged array runes. They didn't want to give the Jiang clan any more time. This was an incomparably terrifying force. With so many divine lords working together, it was enough to sweep through the world. If the ancient sages didn't appear, who could stop them? Gotcha! They attacked together, causing the earth to crumble. They wanted to destroy the innate Tao runes and destroy everything here. However, the dim runes didn't disappear. They remained in the air, isolating them from the outside world. They couldn't truly charge in. The ancient great emperors are indeed terrifying. However, the remnant array runes he left behind are enough to stop so many terrifying characters. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt that things weren't looking good. He thought that he had thought of a brilliant plan to hide here so that the people in the God City wouldn't be able to find him. Who would have thought that after leaving the dragon's pond, he would enter the tiger's den? The dragon transformation pool was even more dangerous than the other places in the God City. So many terrifying characters were gathered here, wanting to kill the divine kings. Pa! The 13 major characters worked together to destroy the Tao runes in the air. They used their shocking divine might to attack again, and finally, there was some effect. This is just an incomplete array rune. If you could set up a tenth of the array, we wouldn't be able to charge in. One of them said with a voice like metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. The dragon transformation pool was crowded with people. The experts of the Jiang clan were gathered here, and all of them were frowning. The eternal universe divine furnace couldn't be used yet, and it was fighting against another great emperor's saint weapon. In the milky white pool water, the essence blood coughed up by the true dragon divine medicine, out of the 9 little dragons, 6 had been refined and entered Jiang Taishu's body. His body was no longer as withered as before, and traces of vitality appeared. However, there was still no sign of him waking up or reviving. It was still silent in the pool water. Everyone had a bad premonition. Could it be that even after refining the 9 little dragons, the divine king wouldn't be able to revive? We can't let them break the array runes. Otherwise, if these people rush in, all our efforts will be for nothing. A dozen elders of the Jiang clan stepped out, each of them surging with vitality and essence energy. They strode to the edge of the array runes to resist the powerful enemies. Boom! Even through the array runes, it was difficult to resist the tsunami-like divine power. Both sides fought fiercely, but the difference in strength was huge. Pft, pft. Almost as soon as they started fighting, 4 elders were beaten into meat paste and turned into a bloody mist, leaving nothing behind. It didn't mean that the older one was, the stronger one was. These elders were the supreme elders of the Jiang clan, and no one knew how old they were, but they were no match for people of the divine lord level. Come back! Jiang Yun shouted. He didn't want the people of his clan to die in vain. He couldn't stop these people at all, and he couldn't delay them for even a moment. Boom! Suddenly, the last attack was unleashed. The 13 great experts obliterated the array runes that were branded in the void, and the incomplete Great Emperor's Tao pattern disappeared completely. Jiang Taishu, I'm coming for your head. Divine King Jiang, it's enough for you to dominate an era. There's no need for you to come back to life again. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to kill peerless divine kings? Today, I'm lucky enough to stain my hands with divine blood. It's a great joy in life. The 13 divine lord-level characters walked over, and even the sky trembled. Their words spread throughout the divine city, and everyone's expression changed. They were about to succeed in killing a divine king. The 13 great figures stepped forward, and the divine city shook. Who in the world could defeat them if they joined forces? Even the ancient sages would frown when they returned. Boundless murderous intent surged, and the 13 great figures sneered as they advanced. Killing a divine king was imminent. Swish! Suddenly, 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out from the dragon transformation pool. They were like the divine light of the primordial era that cut through the void, making people tremble and want to worship them. Jiang Taishu is alive. The expressions of the 13 divine lord-level characters changed, and they all retreated in shock. This was the power of a peerless divine king. Even though 4,000 years had passed, when he revived, he still shocked everyone. Even many divine lord-level characters standing together were frightened away. In the dragon transformation pool, Jiang Taishu lay motionless in the water. He did not get up, but the divine light in his eyes was frightening. He stared coldly at the 13 divine lords. Thump, thump, thump. The 13 major characters who ruled over their own territories took a few steps back. They were intimidated by the aura and couldn't help but shiver. They couldn't help but retreat. Jiang Taishu's offensive power was well known. Who could compete with him in the past 5,000 years? If he was reborn, even a divine lord would be beaten to death. Old divine king, you're awake. That's great. Ancestor, you've finally been reborn. The heavens have eyes. The divine king of the Jiang family has been reborn. The people of the Jiang family were shocked and overjoyed. They all shouted excitedly, and some even cried tears of joy. Jiang Taishu was not old when he disappeared, but now he was called Ancestor. It could be said that he had been dreaming for thousands of years. The ups and downs of the mortal world had changed. Almost everyone he knew no longer existed in this world. Most of his juniors had long since surpassed the age at which he had disappeared. He would never see anyone of his generation again. The divine king was reborn. He glanced at everyone and carefully looked at his descendants. He did not say a word, and no one knew what he was feeling at the moment. Finally, when he saw Yi Fan, he showed a trace of emotion for the first time. He seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then he quickly calmed down. Jiang Taishu, so what if you've been reborn? This is not 4,000 years ago. It's not your era. Not far from the dragon transformation pool, a great figure shrouded in black fog said in a low voice. His eyes were like an abyss, staring coldly in front of him. At this moment, the other terrifying figures also calmed down. They were not ordinary people, so they instantly calmed down. No matter how famous Jiang Taishu was, he was a hero at the end of his road. After being sealed for 4,000 years, his lifespan had long dried up. It was a miracle that he could wake up. Could he still fight? The people of the Jiang family felt as if cold water had been poured over them. They suddenly thought of all this, and their hearts were full of unwillingness. Unless he is the reincarnation of a great emperor, how can he get up and kill the enemy? Another divine lord shouted. Divine King Jiang wasn't born in the same era as you, yet you met him in your twilight years. I wonder whose regret it is. Today, all of us will send you on your way. Rest in peace. 13 sacred lords stepped forward together. The depths of the underground palace shook, and water splashed everywhere from the dragon transformation pond. Slay a godly king. These 4 words were like a 10,000 gene hammer, smashing down on everyone's hearts. They contained endless killing intent as they pressed down on the old divine king. At this moment, everyone in the divine city was shocked. They could hear these words clearly, and all of their hearts were shaken. The many overlords were really going to make a move. How dare you? Jiang Yin stepped forward, an ancient pagoda hovering above his head, a black battle halberd in his hand. He stood before the dragon transformation pool and continuously shook his divine weapon, dispelling the shocking killing intent. At the same time, many of the Jiang clan's older generation also took action. They blocked the 4 characters' killing intent and scattered it in the air. Pu, apart from Jiang Yun, the other elders all coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The killing intent released by the 13 sacred lords was enough to kill powerful cultivators. Not many could withstand it. Many people staggered backwards, and they almost fell to the ground. The 13 people in front were all overlords of their own regions, and they couldn't contend against them at all. One of the almighty figures coldly stared at Jiang Yun and said, "The Jiang clan's sacred lord has a future, so why are you courting death? There are so many of you, each of you looking down on a region and dominating a region. Now, you actually joined hands to kill a sorrowful old man. Don't you feel ashamed?" Jiang Yun shouted. "We came for the secret of great Emperor Wu Shi, for the 9 secret Do word formula. Slay a godly king is only ranked 3rd. A godly king of a generation is worthy of so many almighty figures sending him off. This can also be considered a form of respect for him. Otherwise, dying alone in the hands of a single person would be the doomsday god king's sorrow." Jiang Yun coldly shouted, "You make it sound nice, but everyone has their declining years. Aren't you afraid of suffering the same treatment? 800 years later, I'm willing to wait for my descendants to kill me." A voice sneered and swept his gaze over the few middle-aged and young generation of the Jiang clan. "I'm just afraid that you haven't lived as long as I have. Jiang Taishu, tell me Mount Purple's secret and write down the battle saint technique. Then, I'll spare your descendants. Everyone here is your direct descendant. You don't want to watch them get killed, do you? Even the eternal universe sacred furnace has been blocked. Even if the Jiang clan comes out in full force, they won't be able to save you. Moreover, you're already at the end of your rope. Why are you still stubbornly holding on?" The 13 sacred lords once again released a bone-chilling killing intent that penetrated through the human wall and pierced through the old godly King Jiang. Pfft. At this moment, the almighty Jiang Yun couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. He was the only one who was on equal footing with these people. How could he contend against them? "Jiang Yun, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Then, we'll kill the godly king." The 13 almighty figures stepped forward together, and the underground palace almost collapsed. A terrifying pressure swept through the sky like a vast ocean, sweeping away all obstacles. Walala. In the dragon transformation pool, the sound of water rang out. The withered body slowly sat up, and slowly stood up. The divine light in his eyes was even more dazzling, as if it could pierce through a person's body. Jiang Taishu walked onto the shore step by step. He was still all skin and bones, looking extremely thin and weak, but his movements were firm and powerful. "Ancestor! Godly king ancestor. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? The people of the Jiang clan exclaimed. They didn't expect Jiang Taishu to be able to stand up and reach the shore alone. Then, he headed straight for the 13 almighty figures. At this moment, every time he took a step, there was a kind of pulsing sound between heaven and earth. It wasn't very heavy, and it didn't shake the underground palace at all. However, this rhythm was like the divine drum of the ancient heaven that had been broken for millions of years. It pounded on everyone's hearts, and even the almighty figure's hearts shrank. Thump, thump, thump. This was an indescribably terrifying rhythm. It was like the innate great Tao was echoing. The people of the Jiang clan couldn't help but make way for him. It was all a subconscious action. Humph. A divine lord-level figure snorted coldly. He wanted to interrupt this terrifying rhythm, but he couldn't. Instead, it was even more frightening. He's about to enter the grave. What's there to be afraid of? An almighty figure stepped forward and directly attacked. He rushed up like a bolt of black lightning. Jiangyan blocked with his halberd, but the other 2 almighty figures acted together and blocked him, not giving him a chance to move forward. Divine King Jiang, I'll send you on your way. That person rushed forward in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slammed it down. This was not just a palm, but also a kind of heaven and earth rule. One could even faintly see Tao patterns interweaving, forming a web of order, displaying the tangible power of the law. The people of the Jiang clan were heartbroken. They wanted to stop him, but it was impossible. This was a mighty lord. Apart from Jiang Yun, no one could stop him. However, Jiang Taishu was still fearless. He walked forward step by step, and the rhythm of his steps was not disrupted at all. Suddenly, 2 rays of scarlet light shot out from his eyes. They were the same color as the phoenix blood scarlet gold. They became the only thing between heaven and earth, brilliant and eternal. It was as if the eternal universe sacred furnace had rushed out. Ah, the almighty figure screamed. His slamming palm was pierced through by the light. The order rule he had interwoven was instantly destroyed, and the scarlet light rushed forward like a cloud of smoke. Puff, blood splattered. The almighty figure's eyes were pierced through by the scarlet light, and the light came out from the back of his head. He screamed and flew backward. What? How is this possible? Jiang Taishu can still fight in his twilight years? Behind them, the other divine lords were all shocked. A dying old divine king could still have such divine power. Elder. Divine King Elder, the people of the Jiang clan were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They had never thought that Jiang Taishu would have such combat strength as soon as he woke up. From this, one could only imagine how powerful Jiang Taishu was 4,000 years ago. He must have been heroic and majestic, with infinite grace. The almighty figure's eyes were pierced through, and the light came out from his head. He did not die. At this level of cultivation, he could regenerate his limbs, and it was difficult to kill him. However, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. I, Jiang Taishu, have been unstoppable all my life, and no one has ever forced me like this. Divine King Jiang finally spoke. His voice was like the roar of a divine bell, echoing in the underground palace and reaching every corner of the divine city. Heavens, Jiang Taishu has revived and regained his combat strength. In the divine city, many cultivators heard his voice and were all shocked. That's Jiang Taishu talking. An old divine king who is almost 5,000 years old. Wasn't he a lamp that had run out of oil? How can he be so powerful just after waking up? The people in the divine city were shocked, and they could not believe all of this. So many divine lords went to kill the divine king, but in the end, he was revived. In the underground palace, Jiang Taishu was still walking forward. His rhythm did not change, but it was becoming more and more terrifying. Not good, the almighty figure at the front cried out. His heart was in so much pain that it was about to burst, and he quickly retreated. Bang, Jiang Taishu's last step was extremely heavy, and the underground palace almost collapsed. The almighty figure screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 13 divine lords were really stunned. They all retreated, leaving the dragon transformation pool in an instant, and looked at the old divine king with shock and uncertainty. Jiang Taishu stood there like a pine tree, unmoving. Then, with a sudden shout, he pressed his hands into the void and drew several lines. The Great Emperor's formation pattern. Everyone was shocked. Between Jiang Taishu's hands, the order of the laws appeared, and they were branded in the void. Mysterious runes were carved, and they shone like stars. All of this happened too quickly. The old divine king restored the patterns that Jiang Yun had carved in an instant, and they continued to evolve and develop, making the patterns even more terrifying and unfathomable. But at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and a trace of black blood flowed out of his mouth. He fell straight down. Old ancestor. Divine king ancestor. The people of the Jiang clan were shocked. They rushed forward to help him up, and then carried him into the dragon transformation pool. Jiang Taishu had no blood to cough, and there was only a trace of sticky black blood at the corner of his mouth. He was almost at the end of his oil. If it were not for the 9 little dragons swimming in his body, his life would have been extinguished. Divine King Jiang lives up to his reputation. Even though he is dying, he still has the demeanor of a proud son of heaven. Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back. Your era has come to an end. Even though this great emperor formation is complex and profound, you have only developed a corner of it. You have the will but not the power. At most, you can only stop us for one day. The 13 divine sovereigns were very cold. Some had eyes as empty as the abyss, while some had eyes as deep as the starry sky. They were cold and emotionless as they stared at the divine king in the dragon transformation pool. What should we do? The Jiang family powerhouses looked worried. They were the direct descendants of the divine king. Naturally, they could not bear to see the old divine king killed. One day should be enough. I can revive the divine king. Yi Fan strode forward and came to the edge of the dragon transformation pool. With a flash of light in his hand, a small white jade cauldron appeared. In an instant, a fragrance that made people want to sink into it spread out. Almost everyone could not help but take a deep breath. All the pores on their bodies opened up. This was an intoxicating feeling. Divine medicine? The Jiang family people were shocked. How is this possible? The Qilin seed was sealed in the Heaven Demon Treasure Tower. How can there be a divine medicine? The 13 divine sovereigns were shocked. This is not good. If Jiang Taishu really revives and seals the divine city with the eternal universe divine furnace, none of us will be able to escape. He will kill us one by one. Quick, attack with all your strength. Break the great emperor's formation. We cannot give him a chance. The 13 divine sovereigns could not calm down. Their hearts were in turmoil. They all did their best to attack. Divine medicine. Very good. There is hope for this old man to live. Cough. A sudden voice sounded. He coughed continuously as if he would die at any time. A trembling old man appeared in the underground palace. There were only a few dozen strands of hair on his head like weeds. His face was full of wrinkles like old tree bark. Jiang Taishu, it has been 4,000 years. I miss you so much, cough. He bent his body and trembled as he moved forward. I will accept the divine medicine. It is useless for you to eat it. The 13 super powerhouses' expression stiffened. They could not help but retreat. The sudden appearance of this old man and his words were really frightening. Who was he? What was his background? Parting for 4,000 years, this was too scary. Could it be that this old man was over 4,000 years old and was someone from the same era as Jiang Taishu? No matter how one listened, that was definitely the meaning. This was truly a heaven-defying old monster. He was actually from the same generation as a divine king, having the same lifespan. In normal circumstances, a Holy Lord-level character could live for over 2,000 years. Yet, this person had lived for over 4,000 years and still hadn't died. This was truly horrifying and horrifying. What kind of old man was this? He was definitely a character of the previous generation's old Holy Master's generation, but how did he survive until today? Who are you? The people of the Jiang family shouted. They all felt a headache coming on. With the birth of such a monstrous genius, in a situation where they couldn't use the eternal universe Saint Furnace, they really didn't know how to deal with it. I'm an old friend of Jiang Taishu. I really hope that he can wake up and reminisce with him. It's a pity that there's only one stock of godly medicine. It's better for him to sleep forever. The old man staggered forward as if it was extremely strenuous. However, no one dared to look down on him. The 13 Holy Lord level characters couldn't help but open up a path for him. At this time, everyone noticed that a strand of black mist would seep out from his body from time to time. It actually carried a thick aura of death and the smell of rotting corpses. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely puzzled and filled with disbelief. This should be a dead person. His body even had the smell of rotting corpses. Yes, every time a strand of black mist seeped out, this smell would waft out. It was nauseating and disgusting, almost unbearable. Your body has already died, so how are you still alive? One of the 13 Holy Lord level characters asked. They were all overlords of their own regions. Even if the other party had lived for 4,000 years, they still didn't fear him. They similarly dared to open their mouths and ask. Apart from the Divine King physique, how many people in this world can live past 4,000 years? When the old Holy Lords reached the end of their lifespans, all of them entered the Great Wastelands. However, who was able to appear in this world alive? This old man was trembling. He walked in front of the Great Emperor's formation patterns and carefully observed them. Then, he said, 4,000 years of undying is a legend. The old Holy Lords have all returned to the earth. At the very least, I have never seen a single one come out. For this old one to be able to return to the world of mortals, it can also be considered a miracle. You. Everyone looked at him in shock. There's no need to look at this old one like that. I still don't have that heaven-defying strength. My flesh has indeed died, and only my divine sense is still alive. He admitted that he was a living dead person. How exactly did you do it? The 13 Holy Lord level characters asked. They urgently wanted to know, because there were some among them whose lifespans were reaching the end of their lifespans. In the past, Jiang Taishu looked down on the world. This old one and 2 other friends were chased by him until there was no path to heaven and no gate to earth. We fled into Undying Mountain. Unfortunately, surviving a great disaster doesn't necessarily mean that there will be good fortune in the future. We didn't obtain the undying divine medicine, but we accidentally ate a stalk of underworld grass. What? Everyone was shocked. Underworld grass was something from the legends. It grew in the Yellow Springs and didn't belong to the mortal world. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. I have to say that Undying Mountain is a strange place. We didn't see that Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. In the past, the 3 great experts were chased into Undying Mountain by Jiang Taishu. After surviving a great disaster, they unexpectedly discovered a Yellow Springs pond and picked up a stalk of strange grass. They thought it was a divine medicine, but after eating it, their flesh instantly released a rotting smell. The 3 of them became half-human and half-ghost existences. Their flesh was completely destroyed, and it was difficult for their cultivation to advance. However, they didn't die. Underworld grass was rare in this world and was an exceptional wondrous item. It had a poison that could make people rot, but it also had the essence of an undying substance. The 2 completely opposite medicinal powers were gathered in one body. Their divine senses obtained nourishment, but their flesh almost became rotten corpses. It could be considered a strange transformation. Of course, their bodies weren't truly dead. There was always a trace of vitality. Otherwise, they would have long become skeletons. Underworld grass, it actually has such a strange medicinal power. The 13 divine masters all had different thoughts. So, you guys don't need to worry. This old man can't threaten you overlords who look down on a region. I am only a living dead person, passing my time in vain. My flesh is inferior to yours, he said while coughing. However, the 13 great characters weren't like this. The other party's divine senses were absolutely incomparably powerful. He was truly an old monster. However, they indeed let out a sigh of relief. In this world, there were very few people who could truly live past 4,000 years old. This kind of special case wasn't worth envying. No divine master wanted to become a half-human and half-ghost existence. That was a fate worse than death, so it was better not to increase their lifespan. In front of the dragon transformation pond, the people of the Jiang family were very nervous. Even the great expert Jiang Yun was frowning. This old monster might be extremely difficult to deal with, although this old man was humble, no one believed his words. How could a person who had lived for 4,000 years not be terrifying? Hurry and save Divine King Jiang. Yi Fan was also alarmed. Meeting such an old monster today was truly not good. The small white jade cauldron was opened, and an intoxicating fragrance permeated the entire underground palace. It seeped into people's bones, and everyone felt as if they were walking on clouds and ascending to heaven. Such a fragrance, it is indeed a divine medicine. Perhaps it can help this old man reverse his rotting flesh and restore his vitality. The old monster spoke while coughing. This is the dragon pearl of the true dragon divine medicine? The people of the Jiang family were stunned. Some of the supreme elders had seen records of the true dragon divine medicine in ancient books, and they were filled with shock. Good, good, good. Jiang Yan praised 3 times and said, the different parts of the primordial true dragon divine medicine have different effects. The dragon pearl fruit part represents rebirth. This is heaven's will. The dragon pearl fruit contains endless vitality and can be reborn as a dragon, undergoing nirvana and transformation. It complements the dragon transformation pond here. The other elders of the Jiang family were also pleasantly surprised. This fruit of the primordial divine medicine was simply prepared for Jiang Taishu, and they were all filled with anticipation. In the underground palace, the 13 Saint Lords were also shocked. They never thought that there would really be a primordial divine medicine, and a dragon pearl fruit at that. What a pity, it will take at least a day to dissolve this dragon pearl. I will not give it to you. The old monster sneered, and his voice was extremely eerie. Protect the divine king with the medicine. Jiang Yun shouted. Dozens of elders stepped forward and placed the dragon pearl fruit into Jiang Taishu's mouth. Then, they sat down together and shot out rays of innate divine light into the old divine king's body. These people were ready to risk their lives. They were willing to sacrifice their lifespan to save this grandmaster. As long as the divine king could be reborn, all the troubles in front of them could be swept away. Since you have placed the dragon pearl fruit into Jiang Taishu's body, I will eat him alive after I enter. The old monster's killing intent was revealed, and his words were cold. Senior, do you have a way to enter? Beside him, one of the 13 Saint Lords asked. The old monster shouted towards the outside of the underground palace, you 2 living dead should be here by now, right? With the 3 of us working together, we can break this incomplete corner of the Great Emperor's array pattern in 4 hours. Hee hee. A cold sneer sounded. 2 skinny figures appeared at the entrance of the underground palace. The death aura on them was even stronger, and every few breaths, a wisp of black fog would float out. Seems like the 3 of us are the same, corroded by the nether power. We won't live for more than 10 years at most. The 3 old monsters stood together, each more ghastly than the last, and the stench of decay filled every inch of the underground palace, making one's hair stand on end. Break the array pattern, eat Jiang Taishu, and we can still live. The words of the 3 old monsters sent chills down everyone's spine. It was as if they had lost their humanity, and regarded the old divine king as an immortal divine medicine in human form. 13 little guys, stand aside. We will break the array pattern here. The 3 half-human, half-ghost existences seemed to have walked out from hell, and they were filled with a strong death aura. The 13 Saint Lords silently walked to the side. They were not afraid of the 3 old monsters, but they were not angered by their words either. In 4 hours, the incomplete Great Emperor's array pattern would be broken. By then, who could stop the 3 old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years? They were terrifying figures from the same era as Divine King Jiang. The old evildoers who had lived for more than 4,000 years brought unparalleled pressure to the Jiang family. They were half-human, half-ghost, and had existed for a long time. Who could suppress them? The atmosphere in the depths of the underground palace was suffocating. Everyone from the Jiang family had serious expressions as they stared nervously at the terrifying characters outside. The 13 Saint Lord level characters retreated to the side. Their expressions were cold and their auras were deep and unfathomable. They were all lords of their own regions and weren't afraid even when facing the 3 living corpses. The 3 old monsters walked forward, Their bodies would occasionally overflow with black mist. The strong aura of death made people's hearts palpitate, and the stench of decay was nauseating. "Pa!" one of them probed. His withered palm was almost rotten. He struck the void and a black mist gushed out. The power of the underworld circulated and began to erase the formation runes. Wang! The other old monster was even more frightening. His empty eyes shot out two beams of green light that pierced through the void and began to erase the Great Emperor's formation runes in the air. The two beams of green light seemed to shoot out from the depths of hell. They flickered endlessly and a wave of death energy flowed like surging yellow springs. Everyone's expression changed. Even the supreme expert Jiang Yun was astonished. What a powerful divine will. They knew that the three old monsters hadn't used their full strength yet and were only probing. If they launched a thunderous attack, it would be even more terrifying. The Great Emperor's formation runes are indeed incomprehensible. Even though they are incomplete, they are still world-shaking. If they were slightly more complete, no one in this world would be able to break them. Unfortunately, it is only a corner and is too badly damaged. The three living corpses sighed. Even though their divine wills were powerful, they couldn't comprehend anything and could only destroy it with brute force. It was like the roar of a gale or the stampede of 10,000 horses. The three heaven-defying old monsters suddenly emitted a thick black mist. Their bodies were submerged as if they had opened the gates of hell. A bitter baleful aura covered the sky and earth. Boom! Suddenly, an ocean-like fluctuation rushed out from their heads and shook the entire divine city. These were three extremely powerful divine wills that reached the sky like a tsunami. Bang! The endless underground palace collapsed and rubble flew high into the sky. The dragon transformation pond appeared under the starry sky. The underground palace under the boundless ground had been turned into fine powder, and a terrifying abyss had appeared in its place. This was the terrifying divine sense of the three old monsters. It surged out without holding anything back, instantly creating such a terrifying result. It was so shocking that no one dared to believe all of this. Not dying for 4,000 years wasn't an undeserved reputation. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. Divine senses surged out like a tide, obliterating everything in their way. This caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The Jiang clan members felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. How could they resist? The 13 Holy Lord level characters also involuntarily drew back, distancing themselves from these three old monstrous geniuses. There was an incomparable fear in their hearts. These three characters were just too terrifying, enough to make one horrified. Boom, 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 3 streaks of divine flames lit up, rushing thousands of zhong into the air. They were thick like mountains, terrifying to the extreme. They represented coldness, slaughter, and death. The three old monsters were bathed in flames. They were surrounded by terrifying flames, and one of them was scarlet red like blood. This was his life's divine flame. It dyed the sky like multicolored haze, and it was even more like an erupting volcano. Another person's green flames reached the heavens. Flames seeped out from his body and rushed high into the sky, burning the night sky green. It was thousands of zhong tall, as if a dark green mountain was shaking. The third old monster's entire body was pitch black like ink. Black flames rushed into the heavens, as if they were connecting the 9 netherworlds and the 9 heavens, connecting the heavens and earth. Scarlet flames, green flames, and black flames were the same color as their decaying bodies, representing blood, coldness, slaughter, and death. Attack! The three old monsters released a low roar. Divine senses that made everyone tremble rushed out from their heads, attacking towards the Great Emperor's formation patterns. Even the void was torn apart as they continuously devoured and obliterated those patterns. Not good, stop them. Many of the Jiang clan's elders couldn't sit still anymore. They rushed forward to resist. The 3 living corpses were too powerful. At this rate, they might be able to destroy the damaged Great Emperor's formation patterns in 2 hours. Their divine senses were unparalleled, making even the sun and moon lose their splendor. However, even though these elders were the Jiang clan's supreme elders, in front of the 3 old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years, they were simply not enough. The difference could be said to be too great. Their weapons had just been shot out when they were blocked by the tangible divine senses, shattering inch by inch and turning into flying ashes. It was truly like striking a rock with an egg. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. These 3 living corpses, not far away, the 13 Saint Master level characters all sucked in a breath of cold air. People who had lived for more than 4,000 years were indeed extremely terrifying and powerful. They weren't like the 3 of them who were modest at all. These 3 living corpses could definitely threaten them. Even though their bodies had decayed, the power of their divine senses was as vast as the ocean. Who could stop them? The Jiang clan's elders held hands. Their entire bodies surged with essence energy, almost as if they were burning. They walked forward and jointly took out dozens of divine weapons, shooting them out of the formation patterns. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? One of them sneered and attacked alone. His entire body was scarlet like blood, and his powerful divine sense shot out like a sea of blood. The underground world was dyed red. Bang! He alone obliterated the divine weapons that the Jiang clan's elders had unleashed with all their strength, turning them into flying ashes. At the same time, an unparalleled divine sense attack. The sea of divine sense actually rushed in through the incomplete formation patterns like a blood-colored butcher's knife. Pooh, pooh, 6 elders were pierced by the blood-colored divine sense one after another. They were torn apart on the spot, and their bones and flesh were smashed into pieces. They died tragically on the spot. These were all great figures of the Jiang clan, but under the divine sense of an old monster who hadn't died for 4,000 years, they were like newborn babies. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Buzz! Jiang Yan's expression changed, and he quickly moved. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the other elders back. Otherwise, none of them would be able to survive. Even so, it was still a bit too late. The blood-colored divine sense was as fast as lightning, and it pierced through the bodies of 2 more elders, turning them into a pool of blood. How could they resist this, the walking dead of the same generation as Jiang Taishu? Although their bodies were weak, their divine senses were enough to dominate the eastern wilderness. How many people could suppress them? Outside the arena, the 13 powerful figures felt a chill in their hearts. They became more and more alert, guarding against the 3 old monsters who were shockingly old. 4,000 years ago, these 3 walking dead were already powerful figures. After such a long time, even though they couldn't cultivate their bodies, their divine sense was still shocking. No wonder they are the powerful figures who entered the Undying Mountain and came out alive. Jiang Yan strode forward with a simple ancient tower above his head and a shining black metal halberd in his hand, preventing the 3 old monsters from destroying the formation patterns. Little boy from the Jiang clan, are you courting death? When we were fighting with your Xian ancestor Jiang Taishu, who knows where your grandfather was? One of the old monsters sneered. However, they didn't stop. They didn't want to give Jiang Taishu too much time, so they kept obliterating the formation patterns with their divine senses. Jiang Yan waved the halberd and shook the ancient tower, attacking the 3 walking dead as fast as lightning. Chi, 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 one divine sense after another entered the formation patterns. Although it was weakened and couldn't advance too far, it was still very terrifying. It enveloped Jiang Yan like a net of death. Under the black, red, and green killing intents, Jiang Yan felt as if he was struck by lightning. The ancient tower above his head was pierced, and the halberd in his hand was broken. He quickly retreated. What should they do? Who could stop the 3 old monsters? The people of the Jiang clan were almost in despair. Even though the Jiang clan was powerful, there was nothing they could do at this time. Who would have thought that even the eternal universe sacred furnace would be restrained? Otherwise, once the great emperor's sacred weapon was taken out, nothing could stop it. No matter how powerful the invading enemies were, they would still have to die with grievances. We can't let them in. A group of old men from the Jiang clan risked their lives and once again rushed forward, almost suicidal to stop them. Unfortunately, these people's courage was commendable, but they really couldn't compare to the old monsters who had lived for 4,000 years. Even if some of them were the Jiang clan's supreme elders, they were still not enough. Pooh, pooh, more than a dozen figures were beaten into meat paste by the 3 old monsters. All of them were killed in one strike. The difference in strength was too great, like a natural chasm. Even a grain of rice can emit light? One of the old monsters sneered. A green light shot out from his glabella, piercing through old men one after another, killing them. Jiang Taishu, I will exterminate your descendants and let your bloodline end here. The three zombies continued to attack. Come back. Jiang Yin shouted at the others and made them retreat to the front of the dragon transformation pool. In front of the incomplete Great Emperor's formation patterns, there was a pile of blood paste on the ground. These were the corpses of the Jiang clan's elders. They had been all-powerful for a lifetime, but in their later years, they had protected their ancestors, yet they had ended up like this. It hadn't been a long time, but many important figures of the Jiang clan had died. There wasn't a single person from the Jiang clan who wasn't sad. Ka. The three terrifying zombies obliterated the innate patterns one after another. At this speed, it wouldn't even take 4 hours. Among the three zombies outside, who dares to fight me? Yi Fan suddenly spoke. He took large strides forward and only stopped when he was close to the old monster's attack range. Little baby that still smells of your mother's milk, even if your ancestor comes back to life, he wouldn't dare to speak to us like this. The three old monsters glanced at Yi Fan with disdain. They couldn't be bothered to attack him. Little friend, come back quickly. Jiang Yun shouted. The other old men also transmitted their voices, wanting to forcefully bring him back. Let me try. Yi Fan transmitted his voice secretly and didn't retreat. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. He really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He slowly pulled out the deity-striking whip and held it in his hand, hoping that this whip could release its divine might. Those three corpses in front, if you're not convinced, come and attack me. I can drown you all with just a spit of my saliva. Yi Fan provoked. He stood in a safe area and didn't dare to take half a step out of the minefield. One of the old monsters snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with such a junior and directly attacked. A black divine sense pierced through the void like a surging black tide. It was incomparably terrifying and arrived before Yi Fan in an instant. Buzz. Yi Fan brandished the deity-striking whip and fiercely lashed forward. The wooden whip was simple and unadorned, no different from an ordinary wooden stick. However, it wasn't destroyed by the black tide. Moreover, it cleaved apart the black waves, causing the black consciousness that was surging over like an ocean to roll back and even shatter a large part of it. However, this kind of power was too great. Even though it didn't hit Yi Fan's body, it still sent him flying. He was like a fallen leaf in the ocean, sent flying hundreds of meters away by the great waves and landed in front of the dragon transformation pond. However, he wasn't injured and only staggered a bit. On the other side, the old monster let out a strange cry and scurried out. His body was on the verge of collapse and he almost fell on his back. Everyone was shocked. How terrifying the three living corpses were. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, but now, they had suffered a great loss. The deity-striking whip, it actually appeared? An old monster widened his eyes in shock. Yi Fan felt a headache. How did he know this was the deity-striking whip? This weapon came from the other side of the universe and was brought over by the Qi practitioners of the Pre-Qing dynasty. Could it be that he had seen it before and knew about its secrets? These few old monsters had lived for 4,000 years and were definitely rare in the world. Naturally, they knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't. However, one of them actually said the three words God-striking whip, which shocked Yi Fan. Could it be that he had fought with the Qi practitioners from before? On the other side of the galaxy, there was a God-striking whip in the ancient myths. When Yi Fan found the wooden whip, he felt that it was similar to the God-striking whip, so he named it. What is this God-striking whip? Another old monster was puzzled and asked his companion. The others held their breaths and listened attentively. The scene just now was too strange. A little cultivator like Yi Fan actually whipped an old monster. It was truly shocking. 2,000 years ago, I saw a man outside of Undying Mountain. He carried a wooden whip on his back, almost the same as this weapon. This old monster encountered a strange cultivator near Undying Mountain. He fought with the cultivator and suffered a great loss. After that, he left with his tail between his legs and this weapon was deeply engraved in his mind. This wooden whip hurt you before? Another old monster was shocked. Not far away, the old monster that was whipped just now shot out 2 rays of light from his eyes. He stared at Yi Fan, who was in the monarch pattern. 3 rotten corpses, do you dare to fight again? Yi Fan challenged with the god-striking whip in his hand. He had no other choice. If the monarch pattern was broken, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Hence, he completely let go. Wang! A scarlet psyche surged over like a river of stars. Another old monster made his move. The terrifying psyche power was like a tidal wave that pierced through the void. Their mortal bodies had decayed, but their psyche power had risen to an unbelievable level. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid of it. No matter how strong your psyche is, my whip is the only thing that can stop you. PFFF. The boundless psyche sea that was raging like a tidal wave seemed to be suppressed by the sea calming pearl. It was no longer as violent. The moment the god-striking whip swung down, it was forcefully split apart. Boom! Yi Fan was blown away by the tremendous force. Just like before, he fell a few thousand feet away. On the other hand, the old monster let out a cry of surprise. He was slapped so hard that he almost fell to the ground. He was almost the same as the old monster from before. As expected, a divine item that can attack psyche. This is a secret treasure. The old monster's eyes were burning with passion. Secret treasures were not normal weapons, but weapons with special uses. Perhaps their power was not great, but they had extremely special uses. Many Saint Lord's eyes were burning with passion. If they could thoroughly study this weapon and carve the Tao patterns in it into other weapons, it would bring endless benefits. So what if you have a treasure? Before absolute power, all external forces are illusory. An old monster stepped forward and shot out a pagoda from his glabella. Even though his body was rotten, this pagoda was still divine and radiant, as if it was polished from 7-colored glass. Streak after streak of 5-colored divine light rushed out, extremely moving. Boom! The pagoda shook and turned into a rainbow. It rushed into the Great Emperor's formation pattern and pressed down on Yi Fan. The old monster psyche was inside. As long as the pagoda didn't break, he wouldn't be afraid of the god-striking whip. Clang! Yi Fan swung the wooden whip and lashed it on the pagoda. There was a deafening sound and the pagoda was sent flying like a shooting star. Zombie, you're not good enough. You're not my match at all. Yi Fan boasted shamelessly and deliberately angered the old monster. This time, he was standing in a very particular position. The old monster's psyche could only reach this place and was blocked by the formation pattern. He couldn't use his full power. Junior. The old monster's words were cold. He took out the pagoda again and quickly enlarged it. It fell down on Yi Fan, wanting to take him away. Buzz. Yi Fan's fingers turned pale gold. His body had endless divine power. He swung the god-striking whip as if it could shatter the sky. Clang! This time, Yi Fan's strength was so great that the pagoda was almost drawn to the dragon pond and out of the old monster's control. The old monster had the urge to vomit blood. Even though Yi Fan had the god-striking whip, it couldn't pose a threat to him because the 3 of them were too powerful. However, the place where this little bastard was standing was too wicked. He could barely touch him, but he couldn't use any strength at all. He couldn't even move the other. Zombie, can you do it or not? Yi Fan held the god-striking whip with a contemptuous expression. He taunted the old monster shamelessly and said, if you can't, you 3 can come at me together. Boom! The 3 old monsters had lived to such an old age and had long since disregarded the rules of the world. They did what they wanted and didn't care about what others thought. A 7-colored glazed pagoda, a spirit-summoning banner, and a white bone staff turned into beams of light and rushed over, wanting to kill Yi Fan. They didn't want to join hands to kill Yi Fan. Rather, each of them wanted to kill him. Hence, they attacked individually and didn't care about what others thought. Clang, clang, it was as if someone was forging iron in front of the dragon transformation pond. A series of loud sounds rang out as Yi Fan's fingers turned completely golden. The power he exerted was incomparable. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They felt strange when they looked at Yi Fan. This youth's physique was too powerful, even the older generation characters were somewhat alarmed. They felt that they wouldn't have the upper hand if they were to fight hand-to-hand with him. This whip was the most suitable for Yi Fan. It couldn't be controlled with the divine sense and could only be wielded with the body. It was like a divine weapon tailor-made for his current level. When the god-striking whip was swung, it almost collapsed the void. Buzz. The god-striking whip trembled slightly. Yi Fan secretly used the wholeness formula of the 9 secrets. His physique's strength increased by 10 times. He suddenly exerted force and struck the 3 heavy weapons toward the dragon transformation pond. At this moment, he had swung it countless times. The vibration numbed everyone's eardrums. In the end, the pagoda was sent flying out of the old monster's control. Clang! Xianxia took action and used the broken spear to lock the pagoda in place. He quickly sealed it and didn't allow it to break free. The distance was too far and blocked by the Great Emperor's formation. That old monster was powerless and couldn't retrieve it at all. Everyone was astonished. Even the 3 old monsters couldn't believe it. How did Yi Fan suddenly unleash such a powerful physique? Zombies, you guys can't do it. Yi Fan chuckled and shook his finger. He knew that even with the god-striking whip in hand, he couldn't injure 3 monsters that had lived for more than 4,000 years. He was only stalling for time. Junior, I'll let you be insolent first. The 3 old monsters didn't waste any more time. They focused on breaking the Great Emperor's formation and were ready to rush in and kill everyone. No matter how Yi Fan provoked them, they ignored him. In the end, Xianxia stepped forward with the god-striking whip and couldn't do anything to the 3 old monsters. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Even though they had weapons that could restrain the 3 corpses, they couldn't change anything in the face of absolute power. They were from the same generation as Jiang Taishu and had lived for more than 4,000 years. They weren't just idling away their time. They were people of the same generation as the Divine Lords and their grandmasters. Time flew. After 2 hours, the Great Emperor's formation was mostly broken. In less than an hour, it would definitely be completely erased. Kill the Divine King, the 13 Divine Lords shouted, exerting pressure on the Jiang family. At this time, in the dragon transformation pool, more than a dozen old men sent out strands of life force into the old Divine King's body to help him dissolve the dragon pearl fruit and change his fate. Golden light shot out from the surface of his body. His withered body was nourished and gave off some luster. However, he was still motionless and didn't make a sound. Jiang Taishu, you will die without a doubt. I'll eat his divine body to avenge my 4,000 years of hatred. The 3 old monsters were furious. The light in their eyes became more and more terrifying as they destroyed one innate formation after another. What should we do? The people of the Jiang family were in complete despair. If the 3 monsters attacked, no one would be able to stop them. Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu. Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out, reverberating throughout the entire divine city. Everyone heard it. This voice was very faint. It came from the east, then the west, then the south, then the north. It quickly approached the dragon transformation pool. Everyone's expression changed. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. Who is this? Calling Jiang Taishu brother showed how frightening his age was. He was definitely a peerless character who had lived for more than 4,000 years. Swoosh, with a flash of light, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles appeared in the field. Her body was stooped, and her hair was sparse. She came in like a ghost with the help of a walking stick. It could be said that she was old beyond recognition, but the 5-colored feather clothes she wore didn't match her age at all. Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that there was a bloody hole in her chest. Blood flowed out, as if it had been pierced through, the front and back of her body exposed. Brother Taishu, it's been 4,000 years. I finally see you again. The old woman cried. I'm already old, and my youth is gone. I really don't want you to see me like this. Fairy Rosy Cloud? The 3 old monsters were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect someone of the same generation to still be alive. If you 3 want to take my brother Taishu's life, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The old woman's white hair danced in the wind. She pointed forward with the walking stick in her hand. An incomparably terrifying pressure burst out, and thousands of patterns appeared, interweaving together. This is the order of heaven and earth. The 13 divine lords were shocked. The old woman's attack wasn't very frightening, but it showed this side. The battle style of an immortal over 4,000 years old was completely different. What they used was the great Tao, the order of heaven and earth, and not simple divine power. This was the comprehension of the great Tao, and it was an even more terrifying battle. The 3 old monsters didn't dare to be careless. This was a life and death enemy of their generation. She had physical strength and divine willpower, and was even more terrifying than them. Fairy Rosy Cloud, why do you have to do this? You couldn't marry him back then, and now that 4,000 years have passed, you still can't let him go? An old monster shouted, seemingly very afraid of the old woman. So it's her. The people of the Jiang family and the 13 divine lords were all shocked. They guessed who the old woman was. She was Jiang Taishu's lover in the past, the Holy Land of All Beginnings' first-generation saintess. Saintesses couldn't marry outsiders, so Fairy Rosy Cloud couldn't be with Jiang Taishu. Divine King Jiang broke into the Holy Land of All Beginnings and wanted to take her away, but Fairy Rosy Cloud remembered her master's kindness and didn't leave. But she never married a saint, and faced the Green Lantern ancient cave alone, no longer stepping into the mortal world. No one thought she was still alive. What was even more shocking was, who was it that injured her? Her heart was almost pierced through, and blood was flowing out. Buzz. The laws of heaven and earth clashed, and tangible laws collided. Fairy Rosy Cloud's body was bleeding as she fought against the 3 old monsters. Many divine lords hid far away. If they were hit by this power of order, the consequences would be hard to predict. It would be extremely terrifying. Senior, come in quickly. Jiang Yin transmitted his voice, telling her how to enter the Great Emperor's array pattern. Although the old woman was powerful, she couldn't fight against 3 old monsters alone. With such a great help, it wouldn't be worth it if she died here quickly. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Fairy Rosy Cloud avoided the 3 old monsters and entered the array pattern. She came to the dragon transformation pool and almost trembled. She fell into the pool and held Jiang Taishu in her arms. Brother Taishu, you have to come back to life. Her tears fell like rain. Seeing Jiang Taishu's skin and bones, she couldn't help but cry. She injected her own divine essence into Jiang Taishu's body. Divine light was like a waterfall, illuminating the entire dragon transformation pool. Senior Rosy Cloud, you don't have to do this. The Divine King Patriarch has a divine medicine in his body that can be resurrected. You don't have to use up your lifespan. The old men beside her were all moved and tried to persuade her. My vitality is gone. There is no way for me to live. You don't have to say anything more. Divine essence kept rushing out of Fairy Rosy Cloud's head and into Jiang Taishu's body. She stroked Jiang Taishu's face with her hand, and tears fell. She said, "It's been 4,000 years. You used to be as handsome as Jade, but now you have become so old." Fairy Rosy Cloud's turbid eyes were filled with tears. She said, "In the past, you dominated the world, and no one dared to stop you. Now that you have returned in your old age, so many people want to kill you. Brother Taishu, don't die." She muttered to herself, almost begging. It was as if she had returned to 4,000 years ago. Don't use up your life force anymore. The Divine King Patriarch will definitely refuse. Jiang Yin tried to persuade her again. I can't do it anymore. Let Taishu come back to life. Fairy Rosy Cloud shook her head. Senior, what happened? Who injured you like this? Jiang Yin asked. He felt that the situation was extremely serious. If someone like her was seriously injured, one could imagine how terrifying the person in the dark was. A very terrifying person. Only Taishu can deal with him. Fairy Rosy Cloud used the Divine City Stone Order from the Holy Land of All Beginnings to travel through the void. This was the only way she could enter the ancient city that was currently sealed. She came specifically to save Divine King Jiang. She fought with a terrifying person above the underground palace, and she was injured like this. What, there is such a person in the dark? Even Jiang Yun was a little desperate. He said, he must be controlling the great emperor's holy weapon to fight with the eternal universe divine furnace. Boom, the great emperor's formation was broken. The three old monsters laughed, and their words were extremely cold. I'll send all of you on your way. Fairy Rosy Cloud, continue your fate with Jiang Taishu in the underworld. The old woman gently placed Jiang Taishu in the dragon transformation pool. She walked to the shore, looked back at Jiang Taishu one last time, and then rushed towards the three old monsters. At this moment, she was the only one who could block the people of the same generation for a moment. The others could not stop her at all, and Yifan had already handed the god-striking whip to her. Buzz. This was a battle of life and death. The laws of heaven and earth interweaved, clashing back and forth between the two sides. They were not really close, but it was even more dangerous. Pfft, 4 or 5 bloody holes appeared on Fairy Rosy Cloud's body. Those were injuries caused by the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong she was, she could not fight against 3 undying monsters of the same generation. Boom, at the same time, the 13 Holy Lord level figures closed in. They were also super terrifying. Everyone present was in complete despair. How could they defy the heavens now? Boom, Fairy Rosy Cloud stood in front of the 13 Holy Lords, blocking them together. Although these Holy Lords were not as old as her, they were all top figures in the world, and they were equally terrifying. With so many people standing together, they could kill anyone who stood in their way. The old woman was sent flying, and her body was almost in tatters. Her joints creaked as patterns rushed out of Fairy Rosy Cloud's body. Her hunched body also straightened quite a bit. Using the laws of heaven and earth, she burnt her divine power and drove the great Tao to block these people. However, no matter how strong she was, she could not fight against 3 old monsters and 13 holy lords. Big brother Taishu, today, we will die together. The old woman smiled sadly. All of you can die. The 13 holy lord level figures strode forward with incomparably terrifying might. Divine King Ancestor, I, Jiang Yi, have come to save you. A loud shout rang out, and an incomparably terrifying might descended from above the collapsed underground palace, causing everyone to tremble in fear. A huge demonic jar descended from the sky, devouring the world, wanting to suck in everything. Ancient heaven devouring demonic jar? Everyone was shocked. They felt as if their souls were being suppressed, on the verge of collapse. Boom, the huge jar came crashing down. The 3 old monsters and the 13 holy lords couldn't help but dodge, flying backwards. Half an extreme weapon, this wasn't any other weapon. If they were hit, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, had come. He borrowed the heaven-devouring demonic jar from Tu Tian and used it to break through the God City's seal to save the ancestor. No one can revive a damaged Great Emperor Saint weapon. Unless an ancient sage uses it, it is impossible to activate the might of the eternal universe Saint Furnace. The 3 old monsters sneered. Only a great expert could revive a Great Emperor Saint weapon and display its extreme godly might. Otherwise, it would be no different from a dead object in the hands of an ordinary person. If it was a damaged extreme weapon, it would require an ancient sage to activate it to display its extreme godly might. The requirements were even stricter. It can't display the extreme godly might, but it is enough to protect myself. Jiang Yi shouted. He came before the dragon transformation pond with the saint weapon and said, Ancestor, I have come to save you. Wang, the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar quickly enlarged and covered the area, sealing the dragon transformation pond underneath. Although the great Emperor Saint weapon hadn't been revived, it was still extremely terrifying. Just a slight fluctuation was enough to terrify the 13 holy lords. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, rushed over. It was beyond everyone's expectations. At the crucial moment, he appeared with half an extreme weapon and resolved the crisis. However, everyone knew that if it wasn't for Fairy Rosy Cloud, even an immortal king wouldn't be able to help. It was her who blocked a group of terrifying people and saved everyone. However, at this moment, her life was already in danger. Her body was pierced through by the power of the world's order. Her organs were gone, and her vitality was extinguished. Brother Taishu, did you know? I came to see you. For 1,000 years later, we met again. She trembled as she entered the dragon transformation pond. She picked up Jiang Taishu and caressed his face. I really wanted to tell you to take a stroll under the sunset. Unfortunately, there is no time. You will never hear my voice. Fairy Rosy Cloud's cloudy eyes became dimmer and dimmer. Everyone present didn't have the heart to interrupt them. They looked at them quietly. She shouted softly. Endless divine light rushed out of her body and entered Jiang Taishu's body. Brother Taishu, years ago, you found the earth fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years, to die together in this world. I waited for you. Unfortunately, I can't see you come back to life with my own eyes. The old woman injected all her essence chi into Jiang Taishu's body. Her body suddenly withered, and her eyes dimmed completely. She murmured, I want to go back to 4,500 years ago. If time could go back. Brother Taishu, I would go with you. Instead of staying in the Holy Land, the old woman was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She had no more strength. Her gray lips trembled, but she could no longer speak. Beside her, the younger generation of the Jiang family wept silently. They couldn't bear to watch this scene. I don't want. The old woman's lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Many people squatted down and listened carefully. Yi Fan asked in a trembling voice, what do you want to say, old lady? Jiang Yin transferred his divine spirit to her. Only then could the old woman speak. She said, after I die, cover my body with a white cloth. Tell Taishu not to look at me. I don't want him to see me like this. I want his memory to always be me from 4,000 years ago. Senior, everyone present was a cultivator. They were all strong-willed. But at this moment, it was unbearable. They all had the urge to cry. Senior Kaiyun. Many people couldn't help but choke. Brother Taishu, after all. I can't go with you. After the old woman said this, the last glimmer of light in her eyes disappeared. Her head fell silently and nestled beside Jiang Taishu. Senior Kaiyun. Many people shouted. Their vision was completely blurred. There's a drop of crystal in the immortal king's eyes. He sensed all this. The people present were sad and shocked to find that a drop of crystal rolled down from the corner of Jiang Taishu's withered eyes. The ancestor subconsciousness heard all this. Senior Kaiyun, don't be sad. The ancestor subconsciousness knows all this. Many people cried out in sorrow. Everyone worked together to help Jiang Taishu refine the divine medicine. The time was far shorter than expected. In less than half a day, the immortal king began to slowly recover. After another half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of dazzling divine light shot out. But he didn't move for a long time. He quietly looked at the old woman beside him. Then, the immortal king Jiang Taishu suddenly stood up. He supported the old woman's body with both hands and stood in the dragon transformation pool. He looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful roar. This roar shook the heavens and the earth. It resounded throughout the divine city and shot up to the sky. It startled everyone. Jiang Taishu's sorrowful roar shook heaven and earth. Separated for 4,000 years, endless sorrow and sorrow. The hero was past his prime, and the beauty had withered. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be sad? The divine king's heart was full of sorrow. The sorrowful roar scattered the clouds in the night sky and startled everyone in Divine City. It was like seawater pouring into the 9 heavens. Endless sorrow and sorrow filled everyone's eyes. Jiang Taishu stood alone in the field. His flesh had long withered, but tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He held the cold corpse of the old woman, motionless. The divine king was petrified. After an unknown amount of time, he did not make a sound or move. He just looked at the old woman quietly. After 4,000 years, the beauty had aged. Her face was full of wrinkles, her lips were gray, and her body was bent. Time had robbed her of her youth. The beauty of the past had no regrets. She waited for 4,000 years. Her youth was gone, and her spirit was dim. She waited in silence until she was completely old. 4,000 years had passed, and Fairy Rosy Cloud had come to save Jiang Taishu at the risk of her life when she heard the news of the God King. After I die, I cover my body with a white cloth and tell Taishu not to look at me. I don't want him to see me like this. I want him to remember me from 4,000 years ago forever. The divine king was sad, but he had no tears to shed. His body had long withered. He looked at the dead beauty motionlessly. Unfortunately, she would never wake up. Her body was cold and had long lost all warmth. The divine king was silent. Everything in the past was still vivid in his mind. The soft murmur, the warm face, the voice and smile that had passed seemed to be still in front of him. The connection of the past had not dissipated. Xianxia was heartbroken. He quietly hugged the ice-cold corpse in his arms. Divine King Ancestor. Someone beside him called softly. Rosy Cloud. The Divine King whispered, his voice trembling. He had boundless sorrow and endless regret. Watching his lover die beside him to save him, the pain in his heart was indescribable. Mad with hatred, heaven's subjugation, Divine King choked with sobs, his eyes full of sorrow. 4,000 years ago, his white robe was whiter than snow. Who could compete with him? Now, in his twilight years, he couldn't even protect the life of the woman he loved the most, dying to save him. Unable to restrain his emotions, his heart was in pain. He looked up at the sky and hugged the ice-cold corpse tightly. Ah, the God King roared. His boundless sorrow transformed into a towering killing intent. At this moment, the entire divine city turned cold, like an autumn gust of wind sweeping through. It was as if winter had arrived in the divine city. Leaves were flying everywhere, and killing intent was boundless. When a divine king was enraged, even the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, endless heaven and earth essence surged over, covering the sky and covering the earth. It gathered towards the divine king, drowning him within. With his head held high, he stood at the center of the arena, absorbing spiritual essence from all directions, devouring the moonlight and starlight. His entire body was enveloped within. Why cover the corpse with a white cloth? Why don't you let me see your face? Xianxia choked with sobs and said to himself, in my eyes, you have never changed. You will always be the same, whether it was 4,000 years ago or now. The others were all silent, watching quietly. The heaven and earth essence surged over like a raging sea. The divine king's aura grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he lifted the old woman up with both hands and said sadly, you like youth, so I will make you forever young. The ocean-like spiritual essence surged like the tide, surging over, layer by layer, into the divine king's body. Xianxia's hand shone brightly, almost transparent. He injected all the spiritual essence into the old woman's body. He could not save her soul, but he could awaken her body. The old woman's body was changing rapidly. Her wrinkled skin slowly smoothed out and became smooth. Slowly, a luster appeared, and sparse hair began to grow. I will seize the face of immortality from the heavens for you. Xianxia shouted. His voice was like the might of thunder, piercing through the heavens and shaking the divine city. Everyone's eardrums were ringing. Endless divine splendor appeared. Xianxia used his arms to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He forcefully pushed the withered body back to youth, slowly restoring its vitality. The old woman's stooped body straightened completely. Her wrinkles disappeared completely. She was constantly changing. Endless spiritual essence was baptized. Divine King Xianxia's divine technique was unparalleled. He constantly shook his arms and finally restored the withered body to its youthful appearance. Fairy Rosy Cloud seemed to have come back to life. It was as if she had returned to 4,500 years ago. Her hair was jet black, her skin was sparkling, and her peerless beauty was restored. It was as if she was in a deep sleep. Xianxia used a heaven-defying divine technique to restore her youth. He held her in his arms and looked at her quietly. It was as if they had returned to the past. Unfortunately, the beauty had passed away. Her spiritual soul had been destroyed. The divine king was sad and could not say a word. Divine King Ancestor, please restrain your grief. Don't hurt yourself. The people around him were very worried. Xianxia had just come back to life and he used such a heaven-defying divine technique. They were afraid that an accident would happen. Rosy Cloud. Xianxia called softly. He then placed her in the dragon transformation pool. Then, he suddenly stood up, raised his head to the sky, and said, "Since I have come back to life, even the heavens will not be able to take me back." His eyes were sharp and his words were full of strong confidence. It was as if he was announcing to the heavens, "Jiang Taishu, even though you have temporarily come back to life, we will not give you a chance." Not far from the dragon transformation pool, the three old monsters were alarmed and shouted loudly. The 13 divine lords also revealed their killing intent. They all activated their divine power and attacked. Unfortunately, with the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar here, they could not break through the blockade in a short period of time. Divine King Regeneration Technique. Jiang Taishu shouted with incomparable majesty. He stood in the middle of the field and received spiritual energy from all directions to enter his body. Divine light flickered continuously. This was a secret technique unique to the Divine King physique. As long as the source was not lost, they could recover their body and become almost immortal. The three old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years and were still immortal attacked one after another. They began to seal off the space, isolating everything from the outside. They wanted to cut off the sea of spiritual energy that the Divine King needed. The 13 divine lords also attacked with all their strength. Their comprehension of the great Tao was profound. They left marks in the air and sealed off everything. However, it was difficult to block them. Starlight surged down from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a giant river of stars, bright and resplendent, submerging the Divine King physique. How is this possible? The Divine City has been suppressed by an extreme weapon and is isolated from the world. How could Jiang Taishu borrow the power of the stars? A Divine Lord level character was shocked. He is borrowing the eternal universe divine furnace to draw upon the great Tao and seize the power of the stars. An old monster was alarmed. This was not a good sign. Jiang Taishu had just been reborn and he was already connected to the Saint Furnace. Just thinking about it was frightening. Bang! Suddenly, an extreme divine might erupted. The holy weapon that was resisting the eternal universe divine furnace seemed as if it wanted to pierce through the world. It constantly shook and sealed off the void once more. Good, good, good. An old monster cried out, revealing a happy expression. Jiang Taishu, let me see just how you will recover. The three old monsters and the 13 divine lords were all extremely terrifying. They could look down on the world and were all peak masters of the present age. They laid down Tao patterns together and released their divine power. They began to scheme for the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar. Half an extreme weapon could not display its extreme divine might unless it was held in the hands of an ancient sage. That was why they dared to resist and even wanted to seize it. Prepare the divine source. Jiang Yan of the Jiang family transmitted. In an instant, several old men stepped forward and took out several large pieces of divine source. They shone brilliantly and piled them in front of Jiang Taishu. They had prepared this long ago. They were afraid that the Divine King's revival would require too much heaven and earth essence and not enough power of the sun, moon, and stars. Now, they were finally put to use. Quick, stop him. We cannot let him recover, the 13 divine lords shouted. They felt the seriousness of the situation. Jiang Taishu's revival was a disaster for them. The three old monsters also shouted, "Friend with an extreme weapon, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and stop Jiang Taishu." They were also anxious. They had interacted with Jiang Taishu 4,000 years ago. No one knew better than them just how terrifying a divine king was. I am resisting the eternal universe divine furnace. Otherwise, it would have already flown to Jiang Taishu's side, a cold voice said. What? Jiang Taishu wants to control the sacred furnace now? He wants to kill all of us. It's not as simple as self-preservation. Everyone present was shocked. Jiang Taishu had great courage. He had just been revived, and he wanted to kill all of them. Boom, the extreme pressure came. The terrifying figure in the dark controlled the great emperor's sacred weapon, resisting the eternal universe divine furnace while activating a divine might. Boom, the ancient sky-devouring devil jar was almost knocked away. No one could revive it. Although its power was still terrifying, it could not compare to the eternal universe divine furnace and the other sacred weapon. Boom, the terrifying pressure came again. The sky-devouring devil jar shook again. It was about to be knocked away and could no longer protect this place. Good, let's fight like this. Break through the obstruction. Help us rush in and kill Jiang Taishu. The 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords saw hope and were encouraged. As long as they could get in, they could definitely kill the weak divine king. Buzz. The void trembled. The eternal universe divine furnace shone brightly and turned into a blood-red divine phoenix. It flew high in the sky and almost got rid of the other great emperor's sacred weapon. Not good. The terrifying figure in the dark screamed. He stopped all attacks and quickly resisted the eternal universe divine furnace. Otherwise, if it was in Jiang Taishu's hands, no one would be able to survive. Chi, in front of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, the source of God shattered and turned into rays of divine light that entered Jiang Taishu's body. He stood there solemnly. His aura became stronger and stronger. His withered body gradually became moist. His muscles quickly regained their vitality, and his flesh constantly swelled. The divine king had been revived. What he lacked was the replenishment of essence. Now that the source of God was in front of him, there was no hindrance in his recovery. Boom, the eternal universe divine furnace and the other great emperor's sacred weapon continued to suppress each other. From time to time, the extreme pressure of the divine might came down. However, it was all blocked by the ancient sky-devouring devil jar. An hour later, the 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords all had the intention to retreat. They were almost about to give up. This was because Jiang Taishu's body was crystal clear. He no longer looked like a bag of bones. His thick black hair was like a waterfall. He had completely revived with the divine king regeneration technique. Boom, the heaven and earth shook. Jiang Taishu absorbed all the source of God and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold lightning suddenly tore through the void. It was frightening. With a flash of brilliance, he took a step forward. He faced the 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords alone. He raised his hand and held the sky-devouring devil jar in his hand. At this moment, his clothes were whiter than snow. His face was like jade. There was no trace of old age. He was full of vigor. It was as if time had turned back and he had returned to 4,000 years ago. Jiang Taishu. An old monster trembled. His heart was filled with fear. He suddenly thought of Jiang Taishu's heroic appearance from 4,000 years ago. It was no different from now. He knew that the peerless divine king had returned, whether it was the 3 old monsters or the 13 divine lords, they were all frightened. They couldn't help but tremble when the peerless divine king's gaze swept over them. There are so many of us. Can't we kill a divine king? A divine lord shouted. He wanted to unite everyone to attack. Jiang Taishu's eyes were deep. His eyebrows were like swords. He was very calm. However, when he attacked, he was like a supreme deity walking in the mortal world. Buzz. He charged into the crowd with a single step, and the space around him immediately collapsed. He attacked everyone indiscriminately. This was the peerless divine king. He looked down on the world. Even when facing so many experts, he was not afraid. He had the divine might of a king. A boundless pressure shook the entire divine city. Everyone shuddered as the pressure seeped into their bones. Jiang Taishu's divine might was unparalleled. He killed his way into a group of top masters alone. No one could stop him. He walked through the shattered void, sweeping away everything in his way. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. In an instant, he sent 3 divine lords flying. No one could stop him. Boom, an old monster made a move. His divine sense was like the sea, turning into a blood-red ocean. It surged forward and attacked Jiang Taishu with an incomparably terrifying divine sense. The divine king was fearless. He covered the sky with his hand and slammed down, using his body to resist the divine sense that contained the power of the precepts. Crack! The attack of the divine king shattered the power of the precepts and shattered the blood-red ocean into pieces. It turned into waves and collapsed in the void. That old evildoer let out a loud cry and flew backwards. Fighting again after 4,000 years, he suffered a great loss in the first exchange. A chill emerged in his heart. Killing the divine king is imminent. We can kill him if we join forces, one of the 13 divine lords shouted. Jiang Taishu's white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked heroic and imposing. His eyes were deeper than the starry sky. He was expressionless. There was no sadness or anger on his face. He was neither happy nor worried. His robe was spotless. He looked majestic and majestic. His entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of divine light. His every movement showed the demeanor of a peerless master. Puff, the person who shouted just now, was hit by the divine king. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. The divine king's battle prowess was shocking. Such a method shocked everyone. No one was not bitterly disappointed. If this continued, everyone present would be filled with grievances. Don't panic. Hold your ground. He alone is not a match for us, an old monster shouted. There were 13 supreme masters and 3 old monsters. Each one of them was a hero who could look down on the world. They were all top figures of the present age. It was almost impossible for such people to work together, because their statuses were too high. They were the masters of this land, and even if they weren't the most respected people in the world, they weren't far off. But now, for the first time ever, they had teamed up together. They could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. There was practically no one in this world who could resist them. However, they did not have the confidence to shatter the heavens and destroy everything that stood in their way. The god kings on the other side were far too powerful. They had a bad feeling about this. Kill. Out of the 13 holy lords, 6 or 7 of them rushed forward. 3 old monsters circulated their powerful divine wills and prepared to shoot arrows from the side to kill the god king. However, Jiang Taishu's strength was beyond their imagination. Wherever he passed, the void would shatter, and nothing could stop him. After dodging the combined attack of 6 or 7 divine lords, he almost instantly arrived in front of one person. He waved his fist and punched through the void, aiming for the chest of an almighty. This person was the weakest. When Jiang Taishu had first revived, 2 beams of divine light had shot out from his eyes and pierced through his skull, almost killing him. This almighty had lost his ability to fight. After such a long period of treatment, although he had recovered most of his strength, his vitality had been greatly damaged. At this moment, Jiang Taishu appeared in front of him. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt great danger and turned around to retreat. He was as fast as a ghost. It could be said that few people in this world could compete with him in speed. He was like a wisp of smoke, almost ethereal, and his body was untraceable. However, all of this was in vain. Jiang Taishu seemed to be walking in the shattered void. He tore apart heaven and earth and appeared in front of him in an instant. This was a horrifying method. It was not a secret technique that allowed him to travel through the void. He had done it completely with his own strength. There was no smoke or fire at all. It was a very natural attack. It was really like a god had descended, looking down on the earth and the common people. He traveled in the world and had no rivals at all. Jiang Taishu's big hand slapped out. There was a slight buzz. The strength of the attack did not seem to be very strong, but the void collapsed in an instant. This holy lord level character cried out. He discovered that his body seemed to have been branded in the void, as if he were a painting that had been glued to the wall. He couldn't move at all. Boundless killing intent poured down like a river of stars. All of it hit his body, causing endless fear to grow in his heart. Pow! The sound of death rang out. This divine lord-level figure was smashed into pieces by Jiang Taishu's big hand, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Puff, then, with a soft sound, his cracked body turned into a bloody pulp. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe all of this. A top figure had been killed just like that, becoming a cloud of smoke in the history. This was extremely frightening. It should be known that everyone present was almighty. They looked down on the vast earth and walked proudly in this world. How many cultivators could compete with them? However, everything in front of them was so terrifying. Even someone as powerful as them could not withstand a single attack from a divine king. They were turned into flying ashes in an instant. There is no need to worry. This person is already heavily injured and has lost the ability to fight. We will not be so weak. These people all had firm wills. Not a single one of them was weak. They were all extraordinary people who looked down on an area. Naturally, they would not give up like this. At this moment, the 12 divine lords retreated together. They worked together and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Boom! This was an unimaginably terrifying power. Everyone in the divine city felt it. It was as if a peerless demonic abyss had been opened and swallowed the entire world. In the divine city, everyone was stunned. They were sweating all over. Putting aside the divine weapon of the great path, they had not heard of such divine might in many years. Everyone was horrified. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Being enveloped by such an aura, they immediately associated it with the end of the world. It was horrifying. In front of the dragon transformation pool, the void was like a thin layer of window paper. It was easily torn apart. Thousands of strands of divine power and tens of thousands of forces of the great path attacked. Jiang Taishu's white robes fluttered in the wind. He was peerless. He stood alone in the void. With a gentle stroke in front of him, he cut off the sky. Many of the top figures were shocked to find that this earth-shattering attack that could sweep away the world could not get close at all. Jiang Taishu clearly looked like he was standing not far away. However, the feeling he gave off was that he was separated by a whole world. He was extremely far away. The divine power of the 12 divine lords was already boiling. It was like a surging ocean. The clouds were collapsing, and the waves were splitting the sky. However, when this divine power rushed towards Jiang Taishu, it all disappeared into the broken void in front of him. It was as if it had rushed into a bottomless abyss. It disappeared without a trace. Cutting off the sky was a heaven-defying technique. No matter how monstrous your magic power was and how endless your divine techniques were, there was no effect at all. They were all led into another world. They could not even touch a hair of divine King Jiang. Kill. After all, the 12 mighty figures were not ordinary people. They shouted the word kill at the same time. 12 small worlds appeared, extremely mysterious. Some were like the fragrant flowers and chirping birds. Some were like the dark and lightless underworld. Some were like the colorful glazed world. Some were like the boundless bloody purgatory. The 12 small worlds, each different, pressed down on the void at the same time. They wanted to fill up the broken sky. They were mending heaven and earth with Tao. They wanted to break Jiang Taishu's divine techniques and turn them into flying ashes. In each of the small worlds, endless mysterious patterns appeared. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart and the world was evolving into a big world. These were the laws of the 12 divine lords. When they were intertwined, they were comparable to the great path. They emitted a grand heavenly sound that seemed to come from ancient times. The divine city rumbled as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly sound of the great path was like a tsunami. It was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. It was deafening. Buzz. Divine King Jiang pierced through the void. No one knew where he had gone. He completely disappeared from the perception of the 12 top masters. Although the 12 divine lords were powerful, they were not a single entity. When they worked together, they could pierce through heaven and earth. But when faced with a top master, they could not act as one. Boom, the divine king rushed out. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar was above his head. He stepped on 5 colored patterns. It was as if he was a divine lord descending to the mortal world. He looked down on all living beings. He appeared directly among the 12 mighty figures. This was not the great void technique of the Ji family. He pierced through heaven and earth with his physical body. Such power made everyone's heart tremble. Buzz. Jiang Taishu punched out toward the 3 divine lords. He was so domineering. He looked at the top masters as if they were grass. He had an aura of supremacy. This was a peerless divine king. Boom, he attacked in the crowd. The 12 mighty figures were fearful. They struck out with the order of heaven and earth to kill the divine king together. However, the 12 divine lords were a little hesitant. If they were not careful, they could seriously injure their allies because they were too close. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar gave off a dazzling light. It completely dissolved the laws and divine power of the 9 divine lords and blocked them outside. As for Jiang Taishu himself, he was like a god. He punched out and sent the three divine lords in front of him flying. Blood seeped out of their mouths. One of them was coughing up blood. It was obvious that he was heavily injured and could barely stand. The divine king's white robes fluttered. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar above his head shattered the void and appeared in front of him. His eyes were cold and emotionless. A giant hand came crashing down. Pow! Under the divine king's giant hand, another top master was killed. A divine lord was turned to dust. In the end, nothing was left. What a pity. A peerless master who could sweep through an entire region had turned into dust just like that, disappearing from the world forever. At this moment, after killing a divine lord, the divine king turned to look at Fairy Rosy Cloud who had died in the dragon transformation pond. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Even though he was unrivaled and could kill everyone, his lover would never come back to life. There was nothing he could do, and his heart was filled with endless sorrow. For 1,000 years was like a single day. She had bitterly waited for him to return, but in the end, she could only die in his arms. The divine king wanted to cry, but he couldn't stop himself. Wang, the void was pierced. The three old monsters suddenly attacked and unleashed their most terrifying attack. They had been waiting for this chance and had finally found the only opening. These three old monsters were already top masters more than 4,000 years ago. They had once fought with Jiang Taishu, and although they couldn't cultivate their bodies now, their divine sense had reached the transformation realm. Not many people could contend against them. The three divine senses were like three oceans. They were blood red, green, and black. They extinguished everything in their way and instantly arrived. This was a supreme mental pressure. It was the embodiment of the Grand Tao. Endless power of laws wove together and caused the entire God City to tremble. Even the powerful divine lords felt a chill. If they were hit, they would definitely be turned to ashes. This attack could destroy everything in the world. Within the God City, many people felt as if the end of the world had arrived. They couldn't help but tremble. Boom, the Supreme God King had understood all of this long ago. Even though he was gloomy, he did not ignore everything around him. His black hair danced about as two resplendent streaks of light shot out from his eyes towards the old monster in the center. His left and right hands drew out the trajectory of the Grand Tao and pressed forward to meet the other two old monsters. Wang, at the same time, the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar above his head trembled. Thousands of beams of light fell down, blocking the 11 divine lords and isolating them. Boom, mysterious patterns appeared on the divine king's two hands. Imprints of the Grand Tao appeared. They clashed with the strongest divine senses of the two old monsters, creating a thunderous sound. He used his hands to disperse the terrifying divine senses of the two peerless monsters. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. The peerless monster in the center clashed with the divine king's shocking divine senses. It was as if thousands of stars had fallen between the two, emitting thousands of terrifying lights. This kind of fluctuation shook people's souls. Many people in the God City directly collapsed to the ground. They were terrified and almost suffocated. Boom, the peerless monster's body was torn apart. His head was penetrated by Jiang Taishu's divine senses. His head split open. Red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. The peerless monster had cultivated his entire life and lived for more than 4,000 years. He was most proficient in divine senses attacks, but he was completely defeated in this way. The divine king shattered it with his shocking divine senses. The peerless monster was half human and half ghost. The moment his body split open, black fog rushed out. An endless aura of death filled the air. It was as if the gate to the underworld had been opened. The shady hell grass caused all of this. This was the reason why he could live for more than 4,000 years without dying. The divine king raised his hand and a divine light surged out like a tide. It purified the entire world. The shady hell grass disappeared. The old monster was completely turned into ashes. Jiang Taishu, your divine senses are also so powerful? The other two old monsters were extremely shocked. Their minds were torn apart and they kept retreating. They had eaten the shady hell grass. Their divine senses had been nourished and strengthened to an unimaginable level. They had thought that the power of their divine senses should have surpassed the divine king, but they were still no match for him. The divine king's heart was filled with sorrow, but his face was expressionless. He did not respond at all. For 4,000 years, he had wandered between life and death. The divine senses that he had honed were invincible. Who in the world could resist him? Even though the three old monsters' divine senses had been nourished, how could they compare to the divine king's bitter cultivation? It was only natural that they would be defeated. Let's go together and kill him. The 11 great masters and the 2 peerless monsters shouted at the same time, but no one stepped forward. Xianxia's clothes were whiter than snow. His face was like jade. His appearance was the same as it was 4,000 years ago. However, he was no longer in high spirits. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He had the ancient sky-devouring devil jar on his head. He glanced at everyone and pressed forward step by step. The 11 divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters all retreated involuntarily. This was the invincible style of a peerless divine king. In the past, he had swept through the eastern barren lands and was known as the strongest in the last 5,000 years. Even though he had disappeared for more than 4,000 years, no one had forgotten him. Today, the peerless divine king had revived and returned. He was even more powerful, causing the many divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters to feel fear in their hearts. He faced a group of peerless experts alone, but he was unstoppable. He shocked all the divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters into continuously retreating. What kind of style was this? A divine king appeared in this world, reviving and returning, peerless and extraordinary. Who could contend against him? The divine king's demeanor was the same as before. His white robe was spotless, his black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean. He walked forward step by step. The 11 holy sovereign level characters and the 2 old monsters couldn't help but take a step back. Every one of them was filled with fear. The supreme divine king had come back to life. He was facing 13 supreme cultivators by himself, but he was unstoppable. Everyone was stunned. It could be said that he had a world-shaking power. Some of the Saint Lords wanted to retreat, but when they remembered that the divine city was sealed, their hearts sank. Perhaps they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Boom, the divine king's aura rose. His white robe fluttered. Hundreds and thousands of beams of divine light shot out around him, connecting with the sky. Each beam was incomparably thick. They were like pillars that supported the sky. They were dazzling. They tore through the night sky and pierced through the heavens, making the world tremble. This was the murderous intent of the supreme divine king. After parting for 4,000 years, his beauty had aged, and his corpse was covered with a white cloth. He was lonely and sad. This was his great sorrow. The supreme divine king was not a child. He wouldn't cry, and he wouldn't shed tears like rain. However, his pain and sorrow were even more painful. He was incomparably miserable. It was difficult for outsiders to understand. The murderous intent pervaded the air. The entire divine city seemed to have entered the winter season. Countless leaves swirled in the air. It was filled with a somber atmosphere. Boom, Xianxia made his move. He arrived in front of the 11 Saint Lords with a single step. Beside him, beams of light shot into the sky, transforming into peerless sword beams that shot forward together. Battle Saint Technique. This was the first time the divine king had used the 9 secrets. It was an offensive saint technique with unparalleled destructive power. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They did their best to resist. The divine king's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives. With a wave of his hand, thousands of sword beams shot out. The void was pierced through like a beehive. Clang! 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 The 11 supreme cultivators and the 2 old monsters were all enveloped by the sword beams. This was a shock that originated from the soul. The divine king's murderous intent was like a knife that surged in all directions. Buzz! The void was torn open. Xianxia's hand reached out. It turned into an existence of Tao and grabbed a Saint Lord. Everyone was horrified. The divine king's methods were heaven-defying. Once a secret technique was displayed, even powerful beings could be sucked into his hands, unable to escape at all. This made everyone here shiver inwardly. Divine King, forgive me. This Holy Lord-level figure was alarmed. At this moment of life and death, he roared out, wanting to explain something. Pooh. However, Jiang Taishu didn't give him any chance at all. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. With a forceful swipe of his hand, blood splattered in the air. Just like that, the leader of a generation turned into flying ash, leaving nothing behind. Boom, the entire world seemed to be boiling. The peerless Divine King displayed the battle saint technique, which meant that he was going to start a massacre. Everyone knew that he was the strongest in the last 5,000 years. Once he used the fighting formula, who could compete with him? Everyone, do you still want to live? If you don't want to die, then attack with everything you have. A peerless old monster shouted. No one could remain calm. Once a divine king was angered, even heaven and earth would tremble. His might was incomparably terrifying, directly killing a holy lord-level figure. They had to cut off all means of retreat and fight him to the death. This was because there was no way to escape the divine city right now. The eternal universe Saint Furnace had sealed off the ancient city, completely isolating it from the outside world. Boom, a massive white bone banner came pressing down, towering majestically. It was as heavy and massive as a white bone mountain. This was a weapon that a peerless old monster had refined his entire life. It had long since wove together the terrifying rules of the world. It was a powerful weapon. Pong, but facing this demonic banner that was as large as a white bone mountain, Jiang Taishu was still fearless. He bravely advanced, punching towards the heavens. Boom, at the same time everyone else also attacked. The heavy weapon that had laws wove together turned into great stars that came crashing down. A boundless pressure linked together, forming a peerless killing intent that completely enveloped the Divine King. The Divine King was unparalleled. Lightning shot out from his eyes and his pitch-black hair danced behind him. He defied the heavens and charged forwards, not shrinking back at all. Boom, the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar lightly vibrated, emitting a horrifying aura that blocked almost all of the divine weapons in the sky. The Divine King was unparalleled, showing off his sharpness. It was as if he had returned to 4,000 years ago, full of vigor and arrogance. Incomparably profound innate seals appeared on his fist. Boom, his terrifying fist directly landed on the mountain-like white bone banner. The heavens and earth trembled as if they had returned to the ancient battlefield. There seemed to be a boundless great army fighting fiercely, and the sound of rumbling noises resounded. Kacha, the battle saint technique's offensive power was unparalleled. The Divine King was enraged, causing the heavens and earth to lose color. His fist that had divine patterns on it shattered the white bone banner high up in the sky, emitting cracking noises. Then, with a boom, it completely turned into powder. Light shot out in all directions, and white bone fragments swirled in the air like fireworks. Jiang Taishu destroyed the white bone banner and approached. The old monster screamed as blood dripped from between his brows. Like a scarecrow, he was sent flying. He was almost cleaved apart by Divine King Jiang. Clang, a large bell in the sky pressed down, but it was smashed into pieces by the Divine King's palm. The interwoven rules of order were instantly destroyed. Everyone's hearts turned cold. This kind of heavy weapon that had been refined for many years and imprinted with heavenly and divine patterns couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Taishu. How could they resist? Everyone, don't worry. Jiang Taishu has just been revived and can't fight for long. We just need to drag this out until he is exhausted, and we will definitely be able to kill him, a peerless old monster shouted. Boom, everyone gathered and surrounded the Divine King. They began to carve patterns to seal him. At the same time, they took out many heavy weapons and activated the Great Path, trying to use the power of heaven and earth to suppress him. Bang, unfortunately, their plans were destined to be in vain. The Divine King was like a real dragon, unstoppable. He could easily penetrate the void and use the battle saint technique. Neither the patterns nor heavy weapons could stop him. Clang, Jiang Taishu grabbed a purple spear in his hand and shook it with all his might, sending an ancient pagoda crashing down towards him flying. He took a step forward and attacked with the opponent's heavy weapon. Everyone attacked him, but they couldn't break through the protection of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar. The Divine King's eyes were like lightning. He locked onto his opponent and didn't let go. He traveled through the void and finally caught up. Although the others joined forces to stop him from chasing after the great cultivator, it was too late. No one could stop him. Ah, the Saint Lord level figure screamed. He opened his mouth and spat out the innate origin essence. When a figure of this level went all out, it was absolutely terrifying. Any expert would have to avoid it. However, the Divine King's expression was indifferent. He pointed the purple spear, and with a boom, the innate origin essence of the great cultivator was shattered. Moreover, the spear in the Divine King's hand contained the great path laws. It sealed the great cultivator in the void as if he was tied to a wooden stake. Pfft! The Divine King brandished his purple spear, piercing through this Holy Lord level figure and lifting him up. Then, he fiercely shook his body. With a loud pung sound, a rain of blood scattered outwards. Another great figure had fallen. The others were horrified. This was a Saint Lord level figure. Even if the top cultivators of the world died in battle, it was almost impossible for them to be killed like this. The Divine King's divine might was unparalleled, and with the protection of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, he was almost invincible. Now, no one dared to come forward. At this time almost everyone wanted to retreat. They couldn't wait to escape from the Divine City. What do we do? The Divine City is sealed. There's no way out. The 9 Saint Lords and the 2 old monsters were all bitterly disappointed. There was nothing they could do. Xianxia stood with his spear and approached step by step. His murderous intent was even stronger. He didn't roar or cry, only murderous intent. He wanted to use the blood of these people as a sacrifice to Fairy Rosy Cloud. Finally, someone couldn't bear the Divine King's murderous intent. He rushed into the distance and fled. Even if he couldn't escape from the Divine City, he didn't want to face Xianxia like this. He wanted to live as long as he could. Boom, heaven and earth trembled. That person was immediately sent flying back. Everyone else was also stopped, unable to leave at all. The Divine King's pure land. This is Xianxia's vision. Everyone's expression changed. The Divine King had used his vision to seal this place. Clearly, he didn't want to let anyone go. Although it was late at night, the place was bright. Xianxia had used his own vision, the Divine King's pure land. This was a beautiful pure land. Spiritual springs gurgled and flowers grew everywhere. It was like a paradise, but at this moment, it was filled with endless sorrow. The sky was filled with a rain of blood. The Divine King stood in the center of the pure land. He held Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse in one hand and the purple spear in the other. Xianxia, aren't you afraid that we'll fight to the death? Shouted an old monster. The Divine King didn't answer. He held Fairy Rosy Cloud in one hand and the spear in the other, pressing forward step by step. The rain of blood surrounded him and Fairy Rosy Cloud. What do we do? In the Divine King's pure land, Xianxia is the absolute God. The Divine King is the king of the Eastern Barren Territory. He has surpassed the peak of the past. How can we fight him? Everyone in the Divine King's pure land was panicking. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In this Divine King's vision, Xianxia was the absolute ruler. Let's use our vision together and shatter the Divine King's pure land, shouted an old monster. Boom! All kinds of visions appeared. 5-colored divine radiance shot into the sky and 7-colored auspicious light shot in all directions. However, all of this was futile. The Divine King's pure land prison couldn't be shaken. Moreover, the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar was like an eternal protective wall. It floated in the pure land and counteracted all the terrifying divine power of the visions. Rosy Cloud. The Divine King's eyes were filled with sorrow. He then held his spear and moved forward. His majestic appearance returned. Clang, 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 in the Divine King's pure land, everyone attacked with all their strength. All kinds of heavy weapons interweaved with the power of law shot forward. There were also many supreme techniques that turned into dazzling radiance and fell on the Divine King. However, none of this could change anything. The Divine King's Pure Land and the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar fused together and became the strongest and most terrifying divine land. Buzz. Wherever Jiang Taishu's divine spear pointed, the void trembled. No one could withstand it. He immediately pierced through a 7-story pagoda and turned it into powder. Then, the purple spear pierced forward. Even though that divine lord-level character's supernatural power was monstrous and he had thousands of techniques, he couldn't block this earth-shattering attack. Pfft! Jiang Taishu's attack pierced through him. With one hand holding Fairy Rosy Cloud and the other holding the spear, he lifted him up high and shattered him into pieces in the void. Boom! The Divine King didn't stop in the Pure Land. While he was killing a powerful character, he took a step and arrived in front of an old monster. In this pure land filled with fallen flowers, he was like a god. He was omnipotent. With one attack, the old monster's body almost collapsed. The old monster roared. All kinds of divine radiance rushed out from between his eyebrows and attacked Jiang Taishu. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Bang! The Divine King's attack turned all the divine weapons into dust. All the secret techniques were useless. They couldn't stop him for even a moment. Pfft! The Divine King used the purple spear as a sharp blade and slashed down. The old monster was instantly cut in half. His ocean-like consciousness was turned into ashes. The last old monster was terrified. When he saw Jiang Taishu lock onto him, he couldn't care about anything else. He shouted, "Brother Taishu, don't kill me." Buzz. Jiang Taishu held Fairy Rosy Cloud and approached him. The purple spear was pressed against the old monster's forehead, and the purple radiance was flickering. Thump. The old monster knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Taishu, spare me. The only people from our generation are you and me." The old monster had lived for more than 4,000 years and could be considered a peerless character. Just as he had said, how many people of his generation were left in this world, however, at this moment, he was begging the Divine King to spare his life. In order to live, he put down everything and kowtowed. Kaiyun. Jiang Taishu called softly. He looked down at the woman in his arms with a gentle expression as if he was afraid of waking her up. "Brother Taishu, please spare me. In this world, we are the only ones of the same generation." The old monster's voice trembled as he begged for mercy again. The Divine King suddenly looked up. His eyes were like lightning, and endless murderous intent rushed out. He coldly stared at the old monster, and the spear in his hand spat out purple light. The old monster's face was pale. He knew that his opponent had made up his mind to kill and would not show mercy. He said coldly, "Let's die together." The divine fire in his head soared into the sky like a celestial furnace burning. It turned into endless flames and swept toward Jiang Taishu. He wanted to destroy the source and wound the Divine King. Tut! With a clear shout from the Divine King, the boundless terrifying fluctuations instantly calmed down. The peerless old monster was like a painting that was nailed to the void. This was a supreme technique derived from the Battle Saint technique. It transformed the heavenly sounds of the great Tao into each syllable, intimidating all visible and invisible murderous intents. Pfft! The Divine King's purple spear stabbed forward and pierced the old monster's forehead. Black mist floated out, filled with a dense aura of death. Chi! Jiang Taishu lightly shook his spear. The purple divine flame surged and burned everything into ashes. The old monster was completely destroyed in body and soul. At this moment, there were only 8 Saint Lords left. Their expressions changed as they felt danger. How could they fight in this world? In the Divine King's pure land, Jiang Taishu ruled everything. He had fused with the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar and was impossible to resist. He was like a living god. Jiang Taishu held the purple spear in his hand and glanced at everyone. He was still silent. Holding Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, they turned into a rain of flowers and moved toward the 8 top masters. Boom! Suddenly, a vast divine might descended, tearing apart the Divine King's pure land and opening up a path to escape. Extreme Tao pressure. Someone controlled the awakened Great Emperor's sacred weapon and opened up a path to connect the godly king's pure land to the outside world. The 8 saint sovereigns flew up into the sky as if they had been granted amnesty. Pooh! Jiang Taishu struck out, and the purple battle spear pierced through a person, tearing him into pieces. His flesh and blood splattered on the Divine King's pure land, turning into a wisp of his soul. Yet another great character's soul was destroyed. Whoosh! The beautiful pure land disappeared, and so did Fairy Rosy Cloud. The Divine King had an ancient heaven-devouring devil jar on his head, and a purple spear in his hand. He stood alone on the battlefield. Divine King Ancestor, in front of the dragon transformation pool, the people of the Jiang family cried out in unison. They felt an extreme pressure. Was the most terrifying figure hiding in the dark finally going to make his move? Boom! It was like a surging tide, yet also like the galloping of a magnificent army. It was so loud that many cultivators were unable to endure it, and they almost fell to the ground. High up in the sky, a red-gold godly phoenix turned into a dazzling ray of light and swooped down, entering Jiang Taishu's body. His aura suddenly rose to an unreachable level. At this moment, he was no different from a deity. His black hair danced in the wind, and his white robe was otherworldly. His physical body emitted sparkling and translucent lights. His gaze swept across, and it was suffocating. Jiang Taishu, you are so close to the eternal universe. Furnace. You actually have a natural connection with it. A voice that sounded like a night owl came from the dark. In the underground cave, the sacred furnace made of phoenix blood gold shone so brightly that no one could look at it directly. No one could see its true appearance. Just now, the godly phoenix rushed out of the furnace and entered the Divine King's body. It was you who killed Rosy Cloud. Jiang Taishu's voice was calm, but it contained endless sorrow. 4,000 years ago, when you killed my brother, did you ever think that this day would come? The owl-like voice said coldly. Jiang Taishu's expression changed as if he remembered something from long ago. He thought for a while and said, Central Prefecture's twin kings? Your memory isn't bad. It has been more than 4,000 years, but you still remember us. The voice in the dark turned even colder. In the distance, the Jiang family members' expressions changed. They never expected the hidden enemy to have such a powerful background. More than 4,000 years ago, the Central Prefecture's twin kings were famous throughout the world. Their elder brother was Sun Sovereign King, and their younger brother was Sovereign King of the Eventide. They were twin brothers. When the two brothers appeared together, they swept through the world and were invincible. They could be said to be a pair of peerless geniuses that few could match. Divine King Jiang had encountered countless enemies in his life, but his battle with Sun Sovereign King was the most dangerous. It could be said to be a battle that shocked the world and made gods weep. They were unstoppable, and it was unknown how many mountain ranges they had collapsed. They battled for an entire night before Divine King Jiang used a shocking strike to destroy Sun Sovereign King's body and soul, causing him to disappear from the world forever. Jiang Taishu, did you use the Eternal Universe Furnace to kill my brother 4,000 years ago? Sovereign King of the Eventide shouted coldly. I did not use the sacred furnace. After Jiang Taishu said that, he soared into the sky and landed on the surface. The beam shot out by the Eternal Universe sacred furnace was as red as blood. It was as beautiful as the sunset, and it was even more resplendent than the sun. Unfortunately, other than Jiang Taishu, no one could see its appearance clearly. At that moment, the two extreme sacred armaments were restraining each other as they continued resisting each other. In front of the dragon transformation pool, the Jiang family members had solemn expressions. They felt that the situation was very bad. Sovereign King of the Eventide was definitely on par with a godly monarch. If they were to truly fight, it was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Furthermore, who was it that had lent the sacred weapon of an ancient arch to Sovereign King of the Eventide? Although his origins were very mysterious, it was impossible for him to possess an extreme sacred weapon. Sovereign King of the Eventide had great ambitions. He wanted to snatch the Eternal Universe Furnace and had been making attempts all this while. He had yet to give up even at that moment. At that moment, Yifan quietly recalled the godly monarch's means and verified it with his own understanding of the battle sacred technique. He gained a lot from it. Boom! Suddenly, the battle between Sovereign King of the Eventide and the peerless godly monarch erupted. They charged into the clouds and unleashed their infinite means. The Eternal Universe Furnace and another mysterious extreme sacred weapon were entangled in the incomplete arch array patterns. They were not dragged into the battle. No one could see this battle. Both parties walked through the shattered void and engaged in a battle of the Great Tao. It was countless times more dangerous than the previous battle. The divine city trembled as everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt as though the great Tao of the world was pressing down on them. Many people trembled in fear as they slumped to the ground. Sovereign King of the Eventide was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. He was many times stronger than the three old freaks of nature. He had relied on himself to survive to this day. He was not like the three old freaks of nature, who relied on the medicinal effects of the dark nether grass to maintain his immortality. Sovereign King of the Eventide's lifespan had yet to come to an end, and he had infinite divine strength. His body and spiritual will were extremely astounding. His comprehension of the Tao was something that few people in the present world could match. It had reached a horrifying level. It was easy to imagine how terrifying their might would be if the Sun Sovereign of the past was still alive and the Gemini monarchs joined forces to roam the world. This battle was destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation. It was unknown how many years it had been since a battle between two peerless kings had happened. However, what was regrettable was that no one was able to see the process of their battle. The two of them were sparring with the great Tao in the sky. Unless it was an opponent at the same level, there was no way to see it. Kill. The 7 holy lords that had fled returned and charged at the Jiang family. They wanted to disrupt the celestial monarch's mind and indirectly aid Sovereign King of the Eventide in killing him. It was not that they did not wish to leave, but with the divine city sealed, the eternal universe divine furnace was not put away. They had no way of escaping. If Jiang Taishi were to win, everyone would die. No one would be able to survive. Boom. The world was penetrated as the ancient heaven-devouring fiend jar came crashing down, preventing the holy lords from leaving the dragon transformation pool. It spewed out endless killing intent. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, went forward and bellowed, "Cowards that hide their heads but show their tails." Jiang Yan also went forward and stared coldly at the 7 peerless experts. The other party was so sinister that they had forced the celestial monarch to use half a supreme Tao weapon to protect them. This made him extremely furious. "Godly monarch patriarch, there's no need to worry about us. As long as you can win, everything can be reversed," shouted the Jiang family. Ha ha ha. The 7 holy lords laughed out loud. Jiang Taishu is dead for sure. They soared into the sky and distanced themselves from the area. They were afraid that the peerless godly monarch would suddenly return. Boom. Suddenly, the eternal universe sacred furnace trembled as though it was about to tear through the sky. It caused the entire divine city to tremble. What happened? The Jiang family was alarmed. Oh no, the arch runes inscribed by Sovereign King of the Eventide have been activated. They have fused with another sacred weapon and are trying to take the divine furnace away. The Jiang family expert controlling the sacred sun furnace shouted in horror. Damn it! Jiang Yin roared angrily. He finally realized that the sovereign of the Eventide killing the celestial monarch was only secondary. His main goal was to snatch the sacred sun furnace. Boom! A terrifying pressure came from the firmaments as the 2 peerless monarchs seemed to be approaching the ground. Jiang Taishu, the eternal universe sacred furnace will be mine. You are powerless to reverse the situation. Sovereign of the Eventide sneered as he stirred the great Tao to intercept Jiang Taishu, preventing him from returning to the ground. Strike out the furnace on you and let it approach the sacred sun furnace. Suddenly, Jiang Taishu's voice rang out in Yifan's mind. Yifan's heart jolted as he immediately thought of the Li Fire divine furnace. Could it really be related to the Jiang family's sacred sun furnace? At this moment, it was not the time to hesitate. Yifan was very decisive as he struck out the Li Fire divine furnace, turning it into a stream of fiery light that flew towards the eternal universe sacred furnace. Boom! The world trembled as the eternal universe sacred furnace radiated brilliantly. The phoenix blood scarlet gold sacred radiance instantly drowned the entire bearing ancient city. Everyone in the city was stunned. What was happening? Following that, nearly half the people knelt down. They could not withstand the sudden and vast pressure. The eternal universe sacred furnace stabilized. Even though the other sacred artifact had fused with the great emperor's array patterns to resist it, it was still at an absolute disadvantage. In the firmaments, Sovereign of the Eventide exclaimed, "What furnace is that?" "It contains the great Emperor's Tao patterns." "It has cracked the array patterns I inscribed." Dong. The great Tao heavenly melody resounded above the clouds as though ancient heaven had descended upon the mortal world. It produced an unparalleled great Tao divine power that drowned the entire divine city. Sovereign of the Eventide grunted and said, "Jiang Taishu, you were sealed in Mount Purple and your lifespan is nearly depleted. How did you break through to such a realm?" Inside the ancient god city, the eternal universe furnace glowed brightly. The mist was like blood as the clouds steamed and overflowed with colors. The scarlet gold phoenix blood holy radiance drowned the entire city. High in the sky, the sovereign of the Eventide had suffered greatly. He was stunned by the peerless godly monarch's means. His body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of silver blood that splattered across the city. Dong. Below, a large expanse of majestic palaces was reduced to smithereens after the blood droplets fell. It was obvious how terrifying it was. "That's silver blood. Why is his blood silver?" The people in the god city were astounded. The sovereign of the Eventide was so terrifying. Was he a god? It was just a mouthful of blood that had fallen normally. It was not infused with peerless divine power, but it had penetrated a vast palace and reduced it to dust. What kind of power was contained in his blood? The silver blood was especially eye-catching. Everyone was alarmed. What kind of physique was this? Almost everyone was puzzled as they had never heard of it before. Wang. The void was like a painting that was torn apart by the sovereign of the Eventide and the peerless godly monarch. It trembled violently as the power of the great Tao laws destroyed and penetrated everything. The god city that had stood for so many years was shaking, as though it would collapse at any moment. No one could imagine what kind of battle the two monarchs were having in the distant sky. This kind of confrontation was mind-blowing. Just the aftershocks were enough to make people shiver in fear, not to mention the true battle in the night sky. Rumble. Suddenly, a gigantic statue appeared in the sky. It was like a god that created the world. Its majesty was inviolable as it overlooked all life. What kind of creature is that? In the god city, there were not many people who could stand. Those with weaker cultivations could not even look at the sky. Even the powerful seniors could not remain calm. The Lord of the Eventide descends upon the land. This is the phenomenon of the sovereign of the Eventide. Finally, someone recalled some rumors and recognized the majestic god. Such a gigantic figure filled the sky of the god city. A single slap from him was enough to cover the vast ancient city. How can a person's phenomenon be so huge? It actually transformed into a god. This is too terrifying, everyone was stunned. Being looked down upon by this enormous deity made them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure, as if they were ants looking up at a deity. Everyone's faces were pale, and they couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural suppression, an instinctive fear that originated from their souls. Boom, this deity seemed like it could split apart heaven and earth. A large hand reached out, covering the entire divine city. The starry skies could no longer be seen. The heavenly dome trembled, about to collapse. Jiang Taishu, so what if you've made a breakthrough? Your lifespan has dried up and your body is empty. How are you going to fight me? The deity that stood between the heavens and the earth opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it was like thunder descending into the world. Many palaces directly collapsed. Within the ancient city, almost everyone's ears were ringing, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Many people were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. The sovereign of the Eventide was so powerful. As his opponent, one would truly feel despair. How was one to defeat him? The huge hand covered the sky, and in an instant, an oppressive aura filled every inch of the space, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Boom, the deity's huge hand was boundless as it grabbed the peerless godly monarch within. This scene was finally captured by the people below. Godly monarch ancestor. Ancestor. The people from the Jiang family cried out anxiously as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even though the godly monarch was invincible, he had just been revived. In a battle with a peerless sovereign, he had already been defeated at the Khanate realm. At this moment, with the sovereign of the Eventide producing such a shocking phenomenon, who could resist it? Even if the godly monarch was unscathed, he might not be able to withstand it safely. Gemini King is invincible throughout the world. Jiang Taishu, I'll send you on your way. The terrifying deity's voice was like a tsunami that connected the world, as though it came from above the 9 heavens. The great Tao heavenly melody sounded as though it tore through spacetime from ancient times. The huge deity's finger was dazzling, as though it was burning with endless flames. He wanted to sacrifice the godly monarch alive and wipe him from the world forever. All sorts of great Tao laws streaked across the night sky, converging at a single point in the huge hand. Everyone was stunned. The birth of this deity could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Who could match him? The peerless godly monarch was caught in his hand and was unable to escape. He was being ground by the endless great Tao laws and was in imminent danger. Godly monarch ancestor. The people from the Jiang family roared. They were about to activate the ancient heaven-devouring fiend jar and blast it into the endless void. However, the 7 great sage-level figures appeared together. All of them were sneering as they prepared to snatch the other half of the extreme Tao sacred armament. They had finally seen Jiang Taishu being suppressed. They did not wish for any accidents to happen. If the peerless godly monarch was not eliminated, they would definitely die. Pop. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the night sky. The huge deity trembled as a bloody hole appeared in his huge palm. Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the Eventide roared as his hand became even more resplendent. The bloody hole rapidly disappeared, and it was as good as new. Pop. However, the soft sound rang out once again. The deity's hand was like a resplendent firework, constantly splattering blood as bloody holes appeared one after another. The hand was unable to close and was penetrated by the sword beams that surged into the sky. None of the nomological powers could stop it. Pwa. Finally, with a soft sound, the peerless godly monarch broke out. His clothes were not stained with blood and he was pure white. He stood silently in the void as he transformed into a peerless divine sword. He used his body to slice through the deity's hand and charged out. Battle sacred art? The sovereign of the Eventide said coldly, unfortunately, you are still an arrow at the end of its flight. You are unable to use your full strength. Quick, revive the sacred furnace and escape the entanglement of the arch sacred armament. The people from the Jiang family turned anxious. Jiang Taishu was a heaven-bestowed godly monarch, but unfortunately, he had just been revived. It was likely that he would perish in a battle with a life-and-death enemy. They could not help but be anxious. Immovable. The few elders controlling the eternal universe furnace were horrified. They were unable to escape the arch sacred furnace. The sovereign of the Eventide is plotting something big. He wants our race's sacred furnace. The few elders had anxious expressions. The sovereign of the Eventide had come with the ancient arch sacred armament to resist the eternal universe sacred furnace. He had opened up a path for the other sacred masters to enter the underground palace to kill the godly monarch. And during this process, he had done all he could to control the arch sacred armament to resist the eternal universe divine furnace. He had even carved astonishing arch array patterns on it. Finally, not long ago, he had finished inscribing the connate patterns, forming a supreme divine array. He had fused with the ancient arch sacred armament and was about to snatch the eternal universe furnace away. If not for Yi Fan striking out with the fire divine furnace, he would have probably succeeded. Although the eternal universe furnace held the absolute advantage, it was still unable to escape the entanglement. With a thought, Yi Fan attempted to establish a connection with the fire divine furnace and instigate it to produce even greater might. Rumble, divine flames surged into the sky. After the fire divine furnace was instigated, it emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. 9 divine birds rushed out, and in addition, there was a sun that hung high in the sky. Yi Fan was alarmed. If it were any other day, it was absolutely impossible for the furnace to have such world-shaking might. However, at this moment, it was extremely shocking. It was nearly comparable to the arch sacred armament. What's going on? The people of the Jiang family were also stunned. I know. This is the supreme treasure that my Jiang family lost countless years ago. I didn't expect it to appear in the world. The supreme expert Jiang Yan's eyes shot out a strange light. In the past, the divine king ancestor learned of its whereabouts and went out to search for it. That's why it disappeared. The ninth bandit Jiang Yi also sighed. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He used his powerful divine will to control the furnace and instigated it to release even more astonishing power. It really is the Thearcha's nomological laws and array patterns. The 7 divine lords were all shocked. They wanted to stop it, but it was impossible. People were shocked to find that there were 9 divine rainbows on the Li Fire divine furnace that were connected to Yi Fan. On the lid, there were 9 ancient characters blooming with scarlet light. The 2 couldn't be severed. It was as if they had become one. The 7 divine lords tried many times, but to no avail. These 9 ancient characters are Thearcha's characters. Every ancient character flowed with the aura of the great Tao. They were incomparably profound, as if they wanted to attract people's minds. Boom! The Li Fire divine furnace emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. Extremely profound array patterns naturally formed and imprinted themselves in the void. Yi Fan was shocked to realize that he wasn't the one who had caused all of this. He was just the one who had triggered it. All of this was because of the eternal universe furnace's existence. When the Li Fire divine furnace approached it, it seemed to be activated as if it had a life of its own. The Li Fire divine furnace was like a connate the arch divine array. It sealed the connate patterns that the sovereign of the Eventide had inscribed. The eternal universe furnace was even more terrifying. Its might was even more monstrous as it tried to suppress another Thearcha's sacred artifact. What a pity. I missed the eternal universe sacred furnace. High in the sky, the sovereign of the Eventide seemed to have endless regrets. However, it's not too late for me to kill Jiang Taishu. He had expended all means to snatch the Thearcha's sacred artifact, but it was all for naught. Now, he was focused on killing the godly monarchs. The sovereign of the Eventide knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the eternal universe furnace was freed, he could only avoid it. Killing the peerless godly monarchs was his only option. Boom! In the sky, there was an eternal divine light that stretched endlessly. It was as though it had existed since the beginning of time, becoming the only thing in the world. In the divine city, no one would forget this day. It was a calamity for them. At least half of them had collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. There was no way to resist this supreme pressure. It was like a demonic mountain was pressing down on them. It was an unbearable weight. The battle between the sovereign of the Eventide and the peerless godly monarchs reached its climax. The laws of the world and the order of the great Tao were constantly struck out by them, turning the night sky into a world of light. Jiang Taishu, you're finished. Your body is drained and you have no divine power to use. You can't power the great Tao of the world. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the Eventide sneered. At this moment, the eternal divine light vanished. The figures of the Middle Grounds King and the Eastern Wilderness godly monarchs finally appeared. The godly monarch's pure land was beautiful. A rain of crystalline flowers fell from the sky, and there was only a single divine tree there. It was as vigorous as a horned dragon. It gently swayed as it received the baptism of the rain of flowers. The peerless godly monarch sat quietly under the ancient tree. His white clothes were flawless, and his eyes were closed. He allowed the crystalline rain to touch him, as though he had passed away in meditation. Jiang Taishu, do you think the godly monarch's pure land can stop me? The sovereign of the Eventide's voice was no longer aged. He had reversed time, allowing his body to recover to its peak state. No one expected the sovereign of the Eventide to look so young. He exuded a heroic aura. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his brows were sword-like. His eyes were extremely sharp. His grace was like jade, and his aura was like a rainbow. As he approached step by step, he exuded a heroic aura. It was as though he was a god of war that had been resurrected, as luster enveloped his body. Boom! The surface of his body suddenly emitted a divine light that surged into the sky. A golden divine robe appeared and covered his body, making him look like a sun. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face made him look like a god. The golden robe burned like flames, and a golden divine spear appeared in his hand. With a pft, he penetrated the godly monarch's pure land. How is this possible? The godly monarch's pure land is said to be indestructible. How did the sovereign of the Eventide penetrate it? Everyone in the divine city was extremely shocked. They could not believe everything that had happened. As for the people from the Jiang family, they were nearly in despair. How could this happen? The godly monarch's pure land was peerless in the world, so how could the sovereign of the Eventide penetrate it? Within the godly monarch's pure land, the falling flowers were like a rain of tears. They danced in the air and landed under the ancient divine tree. The peerless godly monarch was silent, as though he was carved from divine jade. Has the godly monarch passed away? This was the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Taishu, you should understand now. Even if you were to be resurrected to your peak state, you wouldn't stand a chance. I'm wearing the divine robe of an ancient sage, and the divine spear in my hand has such an origin. It's hard to find in this world, and even your godly monarch's pure land can't stop me. The sovereign of the Eventide was awe-inspiring as he pointed his spear at the peerless godly monarch in front of him. Be destroyed. The sovereign of the Eventide shouted. The golden divine robe shone brightly like a golden sun. He was like a god born from fire as he stabbed forward with the golden spear in his hand. Avenge my elder brother. Gemini King, you are invincible. Pfft. Divine blood dyed the pure land. The peerless godly monarch's chest was penetrated, and under the ancient divine tree, blood flowed all over the ground. On his flawless white robe, ghastly flowers of blood appeared. The blood dyed the ground red, and it flowed into the flowers. Even the roots of the ancient trees were soaked. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was dyed with blood. As they floated down, they surrounded the peerless godly monarch, but he still did not open his eyes. Although there was a rain of flowers, everything was very quiet. It was as though time had come to a standstill. The golden spear piercing through the godly monarch's chest seemed to become an eternal scene. Godly monarch, the Jiang family cried out in sorrow. The peerless godly monarch is dead. Everyone in God City was alarmed. Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the Eventide wanted to lift the godly monarch up, but the godly monarch's hand suddenly grabbed the golden spear, firmly locking it in place. The peerless godly monarch's white robe was dyed with blood, but he did not open his eyes. His crystalline face did not show any emotions, as though he was a god that was resting in peace. Blood flowed from his wound, emitting a scarlet mist that flowed along the golden spear. It was very gentle, dyeing the sovereign of the Eventide's hand red. Ah! The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as though he had discovered the most terrifying thing. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that he was firmly locked in place. Boom! The golden-robed sovereign of the Eventide suddenly burst into flames, emitting a blinding light that roasted the entire world. He struggled violently. The legends are true. The godly monarch has the blood of a god flowing within him. After mastering it, he will improve further, and the blood of a god will awaken. Within the godly king's pure land, a rain of sparkling petals fell. Beneath the divine tree, the white-robed godly monarch was covered in blood. He had been pierced by the divine spear, but he remained motionless. His black hair drooped down, and his eyes were tightly shut on his jade-like face. He looked like a god. The blood of a god, the sovereign of the Eventide yelled as the divine blood flowed up the golden divine spear like a haze. It ignited his body as it emitted blinding flames. He was in extreme pain, but he was unable to extricate himself. Why? The golden divine clothes on his body were dazzling as they flowed with the aura of a god. However, it could not change anything. It could not fend off the raging flames. This was because the golden divine clothes did not cover every inch of his body. The divine blood burned through his hands into his body, but the clothes were unable to stop it either. Boom! His organs began to burn. The divine clothes were resplendent, but they could not protect his insides. The sovereign of the Eventide's hair flailed about as he roared into the sky. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The peerless godly monarch's hands were like the roots of the earth, unshakable. He held the divine spear motionlessly, like a god that had existed for eternity. Boom! Scarlet light surged into the sky as flames spread in all directions. The sovereign of the Eventide's head also began to burn. His young and valiant face turned snow-white and completely distorted. I am the Lord of the Eventide. I rule the world. No one can kill me. He roared into the sky as he stirred the power of the great Tao in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but it was of no use. The divine fire enveloped him, illuminating the pure land. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. It was sacred and auspicious, but it contained boundless terrifying power. The sovereign of the Eventide was indignant as he clenched the golden spear tightly. He wanted to pull it out of the peerless godly monarch's body and completely extricate himself from all of this. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. He was rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Everyone in the divine city was alarmed. They originally believed that the godly monarch had been killed, but they never expected him to have such means. He wanted to burn the king of the Central Plains to ashes. Sage awakening! The sovereign of the Eventide roared. At that moment, if he had no other choice, he would undoubtedly die. The blood of a god had burned into his bones. Buzz! The golden divine robe on his body shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own. It trembled unceasingly. This was a divine robe refined by an ancient saint. In this world, other than the great emperors, there weren't many who could break it. It could be said that this was a divine object that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It could only be chanced upon by luck, and it was a peerless treasure. Lord of the Night, eternal and undying, bloodline rebirth. He was borrowing the power of the Xianxia to awaken the slumbering silver blood and draw out an indescribably terrifying potential. Rumble. The sound of a tsunami was heard. Silver blood seeped out of his skin and turned into a white flame that burned. It fought against the scarlet mist divine blood and tried to drive it away. And at this moment, the ancient sage's divine clothes gradually awakened, providing him with endless divine power. The sovereign of the night's roar tore through the void as he slowly but firmly pulled out the divine spear from the celestial king's body. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the divine king's pure land. He roared in the night sky as he tried to extinguish the flames on his body. The roar was heart-wrenching. Many cultivators could not withstand it as they fainted from the vibrations and fell to the ground. The sovereign of the night let out a final roar as though he had expended all his strength. His body was nearly burned to a crisp before he finally extinguished the flames. Xianxia, you have injured me to such a state. I want to refine your divine blood to make up for everything. The sovereign of the night's voice was bone-chilling, making one's hair stand on end. Pwah! Streams of silver blood gushed out from his charred body as they covered his entire body. Following that, a holy light that resembled moonlight constantly flashed, illuminating him. Boom! The white flame burned as he was reborn from the flames. His dry and cracked body once again glowed with the aura of life. It was as tender as a baby's skin as he was revived. And during this process, the Xianxia on his body constantly trembled as it glowed brilliantly. It was as though it was breathing and possessed endless vitality. What kind of physique does he have? Why does he have silver blood? Many people in the divine city were alarmed. The sovereign of the Eventide's physique was very terrifying, and it was in no way inferior to the eastern wilderness divine body. He has the divine robe of an ancient sage. What should we do? Worry appeared on the faces of the people of the Jiang clan. This kind of peerless divine object was almost indestructible. The Jiang clan also had it, but it was a pity that they didn't bring it with them at this time. Jiang Taishu, how can you compete with me now? The sovereign of the Eventide relied on the divine clothes of an ancient sage, and with the golden spear in hand, he once again penetrated the godly monarch paradise and easily entered it. This time, he didn't act rashly. He pointed the divine spear in front of him, and the invisible killing intent transformed into an indestructible sharpness, rushing toward Jiang Taishu. The divine tree swayed and petals danced in the air. The divine king's white clothes were dyed in blood, but he still didn't move. It was as if he had really passed away in a sitting position under the tree. There was a hole in his chest that went straight from the front to the back, and the blood had already stopped flowing. Jiang Taishu, you've broken through to the advanced divine king realm, but your life force has dried up. The sovereign of the Eventide sneered and said, although my blood hasn't transformed into a divine bloodline like yours, my life force is more exuberant than yours. There's no need to say so much if you want to kill me. Just come forward. You haven't attacked yet because you're afraid. The peerless divine king finally spoke, but his eyes remained closed. I'm afraid? What a joke. I have the divine robe of an ancient sage, and I'm invincible. Who can compete with me? Even if you're in your best condition, you won't stand a chance. Chi. The peerless sharpness appeared as Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged under the divine tree. However, his life essence and the great Tao were one as he struck out. This was a white-robed divine king, and he was almost the same as Jiang Taishu. He was born from Tao integration, and when he arrived before Jiang Taishu, an unparalleled pressure blanketed the world. This was a kind of divine might that seemed to be splitting the world apart. It was as if they had returned to the time when all living things were born. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Ah, the sovereign of the eventide yelled. His black hair danced wildly as the golden divine spear was thrust into the sky, meeting the peerless divine king's astounding attack. At the same time, the divine robe on his body was as resplendent as the sun as it completely ignited. Dong. The firmament was penetrated. The peerless divine king's all-out attack seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future as he struck out with the extreme strength of the Tao. Everyone in the divine city was suppressed by this unparalleled pressure and fell to the ground. Not a single person could stand. Bang! The sovereign of the eventide was struck out of the pure land as he flew towards the ends of the horizon. Then, he plummeted to the ground as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. As the blood splattered down, it reduced the palaces to dust. Although the sovereign of the middle ground was heavily injured, he wasn't in pain. He even revealed a smile as he coughed out blood. Jiang Taishu, you are finished. In the divine king's pure land, the peerless divine king's body swayed as he nearly collapsed under the divine tree. It was as if he had expended all his life essence and his life force. Your strongest attack, the battle saint technique, has already been unleashed. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the eventide yelled as he coughed out blood. The divine robe of an ancient sage is impossible to penetrate. You can't hurt my core. He roared into the sky as he laughed. His heroic face was almost hideous. Divine King Ancestor. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. They couldn't bear to watch any further. Haha, the 7 sacred masters roared with laughter as they finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the divine king's death, an era had come to an end. They no longer needed to worry. Jiang Taishu, I want the Purple Mountain Imperial Way. I want the 9 secrets. Then, I'll send you on your way. The sovereign of the eventide took large strides into the sky as he truly had the supreme might of a sovereign descending upon the world. Within the divine city, everyone was alarmed. The Eastern Wilderness Divine King and the Middle Ground Sovereign had existed for more than 4,000 years. The peerless battle had finally come to an end. Pfft. The Divine King's pure land was said to be indestructible, but it was instantly penetrated by the ancient sage's divine spear. The sovereign of the eventide easily walked in. Even your pure land can't stop me. Do you still want to struggle? How are you going to face the peerless divine item left behind by the ancient sage? The sovereign of the eventide yelled as he pointed his divine spear towards the sky before slowly slashing it down, aiming for Jiang Taishu's throat. Sovereign of the eventide, what kind of sovereign are you to take advantage of someone's perilous state? By killing my race's divine king, the Jiang family will never rest until you are dead. Some of the elders of the Jiang family had tears welling up in their eyes. Jiang Yan even swore to the heavens as he roared, if my race's divine king perishes, my Jiang family's heritage will be unleashed. Be it the sacred land behind you or the Middle Ground's eternal dynasty, we will use the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe them all out. As the sovereign of the eventide, I have reigned supreme over the world. Who dares threaten me? I'm definitely going to kill Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the eventide attacked as peerless killing intent swept through the entire pure land. Under the divine tree, the white-robed divine king was hugging Fairy Rosy Cloud. His expression was calm, without any joy or worry. There was no sign of fear towards death. The divine king had regrets. Day after day, scene after scene. After being separated for 4,000 years, he let out a heavy sigh. He turned around and faced the sovereign of the eventide before letting out another sigh. The sovereign of the Eventide felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he froze in place. His peerless killing intent had dissipated and his soul was on the brink of dissipating. Clang! The golden spear in his hand fell to the ground as his glabella split open, with a wisp of blood seeping out. His face was filled with disbelief as he said with great difficulty, "The sigh of the gods." He slumped into the Pure Land, almost unable to believe everything that had happened. His expression was distorted as he could not accept the outcome. It's really the sigh of the gods? Ancient godly monarchs are able to demonstrate the mighty power of the gods after reaching the pinnacle. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to do it. The Jiang family's godly monarch has actually used it in a perilous situation. Everyone was alarmed. All of this had exceeded their expectations. Why can it penetrate the divine robe of an ancient sage? It penetrated into my body and soul. The sovereign of the Eventide was indignant. The peerless divine item was unharmed, but he had been penetrated. The sigh of the gods had destroyed all his vitality. Clang! The divine robe of an ancient sage was a peerless treasure in the world. It possessed a life of its own, and it automatically separated itself from the sovereign of the Eventide. Together with the spear, it transformed into a golden divine beam that charged out of the Pure Land. Boom! A domain gate appeared in the sky as the great emperor's sacred armament that was clashing with the eternal universe furnace released trillions of lightning bolts. They tore through space and tore through the void. The divine robe of an ancient sage followed closely behind and entered it. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Pfft! In the Pure Land, the sovereign of the Eventide collapsed, his body and soul extinguished. Dead. The sovereign of the Eventide has been killed. Jiang Taishu has released the sigh of the gods and killed his nemesis. The 7 sacred lords turned pale as they charged in different directions. Now, a great calamity had befallen them. Unfortunately, all of this was destined. They had no way of escaping. The peerless godly monarch walked out of the Pure Land as the eternal universe sacred furnace flew above his head. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. If there were too many peerless experts in the divine city, they would definitely have a dragon-like blood aura that surged into the sky. There was no way to conceal it. Boom! In the north, the first surge of blood aura was extinguished. It indicated that a peerless expert had perished. Boom! In the west, the second dragon-shaped blood aura was extinguished. Another peerless expert had been eliminated from the world. The peerless godly monarch has taken action. Divine might of lightning. His speed is too fast. In the blink of an eye, he has already killed 2 peerless experts. Tonight, the divine city is destined to be dyed red with the blood of peerless experts. Everyone was stunned. This night would definitely be recorded in the annals of cultivation history. The sovereign of the Eventide has perished. He had lived for more than 4,000 years, and almost no one could stand up to him. Yet, he was defeated. The twin kings of the Middle Ground, who had lived for more than 4,000 years and were known to be invincible, have been reduced to dust just like that. It's almost unbelievable. Everyone was in discussion. The Middle Ground's king had died a violent death. He had been killed even while wearing the divine robes of an ancient sage. It deeply shocked everyone. This was the end of an era. A monarch who looked down on the world had forever become history. His blood and fame had forged the great legend of another divine king. Qi. South of the divine city, a dragon-shaped blood qi that pierced into the sky dimmed before it was completely extinguished. It indicated that a third top figure had been eliminated from the world. Another important figure had died. People found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying waves would be stirred in the world after tonight. Divine lords were the masters of this land, but they had been killed one after another tonight. It would definitely cause a huge uproar that would shock the world. At that moment, the Jiang family was no longer nervous. The divine king had reversed the situation and killed the sovereign of the Eventide alone. They found it unbelievable. What a pity that we weren't able to keep that great emperor's sacred weapon. Otherwise, who in this world would dare be our Jiang family's enemy? This was the thought of many in the Jiang family. What kind of background do the 13 divine lords have? Why didn't the divine king patriarch spare their lives and investigate their origins? A young cultivator from the Jiang family was puzzled. It had been a very sullen night, and he wanted to know who the enemies behind the scenes were. Xianxia glanced at him and did not say a word. The other seniors also fell silent. Another member of the younger generation, the descendant of the divine king, Jiang Yifei, was also present. He had Jiang Taishu's charm and was similarly handsome. He shook his head and said, "Unless we can become enemies with the entire world." The names of the 13 divine lords were unknown to the world, so it was not a big deal for them to perish like that. However, if they were found out in public, it would be equivalent to falling out with the major factions behind them. They could only fight. The Jiang family had a heritage of more than 100,000 years and could be said to be extremely prosperous. It was enough to intimidate the eastern wilderness and was an extremely powerful existence even among the sacred grounds. However, they definitely did not have the strength to resist the sacred grounds alone. If they were to find out that several of the sacred grounds were involved, it would result in a tsunami-like war. What kind of person was a supreme god king? Perhaps he had already figured out the origins of these people in the process of exchanging blows, but he would not reveal it. He could only kill them all. Regardless of whether these people came from the middle ground or the eastern wasteland, the divine king was not afraid of them at all. If he killed them like this, then so be it. No dynasty or holy land would dare to jump out and accuse him. Chi. The fourth streak of blood energy that pierced through the heavens and the earth dimmed. Another great figure had become the dust of history. Soon after, the majestic blood energy that was as thick as a mountain and rushed into the clouds was extinguished one after another. The time interval was not very long. Dead, all dead. 7 Saint Lord level characters, not a single one survived. Peerless God King, peerless elegance. He single-handedly killed 13 sacred lords, 3 old freaks of nature, and killed the central state's sovereign of the eventide. How impressive is that? Within the divine city, everyone was shocked. The divine king revived, and in a single night, he actually did such a world-shaking thing. It was truly shocking. All of them have been extinguished. Not a single one of them could have survived. They were all overlords of the present age. These overlords were enough to sweep through the world. Almost no one could compete with them. They were the pinnacle of the present age, but unfortunately, they had encountered the peerless God King. It was destined that they would not be able to change the outcome. Yi Fan was also shocked. Who could compete with the divine king's heroic bearing? If one were to ask the entire world, how many people like him could be found, at this moment, he had long lost his connection with the Li Fire divine furnace. That mysterious furnace seemed to have a life of its own as it followed the divine king along with the eternal universe furnace. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. No one could calm down. The peerless God King had stunned the world and made everyone's hearts surge with emotions. In the sky, a lonely figure walked over. The bloodstains on his white clothes were all gone, and his black hair danced in the wind. The divine king did not have the joy of victory after a great battle. Instead, there was only endless loneliness and sorrow. He arrived in front of the dragon transformation pool. Everyone knelt down, showing him great respect. Everyone was extremely moved. The divine king let them get up. Then, he came before the broken pieces of blood. With a light shout, his body shone with boundless light and completely purified the place. Ancestor Divine King, don't be sad. All the disciples came to save you willingly. Being able to help is their greatest wish, Jiang Yin consoled. Jiang Yin advised. He did not wish for the Divine King to expend his life essence and damage his already weakened body. I don't know if reincarnation exist. If there is, I have already used the forbidden technique from the ancient scriptures to ensure their safe passage. Jiang Taishu was sad. These descendants had all died for him. Ancestor Divine King, you don't have to be like this. The ninth bandit Jiang Yi also came forward to console him. The past life is fabricated, and the next life is ethereal. Man can only strive for the present. The peerless God King's face was full of exhaustion. Then, he collapsed stiffly. Ancestor Divine King. Everyone turned pale with fright. There was chaos. When the sky was about to brighten, the Divine King woke up. He rushed into the sky and with a violent shake, scarlet light flooded the god city. Boom! The divine might of the extreme path fluctuated and finally disappeared completely. The god city that had been suppressed was unsealed and finally connected to the outside world. Yifan did not say anything else. He immediately took out the profound jade platform and was about to cross the void. He felt that the divine king's condition was not good. He could not be sure what kind of great waves would be caused when the god city was unsealed. You don't have to leave. The divine king's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to stop his movements. Little friend, we have not repaid your great kindness. Don't leave. The people of the Jiang family also spoke up to stop him. The moment the god city was unsealed, people constantly crossed the void and left. The news spread in all directions. The north region was shaken, the eastern baron was shaken, and the central plains was also shaken. On this day, the world was shocked. 13 Saint Lords were killed by one person in a single night. This was like a fantasy story. Almost no one dared to believe that the most terrifying earthquake had ever happened in the Eastern Baron. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was filled with fear. Many sects were alarmed. The resurrected divine king had caused such a terrifying result. As long as it was a cultivator, they would be terrified. The Central Plains was also in an uproar. Who was the sovereign of the Eventide? He was a heaven-bestowed king who had looked down on the world for more than 4,000 years. It was rare for him to meet his match, but in the end, he died in the Eastern Baron like his brother. There were rumors in the world that the Sun Sovereign and the Sovereign of the Eventide were invincible when they combined. They were kings who complemented each other. Unfortunately, they were killed before they could achieve such a grand occasion. However, people were looking forward to their descendants. Who knew, there might be 2 more kings. The Eastern Baron was shaken. All the major factions could not calm down. The Jiang family's Saint Lord was the first to rush over. Jiangren, you still have the face to come? Look at the situation now, the 9th bandit shouted. He had rebelled against the Jiang family and was directly related to the Saint Lord's faction. It's not that I don't want to come, but that I can't. Do you know what happened to the family? A great enemy came, and many terrifying figures appeared to confront us. The family's trump card was almost used up. What? Jiang Yun was shocked. Greetings, Divine King Ancestor. Jiang Ren knelt down. Jiang Taishu nodded and let him get up. He did not leave the God City. Instead, he waited for all the Saint Lords to come. Only a peerless Divine King would dare to do so. The Alcade Saint requests an audience. The Ji Family Saint requests an audience. The Thousand Beginnings Saint requests an audience. The Purple Mansion Saint requests an audience. All the Saint Lords rushed into the God City and requested an audience with the Divine King. Why are they all here? Not a single one died. A young man from the Jiang family muttered. He was immediately reprimanded by an elder. A Saint Lord was not the same as a real Saint Lord. It could be some other top cultivator, or even someone from the middle ground. As the sun rose, the Divine King carried Fairy Rosy Cloud into the sky. He looked at the rising sun on the horizon, motionless. In the God City, none of the Saint Lords dared to be dissatisfied. They all waited quietly. The sun rose from the east, and after noon, it slowly set in the west. The sunset was like blood, dyeing half the sky red. The Divine King held Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, motionless as he looked at the setting sun. Brother Taishu, back then, you found the earthly fate fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years, and die together. I waited for you. Unfortunately, I can't see you come back to life with my own eyes. These murmurs echoed in the Divine King's ears. I really want to walk with you under the setting sun, but unfortunately, there's no time. You'll never hear my voice again. The corner of the Divine King's eyes sparkled. After being trapped for 4,000 years, his heart was already as hard as steel, but he was still grieving. The moment the sunset disappeared, his white hair was as white as snow. It was especially eye-catching in the night, but he did not say a word. Ancestor Divine King, the people below exclaimed. Fairy Rosy Cloud disappeared from the Divine King's pure land. Jiang Taishu stepped down. His face was like jade at the moment, but his hair was snow white. Greetings, Divine King. All the Saint Lords bowed at the same time with great respect. Then, they all opened their mouths and swore to the heavens that everything that happened last night had nothing to do with the sacred grounds. The sacred grounds that possessed extreme weapons tried their best to prove their innocence, even producing conclusive evidence. The Divine King's beauty had died tragically. If he were to attack mercilessly with the eternal universe furnace, it would be an unimaginably terrible disaster. Representatives from all the major forces came, and many people came to pay their respects. Suddenly, someone was shocked and said, "The sacred body of the ancients. How dare he hide here?" Xianxia's body was like a block of wood, but he was infinitely close to being a source master. He had almost cultivated the heavenly eye, so he immediately noticed Yifan in the crowd. Many people from the sacred grounds came, and many of them stood in the distance. Many murderous auras burst out at the same time. "Do you want to kill him?" Xianxia, who was sitting in the center of the hall, asked. "Senior Divine King, he has the sacred body of the ancients and has committed many evil deeds. All the sacred grounds are after him," Xianxia said. Reporting to the Divine King, "The sacred body of the ancients deserves death. He has committed many crimes, and the top 10 young fighters of the Alcade hidden bloodline were all killed by him. The supreme elder of the Ji family was burned to ashes by him. How dare you come to this place?" Many people spoke with endless murderous intent. All eyes were on Yifan. "How dare you? Are you talking about him, or are you talking about yourselves?" The Divine King spoke and glanced at everyone. No one dared to look him in the eye. "Divine King, you." Someone gathered his courage and asked. "He saved my life. Killing him is equivalent to killing me. Do you want to kill him?" The Divine King's voice was sonorous and forceful, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The hall was dead silent. Killing Yifan was equivalent to killing Xianxia. Who would dare to kill a Divine King nowadays? 13 Divine Lords, 3 peerless old monsters, and a king of Xianxia were all killed by him alone. It shocked the world overnight. Who would dare to stand up at this moment? How did this happen? When did Yifan save the Divine King's life? This was the question that many people were confused about. For the past few days, all the cultivators in the city had been searching for Yifan's whereabouts, but he ended up having such a relationship with the extremely powerful Divine King. How did he do it? Could it be wrong? How could he have saved the Divine King's life? Someone murmured in a low voice. Jiangyan said, "Many enemies came to attack, and the Divine King's ancestor was in danger. Yifan used the true dragon elixir to save the ancestor, allowing him to be reborn in the dragon transformation pool." The true dragon elixir. Many people gasped when they heard these words. They were inexplicably shocked. This was the legendary primordial elixir. How did Yifan have such a thing? People quickly realized his identity. Not only did he have the sacred body of the ancients, but he was also a genius who inherited the original technique from the Yuan Taoist master. He had once cut out the seed of the elixir. However, even so, people were still shocked. The immortal elixir was something that even the sacred grounds did not have, but Yifan had obtained 2 of them. It was too unbelievable. If they could control him, what would that mean for a holy land? It would bring great benefits. If they could plant an immortal elixir, they might be able to cultivate a great emperor. Many people knew that Yifan had the source qi. Now that they learned all this, they realized that the value of the sacred body of the ancients was much greater than they had imagined. All the sacred grounds and major forces had chased him for such a long time, but they had gotten nothing. Now that they saw Yifan being protected by the Divine King, many people were very unwilling to accept it. At the same time, many people from major forces suddenly had the idea that perhaps they could get more benefits by winning over the sacred body of the ancients. Xianxia's body was withered, and he was infinitely close to the Earth Source Master level. Although he was already in his twilight years, he was extremely eager for the divine tome of the origin. He said, "I beg the Divine King to uphold justice." "What do you want?" Xianxia remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping downwards. Xianxia said, "The sacred physique bullied a descendant of my Genesis technique family, but he saved the Divine King's life. I don't dare to blame him, but I would like to ask him to return my Genesis Technique family's heavenly sourcebook. Standing in the crowd, Yi Fan disdainfully swept a glance at him and said, "You wanted to kill me in a Genesis Technique match, but unfortunately your skills are inferior. In the end, you're blaming me for bullying you. What kind of logic is this?" Xianxia said, "This old man does not wish to get entangled in these grudges. I only wish to find my Genesis Technique clan's unparalleled secret book." Yi Fan calmly asked, "Since when did the Origin Heaven book become an ancient scripture of your Genesis Technique clans? This is clearly the divine canon left by the Yuan Taoist master. Don't you feel ashamed when you say these words? Genesis Techniques have always been one since ancient times. The Origin Heaven book belongs to the Genesis Technique world, not a cultivator like you. So, this old man asks you to return it." Xianxia argued. Yi Fan swept a glance at him and said, "According to what you said, cultivation techniques have always been one since ancient times. Do you think I can ask for an ancient scripture from the various sacred grounds? Also, this book was lent to me by the descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. What does it have to do with you? The descendant of the Yuan Taoist master lent it to you. How is that possible? You must have stolen it." A young disciple of a Genesis Technique clan could not help but rebuke. "Humph!" The divine king coldly snorted. The disciple's face immediately paled and he hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to speak any more. "I am very clear about the origin of the Origin Heaven book. Your Genesis Technique clans have no reason to fight over it." After saying these words, the divine king no longer paid attention to them. Xianxia opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not dare to say another word. The divine king's might terrified him. All the sacred grounds were silent. Not a single person mentioned the grudge between them and Yi Fan. They would not be like the Genesis Technique clans and get into trouble at this juncture. "I have heard that Yi Fan has a grudge with the Ji clan. I am willing to resolve it. Is there any room for discussion?" The divine king suddenly spoke and looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord. "Divine king, please understand. There are indeed some disputes. He has learned the secret of the ancient void scripture. Of course, some members of the Ji clan have reacted too aggressively. The Ji clan's sacred lord was neither servile nor overbearing." "I see." Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at Yi Fan and said, "Can you promise the Ji clan's sacred lord that you will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone?" Yi Fan knew that the divine king was helping him and doing him a great favor. How could he not know what was good for him? He said, "Thank you, divine king. I swear I will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone." "Good. Go to the Ji clan and ask for forgiveness." Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord and said, "If he divulges the secret of the ancient void scripture, I will kill him myself. What do you think?" What could the Ji clan's sacred lord say? It was obvious that the divine king wanted to protect Yi Fan. After receiving such a guarantee, the wisest choice was to nod. This guy. In the crowd far away, Ji Ziyue, who was dressed in purple, ground her teeth and stared at Yi Fan. Ji Haiyue frowned slightly and said, "Ziyue, why are you stepping on my foot?" "Oh, wrong." Ji Ziyue stuck out her tongue. Dimples appeared on her pretty face. She made a face at her brother and giggled. He turned around and looked at the Alcade sacred lord. He said, "Yi Fan has a conflict with the Alcade clan's young disciple?" The Alcade sacred lord nodded and explained what happened in detail. He then said, "He doesn't have much of a grudge with us. It's just a fight between the young generation. Strictly speaking, the Alcade clan's disciple coveted the source chi on Yi Fan first. How could the Alcade sacred lord investigate this? Otherwise, it was very likely that he would lose face. Once this is over, go to the Alcade sacred lord and ask for forgiveness," Divine King Jiang said to Yi Fan. "I will obey the divine king's orders." Yi Fan's face was solemn and serious, but he was smiling inside. The divine king had exonerated him and told him to go and ask for forgiveness. He didn't really have to go. Divine King Jiang looked at the Alcade sacred lord and said, "Let the young generation solve their own grudges. What do you think?" The Alcade sacred lord nodded. He naturally wouldn't say much. Killing Yi Fan was equivalent to killing the Divine King. Since Jiang Taishu had already said this, how could he pursue this matter? Divine King Zhang's hair was as white as snow. He looked to be in his 20s. He sat high up on the throne. His unparalleled charm had been passed down for thousands of years. At this moment, many young girls admired him. Their eyes were shining, but no one dared to say anything because the difference in status and identity was too great. Suddenly, a long roar pierced the sky and approached the divine city. It was like an endless sea of thunder surging rapidly. Rock roar in the sky, everyone knew who had come. It was the Rock King, a famous and horrifying figure of the demon clan. Swish, with a flash of light, a powerful old man in a golden Taoist robe appeared in the hall. His long golden hair was like a burning fire. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were like two sharp swords. He stood tall and straight. Everyone was shocked. The roar was still outside the city, but he had already rushed into the divine city. One could imagine how terrifying his speed was. Obviously, he had already learned about the situation. As soon as he entered the hall, he stared at Yi Fan. The golden light in his eyes flickered. Jiang Yan asked, "Rock King, why are you here?" The Rock King stood tall and straight. His golden Taoist robe shone brightly. He bowed to the Divine King at the top of the hall and stared at Yi Fan again. He came specifically for the little Rock King. He rushed here as soon as he learned that the sacred body of the ancients had appeared. The little Rock King was so talented that many people said he would walk the path of the great emperor. The Rock King liked him very much, so he would not allow him to be imprisoned. Some of my Alcade disciples are also being suppressed by the sacred body. I hope you can release them, the Alcade saint said. Yi Fan suddenly became the center of attention. Everyone looked at him. The little Rock King and the Alcade saint were all geniuses. They could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Even though everyone knew that Yi Fan suppressed two powerful figures under extraordinary circumstances, they still showed a strange expression. Divine King Jiang was a little surprised. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Let them out." He took out the divine fire cauldron and flew it to Yi Fan. Flames flowed on the cauldron. The body of the cauldron was branded with the mark of the divine bird and the sun. It was simple but close to the great path. 9 ancient characters were carved on the cauldron's lid. They were mysterious and abstruse, making it impossible to decipher their meaning. It was because of their existence that the cauldron was sealed. All the saints and saintesses were staring at Yi Fan. Many of the elders were also staring at him without blinking. Their gazes were all focused on him. Yi Fan did not care. He took the divine fire cauldron with a calm expression. He used a special technique to erase the 9 characters and sent them flying. Boom, the divine fire was monstrous. The cauldron's lid shot up into the sky. The entire sky was scorching, turning into a sea of fire. It was as if an ocean was surging. 3 figures turned into 3 divine rainbows and leaped into the void. An extremely powerful divine might covered the sky. They were like 3 gods. Endless divine light bloomed around them, making it impossible for people to look at them directly. Boom, the 3 peak experts of the younger generation moved at the same time. They charged at Yi Fan together. They were like 3 terrifying stars colliding from outer space, making people tremble uncontrollably. Bang, the Supreme God King took action. A large hand reached out and covered the 3 of them. The ocean-like fluctuations immediately disappeared, and everything became calm. "Don't be rude," the Ping King and the Alcade Saint Lord shouted. They were afraid that the 3 of them did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and offended the God King. If that happened, even they wouldn't be able to save them. "Brother Peng, Brother Alcade, sorry for the offense," Yi Fan said. The little Peng King was tall and majestic. His aura was oppressive. Golden divine flames burned around his body. His eyes were like sharp swords, filled with wildness. He held the heavy great desolate halberd in his hand. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a demon lord that had crossed the heavens. He roared at the sky. His killing intent shot up into the sky. He stared at Yi Fan, and endless killing intent surged out. On the other side, the Alcade Saint Lord was surrounded by endless holy light. He was like a god. He stood in the air with a total of 108 rings of light around him, making him seem holy and peaceful. At the same time, there was a trembling aura. The Alcade Saint Lord was like an immortal king that had descended into the mortal world. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't help but want to worship him. He seemed like he was looking down on all living things. He was transcendent and dignified. The charm of an immortal king made many people of the older generation shudder. Fairy Yaoshi, your charm has become even more enchanting. You can be said to be the most beautiful in the world. Yifan smiled at the Alcade Saint Lord. Yaoshi was bright and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that had descended into the world. Her beauty was unmatched, and her skin was like jade. She gave off a feeling of infinite distance. She was clearly standing right in front of them, but she gave off the illusion that she was far away. Her flawless beauty made it seem like she could never be approached. The Alcade Saint, the Little Pung King, and Yaoshi were all top figures of the younger generation. Now that they had broken free from the divine fire cauldron, their murderous intent soared into the sky. They had been trapped in the divine fire cauldron for several months without any daylight, suffering the pain of the divine fire eating away at their bones. To them, it was a torture they had never experienced before. They were all peerless geniuses, so they had never had such an experience. They looked down on their peers, and no matter where they went, they were surrounded by people. It was the first time in their lives that they had been suppressed. Moreover, it was a small cultivator whose cultivation was far inferior to theirs. Thinking of this, they were enraged, and their murderous intent filled the air. They are all amazing geniuses, and their future achievements are immeasurable. Divine King Jiang nodded gently. The golden-winged Little Pung had clearly received the old Pung King's sound transmission and warning. But, he was born with a wild and unruly nature. He grasped the great desolate halberd in his right hand and pointed it towards the southern skies, shouting, "God King, I refuse to accept this." "What do you have to accept?" The Divine King sat in the hall and asked calmly. "Why are you protecting him like this?" "I want to fight with him. If I win, I will spare his life. Is that okay?" His golden hair danced in the wind as he lowered the great desolate halberd and pointed it at Yifan. Endless murderous intent rushed out like raging waves. The Little Pung King's wild nature was hard to tame. Many older figures nodded to themselves for daring to speak like this in front of the peerless Divine King with the great desolate halberd. They believed that he was definitely a promising young man. The Divine King was not displeased. Instead, he showed some appreciation and said, "You can fight with him. As long as he breaks into the 4 extreme secret realms, anyone in the younger generation can fight him to the death." As soon as the Divine King said this, there was an uproar. Was the sacred body of the ancients breaking into the 4 extreme secret realms really realistic? However, no one dared to refute him. The Little Pung King's golden eyes were full of murderous intent as he stared at Yifan. He wanted to say something, but the old Rock King made his move. He stretched out a golden claw and instantly covered the sky, grabbing the Little Pung King. Who dared to disrespect the peerless Divine King? If he was too impudent and angered the God King, no one would be able to save him. Yaoguang Saint Child was like the god of the sun. Even his hair was dyed with golden light. His temperament and charm were especially outstanding. He was really like a god walking in the world. "Very well. I look forward to seeing you enter the 4-level secret realms, Brother Yi. Break the curse that has been around for centuries, and let the sacred body of the ancients shine once again." His expression was calm and peaceful. Surrounded by 108 divine rings, he looked almost like a god. The Alcade Saint calmly returned behind the Alcade Saint Sovereign. People were shocked to find that the number of divine rings he had was the same as the Alcade Sacred Lord, even though they weren't as bright. Yaoshi's immortal appearance was untainted, her appearance capable of toppling countries. There was a deity-like light flame throbbing between her brows, making the older generation figures feel great shock, all of them revealing looks of shock. She also retreated to the side, as if she was walking in the Moon Palace. Her clothes were spotless, and she was elegant and otherworldly. Her phoenix eyes swept over Yifan without saying anything. As long as Yi Fan entered the 4-level secret realms, he would definitely have to face the 3 most terrifying figures of the younger generation. In the near future, there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Divine King Jiang opened his mouth and said, "If we were to talk about it in detail, the 3 of you have all benefited from your misfortune. You have obtained a trace of the Great Emperor's comprehension in the Divine Fire Cauldron." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The Grand Hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. The comprehension of the Great Emperor was priceless in the world. Is this true? Some of the older figures' voices were already trembling. The comprehension of the Great Emperor was something that cultivators dreamed of. It was a bright path that could lead to the pinnacle of the extreme path, and it was a supreme spiritual imprint that could help people become saints. "It's just a trace, but it's enough for them to understand," Divine King Jiang said. "What is the origin of the Divine Fire Cauldron?" Everyone was inexplicably shocked and eager to know. "It is a weapon used by Great Emperor Hengyu in his early years. Although it is not an extreme path sacred weapon, it contains the Great Emperor's Tao." Divine King Jiang revealed the truth. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Divine Fire Cauldron was actually a weapon used by an ancient Great Emperor. It had accompanied him as he grew up. It was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Fan was also very surprised. He finally understood why this cauldron was immortal. It contained the Great Emperor's Tao and possessed unimaginable power. If it could be used, it could destroy the world. The Jiang family's supreme sacred cauldron was based on this cauldron. After Great Emperor Hengyu collected the Phoenix Blood Gold, he went deep into the Sunset Ridge and painstakingly forged the ultimate sacred weapon. Tracing back to its origin, the sacred cauldron's predecessor was the Divine Fire Cauldron. "The grudge has been resolved," Divine King Jiang said. He then asked casually, "There won't be anyone else, right?" "This?" Yi Fan wanted to say something but hesitated. "It's fine. No matter who else is, let them out and I will resolve it for you," Divine King Jiang said. Yi Fan firmly believed that there were no walls in this world that didn't have ears, especially those divine lords. They all had heaven-defying secret arts that could use special methods to investigate the truth. He thought about it and decided to take this opportunity to get rid of his burden. He would let Divine King Jiang help him completely so that it wouldn't lead to a disaster in the future. Swoosh, light flashed. An ancient gold pagoda appeared, hovering in the air with brilliant lights. From a distance, Su Tianxiong, the 3rd greatest bandit of the northern region, was bewildered. He didn't think that his grandson would be involved in this matter. He had forged this pagoda himself. He would never mistake it. Tu Fei had subdued Su Yuan, and Yi Fan had given the ancient pagoda to the Black King. However, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. He was afraid that Tu Fei would be affected, so he retrieved it. Su Tianxiong strode forward. Even the divine lords were afraid of him. His ranking was higher than the Blue Flood Dragon King. His competence was immeasurable. Swoosh, light flashed, and Su Yuan was released. As soon as he saw Su Tianxiong, he let out a loud cry, then pointed at Yi Fan, who was off in the distance. Pack, Su Tianxiong slapped him. Because he had just searched his grandson's sea of consciousness, he understood everything. Su Yuan had asked for it. "Grandpa!" Su Yuan screamed. Not far from him, Su Heng, the top expert of the 13 Great Bandits' descendants, came forward and pulled his little brother away, not giving him a chance to speak. Divine King Jiang didn't say anything. He understood the ways of the world and didn't need to resolve anything to know that the Su family was in the wrong. He asked Yi Fan, "Did you seal anyone else?" Yi Fan was a bit embarrassed. He opened his mouth to say something. Many people wanted to laugh. Looking at him, there must be more. How many people had this kid sealed? Divine King Jiang was also surprised. "No problem. Let them out." Yi Fan didn't say anything more. This time, he was straightforward. He released Li Rue, the light-shaking saint candidate, and quickly retreated. "Yi Fan!" Li Rue shouted. He didn't understand the situation and was about to charge forward and risk his life. The light-shaking saint master snorted coldly. She stretched out a hand, grabbed him, and sealed him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only had Yi Fan suppressed the light-shaking Saint Master and the light-shaking Saint Daughter, but he had even captured the light-shaking Saint Candidate. This was too ruthless. The expressions of those from the light-shaking Holy Land were not very good. This wasn't something to be proud of. Yi Fan had basically become the public enemy of the younger generation of the light-shaking Holy Land. Don't tell me there are more? Divine King Jiang had only asked casually. He didn't think there were more. Yi Fan nodded awkwardly. Even he felt a bit embarrassed. The others suddenly had the urge to spit out their food. There really were more. How many people had this kid sealed? Many people's mouths twitched. Divine King Jiang was almost speechless. He couldn't help but glance at him. He was really surprised. In the distance, and Miaoi covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were moving. She was extremely charming. Her smile could topple a country. The white-clothed little nun's large eyes blinked as she looked at Yi Fan strangely. The little golden creature on her shoulder was extremely human-like. It was convulsing with laughter, making fun of Yi Fan. Brother Gu, he. The prince of the Xia kingdom shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Yao Yuekong smiled and said, "It's time to call him little brother Yi." This time, Yi Fan released more than 10 girls. All of them were surrounded by purple mist and emitted purple light. They obviously came from a holy land, the Purple Kingdom. It's finally over. Divine King Jiang muttered to himself. His tone was more or less helpless. He didn't understand how Yi Fan had suppressed so many people. Please forgive me, Divine King. There's more. Yi Fan looked at the Divine King guiltily. There's more? Divine King Jiang was so angry that he almost laughed. The others couldn't hold it in anymore. Many people burst into laughter. The saints and saintesses all revealed strange expressions. This B***** was too cruel. How many people had he sealed? This guy is too evil. He suppressed so many people with him. Ji Ziyue's big eyes curved into crescent moons. Then, she shook Ji Haoyue's arm and said, "Fortunately, brother is not among them." Ji Haoyue was quite speechless. He glared at his sister. This time, Yi Fan took out a purple gold gourd. The moment he opened the mouth of the gourd, Jiang Yichen fell out, looking very embarrassed. Even the descendant of the Divine King was suppressed. The Jiang family was speechless. Many cultivators wanted to laugh, but they resisted the impulse. Jiang Yichen didn't know what was going on. As soon as he came out, he saw many elders and was about to fall out with Yi Fan. Jiang Yifei hurried forward and pulled him out of the crowd. He was afraid that the Divine King would kill such a descendant in anger. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan. He was completely angry because he realized that Yi Fan wanted to say something. He said, "Do you want to tell me that there's more?" "It's definitely the last one." Yi Fan was almost sweating. For the first time, he felt uncomfortable suppressing so many people. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't help but laugh and stare at him. The saints and saintesses looked at each other. They felt that this bastard was born to be at odds with the Holy Land. If it wasn't the saints, then it was the saintesses. They didn't know whose turn it was this time. Yi Fan took out a scroll sealed in the diamond chakram and sent it into the void. Inside, there was a young girl in a purple dress. She was ethereal and hazy, as if she was about to ascend to immortality. Once the mountain and river diagram appeared, many people exclaimed. The saints and saintesses were all shocked. This was a divine item left behind by the previous divine lord of the purple government. Its power was unparalleled. He actually forced goddess Xianxia into the mountain and river diagram. The purple government saintess is of the Khanate stage of Tao. She stands at the peak of the younger generation. Even she has been sealed. Once the Khanate stage of Tao becomes a divine lord and merges the body with the Tao, no matter how powerful you are, you can only be suppressed. The further you go, the more invincible she becomes. Swoosh, the purple mansion saintess flew out. Her breathtakingly beautiful face flashed and disappeared. She was once again shrouded by the purple mist. She was like a fairy, and every move she made was filled with the charm of the Tao. This was the Khanate stage of Tao. Even on a normal day, she was in a state of being one with the world. Every move she made was filled with the charm of the Tao. What a pity. She came out before the Khanate stage of Tao was born. Li Heishui muttered in a corner. Many people were petrified. She was going to give birth to a Khanate stage of Tao? This was truly a shocking piece of news. Li Heishui, you bastard, are you trying to get me killed? Yi Fan cursed in his heart and hurriedly explained, not yet. No, there is no such thing. Wrong, I have no such intention. The more he tried to explain, the worse it became. Beside him, the Purple Mansion's sacred leader's face darkened. The Khanate stage of Tao was the future prodigy of Eastern Wilderness. He did not want anything to happen to it. Behind him, the Purple Mansion saint's face darkened. He had been suppressed by the saintess since he was young, and his cultivation level was no match for her. Now that he heard this news, he was naturally filled with anger. The Purple Mansion saintess had a quiet and tranquil temperament. However, she was a little angry now. She said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" In the grand hall, the people present looked at each other, and many people smiled. Actually, we can consider such a marriage alliance. Perhaps it can really give birth to the strongest constitution, Divine King Jiang suddenly said. This is. All the sacred leaders were shocked. If I am not wrong, the Archwusher might be the Khanate stage of Tao, Divine King Jiang said. Everyone was shocked. Who in this world knew the Archwusher better than the Divine King? He had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years. He must have learned many secrets. It was even possible that he had obtained the Archwusher's imprint and inheritance. Everyone wanted to know the Purple Mountain's secret. In this world, only he knew it the best. However, no one dared to force him. The 13 sacred leaders, the 3 old monsters, and the King of the Night were examples. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan and said, "Do you want to walk the path of the Archwusher? Defeat all monarchs, suppress all constitutions, fight all the way to the sage level, and fight his way to the Arch level." Everyone was shocked. Did the Archwusher fight his way to the Arch level like this? The Divine King mentioned the Thearch's secret again. Yi Fan had offended all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would definitely be a huge battle with all the saints and saintesses. Even the Divine Kings would not be able to protect him forever. In reality, Yi Fan was also guessing how long the Divine King could live. He felt that something was wrong. The white-robed Divine King had fought all the peerless experts in one night. It was too amazing. It gave people the feeling that the setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but the curtains were about to fall. After the primordial era, the world has changed. The saint physique has fallen, and it no longer has its former glory. Divine King Jiang stared at Yi Fan and said, "I will give you millions of kilograms of source to help you break through to the 4 extremes secret realm. Whether you can break the shackles and how far you can go will depend on yourself." The crowd was in an uproar after hearing this. They were extremely shocked. The Divine King was going to make a move. Was he trying to create a miracle? Some even guessed that he really did not have much time left. He would make a series of big moves soon. The peerless Divine King was going to spend millions of kilograms of source power to help Yi Fan enter the secret realm of the 4 extremes. It was an astronomical figure that shocked everyone. For hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred physique had faded into obscurity. No one had been able to cultivate it to the great accomplishment and had lost the invincible aura of countless years ago. Was the Divine King going to change all this? That's great. Li Heishui stood in the corner and clenched his fists. With Jiang Taishu's support, who could stop him, this was such shocking news that many people began to discuss it. Perhaps the long-lost sacred physique would appear again. People had gradually forgotten about it since the Antiquity Age. If a supreme figure who looked down on the world reappeared, what kind of waves would it cause? I want to resolve your grievances. Is there anything else you want to say? The Divine King in white glanced at the saints. Who would dare to go against him? The Divine King had already said that killing Yi Fan was the same as killing him. No one would want to die. How could anyone not know when to back off and go against him? Brother Yi might really become the first sacred physique to enter the secret realm of the 4 extremes since the Antiquity Age, the Prince of Xian murmured to himself from afar. Yao Yuekong also nodded and said, Brother Ye's life as a fugitive is finally over. If he enters the secret realm of the four extremes, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of combat power he will have. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to break into the secret realm of the four extremes. The Divine King has already said that the world has changed and is no longer suitable for the sacred physique of the ancients. Some people disagreed and held the opposite view. Even if he can break through, he will have many enemies. The heavenly demon physique, the innate Taoism fetus, the divine physique. With so many king-type physiques coexisting, who can tell which one is stronger? It was very likely that an extremely prosperous era would come. Everyone had such a feeling. And Miaoi chuckled. She was so charming that her smile could make all the women in the world pale in comparison. The saints and saintesses were also surprised. If all kinds of king-type physiques were to appear, they would be under endless pressure, and there would be no shortage of battles. Many people glanced at the Little Pun King, the Alcade Saint, the Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, the Sky Demon Young Master, the Gold Clan's Jin Qishao, the innate Taoism fetus, and the others. Many people had already heard that there were other powerful constitutions, and no one knew what kind of competition there would be in the future. Since no one has any objections, let everything of the past go with the wind. The Supreme God King glanced past everyone. I'll go gather 5 million kilograms of source stones, the Jiang clan's holy lord said. Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, since the Divine King had spoken, he could only do so. The Divine King nodded and said, Send it to the Dragon Evolution Pool. That's the sacred pond where a fish breaks out of its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, a fish leaps into a dragon. Yi Fan had already returned the Li Fire Divine Furnace. Just by itself, it was worth this amount. The Divine King knew this, because there were Tao patterns carved by the Eternal Universe Great Emperor inside, and some of his cultivation insights. Hengyu Heavenly Monarch had used this weapon since he was young, all the way until he became a Heavenly Monarch. It had accompanied him for most of his life, and this furnace had witnessed his glory, accompanying him step by step towards the peak. If he used his heart to comprehend it, he might be able to benefit from it for a lifetime. All the sacred lords were shocked. The peerless Divine King was decisive and did not want to delay at all. This made them very uneasy. Could the sacred body of the ancients really make a breakthrough? If it succeeded, there was no doubt that Yi Fan would be tied to the two invincible ancient chariots of the Jiang clan, and the sacred grounds would not have an easy time in the future. The others looked at each other in fear. Perhaps the Divine King really did not have much time left, and he might make a series of big moves. They could not afford to offend him at such a critical moment. Everyone, you may leave now. The Divine King sent the guests off. In the grand hall, the young disciples of the Jiang clan looked at Yi Fan with strange eyes. The Divine King had come back to life and favored him, which made them deeply jealous. After the unrelated people left, the Jiang clan wanted to ask about the secrets of the Purple Mountain Emperor. Unfortunately, the Divine King did not mention a word from beginning to end, and no one dared to ask. You're quite considerate, the Divine King said to Yi Fan. His words contained many meanings. Yi Fan learned the 9 secrets of the Purple Mountain, then went to the Jiang clan to deliver the letter, and saved him with the true dragon divine medicine. Everything was to repay the Divine King's kindness. I will never forget the Divine King's kindness. Yi Fan bowed with sincerity. Neither of them mentioned the 9 secrets because it was a matter of great importance. There were many things that did not need to be said, and there was no need to point it out. Many cultivators of the Jiang clan did not know about it. The Divine King saw that Yi Fan wanted to say something but hesitated, so he asked, Is there something difficult? I wonder if the Divine King can save the extreme physique. Yi Fan thought of little Ting Ting and was very worried that she would die prematurely. Now, even though he still had the Qilin seed, it was not a mature divine medicine, so it could not solve the crisis. Extreme physique? The Divine King was startled. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes as he asked, Who is she, and where is she? She is your descendant, Divine King. Yi Fan said in detail. The Jiang clan members revealed strange expressions after hearing this. Some of the older generation spoke up and explained little Ting Ting's background in detail. My descendant actually has such a physique. The Divine King nodded. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, landing on his spotless white robe. It was a ghastly sight. "Ancestor Divine King!" everyone exclaimed, and their expressions changed. Although the Divine King had been revived, they had always been worried. They felt that there was something wrong with the Divine King's state. Everyone was afraid that he was like the sunset glow in the sky, dazzling for a moment before returning to eternal darkness. "I'm fine." The Divine King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort. 2 beams of resplendent divine light shot out from his eyes. He reached out a large hand and grabbed at the void, pulling out 7 or 8 figures. With a raise of his hand, they were all turned into ashes. "Who dares to spy on our Divine King?" Everyone rushed out of the hall. "There's no one else." The Divine King waved his hand. "Divine King, you." The Jiang clan members were very nervous. As long as the peerless Divine King was alive, he would intimidate the entire Eastern Barren territory. If he died, it would be an immeasurable loss. The Divine King did not say anything more. He walked out of the hall and looked into the distant horizon. He said, "I need to leave for a few days to visit some old places." Hearing this, everyone became even more worried. Was he going to visit old places to fulfill his final wish? Many people had a bad premonition. "Divine King, I have the Qilin seed." Yi Fan spoke. He did not want the Divine King to die and wanted to preserve his life with the divine medicine. The Divine King shook his head and walked away step by step. His figure was filled with loneliness and desolation. Many people wanted to chase after him, but they found that he disappeared with each step. He appeared in the sky in an instant, and they could not catch up at all. Many people saw the Divine King leave the Divine City with Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms. His figure was incomparably lonely as he disappeared into the boundless sea of clouds. After the Divine King left, the 9th bandit Xianxia asked everything about little Tingting. "She is the descendant of my elder brother Xianxia." He was very excited. He then grabbed a few disciples of the Jiang clan and directly searched their sea of consciousness, learning everything. He was immediately furious. "The widow and grandfather are the only 2 bloodlines of my elder brother. How dare you treat them like this?" Xianxia was unable to restrain his anger. He came to the side of the Jiang clan's holy lord and pointed at their noses and cursed. His spittle even splashed on their faces. "Tingting is 100 times more precious than your descendants. If anything happens, I'll kill every descendant that comes out. If 2 come out, I'll kill both of them." He was truly angry. "Also, Jiang Haixing is my elder brother Xianxia's only son. I am his uncle. Immediately invite him back to the Jiang clan. Even if he is not a cultivator, you have to give me spiritual medicine to raise him. If he does not live to 1,000 years old, I'll kill all your sons." The Jiang Haixing Jiangxi spoke of was naturally Uncle Jiang. He had been searching for them for many years but had never found them. The faces of many people in the Jiang clan turned green. Letting a mortal live to 1,000 years old? Was he trying to defy the heavens? How many people could do this? "Soon, I'll go see them. If they are not happy living, I'll take them away and kill your unfilial descendants." The 9th bandit was a man of his word. Otherwise, he would not have directly rebelled against the Jiang clan. At this moment, he was holding the ancient sky-devouring demon jar and cursing the elders of the Jiang clan. "You can rest assured with me here." Jiang Yin appeared and stopped Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not disrespect him. After scanning the crowd, he pulled Jiang Yichen out of the crowd and slapped him 4 times. "Kid, you better behave yourself. If you dare to be rude to Tingting or disrespect Haixing again, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones." Jiang Yi scolded Jiang Yi. Jiang Yichen's face was pale, but he did not dare say a word. He knew this ancestor's temperament very well. There were too many legends about the 9th bandit. If he dared to contradict him, he would definitely lose his life, even if his grandfather was a mighty figure. Everyone present knew that little Tingting would definitely be one of the most precious princesses of the Jiang clan. Not to mention the Divine King's attitude, even this ancestor of his couldn't be provoked. Yi Fan left. That night, many people invited him to celebrate. With the help of the Divine King, no one dared to have any ideas about him, and no one dared to provoke him. Pangbo only secretly transmitted his voice to him once and did not appear. After all, having more trump cards meant a bit more safety. 2 days later, Tu Fei and the large black dog crossed through the void and entered the holy city. Yi Fan personally went to welcome them. The large black dog was naturally not easy to deal with. After entering the city, he greeted everyone, especially when he saw the disciples of the Holy Land. He was extremely enthusiastic. "Woof, long time no see. I missed you." "Who needs you to miss me?" None of the disciples of the Holy Land had good expressions. This evil dog had left a shadow in many of them. "Woof, I know you. We used to have a romantic relationship." "Who did that with you?" Some female disciples were extremely angry. "Woof, have you forgotten? It was on that snowy night with cold winds that we fought on the ice plains." "You evil dog, what kind of romantic relationship was that?" On the way into the city, the large black dog kept greeting people warmly as if there was no one he did not know. "Woof, we know each other too. I can't forget that night. Damn dog, we had a night together." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Another group of people was so angry that they were trembling. Soon, the large black dog saw a new target. He shouted, "Woof, you guys, don't run. I remember that you are my human pets. Kill this evil dog." Many people surrounded him. "Woof, what do you want to do?" "I lost my human pet, and I want to find them." "Are you going to stop me?" "Damn, behave." Even Tu Fei could not stand it. They had not entered the city for long, and they were going to become public enemies. "This is nothing. You have to learn from Great Emperor Wuxi and become enemies with the whole world. Fight your way to the sage and Great Emperor Tears," the large black dog said righteously. "Behave yourself." Yi Fan wanted to kick him. "Fine." The large black dog finally behaved a little and stopped greeting people. Instead, he stared at Li Heishui, who was beside Yi Fan, and said, "You're so evil. F***ck. This dog is so annoying. How am I evil?" Li Heishui wanted to beat him up. Over the past 2 days, the cultivators in the Divine City had been talking about it. The sacred body of the ancients was going to enter the secret realm of the Four Extremes, which attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was waiting quietly for the arrival of that moment. This matter had a great impact because it was related to the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. If it was successful, it would cause great waves in the future. Perhaps, it also meant that the world was going to change again. In this world today, the young generation had already produced divine bodies, and the innate Taoism fetus had also been born. There were also rumors of the heavenly demon body. Could it be that all kinds of ancient king bodies were going to be born? If that was the case, the stars would shine brightly. The era of the rise of kings was coming again. If the sacred body that had been abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years could be cultivated to the realm of great success, what would happen? When everyone thought of this situation, they could not help but feel excited. Under the boundless, brilliant starry sky, all kings would appear together. Was the great era of peerless competition coming? Without a doubt, if it came true, it would be a golden age of geniuses and geniuses fighting together. A magnificent legend would be written. Who would defeat all kings and fight their way to the great Emperor Tier? No one could come to a conclusion. In the great era of the rise of kings, everything was possible. All kings would rise together, and all sects would contend. The golden age might really be coming. This also meant that there would be endless battles and great turmoil. After Yi Fan came to this world, he had been wandering and fleeing for his life, struggling to survive. Now, he could finally face the Holy Lands peacefully. In the past few days, he had accepted invitations from many big forces. He attended many banquets and mingled with many cultivators. With the Divine King's support, his situation was completely different. What was the fickleness of human nature? Only those who had experienced it could understand it. It was the same person, but because of the Divine King's support, he became completely different. Woof. Awoo. The big black dog was dead drunk. Under the moonlight, he barked like a dog and howled like a wolf, startling countless water birds. This was a quiet little lake. The smell of water and grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There were no beautiful trees or pavilions beside it. There was only primitive nature. Water plants, wild birds, and fish in the pond. It had the flavor of a mountain village. In the God City, it was definitely a different place. Although it was not elegant, some cultivators liked it. Drinking and singing, life is short. Yi Fan sang. How about getting drunk? Li Heishui swayed and raised his cup to look at the moon. He almost fell into the lake. You're so dark. The big black dog's eyes were hazy, and he tilted his head to look at him. Damn it, stupid dog. How many times have you said that? You're asking for a beating. Li Heishui was enraged. Everyone around them laughed. The atmosphere was joyous and warm. People exchanged cups and drank merrily. In the past few days, there were many such social events. Many big forces extended olive branches, and most of them asked the younger generation to come forward and rope them in. Today, the saint son of Great Yin, Xianxia, and the disciples of the sects second only to the Holy Lands invited him. Yi Fan would not refuse. He brought Li Heishui and Tu Fei along. The gathering by the lake ended late at night. The saint son of Great Yin and the others left. The God City was still brightly lit after midnight. This was an ancient city that was never lonely. Moonlight sprinkled down like thin smoke. I hope you can break the curse. Otherwise, even if I capture you, I can't refine medicine. At this time, a young man about 13 or 14 years old walked over. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. His white clothes were spotless. His hair was black and glossy. His skin was like snow, and his eyes were like black gems. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was extremely handsome, and his appearance would make even women jealous. It was precisely the young genius Xiaojioyo. He stared at Yi Fan and said, I'll be waiting for you at the four extremes. The God King has said that at that time, all the younger generation can fight you to the death. If they kill you after that, even the God King has nothing to say. Are you a little brat or a little girl? The Black Emperor was drunk and spoke without restraint. Xiaojioyo humped coldly. He stretched out a snow-white hand and grabbed toward the large black dog, intending to capture him. Woof! The large black dog's shiny black fur was all standing on end. It could sense danger, and it opened its mouth to attack. Buzz! The void trembled, and a mysterious ancient tablet appeared. It stuck to the tip of Xiaojioyo's finger and suppressed the Black Emperor. Clang! The Black Emperor opened its mouth and spat out a large bell, blocking the ancient tablet with Dao patterns. A long and drawn-out sound rang out that traveled several dozen kilometers, startling many cultivators. It had to be said that Xiaojioyo was indeed a prodigy that was rarely seen since ancient times. Although he was very young, he was already a top-notch figure of the younger generation. His strength was so powerful that it was shocking. Even the Black Emperor was sent flying. However, it was not injured. Its muscles and bones were like copper and iron, and it crawled back to its feet with a roll. Its drunkenness was greatly sobered up. Woof, what a little monster. Even in the desolate antiquity era, there were not many people like him. Yi Fan strode forward, looked at Xiaojioyo calmly, and said, You want to battle with me? Fine, wait for a few days. If I enter the four extremes, the first battle will be against you. I'm just afraid that you will disappoint me. Xiaojioyo was just like before. He was young and successful, and his arrogance soared. He did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. There were many palaces on both sides of the street, and many cultivators appeared. They stood under the moonlight and watched. They did not think that at this sensitive time, there would still be people who dared to find trouble with Yi Fan. Are you a little boy or a little girl? The Black Emperor persevered, and persisted in asking this question. His breath reeked of alcohol. You evil dog, I will peel off your skin. Xiaojioyo was enraged. Young master, please calm down. Don't attack. Two gray-clothed old men appeared soundlessly, and stopped the genius of a generation. They were afraid that this would enrage the divine king. Little Yi, your future opponents are really stronger and more abnormal than the last. On the way back, Tu Fei sighed emotionally. Yao Guang Saint Sun, Golden Wing Little Rock King, Divine Body, Innate Tao Embryo, Xiaozhouyo. Which one of them was not an outstanding talent? They were definitely the future kings of the Eastern Barren Territory. Quickly recuperate and build up your strength. Once you enter the four extremes, you will probably have to fight continuously. Who knows what kind of ruthless people will appear? Li Heishui also nodded. Only this will give me a sense of accomplishment. I will suppress all the men and capture the women to be my wives. The big black dog was completely drunk, and he was drooling as he babbled nonsense. The next day, a sensational news came. The divine leader of the Jiang family had brought 10 million kilograms of source to the divine city and piled this shocking divine treasure into the dragon transformation pool. Even during the day, auspicious lights could be seen soaring into the sky. The divine light covered the sun, and it was incomparably dazzling. Dense spiritual chi flowed, almost turning into liquid, and pervading the entire divine city. Everyone was shocked. This was 10 million kilograms of source. If it was really brought here, it would definitely be a major event that would shake the world. Everyone was discussing it. At the moment, there was only one topic in the divine city, and that was whether the sacred body of the ancients could break the curse and enter the four secret realms. Everyone was discussing it. Now, all that was left was the return of the divine king. Then, Yifan could enter the dragon transformation pool and challenge the first obstacle of his cultivation career. In the next few days, many sects in the entire Eastern Barren Territory were paying close attention. Even the divine leaders were no exception, because this matter was of great importance. If Yifan succeeded in breaking through, it would mean that the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients would very likely reappear in the world in the future, breaking all the existing patterns. This was because the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients could almost be on par with the great emperor. What kind of concept was that? In an era without great emperors, a potential great emperor might appear and shock everyone. The impact would be immeasurable. At the moment, Yifan definitely attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was paying close attention and waiting for the results. They were quietly waiting for the return of the divine king to preside over everything. The magnitude of the storm was beyond everyone's imagination. Even the central state was alarmed. People from all sects wanted to come to the ceremony to see if the sacred body could break the curse and create a miracle in the post-antiquity age. Little Yi, do you feel pressured? You're attracting the attention of the world. Tu Fei exclaimed. How can I not feel pressured? If the world changes, even 10 million kilograms of source won't be enough for me to squander. Yifan pondered seriously. In the next few days, many people from the central state came and entered the divine city. The great accomplishment sacred body was invincible and could almost challenge the great emperor. This time, his breakthrough attracted the attention of the world. Now, everyone's eyes were on the divine city of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yifan began to think about all the possibilities and prepared to welcome the great storm. In the following days, the atmosphere in the divine city became more and more tense. Powerful cultivators appeared and gathered from all directions, not just the Eastern Barren Territory. During this time, the Little Pun King, the Alcade Saint, the Ji Clan Divine Body, Yaoshi, the Purple Mansion Saintess, and Xiaozhouyo did not leave. Their purpose was obvious. Before Yifan broke through, the aura of a great battle had already spread. Everyone could already see part of the future. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle between the kings. In the next few days, there were even more powerful forces trying to rope in Yifan. Some saints and saintesses came in person to let go of their past unhappiness and improve their relationship with him. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Yifan really succeeded in breaking through, it could be foreseen that the glorious era of the saint physique would come. At noon, Yifan, Li Heishui, and the others were invited to the fantasy dining hall and unexpectedly saw a familiar face. The Little Pun King's golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was rebellious and had an innate wild nature. His golden pupils were filled with endless killing intent, and his tall and sturdy body was filled with a sense of oppression. He stared at Yifan and said coldly, "If you enter the four extremes, I will take your life. Pray that on that day, your blood will flow out completely." A smile hung on Yifan's face, but his words were very firm. "I look forward to the second battle with you." Last time, I bound my own hands and feet. Now, there are no more restraints. I will use the Supreme Pung Seizing Dragon technique to tear you to pieces. The little Pung King's killing intent soared into the sky. Brother Pung, let's go drink. Today, let's not talk about tomorrow. A man laughed and pulled the little Pung King away. It was Pang Bo. He put his arm around the little Pung King's shoulder. They seemed to have a good relationship with the future king of the monster clan. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and smiled. Then, he walked into the fantasy dining hall. Little Yi, Miao Yu Nunnery invited you again? Tu Fei was surprised in the fantasy dining hall. I remember we've been there several times, right? Li Heishui laughed evilly. Of course, and Miaoi is looking for a husband. Little Yi Fan has a chance. Really? Tu Fei gawked, screaming strangely. Yi Fan, I want to fight with you. Don't listen to him, Yi Fan shook his head. Li Heishui said, last time, Yi Fan didn't get chosen. And Miaoi gave him up. This time, it's different. He has a peerless divine king to support him. If he breaks the curse, he can challenge the great king in the future. He will have an advantage over the saint sons. If he enters the 4 extreme secret domains, no doubt, and Miaoi will choose Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I want to risk my life against you. Tu Fei screamed continuously. Anyway, I think Miaoi has already found a strong young king. Yi Fan will have a lot of competition, Li Heishui said. You two should say something useful. I'm thinking about breaking through. I'm sure there will be a storm. It won't be peaceful. Yi Fan was thinking. On the 9th day, the peerless divine king returned to the divine city. After the white-robed divine king left for 9 days, many rumors spread in the eastern wasteland. Many people had seen his lonely figure. Over the past 9 days, he had carried Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse from place to place, all of which were places they had traveled together in the past. The peerless divine king revisited his old haunt to relive the touching memories of the past. Unfortunately, she was gone. Only the divine king was sad. On the day the divine king returned, the entire ancient city was shaken. Everybody was waiting for the Saint Physique to break through. The holy lands of the eastern wasteland paid special attention to it. Everybody's eyes were focused on this place, watching from afar. The 4 eternal dynasties of the Central Plains and the hundreds of sects had sent people to watch the ceremony. The divine king's return caused a huge commotion. Many large factions paid attention to it. Everyone in the world was watching from afar. It could be said that all eyes were on this place. Who knew how many years it had been since such a grand occasion had happened? A person's progress in cultivation would attract the attention of the world and become the focus of everyone. The saints and saintesses felt strange. They were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens. No matter where they went, they would be surrounded by people like stars around the moon. However, they could not compare to Yi Fan, who could stir up the world. It's just breaking through to the 4 extremities. I already succeeded 5 years ago. With the protection of a supreme divine king, the treatment is indeed different. Everyone has to pay attention to him. In my opinion, he might not succeed. If he fails, let's see how he deals with it. It'll be a huge setback. There were all kinds of people. Since many large factions were trying to rope in Yi Fan, there were obviously some people who talked behind his back and slandered him. People from ancient technique clans were the most indignant. With the support of a supreme divine king, they would never get the heavenly book of origin in their lives. This filled them with resentment. Yi Fan had to have many enemies at this point. People like Li Shui, Wu Ziming, and Li Chongtian obviously did not want him to break through. They also mocked him behind his back. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, can he defeat the golden-winged little Pung King? Can he defeat the Yaoguang Saint, the pride of this generation? Maybe he'll be beaten to death as soon as he enters the 4 extremities. That's right. The top figures of the young generation have been training in the 4 extremities secret realms for many years. How can he compete with them? Maybe he'll be suppressed by Xia Jiuyo on the first day and be made into medicine. If that's the case, the divine king will lose face. Everyone paid close attention to the situation in the God City. People from the Eastern Barren Land and the Central Plains all came to the city just to watch the divine physique make the breakthrough. Everyone was waiting for that moment. However, the divine king did not say anything after his return. He didn't spread any news at all. This made many cultivators suspicious. Time passed slowly. On the 5th day, something finally happened. However, it had nothing to do with Yi Fan entering the Four Extremities secret realms. Something else caused an uproar in the city. Marriage. The Huangtian clan, the Feng clan, was an extremely ancient clan in this land. Even if it wasn't the oldest name in the Eastern Barren Land, it was close. One of their clan's pearls was going to be engaged to Yi Fan. When news of this got out, everyone was shocked. Many cultivators were stupefied, not understanding what was going on. All of this happened too suddenly. Just as Yi Fan was about to make a breakthrough, something like this actually happened. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Fan. This was the same question everyone had. They didn't know why things were like this. It was truly shocking. Heavens, it's the Wind Clan's most precious princess. This is too sudden. Why is it like this? She's the granddaughter of the Wind Sacred Lord. She's extremely loved and is extremely beautiful. Putting aside the sacred lands, even the undying empires of the Central Plains have sent people to propose. The Wind Clan's pearl is going to be married to the divine physique. This is truly shocking. I believe that many people in the younger generation are going to curse. I'm afraid a lot of people want to kill the holy body. The pearl of the Feng clan is not an ordinary person. This is really unreasonable. That day, news spread everywhere. The entire world was shocked. No one expected such a sudden event to happen. As one of the focal points, Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he had never received any news from the Feng clan. He thought it was just a rumor. However, God Jiang appeared soon after and told him that the rumor was not groundless. Yi Fan was petrified on the spot. He found it hard to believe. All of this happened too suddenly. He felt like he was dreaming. It has not been confirmed yet. In the next few days, the Feng clan will come to see you. I hope you can catch their eye. Divine King, why is it like this? Yi Fan was confused. Others don't know, but you and I know. You can be considered half a disciple of mine. The Divine King didn't say much, but it was enough for Yi Fan to understand the hidden meaning. From a certain perspective, this was a marriage between the Jiang clan and the Feng clan. At the same time, it was a form of protection from the Divine King for Yi Fan. It could protect his life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the Divine King really going to die soon? The Holy Lands rarely connected by marriage because it involved their respective inheritances. There would be many hidden dangers if the core disciples connected by marriage. Moreover, if the two Holy Lands connected by marriage, what would the other Holy Lands think? In the past, there had been a great war because of this. Many supreme inheritances had always been cautious. This time, the Jiang clan was in a bad situation. The Divine King had revived, and many Holy Lord level figures were coming. It clearly involved some Holy Lands. They needed to break the stalemate. There was no need to explain this in detail. The engagement between Yi Fan and the Feng clan's pearl involved something that normal people could not understand. Not many people knew whether it was a compromise or a true alliance. Obviously, the existence of the Divine King was a great deterrent. He was the direct reason for this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yi Fan couldn't truly understand the complicated relationship between the Holy Lands, but he knew that Divine King Jiang wouldn't harm him. It was rare for the supreme forces to connect by marriage. This time, it was done indirectly through him. There is absolutely no problem with your body. I have thought about it for a long time. Logically speaking, you should be able to break into the Four Extremes secret realm. But this world has changed. It is full of uncertainty. You have to consider all kinds of possibilities. If you really fail, even if I am not here, with the Jiang clan and the Feng clan here, your life will not be in danger. Divine King. Yi Fan was shocked. This lonely Divine King had done him a great favor. He didn't want any accidents to happen to the Divine King. I have the seed of the divine medicine. You will be fine. The divine medicine is almost extinct. Each stalk is unique and can be harvested to maturity. If the root is destroyed like this, it will be an immeasurable loss. A divine body can be seen once every 10,000 years, and the Chilean divine medicine is the only one in the world. It is even more precious than me. The divine king laughed at himself. The immortal divine medicine is used to save lives. Divine king, you don't need to think like this. I am not an inflexible person. You don't need to say more. I understand my own situation. Besides, I won't die so easily. Although he said so, he coughed out some blood. It was a shocking sight. Yi Fan kept silent. He knew he couldn't change the divine king's mind. The divine king's wounds weren't a big deal, but his spirit was severely wounded. It was hard to imagine what kind of price he had to pay to use the god spirit's sigh. Moreover, Rosy Cloud's sad death was a big blow to the divine king. Perhaps it was a challenge for him. Others didn't know whether he didn't want to live alone or something else. Turns out there isn't a marriage. It's just a rumor. I told you. How could the peerless pearl of the Feng clan marry a saint body with an uncertain future? The most precious princess of the Feng clan is gifted by the heavens. She is peerless and can topple cities. What is her identity? This marriage will never work. The peerless divine king's life will run out eventually. His condition isn't good. He can't protect the saint body for a long time. The Feng clan won't marry the peerless pearl. Many people made such comments after they knew the details. Little Yi, do you think it will work? If he is really engaged to the princess of the Feng clan, even if something happens to the divine king, you won't have to worry anymore, Tu Fei said. Li Heishui also nodded. He thought that this was a rare opportunity. This world was so realistic. Before one's own growth, one had to rely on external help. Very soon, all kinds of rumors appeared. Jiang Yin had also sought out the Ji clan, but he was tactfully rejected. The Holy Lord of the Ji clan had immediately captured Little Moon of the Ji clan and protected him in the clan, afraid that the divine king would personally appear. There were also rumors that the white-robed divine king had visited the Purple Mansion's sacred land and expressed his desire to raise a connate saint body Dao embryo. The Purple Mansion saint leader was shocked. Although he was afraid, he didn't agree. 2 days later, the Feng clan appeared in the divine city. The news was leaked and caused a huge uproar. You are that saint body? Why do you want to marry my sister? You don't deserve her at all. A 16 or 17-year-old youth laughed coldly. Yi Fan hadn't expected the Feng clan to come so quickly and with such bad intentions. At this moment, he was in the drunken immortal tower, and the other party had come directly to him. The drunken immortal tower was located in the clouds and had its own space. It was extremely vast and had 4 garden sceneries: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. At this moment, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the others were in the autumn garden. There were many palaces and gardens, and all kinds of fruits were fragrant in the late autumn season. What makes you worthy of my sister? The purple-robed youth looked down at Yi Fan, his words extremely disrespectful. He didn't care about Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan put down his wine cup and stood up from behind the stone table. He glanced at the youth and said, "You can say that to your saint leader. You can keep your composure. Yi, I'm warning you. Don't have any wishful thinking. Even if a peerless divine king comes, my sister will not marry you." The purple-robed youth's tone was aggressive, his eyes disdainful. Tu Fei and Li Heishui stood up. The Black King also moved, ready to scold him. This youth's tone was unbearable. Yi Fan waved his hand to stop them. He wasn't enraged. Quite the contrary, he smiled and said, "I don't have any thoughts. However, if the Feng clan saint leader wants to marry your sister, I have no other choice." You found the wrong person. The purple-robed youth was called Feng Lai. He looked at the other disdainfully and said, "My clan saint leader doesn't need your opinion. I just want you to announce to the public that you don't deserve my sister. The saint physique at the completion level can resist the great emperor. Your Feng clan is too arrogant." Tu Fei couldn't help but comment. The saint physique at the completion level? Do you think he can reach that realm? Dream on. Feng Lai sneered continually. Li Heishui sneered. Seems like the Feng clan has spoiled you rotten. Anyway, every family has a disciple like you. I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With just you guys? The purple-robed youth, Feng Lai, sneered. How dare you? However, at this moment, more than 10 young men walked out of the palace one by one, coming to the garden. Apparently, their identities weren't ordinary. Standing in front of Feng Lai, they coldly raked their eyes through Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The quarrel in this area had alerted many palaces. Many people walked out, looking at the commotion. When they saw that it was Yi Fan, and then recognized that he was from the Wind clan, everyone revealed looks of surprise. Then, they all rushed over, immediately surrounding the garden. Feng Lai was so arrogant. My sister is an outstanding character of this generation. Even the little golden wing Ping King could only fight her to a draw. You don't deserve her. My cousin is so talented. When she was 13 years old, she had created a divine technique. Let alone the fact that you can't enter the 4 extreme secret domains, what can you do even if you can, said another man. Do you really think that you are the Yao Guang Saint's son? Stop your wishful thinking. Another young girl sneered. Tu Fei was speechless. He mumbled, your in-laws aren't good people. Are they testing you or humiliating you? The situation isn't good at all. What should we do with little Yi? Li Heishui lowered his voice. Yi Fan sneered, what else can we do? Suppress those who should be suppressed. Beat those who should be beaten. Yi Fan sneered, what else can we do? Suppress those who should be suppressed and beat those who should be beaten. Tu Fei was dumbstruck. These people could be Yi Fan's future in-laws. It was the first time they met that they wanted to subdue them. It made people speechless. What did you say? You want to subdue us? You talk big. The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, sneered. He was the first one to approach. The other young men of the Feng clan followed him. None of them were weak. Some of them had entered the 4 extreme secret realms. The weakest one was at the 4th sky of the Dao Palace. Buzz. Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He reached out a gold hand, facing more than a dozen people. He pressed them all down. The gold hand had profound and complicated Dao patterns. Thump, one of the men stepped out from the crowd, facing Yi Fan's large golden hand. He didn't dare face it head-on with his physical body, instead holding a blood-colored war spear. Streaks of blood-colored radiance shot out, hacking down. Gotcha, Yi Fan's large hand was like a golden millstone, unstoppable. That blood-colored battle spear was crushed beneath it, breaking inch by inch. The 100 refinements divine gold turned into powder, rustling as it fell. This. Everybody took in a cold breath. The man discolored. He was about to fly backward. However, Yi Fan didn't give him a chance. His gold hand descended and grabbed the man. He couldn't be shaken. Thump, Yi Fan sealed him and threw him on the ground. He didn't even look at him and continued to scan the other men and women. You have big guts. You dare to hurt Our Lady's cousin. Don't even think about the marriage. A beautiful girl scolded him. Why wouldn't I dare? I will subdue you all together. Yi Fan wasn't moved. He strode forward, reaching out his hand to grab the girl. You dare to be rude to me? Do you know who I am? I grew up with Lady Wind Phoenix. The beautiful girl shouted. An ancient mirror appeared in her hand, shooting out a bunch of dazzling divine light. The Wind Phoenix was the peerless pearl of the Feng clan. If it was anyone else who had such a name, they would most likely be laughed at, but this genius princess of the Feng clan was worthy of the name. You're just a maidservant, how dare you speak to me like that? Yi Fan sneered. With a swipe of his hand, the ancient mirror forged by a cultivator from the 4 extreme mystic realms was instantly turned into copper powder. Bang, his large golden hand descended and grabbed the girl. He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He immediately sealed her and threw her to the ground. Boom, suddenly, the sound of a drum rang out. It wasn't very loud, but it caused Yi Fan's body to tremble, and he almost fell to the ground on his back. He felt dizzy. A weapon that interweaved the order of heaven and earth. There was actually someone among them who held such a powerful weapon. When the drum descended, it was like the divine sound of the primordial era, penetrating into one's bones, body and soul simultaneously becoming numb. Boom! Yifan shouted and waved his golden fist forward. He did not want to be passive, so he turned into a golden light and rushed forward. Boom! The second sound of the drum rang out. It was like the divine sound of creation, and the entire garden silently shattered. All types of fine trees and pavilions were obliterated into ashes. There were many cultivators watching the battle in the surroundings. Their expressions all changed when they saw this. They retreated at the same time and quickly dodged out of fear of being caught up in it. Even the other people from the Feng clan had retreated far away. There was only a scarlet-clothed male left on the battlefield. In front of him was a purple leather drum that seemed to be made from the skin of a qilin. The purple scales on it flickered. "You are courting death." When he saw Yifan pouncing over, he revealed a cold smile and forcefully beat the drum with the purple drumstick in his hand. Boom! The third sound of the drum seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth apart, collapsing the void. Clouds surged, lightning interweaved, and purple light rushed into the sky, drowning this place. Purple lightning shot out from the qilin drum everywhere. It was like a purple sun hanging in the sky, radiating boundless radiance. It pierced through the void and swept in all directions. This kind of powerful weapon that interweaved the Tao and principles was indeed extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill a cultivator from the four extreme mystic realms. It contained the natural laws of heaven and earth and formed a part of the power of the great Tao. Wang, the void trembled. Yifan rushed forward murderously. The purple lightning couldn't stop him, because he also had a powerful weapon in his hands. The diamond chakram shone brightly, simple and natural. Tao patterns appeared on its surface, making it indestructible. It tore through the lightning and immediately appeared before this person's eyes. Pa! Yifan didn't deal the killing blow. He used the diamond chakram to protect himself and sent him flying with a golden palm. This person landed heavily on the ground and couldn't move anymore. Swoosh, light flickered. Yifan put away the qilin divine drum, taking it for himself. This type of weapon was extremely precious and rarely seen. It was difficult for even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands to refine it. You truly are audacious, daring to even steal my Feng clan's powerful weapon. The purple-clothed youth Feng Lai's expression changed. I will even suppress people, let alone a weapon. You should come as well. Yifan reached out a large golden hand and grabbed towards the crowd. Swish! Swish! Feng Lai held a white bone banner in his hand. He waved it at Yifan and said, "Don't even think about entering the four extreme secret realm. As far as I know, you won't succeed. Don't have any delusions about my sister." It was another powerful weapon with innate patterns, Yifan discolored. Those young people couldn't have such a weapon. Did the precursors of the Feng clan ask them to do so? His thoughts moved like lightning and he calmed down quickly. You don't deserve my sister. Today, I will smash your ego. Feng Lai held the white bone banner and waved it. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot out. They didn't hurt the body, just the soul consciousness. At the same time, a young man walked out. He wore white clothes and helped Feng Lai wave the white bone banner. That's a powerful weapon of the Feng clan. Tu Fei and Li Heishui were frightened. They discolored. Yifan didn't mind. He held the diamond chakram in his left hand and the god-beating whip in his right hand. He broke the tens of thousands of sword lights and strode forward. Boom, the white bone banner shook, and a Tao diagram flew out. It swooped down like a galloping army that wanted to crush him. Dang, Yifan shook his hand and threw the diamond chakram at the Tao diagram. The two collided fiercely and released tens of thousands of flashes of lightning. Although the white-robed man was a cultivator at the second sky of the four extreme secret domains, he didn't have enough god power to control this banner. He couldn't use its full power. Yifan's god power never ran out. He shook the diamond chakram and destroyed the Tao diagram. Boom, the void shook. The divine chakram turned into the size of a millstone and froze in the air. The silver light was dazzling. It turned into a ring and turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a real black hole in a boundless star field that swallowed the world. The strange stones, bridges, and pavilions in the garden all collapsed and flowed into the sky like a river. No matter what it was, as soon as it approached that place, it was crushed by the black hole and turned into ashes. Nothing could be preserved. Pfft, the white-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. His god power was insufficient, and the white bone banner flew out of his hand. It rushed towards the diamond chakram and was about to be swallowed by it. Yi Fan waved his sleeves, and with a swoosh, he kept the weapon into his own body. Pung! Yi Fan sent the white-robed man flying with a slap. He then grabbed the purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, and pulled him over like a little chick. You dare to do this to me? Feng Lai roared. Pa! Yi Fan directly rewarded him with a golden slap, slapping him until all the joints in his body creaked. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. In the sky, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram flourished and sucked in the other young men and women. If not for Yi Fan showing mercy, all of them would have been killed in body and soul. Little Yi, take it easy. Not to mention the power of the Feng clan, you shouldn't act rashly because of the marriage between you and them, advised Li Heishui. I think the Feng clan is testing you, said Tu Fei discreetly. He thought that they did it on purpose. They were probing him. They had heard Yi Fan talk about the details of this marriage. The Feng clan didn't agree. They wanted to enter the God City to see Yi Fan first. Am I not being tested? Yi Fan smiled and sent a message. Then, he kicked Feng Lai crazily. The purple-clothed youth at the fifth sky of the Dao Palace screamed in pain. Tears almost rolled down his cheeks. Yi, just you wait. Don't ever think about marrying my sister. How dare you do this to me, he screamed indignantly. Little Yi, don't hit him. He might be your future brother-in-law. It seems like he is testing your mind. Hitting him is just secondary. Tu Fei and Li Heishui hurried to stop him. It's okay. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. He kicked Feng Lai a few more times before stopping. Yi, I will remember you. Just now, you hit me. The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, gritted his teeth, exasperated. In the distance, many cultivators had come to watch. They were all dumbfounded. Yi Fan was about to be engaged to the pearl of the Feng clan, but he had beaten his brother. This? Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. What was the relationship between them? This was too strange. Woof, do you want to be my human pets? The big black dog stared at these people, his eyes shining. Damn it, this damn dog. Everyone was furious. Little Yi, how do you plan to end this? Tu Fei asked in a low voice. Didn't I say that we should hit and suppress? As Yi Fan said this, he took out the Qilin drum. He was going to use it to suppress everyone. Treasures with innate patterns all had space inside them. It was enough to seal them. You want to suppress them? Li Heishui gawked, dropping his jaw. Yi Fan, don't you dare. More than 10 young men and women screamed. Yi, what do you want to do? I'm the Wind Phoenix's blood brother. You dare to suppress me? The purple-clothed youth, Feng Lai, was bewildered. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Fan didn't mind. The drum sounds rang out, sucking everyone in, suppressing them within. I'm dizzy. Little Yi, you really suppressed your brother-in-law? Li Heishui and Tu Fei didn't know what to say to him. From a distance, people gawked and dropped their jaws. He was too strong. Before the engagement, he had suppressed the girl's blood brother and her cousins. What was going on? Oh, my God. This saint physique is too strong. He didn't care about anything and suppressed them all. It makes people speechless. Everybody was bewildered. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. They started to discuss. I've never seen such a person. After knowing their identities, he should have shown mercy. He made the Feng tribe vomit blood. I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. I've never seen such a fierce person. Do you still want to marry the Feng tribe? The drunken immortal inn wasn't an ordinary place. It was the property of the Gold family in the northern plain. They didn't allow people to fight. However, the garden here was destroyed, and no one came out to stop it. Apparently, someone had warned them. "What should we do now?" asked Tu Fei. "Of course, we're going back." Yi Fan left first. "I'm asking you how you will explain to the Feng tribe." The news of Yi Fan's group leaving spread quickly in the entire Divine City. Many people gawked and then burst out laughing. "I think the marriage is hopeless this time. The Feng tribe has just entered the city and he has already given them such a big gift," many people were discussing. Most of them thought that the marriage would fail. The original technique aristocratic families and Li Shui were gloating. Not long after Yi Fan had returned to his residence, the God King summoned him. The Feng tribe wanted to see him. "Little Yi, good luck." Tu Fei and Li Shui grinned evilly. 4 old men of the Feng tribe came to the hall. They had returned to their natural state. They didn't look anything special. They were just like the ordinary old men in the mortal world. "Kid, you're really overbearing. You know their identities, but you still subdued them." "What do you want?" shouted an old man. "I think they've crossed the line. Instead of letting them suffer big losses in the future, I'd better teach them a lesson now," answered Yi Fan calmly. Another old man smiled. "Forget it. No need to care about it. This kid is interesting. It's beyond my estimation that he dares to do that." "Hurry up and release them," Jiang Yin said from the side. Of course, Yi Fan understood the situation. It wasn't the time to be aggressive. He obeyed the order, releasing more than 10 people from the Qilin drum and returning the white bone banner. "Yi Fan!" Feng Lai screamed and was about to jump over him. An old man from the Feng clan shouted coldly. He immediately stopped and angrily walked back. "Go to the back room. The God King and the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe want to see you," said Jiang Yin to Yi Fan. In another hall, the peerless God King was sitting cross-legged. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was like jade. His complexion was normal, and no one could see anything wrong with him. They didn't know his real condition. A middle-aged man with messy black hair sat there. His eyes were clear, and his body was imposing. He sat there with an imposing aura. At first glance, people could tell that he was a man with a high position. He didn't move. His eyes were deep as he assessed Yi Fan. This man was the grandfather of Feng Huang, the proud daughter of heaven. His name was Feng Jingyun, the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe. "Make your blood qi boil. Release all of your vigorous essence qi for the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe to see," said the God King gently. Yi Fan obeyed, not holding back at all. In an instant, his blood qi shot into the sky like a real dragon coming to life. The powerful vitality surprised even the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe, who kept nodding. Boom, Yi Fan's aura continued to rise. The essence qi all over his body turned into a dragon-shaped pillar of air. It pierced through the hall and shot into the sky like a surging ocean. All of the cultivators in this area were alarmed. They revealed expressions of shock as they looked in that direction. Soon, news spread that the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe was very satisfied with Yi Fan. Many people in the city who were prepared to watch a joke were dumbfounded and confused. Is there even a need to say it? The Saint Lord of the Feng tribe must have already seen that Yi Fan can break into the secret realm. There's nothing that can stop the rise of the sacred body of the ancients. Many people understood and deduced the truth. The divine city was shaken that day. After Yi Fan left the hall, he went straight to the celestial Fei treasure tower. He found Yao Yuekong and asked him to keep an eye out and collect all kinds of divine origin stone skins. When he left, Li Heishui was puzzled and asked, "Yi Fan, what are you planning to do? You're about to break through. Why are you doing these things?" "Because I'm worried about failure. This time, I have to break into the 4-level secret realm no matter what." Yi Fan didn't hide anything from them. "It'll be fine. You're thinking too much." Tu Fei smiled. "Even if 5 million kilograms of source qi can't help me break into the 4 levels, I'll find another way to do it. This time, I must succeed." Yi Fan's eyes were filled with determination. On this day, the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe made the decision to give Yi Fan 1 million kilograms of source qi to help him break into the 4-level secret realm. As soon as the news came out, the Eastern Barren territory was shaken. It was obvious that the Saint Lord of the Feng tribe saw Yi Fan as his future grandson-in-law. He believed that Yi Fan could break into the four-level secret realm and wanted to tie him to the ancient chariot of the Feng tribe. Was the sacred body of the ancients finally going to reappear in the world? Everyone found it hard to stay calm. The peerless divine king finally announced that he would let Yi Fan enter the dragon transformation pool on the night of the next full moon to break through the first hurdle of the sacred body. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. The day of the sacred body's breakthrough had finally arrived. Holy lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, the immortal dynasties of the Central Plains, and the hundreds of sects sent another group of experts. They were especially concerned about the breakthrough of the sacred body and wanted to watch the ceremony. Yi Fan would attempt to break through on a moonlit night, which attracted the attention of many major forces. Many cultivators were paying attention, and the entire world gathered in the divine city. However, at this sensitive moment, Yi Fan didn't calm himself down. Instead, he looked around for divine origin stone skins. He had already put away the immortal tomb and the blood sacrificial altar. Through various means, he obtained some from the stone workshops in the Holy Land. They were all abandoned when he was cutting stones in the past. "Brat, what are you doing?" The big black dog was suspicious. Then, as if he remembered something, he stared at Yi Fan with his large eyes and said in shock, "You're crazy. What are you shouting for?" Yi Fan glared at him. "Do you have a death wish? Even if you have an amazing origin skill, you can't go to that place twice." "Many peerless cultivators can only sigh," the big black dog warned. "You don't have to worry about it this time. It's not what you think." Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He still appeared among the stone workshops and collected stone skins without batting an eyelid. "Can you compare to Li Mu? Can you compare to Jiang Taishu? Can you compare to Gu Tianshu? If you enter the Purple Mountain again, you will die," the big black dog warned. "You guessed wrong. I won't go to my own death. Don't say anything else." Yi Fan didn't want to alarm others. This time, he swore to break into the 4 secret realms. It was an astronomical number, but he was still uncertain. What would happen if he succeeded? What would happen if he failed? He thought of all kinds of possibilities. Yi Fan didn't want to be stopped. He had to break into the 4 secret realms no matter what. If he ended up in the dragon transformation pool, he decided to fight for his own future. If he didn't enter the 4 secret realms, the sacred body of the ancients would be ordinary. In the vast land, there were many powerful cultivators, and the cultivators of the secret realms could only look up to others. The Jade Lake Saintess appeared. She was tall and slender, just like before. Mist covered her body, like a fairy shaking the snow, like a divine lotus dipping in water, like a goddess descending to the earth. She handed a sandalwood box to Yi Fan and said, "This is a gift from Xianxia to help you break through successfully." In the past, the Jade Pool had a close relationship with the Yuan Taoist master. Now, there was no conflict between them and Yi Fan. The Holy Land hoped that he could visit the Jade Pool and deal with the King of the Stone with the 6 seals. "What is this?" Yi Fan was puzzled. 3 leaves from the path understanding ancient tea tree, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan was shocked. Every single leaf of Undying Mountain's ancient tree was different, containing great Tao patterns. Even for Holy Lord level figures, they were divine objects. He was truly shocked. It was already not bad for the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree to have 30 leaves fly out of Undying Mountain every year. Who knew how many divine Lord level figures were watching over it? For the vast eastern wasteland, it was simply not enough. 3 leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree were a great gift for Yi Fan, who was about to break through. Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was startled, thinking that he was using the divine eyes of penetration. She shouted softly and stretched out her hand, drawing a Tao diagram in front of her. In the mist, her face was red and she was very angry. Thinking of the last experience, she scolded, "What are you doing? Fairy, don't misunderstand. I didn't use the heaven origin divine senses. I was just a bit surprised. I can't thank you enough. In the future, I will definitely go and deal with Jade Lake Stone King." In the sandalwood box, there were 3 different leaves. One of them flickered with purple light and was in the shape of a rhombus. On it, there was a lifelike little dragon with many Tao patterns. The second leaf was as red as blood and was in the shape of a fan. On it, there was a blurry figure sitting in the 9 heavens. Black and yellow energy revolved around his body, and Tao patterns covered his body like clouds. The last leaf was as white as jade. It was crystal clear and looked very strange. It was round with a diagram of yin and yang. Extreme yang hugged yin, and extreme yin hugged yang. Moreover, there were many stars on it, making it look like a starry sky with natural patterns. It was the first time Yi Fan saw the leaves of the path understanding ancient tea tree. He was very surprised. He couldn't imagine what kind of ancient tree it was that could grow such incredible leaves. The large black dog's saliva immediately began to drip from his mouth. "I'll put it away for you," he said. "Giving it to you is like throwing a meat bun at a dog." Woof. Not long after, Tu Fei and Li Heishui sent him the news. The pirates had gathered 1 million kilograms of source tea and sent it to Yi Fan through their descendants. It was another big gift. "Yi Fan, you should accept it with a clear conscience." Tu Fei patted his shoulder, shaking his head. "This group of old men are as smart as ghosts." In this world, there was no such thing as enthusiasm without a reason. When the Holy Lands were chasing after Yi Fan, Tu Fei and Li Heishui had stood up to help him. The pirates had always paid attention to them. Everything that had happened in the past was too subtle. Thinking about it, it was full of schemes and schemes. If Yi Fan had the holy body, everything would be peaceful. If he failed, it would be hard to explain what the pirates had in mind. Tu Fei and Li Heishui didn't conceal this. They had hinted to Shi Yan that if their precursors had a strange thought, they would tell him to run away immediately. This world was realistic and people's hearts were complicated. However, they didn't lack sincere friendship. Tu Fei and Li Heishui didn't have any scheme. As they had told him the truth, it was enough to show their loyalty. "And Miaoyi invited you?" Tu Fei was surprised. There was less than 1 day before the full moon. If Miaoyi wanted to meet Yi Fan, he could guess that she wanted to build a good relationship with him. Li Heishui pondered for a while and then said, "Not normal." "Not normal?" "Why not?" asked Tu Fei. "And Miaoyi's bold." "I'm afraid she wants to gamble," said Li Heishui. "What do you want to say?" Li Heishui said, "The icing on the cake isn't as good as providing timely help. After Yi Fan breaks the curse and Miaoyi comes to recruit him. It's nothing special. But before that, it's totally different." "And Miaoyi?" Tu Fei was surprised. "She probably wants to gamble herself. If she misses the holy body, it will be forever. If Miaoyi nunnery has this tradition, it's much better than choosing a saint's son." "I don't have time to go," Yi Fan shook his head. He wasn't moved. However, at this moment, Miaoyi asked someone to bring him a jade box. It was a big gift for him to break through. Another leaf of the path understanding ancient tea tree. Inside the jade box was a dazzling gold leaf. It looked like it was made of pure gold, giving off a sweet fragrance. The leaf was a painting of mountains and rivers, decorated with many natural patterns. The whole room was filled with the fragrance. Tu Fei was surprised. "It's a peerless treasure. You have to go there." Li Heishui screamed strangely. "Little Yi, I'd better take your body and go there for you." At night, the divine moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light sprinkled like smoke. The entire land was hazy as if it was covered by a thin layer of gauze. Miaoyi nunnery was floating in the sky. The lake below was crystal clear, sparkling like a sapphire. The moonlight above was like water flowing slowly. This building was covered by the divine moon, giving it a dreamy hue. It looked mysterious in the night sky. Yi Fan ascended into the air. Someone invited him into a grand and imposing palace. There was an exceptional beauty standing there. Under the moonlight, she looked like a deity, as if she was a fairy that descended from the silver moon, untainted by the mortal world. "Miaoyi, do you hate me that much?" And Miaoyi smiled. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the night wind as if she wanted to ride the wind to leave. "Fairyun is too charming. I don't dare to come here. I'm afraid I'll offend you." Yi Fan didn't mean what he said. And Miaoi's eyes twinkled. She smiled faintly. Liar. She wore a long white dress that dragged on the ground, accentuating her graceful body like a mountain range. She had a firm chest, a slender waist, and a perfectly round butt. There was not a single flaw that could be picked out, drawing out a perfect arc. However, her aura was noble and pure. Under the moonlight, she looked like a fairy. Her jade-like face didn't have any makeup. It was snow white and crystal clear. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her nose and cherry lips looked like they were carved by God. Her beauty was suffocating. Inside the palace, it was richly decorated. Clouds and mist hovered around it. It was like entering a heavenly palace, which gave people a surreal feeling. This was a bedchamber inlaid with pearls and jades. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings hung on the walls. A white jade table was decorated with delicious food and fragrant wine. You're going to break through tomorrow. Are you confident? And Miaoi poured wine. Her red lips were sexy, and her teeth sparkled. Her slender hand held the jade cup, which was also sparkling. I will enter the four extremes. Yifan smiled. A great completion saint physique hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to compete with ancient emperors, how heroic would that be? It truly makes one yearn for it. And Miaoi smiled sweetly. Right now, there is a saint physique sitting in front of me. I want to take a good look at him. Even if he succeeds, he will only be a minor completion saint physique. How can he compare to emperors? Yifan smiled and shook his head. That day won't be too far away. Miaoi is looking forward to it. And Miaoi's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were like water, and her eyelashes were very long. Her skin was snow white and translucent. There was a bright moon pearl on her forehead. Under the light of the chandelier, she looked noble, beautiful, and intelligent. Many thanks to Goddess Miaoi for the enlightenment tea. Yifan raised his cup in a toast. Miaoi is only contributing a little. I hope that Brother Yi can break the curse and continue to fight for glory with the emperors. And Miaoi's smile was extremely mesmerizing. Her red lips became even brighter after being touched by the wine. The night deepened. The moonlight shone through the glass window and into the palace. Everything was like a dream. And Miaoi couldn't handle the wine. Her face was red, and her eyes were moving. She looked delicate and delicate. I want a great completion saint physique. Yifan was also a little drunk. He teased, I am right here. What do you want? Miaoi wants to say that I want a great completion saint physique. In the future, it will protect me. I will also become a great emperor. And Miaoi's smile was so charming that even the bright moon in the sky lost its splendor. She was one of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Barren Territory. She was even called the #1 beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory. After such a peerless beauty drank, her skin became pink and translucent. She had an irresistible charm. In the middle of the night, they had drunk too much wine. The wine cups fell to the ground and gradually became entangled. Hee hee. And Miaoi laughed sweetly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, stirring people's hearts. Yifan embraced her delicate body. He held the silver wine pot and poured wine into his mouth. Then, he poured the wine into Miaoi's sexy red lips. Everything was very natural. Yifan wasn't an old-fashioned scholar. He wasn't reserved at all. He wasn't afraid of the thorns of the rose and decided to eat the sugar coating. Not far away was a white jade bed with a pink gauze curtain. It gave people a strange feeling. The two rolled onto the pink and ambiguous bed. Not long after, a snow-white body appeared. Her skin was soft and exquisite, sparkling and translucent. It was pink and lustrous. She was gorgeous and could be called a peerless temptation. And Miaoi's beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. Her peerless appearance was in a trance. Her entire body was flashing with a layer of faint radiance. Her captivating red skin was mesmerizing. Yifan's heart trembled. He put down the pink gauze curtain. It was hard for him to resist this kind of incomparable temptation. Chi. A gust of wind swept past and extinguished the candle. Only the watery moonlight sprinkled in. One could vaguely see the heat on the jade bed. The two of them were entangled with each other. This was a sleepless night, a night of delirium and delirium. The moonlight poured down like water, faint and hazy, peaceful and tranquil. The imperial court had long since quieted down. On the bed carved out of white jade, and Miaoi opened her eyes. Her jade-like body was exposed, sparkling and translucent. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked delicate and powerless. You should go. She stretched out a tender, snow-white arm and lazily woke up the person beside her. Yifan was very calm, but there were waves in his heart. However, he still smiled, his white teeth shining brilliantly. Why are you in such a hurry to drive me away? If people find out that you are staying at Miaoyu Nunnery, will the Feng clan allow it? They will probably cause trouble for you. The Wind Phoenix is not an ordinary woman, how can she tolerate it? And Miaoi's voice was very quiet and pleasant, but it was calm. Her beauty was almost ethereal, pure and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Her skin was like ice and bones like jade, and her body was snow-white and smooth, giving off specks of brilliance. The Feng clan is not engaged to me yet. If I fail to break through, they will abandon me like an old shoe. Yifan laughed at himself. And Miaoi gently massaged his temples and said, I believe you can succeed, and in the future, you will reappear the supreme elegance of the saint physique. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Right now, everyone is paying attention, many cultivators are waiting, their eyes focused on me. However, there is a high chance that I will fail. Yifan said indifferently, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. If I end up in a gloomy mood, I wonder how those who are trying to rope me in, make friends with me, and invite me to a banquet will feel. I think all human feelings will be treated coldly. Yifan pinched a lock of her shiny black hair and twirled it around his finger. You really have no confidence? And Miaoi looked at him quietly, her beautiful eyes as deep as the starry sky. Her appearance was breathtakingly beautiful. I probably can't enter the 4 extreme secret realms with just the source. Yifan said calmly, then turned to look at her and said with a smile, if I fail, what will you do? Let's go, little man. Don't think too much. It's time for you to leave. And Miaoi didn't reply. Her alluring body glistened as she lightly pushed Yifan up. Why do I feel like it's the other way around? You're very carefree, constantly chasing me away. You don't care at all. Yifan laughed. You once had it, so why care if it lasts forever? In the future, if you achieve a great perfection saint physique, it will be enough for you to be my Tao protector. You're quite open-minded. Yifan ran his fingers through her hair. Don't think that it's going to be easy. At that time, you might become the enemy of the entire world. And Miaoi chuckled. So serious? Yifan was astonished. Then, he stared seriously at this stunning face and said, what if I really failed to break through? And Miaoi's eyes flashed with a shocking glow as she said, if that's the case, then I'll fall into depravity in the mortal world until the day I become a great emperor. After that, I'll slaughter everyone related to me and cleanse my life of honor and disgrace. You don't have to do that, do you? Yifan stared at her blankly. And Miaoi chuckled. She caressed his cheek and said, so, little man, for Miaoi, you have to succeed in breaking through. You don't want me to fall into depravity in the mortal world, right? Then you have to have faith in me. If I don't succeed on the night of the full moon, there's still a chance. Yifan pointed out. And Miaoi shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were blurry and her sexy red lips were bright. She put up a finger and placed it on his lips. She didn't let him continue and said, youth is fleeting, beauty is fleeting. Miaoi really can't wait. Then, her silky hair fell on Yifan's face. She lowered her head to look at him and smiled sweetly, little man, you can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, Miaoi will be the first to kill you. If I fail, you'll kill me? Yifan wrapped his arms around her soft and smooth waist and stared at her blankly. Yes, you better not disappoint Miaoi. Her smile was very sweet. Her body was sparkling under the moonlight, each curve of her body perfect and flawless. Then let me kill you first. Yifan pulled her into his embrace. Then, he turned over and covered this flawless body that was as white as ivory. Little man, get up, you should leave. And Meowie pushed him away. On the white jade bed, endless charm and gentleness could be heard. At dawn, Yi Fan left. He walked on the ancient streets of the divine city and pondered carefully. After considering all kinds of possibilities, he gazed into the distant horizon. If he failed, would there still be so many visitors? Would there still be people enthusiastically trying to rope him in? After the fall of prosperity, there would definitely be boundless coldness and indifference. Yi Fan didn't return to his residence. Instead, he strolled around the divine city. Only when the divine king summoned him at noon did he return. Being the center of attention of the world is a disaster and not a blessing for you. The divine king warned him the moment they met. Yi Fan was startled and then nodded. He had already thought through all kinds of powerful relationships. He had always been worried that if he attracted the attention of the world, it would be a great disaster. Many people didn't want a complete saint physique to appear in the world. If there were any signs, then killing him in the cradle was the best choice. The day he successfully broke through might be the day of his death. Even if the divine king was powerful, he wouldn't be able to protect him for the rest of his life. Divine king, do you have any suggestions? Yi Fan asked. Now, the world knows that you have a saint physique. You can delay it for a while, but you can't delay it for the rest of your life. Tonight, the moon is full. I will use the eternal universe sacred furnace to protect you. The divine king frowned. Since things had reached this point, there was no way to avoid it. If he didn't break through today, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Being the enemy of the entire world, is this the fate of stepping onto the path of a great emperor? The divine king muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Yi Fan and said, unless you fail to break through this time, there will be no peace in this world. When the red sun set in the west, the entire divine city seemed somewhat stifling. Too many experts from the Central Plains and the Eastern Wasteland had come. They were all quietly waiting for the full moon to rise. The Crimson Dragon Daoist is back. Many people were shocked. The news spread immediately. People discovered that the famous Peacock King and the fourth greatest bandit of the northern region, the Green Flood Dragon King, were also with him. 3 peak experts entered the city and came together to deliver 700,000 kilograms of source to Yi Fan. This caused everyone's heart to tremble. They didn't think that they would take care of Yi Fan so much. At dusk, the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong, delivered 50,000 kilograms of source to Yi Fan. Not long after, the prince of the Grand Xia, Xia Yiming, also appeared and delivered 50,000 kilograms of source. When the sunset was about to disappear, the younger generation of many great powers all more or less sent some source. Beside the dragon transformation pond, divine light shot into the sky and spiritual chi filled the air. Night fell, and the world slowly darkened. A divine moon appeared. It wasn't very bright yet, but it radiated a gentle radiance. The atmosphere in the divine city was extremely stifling, making people feel like they were about to suffocate. It was extremely quiet. When night fell, the entire huge city immediately quieted down. This world seemed to have lost all sound. There was no movement at all. It was like a dead city. There was no life, and no conversation could be heard. It was deathly silent. All the cultivators were waiting. Around the dragon transformation pond, there was a dense black mass of people everywhere. One couldn't see the end of it. The sky was filled with figures. The most advantageous positions were left for the major characters. No one dared to fight for them. Time flowed. The divine moon hung high in the sky like a divine disk, illuminating the entire ancient city. It was as if there were waves of white mist rising. He's here, he's here. It was unknown who let out a cry of surprise. Everyone looked towards the same direction. Yi Fan arrived on the moon. On this night, he was dressed in white, elegant and ethereal. His steps were calm as he walked in the void. His black hair danced in the night breeze, and his eyes were as clear as a spring. He was like an immortal descending to the world. Shrouded in moonlight, he landed in front of the dragon transformation pond. Is this the sacred body of the ancients? It's a young man. He's only 15 or 16 years old. His physique aside, if he could enter the 4 ultimate secret realms at this age, he'd be considered talented. Such a delicate young man. His physical body is comparable to a dragon's? It doesn't look like it to me. It was the first time for many people to see Yifan. They were curious about the sacred body of the ancients, and they were all discussing in low voices. The stifling atmosphere in the divine city finally eased. It was no longer as suffocating. Finally, people began to talk. All sorts of voices could be heard, and it was no longer deathly silent. Where's the divine king? Why hasn't he appeared? The peerless divine king did not appear, and they could not see his supreme demeanor. Many cultivators were surprised and looked around. There's no need to look. The breakthrough of the sacred body will definitely not be peaceful. The white-robed divine king is probably hiding in the dark, ready to make a move at any time, someone speculated. In front of the dragon transformation pond, Yifan stood alone. His white clothes fluttered as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Under the moonlight, he looked otherworldly. In the dragon transformation pond, God Source and Variant Source shone brightly. It was as if the pond was about to turn into a celestial pond. The spiritual chi was so thick that it almost turned into liquid. If the pond had not been sealed long ago, the divine light here would have pierced through the sky, and the stars and moon would have lost their color. Suddenly, 3 figures walked forward and surrounded the dragon transformation pond. The delicate peacock king, the burly green serpent king, and the spirited red dragon master stood in 3 different directions. They were obviously there to protect Yifan. Then, the people of the Wind clan appeared. 4 elders surrounded the celestial pond to protect him. Yifan raised his head to look at the divine moon. His delicate face was very calm. Then, he glanced over everyone. He knew that these people came from all over the world and were paying attention to his every move. He saw the Alcade Saint Child shrouded in holy light, the insufferably arrogant little Pung King, and the arrogant Xianxia. These people were destined to be natural enemies. Before entering the 4 extreme secret realms, he had already foreseen the future. He saw the scene of various kings rising up and fighting endlessly. The devastatingly beautiful Yao Shi, the divine king physique of the Ji clan, the innate Tao embryo of the Violet Palace, the figures and faces of the saints were all watching silently. Then, Yifan's gaze landed on the peerless and Miaoi. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her clothes were as white as snow. She had a fairy-like figure and a jade-like body. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water as she looked at him quietly. Yifan glanced over everyone and then retracted his gaze. With a whoosh, he waved his sleeve and a pile of divine source blocks fell. In the distance, everyone cried out in surprise. The saint physique also had so many divine source blocks. This shocked the people of the Central Plains. Only the people of the divine city knew that Yifan's origin technique was shocking and that he had gained a lot. In particular, the shocking bet with the origin technique clan had given him a huge amount of divine source blocks. After all the divine source blocks were thrown into the dragon transformation pool, Yifan stepped in and was about to begin his breakthrough. Phoenix cries shook the sky. In the horizon, 9 phoenix-like divine birds spread their wings and soared, pulling a divine carriage. Divine light blossomed and auspicious colors shot out in all directions. The carriage rushed through the clouds and arrived in the sky. At the same time, 9 golden divine lions soared into the sky and pulled an ancient chariot. The chariot rolled across the sky and rumbled as if thousands of horses were galloping. The saints of the eastern wasteland appeared one after another. They rode on carriages and personally descended to watch the saint physique breakthrough. Roar, dragon cries resounded between heaven and earth. Another great figure appeared. 9 azure dragons streaked across the sky like mountain ridges as they arrived in an instant. An elder appeared in the sky. He wore a dragon robe and had a dragon crown on his head. Light shone for tens of thousands of meters and he was incomparably divine. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world. A true ancestral dragon had appeared on his crown. Could it be that the great Xia emperor personally came? Many people were shocked. They didn't know if this was the peerless emperor of the Central Plains. In other directions, terrifying ripples spread out one after another. The top experts of the Central Plains' 4 undying empires appeared one after another to watch the ceremony. Then, even more people appeared. The people from the 100 sects of the Central Plains arrived and lined up in the sky. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and made people tremble uncontrollably. Hong. At this time, the dragon transformation pool seal was undone. Divine light scattered the clouds and pierced through the heavens. The world was blazing so fiercely that people couldn't open their eyes. The dragon transformation pool was like a peerless spiritual land from the beginning of the world. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light and thousands of auspicious lights shone. Colorful and colorful, it was incomparably sacred. Yi Fan sat in the deity pool. Essence chi boiled all over his body, and his blood chi shot into the sky. It turned into a dragon-shaped pillar of chi that pierced through the night sky like a peerless sword. Everyone was shocked. Is this the sacred body of the ancients? He was only in the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, yet his flesh and blood were already so vigorous. It was as if a real dragon was awakening. All the saints and ladies' expressions changed. If such a person were to successfully break through, he would become an extremely terrifying enemy, with the whole world as his enemy. Yi Fan felt endless murderous intent surging toward him. The moon illuminated the great earth, scattering its silver splendor everywhere. Was the dragon transformation pool the place where the cultivators of the world focused their attention on? Was it a place where one broke out of their cocoons and transformed into butterflies? Or was it a place where a divine physique fell and shed blood? Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Dong, inside the celestial pond, divine radiance rushed into the heavens, creating a dazzling scene. Everyone's eyes stung and tears flowed uncontrollably. This was the radiance emitted by a sea of essence energy. The dragon transformation pool was not large, only several zhang in size. The water was sweet and milky white, sparkling and fragrant. Legend has it that true dragons ascended into the heavens. At this moment, after it was unsealed, it was as if millions of volcanoes erupted at the same time. The heavenly essence energy pierced through the heavens, piercing through the heavens like dragons soaring into the sky. This was a world-shaking scene. Dragons pierced through the heavens and earth, brilliant and resplendent, illuminating the entire ancient city, becoming the eternal light between heaven and earth. Yi Fan's white robe was otherworldly as he meditated inside the dragon transformation pool. His black hair danced in the wind, his skin sparkling. He was like a deity, peaceful and tranquil as he used spiritual energy to refine his body. Blood energy was like true dragons. Streak after streak rushed out from his body, surging violently like a tide. At the top of his head, the thickest dragon-shaped blood energy connected heaven and earth, rushing into the heavens. It made everyone feel as if they were dreaming, not daring to believe what was happening. Just how powerful was his physical body? Was this the supreme divine might of a divine physique? This was definitely the release of his potential. If it was unleashed, just this physical body alone would be enough to suppress all experts. This scene was world-shocking, causing everyone to draw in breaths of cold air. Yi Fan took out the all-life energy cauldron. It floated above his head, releasing tens of thousands of mysterious yellow energy strands that descended one after another, suppressing the dragon transformation pool. However, the divine radiance that rushed into the heavens did not weaken much, because the spiritual energy was too dense. If he forcefully suppressed it, it might cause the dragon transformation pool to collapse. The cauldron was simple and natural, as if it was a carrier that nourished the great Tao. It possessed a vast and distant aura, the home of the Tao, the place where the natural laws were born. The all-life energy descended, as if the 3,000 great Taos were taking form, enveloping Yi Fan below, making him appear even more divine and transcendent. His white robes fluttered, his hair danced, and his body flickered with luster. He had the aura of a deity. Hiss! In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The origin of the myriad chi had attracted everyone's attention. This was the exclusive sacred item of the ancient emperors. Since ancient times, how many people had obtained it? Even the great emperors of the past couldn't find them. Some people had no choice but to use their own bodies to refine the saint weapon, so one could imagine how precious it was. Everyone was tempted. Although they had heard that Yi Fan had a great emperor's relic, it was the first time many of them had seen it. If it were not for the protection of a peerless divine king, a world-shaking battle would have already broken out. Once this cauldron appeared, it would definitely cause great chaos. It was very likely that blood would flow like rivers, corpses would form mountains, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Ding! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, like the roar of a dragon, coming from the horizon. Someone sat high in the clouds and played the zither, producing a mysterious and wonderful sound. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, then it was like a high mountain and flowing water, and finally, it was like a great army. Murderous energy overflowed into the heavens like a flood, surging and roaring as it rushed over, destroying everything in its path as it rushed towards Yifan. Even though there were peerless divine kings protecting him, there were still people who took action, wishing to kill Yifan in the initial stages, not wishing for him to break the curse and truly mature. Who? Astral wind swept about. Golden clouds flew over like a vast body of water, covering the stars and moon, filling the night sky with resplendent light. This was a golden heavenly pung that looked like it was cast from gold. It was dazzling and dazzling, spreading its wings and hacking down. Its power was intimidating, making everyone shiver with fear. Duo. The Crimson Dragon Taoist gazed into the sky, his ancient robes fluttering about. His eyes were like deep pools. With a light shout, heaven and earth trembled, as if this world was going to turn upside down. Hong, the golden heavenly pung that swooped down was blasted into pieces, shattering in the void. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Crimson Dragon Taoist could truly be considered a peerless demon, powerful to a shocking degree. Just a light shout contained such divine might. Ding! The zither sound was like a muffled drum. A zither string was plucked, and then another true dragon rushed over from the horizon. It was scarlet red like blood, several hundred zhang in length, as if it was a mountain ridge. This was clearly humiliating the Crimson Dragon Taoist, going against his name. The zither sound turned into a blood dragon, the same as asking him to kill himself. The Crimson Dragon Taoist released a cold snort. He reached out a large hand, obliterating the blood-colored great dragon. Then, his hand stretched out like a mountain range, grabbing towards the horizon. Many cultivators felt their blood run cold. The Crimson Dragon Taoist's skills were close to the Tao, treating heaven and earth like an embroidered box in his palm, casually grabbing at it. Xing xing xing, killing intent rushed into the heavens, zither sound scattering the clouds. True dragons, heavenly pings, qilins, divine phoenixes, and all types of legendary immortal spirits were like deities, truly taking form, throwing themselves over murderously. Hong, however, under the Crimson Dragon Taoist's great hands, all of this was crushed into powder, unable to stop him in the slightest. Pooh! The Crimson Dragon Taoist's large hand reached the horizon, grabbing the figure that was playing the zither. He then erased it into nothingness, turning it into flying ashes. Primordial spirit puppet, not the true body. Many of the older generation figures were astonished. This was definitely a probing attack launched by a top-notch strong practitioner. This night would not be peaceful, and there would definitely be a backup plan. In the dragon transformation pool, Yifan closed his eyes and didn't move. The things that happened in the outside world couldn't disturb his state of mind. He was like an ancient well without any ripples, as if it had nothing to do with him. He sat cross-legged like a divine statue. The Bodhi seed he brought from ancient Mars flowed with the rhythm of the Tao. He held it in the palm of his left hand, drawing upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, gathering the essence of the dragon transformation pool to cleanse his corporeal body. Divine radiance that rushed into the heavens surrounded him, and every inch of his skin had spiritual chi flowing. This wasn't any ordinary essence, but the essence that belonged to the divine origin. All of the pores on his body opened up, and the brilliance formed by the divine origin continuously flowed in and out. His innards and bones were all dyed in a layer of dazzling brilliance. He had already cultivated all 5 great divine treasures, so there was no need for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Whether or not he could succeed in his transformation from a fish to a dragon would be revealed tonight. With one step, the vast sea and sky were obstructed, and the abyss was thousands of yards deep. Whoosh, a green lotus appeared beside Yifan. It only had 3 leaves, and they contained the true meaning of the great Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 3 leaves swayed gently, and the chaotic mist became hazy, covering Yifan. At the same time, the Dao Canon's mysterious technique in the sea of reincarnation automatically circulated like rivers returning to the sea, as if all things were coming back to life. Everyone was astonished, and even the various sacred masters were moved. A green lotus growing in one's body was definitely a part of the future vision of the sacred physique. He would probably have astonishing battle power. At the same time, Yi Fan's 5 great divine treasures rang out in unison, and the heavenly voice of the great Tao reverberated through the heavens and earth like a great bell. People couldn't understand its meaning, but they could feel a vast divine sound reverberating. It was like the evening drum and morning bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made people vigilant and enlightened. He grasped an ancient scripture. Many experts were astonished. They never knew about Yi Fan's cultivation method, but now they knew that he definitely comprehended a supreme scripture. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a wonderful sound ringing out. However, even if one learned ancient scriptures, there weren't many who could do this. The sound of heaven and earth would ring out when they were in seclusion. It was extremely rare, but those who had this kind of vision, if nothing unexpected happened, would all become unmatched experts. Everyone's expressions changed, especially the younger generation. This was going to be their great enemy in the future, the Eastern Wasteland's great sage lords, Central Prefecture's 4 great undying imperial courts, as well as the people of the 100 sects were all moved. They understood that even though Yi Fan didn't have a sacred physique, if he grew up, he would definitely become a cult master level figure. Hong, killing intent surged like the sea, arriving in an instant. Tens of thousands of sword radiance pierced through heaven and earth, appearing in front of the dragon transformation pool. Another unmatched expert unleashed a fatal attack, this time, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. There were people taking action from all directions, and even the divine city was shaking. It was unknown just how many people came. The Peacock King released a loud shout. He opened his mouth and spat out a precious imprint. Chaotic mist pervaded the air. He swept out in all directions, and a great black imprint pierced through heaven and earth. Pa-cha pa-cha, in all directions, there were weapons that continuously turned into powder. The killing intent was all forced back. The chaotic precious imprint was obtained from the ancient Great Emperor's chambers, a rare treasure under the heavens. Apart from extreme Dao weapons, there weren't many sharp blades that could cut it open. It could be considered a divine object. The Peacock King took action powerfully, crushing all of the puppets, intimidating quite a few people. However, right at this time, an indescribably terrifying aura pervaded the air, covering heaven and earth. It made everyone shiver inwardly. Great Emperor killing formation. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was shocked. Wind Clan's 4 elders' expressions also changed, all of them shivering. They felt that the situation wasn't reassuring. Someone actually used the Great Emperor's formation patterns at this moment, and it was even the terrifying killing divine patterns. They clearly wanted to carry out an extermination. The ancient Great Emperor left behind extremely few formation patterns, and not many people could completely comprehend them. At most, they could only lay out a corner, but it was still absolutely shocking. The destructive power was unimaginably great. For the sake of killing the Saint Physique, even the Great Emperor's killing formation appeared. It truly made people's hearts jump. One could well imagine just how great the determination of the person in the dark was. Swoosh, a human figure flashed in the sky. An exceptional divine king appeared. His white clothes fluttered about as he activated the Leaf Flame Divine Furnace. It suppressed all directions and disintegrated the ancient Great Emperor's formation patterns. Hong, exceptional killing intent rushed out to contend against the Leaf Flame Divine Furnace. The killing formation's power was boundless. Everyone was astonished. This person's understanding of Dao patterns was too terrifying. Just how much of the ancient Great Emperor's formation did he lay out? It was definitely extremely terrifying, and it wasn't as simple as just a corner. This type of world-shocking killing intent could contend against a divine king, and it blocked his path forward. There were some people who felt extreme restraining fear towards the grand completion Saint Physique and didn't want him to grow. Towards this, Yi Fan was still calm and unmoved. He closed his eyes and tried to break through. He stuck a scarlet leaf between his brows, and it circulated with the divine charm of the great Tao. That's the leaf of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. On top of the sparkling leaf, a figure sat high up in the nine heavens. Clouds and mist curled up around him as he overlooked the common people. Many Tao patterns densely covered him, and it was incomparably mysterious. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void. His figure was almost exactly the same as the leaf. Primal chaos mist was hazy, and it was as if he was overlooking the common people. At this moment, his appearance was dignified like an eternal immortal king. It made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. He pinched the leaf again, and another Tao comprehension tea leaf appeared. He stuck it to the top of his head. On this sheep-white jade-like leaf, a yin-yang diagram flickered. This was the tangible form of the great Tao. It appeared and spun above his head. Yi Fan became faintly discernible, and at the same time, he became even more divine and inviolable. It was as if he existed with the world and would never die. Swoosh, the third leaf appeared, and he stuck it to his heart. Purple light flickered, and a true dragon took form on top of it and entered his body. In an instant, his blood energy rushed into the heavens. Draconic energy surrounded his body, and he was enveloped by a boundless divine power. Endless divine source essence gathered in his body, and he underwent a baptism similar to a holy sacrifice. Divine light was like a tide, washing over every inch of his flesh. His entire body shone brilliantly like seven-colored glass, without a trace of impurity. At the same time, the divine sound of the great Tao in his body became even greater. He was simply about to imprint himself in the void and condense into an immortal body with the entire heaven and earth. Wang, the fourth leaf trembled slightly, and golden light shone brilliantly. Mountains and rivers vaguely appeared on it, and in an instant, a small world enveloped him. Yi Fan stood majestically without moving. Auspicious divine light surrounded his body, and he was like an innate god that split the heavens and earth apart. He entered his own world and accepted the worship of all living beings. Everyone was stunned. These visions were too shocking. Even the Tao comprehension tea couldn't do this. This was his own vision that was gradually appearing. Heavens, a vision? The divine physique is going to enter the four secret realms. That's right. Only after entering the four secret realms will the divine physique have visions. Now, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Yi Fan would actually succeed. No one could remain calm. Everyone's minds were in turmoil. A small world appeared. It was so real that it shocked everyone. For hundreds of thousands of years, saint physiques could not enter the four extreme mystic realms. But now, a phenomenon had appeared. Was this curse going to be broken? The entire world was in an uproar. Many cultivators were boiling with excitement. Everyone was paying close attention because it was very likely that they would witness the rise of someone comparable to an ancient emperor in the future. The saint children and saintesses revealed strange expressions. Everyone was watching in silence, no one said anything. The little Peng was bathed in golden light. He was tall and straight like a demon god. He sneered again and again as his fighting spirit soared. The black great desolate halberd appeared behind him. Xiaojiu had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. She was incomparably beautiful. Although she was only 13 or 14 years old, her cultivation could look down on the younger generation. She held her hands behind her back and remained unmoved. At this moment, the Saint Lords were also moved. They could not calm down and all had different expressions on their faces. The appearance of a peerless divine king from the Jiang family was already enough to make all the Holy Lands dread it. If they produced a large success saint physique in the future, they could challenge an ancient emperor. How could the other Holy Lands endure that? Moreover, once Yi Fan succeeded in breaking through, the Feng clan and the Jiang family would inevitably form a marriage alliance. At that time, the balance between the Holy Lands would truly be broken. The Central Continent's 4 great immortal dynasties and the 100 religions had all sent great figures to observe the ceremony. At this moment, they were all shaken. This was absolutely an unparalleled enemy of their descendants. Yi Fan had no self and was aloof from the world. No matter how noisy the outside world was, he remained unmoved. Each leaf of the Tao comprehension tea tree was different. They all had unimaginable uses that allowed Yi Fan to enter a mysterious realm. The small world was vivid and real. He sat high in the sky with the yin-yang primal chaos diagram spinning. He was like a god that split the world apart, overlooking the rivers and mountains below as if he was accepting the worship of all living beings. Swish, 4 leaves shot up. Some were like white jade while others seemed to be cast in gold. They were sparkling and dazzling as they floated in the air. Buzz. In the night sky, the power of the stars was drawn over like moonlight and water, gathering towards the dragon transformation pool, entering Yifan's little world, making it even more lively. Boom, the dragon transformation pool surged. All of the divine origin was being refined, rushing towards Yifan who was engraved in the void, entering his body. His entire body was sparkling, and even the fine hairs on the surface of his body were shining. The cleansing of his flesh was a visible transformation. His body became more and more flawless, as translucent as crystal. His powerful life fluctuations became even more terrifying. Yes, every single beat of Yifan's heart was like the beating of a divine drum, and it shook the eardrums of others to the point of droning. It could be said to be astounding. Moreover, his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Thump, thump, thump. It reverberated throughout heaven and earth. He's changing his blood, regenerating his flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked. Yifan was shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones. His flesh shell was about to transform. This was an omen of breaking. Through boom, the dragon transformation pool swayed as Yifan guided the endless essence energy into his body. His body became even more resplendent, as if an immortal lord had descended into this world. During this process, divine light soared into the sky. The vast amount of Genesis Chi couldn't be sealed and absorbed at all. It illuminated the entire world. Swish, a mischievous little golden creature turned into a golden line and appeared in the sky like a thief. It absorbed the Genesis Chi in an almost intoxicated manner. The divine silkworm appeared. It spent a lot of effort to break free from the little nun in white. It slid over and sucked in the Genesis Chi like a whale. The white-robed God King was also high up in the sky. He was currently using the Li Fire Divine Cauldron to disintegrate the Great Emperor's formation. He indifferently glanced at the divine silkworm. The little golden creature was immediately frightened. Then, it blinked its large eyes and put on a pitiful appearance, as if it was begging to stay here. The Supreme God King no longer paid it any attention. He activated the Li Fire Divine Cauldron and continued to resist the Great Emperor's killing formation. He gradually erased the Genesis Chi in the air. The little golden creature seemed to have been pardoned. It entered the Genesis Chi and continuously absorbed it into its body. Its entire body shone with golden light. It was incomparably intoxicated. Countless little stars appeared in its large eyes. Divine silkworm. Many people cried out in surprise. They suddenly remembered that it also needed a vast amount of Genesis Chi to transform. It was very likely to be another great winner today. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a large crack appeared in the sky. A large purple hand reached out from within. It was extremely sudden and directly grabbed towards the dragon transformation pool. Purple energy curled about. It covered the sky like a demonic cloud, hiding the stars and moon and severing the spiritual energy of the world. It was extremely terrifying and horrifying. Heavens, the hand that pierced through the void is a peak expert. Everyone was shocked. There was finally a powerful figure who took action and launched an attack to kill Yifan. Bang, the 4 elders from the Wind Clan took action. One of them went against the sky and struck towards the sky, colliding with the large purple hand. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fell down. He was heavily injured. The expressions of everyone present all changed. Dong, the Peacock King took action. He rushed up to the great crack in the void and spat out the primal chaos precious imprint, striking down. A loud sound rang out. The large purple hand was forced back. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. Roar. Suddenly, several more large cracks appeared. No one slaughtered their way out, but a terrifying roar sounded. It was as if rubble collapsed the clouds, as if great waves struck the heavens. The sound was extremely deafening, as if it could shatter rivers and mountains. In the distance, quite a few people fell on their backs, blood flowing from their 7 apertures, their lives in danger. One could imagine just how terrifying this type of roar was. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's hands formed an imprint, isolating the dragon transformation pool within a small world to prevent the sound waves from entering. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated to watch the divine body attack. They didn't want to be caught up in the disaster. The Peacock Tile, Green Flood Dragon King, and Wind Clan's elders all released attacks towards the great cracks in space, stopping the sound waves and calming down heaven and earth. Disturbing the divine body's breakthrough is even more vicious than killing him. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air, immediately understanding the intentions of those hidden in the dark. Cultivators hated being disturbed the most when breaking through. Wasting all of their previous efforts was a small matter, but they would most likely become half-crippled, unable to cultivate from then on. The hidden person already had a plan. He wanted to stop Yifan while he was breaking through at the lowest price possible, completely crippling him and preventing him from cultivating for the rest of his life. At the crucial moment, a single roar might be enough to consign Yifan to eternal damnation. He would fall from the clouds into hell, unable to rise again for the rest of his life. Swoosh, the Supreme Divine King finally wiped away the Great Emperor's formation runes, but he didn't dare to be careless. The hidden person most likely had a backup plan, and he was even on guard against the extreme saint weapon. Pft, pft. The leaves of the comprehension tea tree turned to dust one after another. For divine radiances entered Yifan's body, interweaving into many innate patterns, making him even more divine. Meanwhile, this small world became clearer and clearer, like a real space and not just a phenomenon. At this moment, Yifan was unmoving. His body was like a seven-colored glaze, clear and flawless. Many spiritual essences and endless divine rays were baptizing his body, making him seem like a god. What's the phenomenon of the saint body? Is it a pure land like the Divine King? No, it's more like a combination of several phenomena. They haven't taken shape yet. Stars shine in the blue sky, lovely land and mountains, chaotic green lotus, yin-yang diagram of life and death, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. There are shadows of these terrifying ancient phenomena. What kind of terrifying phenomenon will it form? Everyone was discussing softly and paying close attention. Suddenly, Yifan's heartbeat accelerated. Endless Genesis chi from the dragon transformation pool entered his body, and he shone brightly. Whoosh, he actually started to burn. Divine flame soared into the sky, and his body was almost transparent. His internal organs and bones could almost be seen. All the pores on his body were bleeding, and his whole body was bright red. The raging fire burned and evaporated the fresh liquid, and the smell of blood assailed everyone's nostrils. What happened? Why is he burning? Is he going to turn into ashes? No, this is a true rebirth. Body regeneration, initial success of the saint body, he is really going to enter the 4 extremes secret realm. People were very surprised. The blood in Yifan's body continued to flow out through his pores, and new blood with brilliance appeared in his body, which was shining with a faint golden light. Crack! Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of bones breaking again. They could vaguely see the bones in his 7-colored glass-like body shattering and then growing again. They had never seen such a terrifying rebirth. It could be said that the transformation was very thorough, and even his bones were being reborn. Pop! Yifan's sparkling body was also broken, like a beautiful jade cracking. Then, his internal organs shook, and his joints crackled. Everything was being reborn. The dragon transformation pool was dyed red, and the divine flames wrapped around him. He seemed to be reborn from the fire. Every bone, every inch of flesh and blood, including his hair, was being replaced. This is too cruel. What kind of pain is the transformation of the saint body going through? This isn't a tribulation, but a rebirth. I think many people are willing to have it. Yifan used the divine origin essence to cleanse his body, changing his bones and blood continuously. His body was reborn, and he became extremely powerful. He shed his original flesh shell and regenerated himself. Suddenly, the people in the dark took action. The void collapsed continuously like a vast ocean, rising and falling violently. It was unknown how many top-level characters were taking action, but this part of the world was torn apart. The sound was like thunder, shaking all directions, and all life between heaven and earth was extinguished. The Divine King took action. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the entire world. All the cracked areas immediately closed, and the void returned to how it was before. It immediately became peaceful. Boom! Suddenly, Yifan's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell backwards, his entire body drenched in blood. The endless divine origin energy in the dragon transformation pool erupted like a tsunami, sending him flying. Heavens, what happened? Did the breakthrough of the saint body fail? Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was going on. The Divine King, the Crimson Dragon Daoist, and the Peacock King were also shocked. Bang! Yifan flipped over and sat up, closing his eyes again. He drew the vast amount of Genesis Chi, and the sound of the great Tao in his body continued. Not good, there isn't much divine origin left in the dragon transformation pool, the elder of the Feng clan exclaimed. However, at this time, Yifan's body completed its transformation. This was a true rebirth. Boom, he stood up all of a sudden, and the sky trembled. He raised his head to look at the starry sky, his messy hair flying. His new body flickered, and a powerful aura erupted. Boom, however, at this time, purple lightning descended from the sky, striking towards him. Heavens, what is this? Why is there lightning in the starry sky? This is a heavenly tribulation. Everyone exclaimed. How can a heavenly tribulation descend after entering the 4 extreme secret realms? Everyone was stupefied. Lightning descended from the 9 heavens, striking towards Yifan. He stood there proudly, facing the purple lightning. Boom, the first bolt of lightning descended. His entire body flickered, and he forcibly withstood it, unharmed. Boom, the second heavenly tribulation was no longer a single bolt of lightning. It turned into a purple sea, a lightning pool, endless lightning drowned Yifan, and the world was filled with purple light. This was a sea of lightning, extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, apart from a few heaven-defying monsters, I have never heard of anyone being stopped by a heavenly tribulation when they were breaking through. The breakthrough of the saint body actually encountered a heavenly tribulation, and it seems to be the extremely terrifying kind. The Black Emperor shouted in the dark, "Kid, if you can endure it, there will be many benefits." Back then, Great Emperor Wuxia was often struck by lightning. As long as you don't die, you won't have to be afraid of becoming the enemy of the world in the future. This was a sea of lightning. Electrical radiance surged downwards. The thunder was like a tide, shattering everything. It was incomparably blazing, filling the world with a purple expanse. Hong, the thunder seemed to be about to blast through everyone's eardrums and shatter their souls. It connected heaven and earth, incomparably vast. It was as if the Milky Way from the 9 heavens poured down, as if there were millions of great stars smashing down. The void was blasted apart, becoming incredibly tattered. However, it would be submerged soon, because the lightning radiance was just too resplendent. Dazzling lightning filled every inch of space. Hong, the great thunder shocked the world. The purple lightning surged like a tide, surging violently. This was a world of lightning that could destroy all things. Everyone was alarmed, their blood running cold. When Yifan was breaking through, the heavenly tribulation descended, stopping his advance. It shocked everyone. Even from the distance, it was already so terrifying. Everyone found it hard to imagine just what kind of tribulation Yifan was experiencing in the Purple Sea. They all opened their divine eyes to watch. The Purple Sea of Lightning submerged the dragon transformation pool, representing the will of heaven and earth. It could obliterate all creatures in this world, making one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Yifan's body was in the Purple Sea. His flesh was lacerated, and his body was scorched black. Faint golden blood flowed out. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. Even though he was heavily injured, his blood and chi surged. He didn't decline in the slightest, instead raising his head towards the sky and doing everything he could to resist. Everyone was horrified. The flesh of a saint physique was too terrifying. If it was a normal person, a single streak of lightning would have turned them into ashes, yet he was resisting in the Purple Sea. Hong, another wave of lightning descended. It was incomparably fierce, burying Yifan underneath. It was unknown just how much lightning struck down on his body. Faint golden blood splashed in all directions, and his bones released gabbing sounds. This is too terrifying. Any creature will be blasted apart. Since ancient times, not many people have suffered a heavenly tribulation while breaking through. The saint physique is comparable to a heaven-defying monster. Meanwhile, what shocked everyone the most was that Yi Fan wasn't blasted apart. He endured it all and was still standing in the sea of lightning, unyielding and tenacious. Heavenly tribulation was rarely seen since ancient times, but everyone knew about it. They had all heard rumors that outsiders couldn't help at all, or else it would attract an even greater lightning tribulation. Beside the dragon transformation pool, there were many experts. Taoist Scarlet Dragon, Peacock King, Green Serpent King, Elders of the Wind Clan, and even peerless Divine Kings. However, none of them dared to lend a hand. If they did that, not only would they not be able to save Yi Fan, but they would also have to suffer a great heavenly tribulation that would not rest until they were dead. Lightning flashed. Even someone as strong as Yi Fan's physical body was in tatters. It was almost pierced through. Many of the wounds revealed his bones, and a lot of pale golden blood flowed out. It's the 9 words heavenly tribulation, everyone was aghast. Yi Fan's first wave of heavenly tribulation was a bolt of lightning formed from 9 bolts of lightning, and he had forcefully withstood it with his body. The second heavenly tribulation was this purple sea. There were a total of 9 lightning tides, and he had just experienced 3 or 4 of them. Almost no one believed that he could make it through. The Black Emperor shouted in the dark, "Brat, you have to hold on." The baptism of the lightning tribulation is rare since ancient times. There are many benefits to cultivating in the future. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He didn't have the energy at all, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. The slightest bit of carelessness would turn him into ashes. At this moment, his entire body was in pain. The lightning had pierced through many parts of his body. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been annihilated long ago, and not even ashes would be left. Boom, another lightning tide arrived, and the heaven and earth trembled. Endless purple radiance wrapped around him, piercing through the sky and earth like countless world-shocking dragons soaring into the sky. The myriad chi cauldron floated up and down above Yi Fan's head, experiencing the lightning tribulation together with him. He was struck by the purple sea, leaving behind countless streaks of innate patterns. Everyone held their breaths and watched in silence. The 5th, the 6th, everyone was astonished to find that Yi Fan was infinitely close to the 9th lightning tide. He was actually about to charge through it. Everyone was extremely shocked. The 9th lightning tide arrived as scheduled. Lightning flashed in tens of thousands of streaks, and the purple color became the only thing between heaven and earth. Yi Fan was like a duckweed in a tsunami as he was drowned in an instant. Boom, endless lightning and blazing divine radiance made the heaven and earth as bright as day. It was dazzling, like a boundless fire was burning and collapsing the void. Buzz. In the end, the void trembled, and the endless purple sea disappeared. The heaven and earth instantly calmed down as if it had never happened. Dang, a trembling sound was heard. The cauldron made of myriad chi fell to the ground and broke the silence. Everyone was bewildered and didn't know if Yi Fan was dead or alive. Beside the dragon transformation pond, a figure was completely black and no different from charcoal. He stood there motionlessly. He passed the heavenly tribulation? No, there is no vitality at all. His body has dried up. This is the death of the saint physique. Many cultivators were discussing, and it was noisy. Everyone felt that the scorched body had lost its vitality. Bang, Yi Fan fell straight down. His scorched body was like charcoal that had experienced the fire tribulation and was almost rotten. He's dead. He actually failed. The curse of the saint physique cannot be broken after all. After hundreds of thousands of years, there hasn't been a single exception. He was so close to success, yet he died just like that. The heaven and earth were in an uproar. There were those who sympathized, and there were those who took joy in his misfortune. Everyone's reactions were different, and many great powers sighed in relief. Pop. Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the dragon transformation pond. The charcoal-like body moved a bit. Yi Fan slowly stood up. Even though his body was scorched black, his eyes were incomparably clear and filled with divine light. Following that, the sound of something breaking rang out. The surface of his body cracked, and a layer of scorched old skin fell off. Sparkling and translucent, new flesh appeared. He didn't die. He was baptized by thunder and lightning and obtained new life in the purple sea. His body must have become even more powerful. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Yi Fan would be able to make it through. The scorched old skin rustled and fell off. Yi Fan's new body, which had been bathed in thunder and lightning, flickered with a precious splendor. He was filled with great power. His eyes were clear, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked like a revived immortal. Everyone was stunned. The saint physique was unharmed. Did this mean that he had succeeded in breaking through? While everyone was dumbstruck, only the little golden creature was still active. The heavenly tribulation had scared it away. Now that it had calmed down, it quickly ran back and sucked in all the Genesis chi in the sky. Yi Fan felt the changes in his body. His physical body had definitely succeeded in breaking through, but he couldn't display any phenomenon. He felt that something was missing. Why is it like this? Is the curse not broken? He softly muttered to himself and clenched his fists. His life essence was like the sea, and he possessed endless divine power, but why didn't he feel a natural sense of harmony? After entering the 4 extreme secret realms, he would comprehend the order of heaven and earth. His body would be imprinted in the void, and there would be all kinds of miraculous changes, but he couldn't feel it. That's right, my divine sense. Yi Fan understood. He hadn't drawn out the great Tao, so he didn't experience anything. Just now, everything was experienced by his physical body. His divine sense hadn't received the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, so it couldn't become one. Suddenly, everyone's hearts palpitated, and they felt like they were suffocating. They almost couldn't breathe. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and it was as if a magnificent army was charging down. The little golden creature immediately slipped away like a wisp of smoke. "Brat, be careful." The Black Emperor secretly shouted, "You've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You've encountered an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. There will definitely be 5 stages, and each stage will have 9 minor tribulations. Also." Yi Fan's eyes were filled with vigor as he looked up at the starry sky. He had already experienced 2 stages, a total of 18 minor tribulations. He hadn't finished the tribulation yet. Boom, lightning descended. This time it wasn't a sea of lightning, but 9 afterimages. They interweaved with electricity as if they were 9 deities. What is that? How could there be creatures in the lightning? Everyone was stupefied. 9 figures formed from lightning. Some were shaped like human bodies, some like true dragons, and there were even some that looked like birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. They were all different. Could it be that the great heaven and earth truly have a will? Undying deities were born? Many cultivators were overwhelmed with shock. They aren't deities, but rather formed from the interweaving power of lightning. It is a type of terrifying heavenly tribulation. A holy lord spoke with a calm voice. All types of ancient texts had different explanations. The ancient sages believed that lightning tribulation was born from the connection between heaven and man, and that it was closely related to the one undergoing the tribulation. While everyone was discussing, Yi Fan had long sunk into an even greater tribulation. He tangled together with one of the afterimages, and it was as if he was fighting a great battle. This time, not only was his physical body undergoing the tribulation, his divine sense also rushed out to receive the baptism of lightning radiance. He endured an intense pain that was close to shattering. The first human figure was finally destroyed, but a second loud sound rang out. This time, it was a divine phoenix that brought scarlet lightning with it as it swooped down. Lightning that had turned into a living being possessed unimaginable power, far more terrifying than the sea of lightning. Yi Fan was covered by the divine phoenix. His powerful divine sense was tempered, turning into a blazing beam of light that was almost burning. He was in incomparable pain, but he endured it. A third, a fourth. Figures that were like deities rushed over one after another. there would be 9 tribulations. Yi Fan's physical body and divine sense would experience the tribulation at the same time. If he persisted and didn't die, then he would experience a baptism similar to rebirth. If he couldn't resist it, then he would forever be destroyed. At the same time, his cauldron was also receiving the impact of all of this. More and more innate patterns were left on its surface. Hong, a final loud sound rang out. The 9th immortal-like figure rushed down, sending Yi Fan flying. Then, it quickly caught up, and endless lightning submerged him. He was swallowed into the immortal king's mouth. Everyone cried out in alarm, watching nervously. Pooh! The immortal king was cut open, the lightning completely disappeared, and the world became peaceful again. Yi Fan's divine sense was like a golden sun, incomparably brilliant. After experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his divine sense was clearly different. There was an aura that was close to that of a deity. Yi Fan understood. This was indeed the case. His divine sense captured the trajectory of the Tao within the lightning. With the Bodhi seed in hand, he comprehended many things. He felt that he was about to completely break through to the 4 extreme secret realms. Brat, be careful. The unreasonable primal chaos lightning has arrived. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. 9 great lightning bolts descended from the sky, and within each bolt was a strand of primal chaos energy. It made people feel the aura of the creation of heaven and earth. It really is primal chaos lightning. Even though it's only a strand, it's still incomparably terrifying. The expressions of all the holy lords changed, and then their expressions became a bit strange. The central continent's undying imperial court and the 100 sex experts were also moved. Before the great ancient emperors refined their holy weapons, they would always baptize the holy object with endless primal chaos lightning. Many of the older generation figures were envious. Using the 9 strands of primal chaos lightning energy to refine a weapon would definitely have endless wondrous uses. It could increase the quality of the divine weapon. However, Yi Fan wanted to use it to refine his body. Just the thought of it was enough to shock everyone. What kind of tribulation would this be? Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck down, almost smashing Yi Fan's body into pieces. The strand of primal chaos lightning energy within was too terrifying. He was dripping with blood, and his bones were crackling. His divine sense was shattered, and the cauldron was riddled with marks. His entire body was covered in injuries, and he was on the verge of collapse. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. However, Yi Fan's willpower was like iron. His divine sense quickly gathered and turned into an ancient pagoda. It absorbed the strand of primal chaos energy and quickly refined it. Tao imprint, innate great Tao patterns were produced within the primal chaos lightning energy, making his body and mind clear. Then, his injuries quickly recovered as if he was being reborn from the ashes. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended and almost blasted him into pieces. However, he still managed to hold on in the end. Boom! The third bolt of primal chaos lightning descended. Yi Fan roared towards the sky. His body, divine sense, and cauldron all trembled as they faced the sky. When the 7th bolt of lightning descended, Yi Fan's body was almost scattered. It was too horrible to look at. It was more terrifying than all the lightning tribulations he had experienced in the past. His white bones were thick, and his faint golden blood was almost dried up. However, he still gathered his divine sense with great difficulty. It turned into a bell and fixed the strand of primal chaos energy in place, allowing it to circulate between his divine sense, body, and cauldron. Boom! The 8th bolt of lightning descended. Yi Fan's injuries became even more severe. He was almost turned into minced meat, and most of his bones were shattered. However, he still persisted. The shattered divine sense gathered together and turned into a cauldron. It sealed the strand of primal chaos energy and comprehended the great Tao imprint. It used it to repair his body and divine sense, and at the same time, cleansed the myriad energy cauldron. Boom! Finally, the last bolt of primal chaos lightning descended, piercing through Yi Fan's body in dozens of places. He almost broke into several pieces. However, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He didn't faint. The divine sense reassembled and turned into a celestial king-like figure. It shone brilliantly, and upon closer inspection, it was himself. The divine sense turned into a celestial king-like figure. It sat cross-legged in the void and hugged the strand of primal chaos energy. It received nourishment, and it continuously recovered and strengthened. Crack, crack, crack. Yifan's bones cracked, and his body began to recover. The divine sense was like a golden sun. Its radiance rushed into the sky, and it hung in front of his forehead. Meanwhile, the myriad energy cauldron hung above his head. It bobbed up and down, sending down strands of mysterious yellow energy. It looked misty, and it was full of the great Tao. Swoosh! The 9 strands of primal chaos energy circled around Yifan's body like 9 little dragons that continuously danced. Then, they entered his sea of consciousness, and finally entered the cauldron. At this moment, the aura of the primordial era filled the air. It was as if the world was being created, and it gave him an indescribable feeling. His body and mind were peaceful, and there was peace and emptiness. The 9 strands of primal chaos energy all contained the path of the great Tao. Yifan continued to comprehend them, and then he began to refine the 9 energies. His divine sense turned into a sitting celestial king, floating in front of his forehead. The cauldron hung above his head, and his body sat in the void. Buzz! The void trembled. Yifan imprinted himself in the world, and he became one with the void. The 9 strands of primal chaos energy all melted, and they became one with him and the cauldron. Swoosh! Yifan opened his eyes. He knew that he had entered the 4 extreme secret realm, and he had successfully broken through. His white robe fluttered, his black hair danced, and his eyes were clear. He quietly stood in this world, and there was a completely different feeling. Where's the 5th tribulation? Yifan looked up at the night sky, and he still didn't see it descend. The moonlight was like water, pouring down in torrents, like smoke or fog. The inside of the divine city was hazy. Beside the dragon transformation pool, Yifan's eyes were clear as he gazed at the starry sky. He was extremely quiet, not moving at all. Only his hair and white clothes fluttered about. He didn't say anything. There was still the last level of heavenly tribulation that hadn't descended. It was likely to be a violent storm, a perilous situation. He was on full alert. Not a single one of the other cultivators could maintain their calm. All of them were inwardly shocked, and clamoring surged into the heavens. Could it be that he succeeded in breaking through? I sensed that he seemed to have entered the 4 extreme secret realm. Is this true? The sacred body of the ancients has been difficult to cultivate for more than 100,000 years. Is the curse going to be broken today? It's really shocking. His saint physique has successfully broken through. It can be considered a small success. In the future, he might even be able to challenge the great emperors. Everyone was discussing. Yifan had withstood 4 heavenly tribulations in a row and actually survived safely. Using lightning to temper his body, what kind of fortuitous encounter was this? Since ancient times, cultivators who encountered heavenly tribulations were very rare. He had experienced the lightning tribulation to cleanse his divine sense and body. In the future, when he cultivated, there would be endless benefits, causing many cultivators to be extremely envious and jealous. The divine physique has really broken through. This is a miracle of the antiquity era. How is this possible? Didn't the ancient sages say that this world has changed? Divine bodies can't cultivate. This is really shocking. What does it mean to have a holy body that broke the curse? In the future, he will be able to compete with the great ancient emperors. At this moment, there wasn't a single person that could remain unperturbed because many people had already discerned that Yifan had really broken through and succeeded in advancing into the 4 extreme secret realms. The golden-winged little Pun King's body was tall and straight. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind, and his eyes were filled with wildness. The battle armor on his body was flickering with a cold luster, and his cloak was fluttering in the wind. He felt a kind of pressure. Staring at Yifan, his expression changed for the first time. 2 sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes. Killing intent filled the air, and his battle intent rose even higher. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's immortal body was tall and slender. Mist curled around her body, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. She looked pensive as she looked at Yifan, and then at the night sky. On the other side, the wavering light Saint Child's expression was calm. The 108 divine rings around his body made him look like a god. His expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. He could be called a rare genius since ancient times, and could even be said to be a heaven-warping talent. When he was breaking through to the four extremes, he had also triggered a lightning tribulation, but it was definitely not this terrifying. Many of the older generation felt that he was on par with the young emperor. But now, there was a saint body that made him feel extremely pressured. The Purple Mansion Holy Daughter had a connate Tao embryo, and she was close to the great Tao. She had the charm of being one with the heavens. She was like a celestial fairy who had been born into the world. But now, a strange look appeared on her face. She was like a bright pearl blooming, like a divine lotus blooming. Great waves surged in her heart as she stared unblinkingly at the distant Yifan. What she saw just now made it hard for her to calm down. The younger generation, the many descendants of the Holy Lands, and the outstanding disciples of the major forces all felt the pressure at this moment. If the saint body successfully entered the four extreme secret realms, he would definitely be the most terrifying opponent. No one could remain calm. If there was anyone who could laugh at this moment, it would be Miaoyi. She could be said to be able to topple cities with one smile, and if she laughed again, she could topple countries. Her absolute beauty was enough to bring chaos to the world and captivate all living things. Her flawless jade body was exquisite, and her curves were perfect. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her skin flickered with a sparkling luster. Her smile was incomparably moving. Her eyes were like water, and her skin was snow-white and smooth. Even the bright moon in the sky lost its luster, causing the hearts of many cultivators to sway, almost unable to control themselves. The great figures of the eastern barren lands were all silent. The fact that the Jiang clan and the Feng clan had cultivated a saint body that had broken the curse was definitely not good news for them. Many great figures from the Central Plains who had come to watch the ceremony also frowned at this moment. A grand completion saint body could live for tens of thousands of years. If the youth in front of them grew up, he would definitely rule the world for 10,000 years. Who knew how many generations of their descendants would be intimidated by him? Unless a monarch-level figure appeared, who else could suppress a grand completion saint body? Perhaps, not allowing him to grow and killing him in the early stages was the best choice once and for all. Yifan stood silently beside the dragon transformation pond. He did not see the appearance of the fifth heavenly tribulation this entire time. The night sky was especially gentle, and there was not the slightest sign of danger. Perhaps I guessed wrongly. The lightning that struck you just now was too terrifying, and even chaotic lightning appeared. Perhaps even the heavens are embarrassed, and will no longer send down heavenly tribulation. The large black dog was not very sure. Ha ha ha. The four elders of the Feng clan laughed loudly, feeling incredibly carefree. From now on, a saint body that had broken the curse would be tied to the ancient war chariot of the Feng clan, and it would be enough for them to flourish for 10,000 years. Good, we have finally broken the legend today. The Peacock King also nodded. Many people in the distance echoed in agreement, and many voices of congratulations traveled over here. The white-robed divine king also revealed a gratified expression, but he did not relax. He held the leaf fire divine furnace in his hand, and swept his gaze over the surroundings, afraid that someone would take the risk and attack. However, the divine king had worried too much. The people in the dark fell silent, and did not attack again. Just now, they had only chosen to attack because they saw that Yifan had a chance of breaking through. Now, everything was already set in stone. With the protection of the Supreme Divine King, attacking now would probably result in heavy losses, so it was far better to find another time to kill the saint body. Under the night sky, there was a commotion. Many people were clamoring. The saint body that had fallen for hundreds of thousands of years had been revived, and an invincible physique had reappeared in the world. Perhaps in the near future, it would shine brilliantly. At this moment, only a small golden creature was unmoved, and it was busy with its own matters. It absorbed all the spiritual essence in the sky, and then sneaked back into the dragon transformation pond stealthily. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon, the Peacock King, and the others all saw it, but they did not stop it, because the divine source was almost exhausted, and there was not much left, so they did not chase this little guy away. Tonight, it was definitely a big winner. Half of the massive amount of essence chi of the divine source disappeared into the night sky. A part of it was absorbed by Yi Fan, and the other half was taken by the holy silkworm. This time, facing Yi Fan, it was trying to please him. It didn't bare its fangs and claws anymore. It blinked its big eyes, which were filled with little stars. Then, it dived into the pond. I made it. I'm in the 4 extreme secret domains. Yi Fan stood up, looking at the endless night sky. Lightning punishment, do you still want to strike me? Boom, suddenly, 9 bolts of lightning struck down. Everyone was dumbfounded, flabbergasted. As soon as Yi Fan finished talking, lightning struck down. Was there really a ruler in the dark who would not allow people to provoke him? Little Yi, why are you provoking the heaven? I'm going to be struck by lightning again. Yi, you want to be struck by lightning on purpose. Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and Pang Bo screamed. They all felt that something was wrong. This time, Yi Fan raised his fist and punched towards the sky. After entering the arcane realm, he was fearless. His golden fist shattered the 9 bolts of lightning on the spot. Boom, the second time, 18 lightning strikes struck down. 9 of them aimed at Yi Fan while the other 9 struck the dragon transformation pond. Boom, Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand, grabbing all 9 streaks of lightning in his hand and erasing them in an instant. His methods were truly shocking. On the other side, the holy silkworm in the dragon transformation pond cried out in fear. It covered its head and tried to run away. However, the 9 lightning strikes had locked on it, chasing after it. It's not right. It's the holy silkworm's heaven's punishment. Oh my god, the holy silkworm is going through the heaven's punishment. It's the one that attracted the lightning strikes. Everyone was shocked, stupefied. It was clear that Yi Fan was caught in the crossfire, caught up in this. Damn it. That bastard holy silkworm wants to kill little Yi. It just got struck by lightning because it wants to experience it again. Tu Fei cursed. I'm so dizzy. This holy silkworm is a disaster. Why is it going through the heaven's punishment too? It's going to drag Yi into this, Pang Bo was worried. That unlucky holy silkworm. It's okay if it gets struck by lightning, but it also wants to drag others down with it. Li Heishui cursed. Everybody was astounded. The heaven's punishment was rare since the ancient times. Now, it had appeared twice in one day, however, after thinking about it, they understood it. What kind of creature was the holy silkworm? In the immemorial epic, as long as it could go through 9 changes, it would be an invincible existence in this world. If it wanted to break through, it would have to face the heaven's punishment because it was too heaven-defying. Just now, it had swallowed a lot of essence chi of the god source. It was about to transform. The holy silkworm ran away like a wisp of smoke, thinking that it had nothing to do with it. However, it couldn't get rid of the lightning. It swayed left and right, holding its head and running away. Everybody was speechless and didn't know what to say. This holy silkworm was too strange. It didn't even know that its heaven's punishment had come. In the distance, the little nun in white opened her mouth into an O shape and shouted, "Xiao Guai, don't run away. Resist it quickly. Only you can cross it yourself." The holy silkworm held its head and ran away, diving into Yi Fan's chest. It had just seen Yi Fan resist it, so it wanted to seek his protection. This unlucky holy silkworm is going to drag little Yi into this. I should skin it alive. Little thing, do you want to kill me? Yi Fan really wanted to grab it and beat it up. The holy silkworm's large eyes were filled with grievance. Even now, it still didn't know how the heaven's punishment came. It hugged its head and ran away, begging for help with tears in its eyes. Yi Fan directly transmitted a divine will to it, telling this pure little thing what was going on. Then, he almost wanted to vomit blood as he began to resist the new round of heaven's punishment. He had the urge to curse. What was going on? Brat, back off. This emperor carved a type of formation pattern that can help you get out of this predicament. At the crucial moment, the Black Emperor transmitted sound. I've already been implicated. There's still a way to get out of this predicament? Yi Fan was bewildered. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia often suffered lightning tribulations and implicated many people. Later on, he created a type of formation pattern that could allow those who were implicated to avoid the tribulation. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He followed the Black Emperor's guidance and hid into a formation pattern not far away. All of the lightning actually disappeared. He was stunned. As expected, Great Emperor Wu Shi was extraordinarily talented. He could even deceive the heavens, and he had a way to help others deceive the heavens. Brat, you have to be careful. I've remembered some things. Your heaven's punishment might not be over yet, the large black dog warned seriously in secret. What? Yi Fan was shocked. On the other side, the holy silkworm ran around wildly, crying out in the archaic language. Everyone was scared into fleeing, fearing that they would be implicated by it. The golden little creature felt incredibly wronged. In the end, it resisted the heaven's punishment alone. It was struck until tears welled up in its eyes, and it wailed loudly. However, what was shocking was that although it was riddled with wounds and swayed left and right, there were no fatal injuries. Suddenly, the void trembled. It was as if this part of the universe was about to collapse, causing the hairs of many cultivators to stand on end. Fear welled up in their hearts, a sense of alarm rose in Yi Fan's heart. He looked up into the night sky, feeling boundless danger. It was as if doomsday had arrived, making him feel completely disheartened. This was definitely coming for him. Under the night moon, streak after streak of natural patterns appeared, interweaving together in the sky, forming a Tao diagram that slowly pressed downwards. The void trembled, as if it was about to collapse. This diagram was profound and unfathomable, as if it was the form of the great Tao. It made one feel suffocated, difficult to breathe, and even their souls were trembling. What is this? Everyone was shaken, not understanding what was going on. Is this also a heaven's punishment? Why is there no lightning or lightning? Only natural Tao diagram patterns have appeared? Many people were confused, not understanding why this was happening. This natural pattern enveloped Yi Fan below. No wonder. Saint physiques have a curse that is difficult to break after all. A sect master from an undying inheritance in the central state said. The ancient sages speculated that the Saint physique's future path has been severed. All of this is true. No wonder there hasn't been a large success Saint physique that has appeared after more than 100,000 years. The world cannot approve of this. An elder from an undying imperial court sighed. The exceptional divine king transmitted sound to Yi Fan, shouting, "Don't be distracted. You have to pass this trial. I will help you. I won't give up. I am going to continue forward." Yi Fan also shouted loudly. It's not that big of a deal. Even if it is a broken path, it can still be mended by defying the heavens. The exceptional divine king's voice resounded through heaven and earth. He wanted to help Yi Fan repair the broken path of the Saint physique. After Yi Fan broke through to the four extreme mystic realms, a connate Tao diagram came crashing down. It was grand and dignified, profound and complex. It was irresistible and wanted to beat him back to his original form. This had long surpassed the scope of heavenly tribulation. It wasn't thunder or lightning, but the connate patterns of the heaven and earth that represented the will of the great Tao. The world didn't recognize the saint body. This was an ending that left one in despair. How could one resist in this world? It was impossible to transcend the great worlds. As long as one lived in this world, nothing could be changed. Yi Fan was unwilling. He smashed the heavens with the cauldron. His white clothes were stained with saint blood as his body resisted the connate. Even his black hair was about to ignite. His entire body burned with golden flames as he struggled. The peerless divine king was also unyielding. His hair was white like snow and his eyebrows were straight. He summoned the Li fire divine furnace to seal the heavens and stop the Tao diagram from descending. He wanted to continue the path for the saint body. Breaking this connate Tao diagram and obliterating the connate patterns was easier said than done. This was a tangible manifestation of the Tao. Now, it clashed with the saint body and couldn't exist side by side. The world cannot be defied and the great Tao cannot be defied. The saint body's path has been severed and no one can continue it. The ancient sages have already concluded that who can go against the will of the world? None of this can be changed. The peak figures of the Central Plains' undying imperial court and the sect masters of the 100 sects spoke one after another. It was recorded in the ancient texts that the world had changed and the saint body was difficult to cultivate. Why is it like this? He has already succeeded but the world doesn't recognize him. How can this be? The heavenly Tao cannot be defied. Even if he goes against the heavens, he will still be struck down. What a pity. After hundreds of thousands of years, someone has finally broken the curse. I didn't think that there would be such a tribulation at the last moment. There is no road ahead. Everyone was discussing. Many cultivators were puzzled. Everyone had different expressions. Some sneered, some gloated, some sighed, and some felt regret. Many great powers let out a long breath. If a large success saint body appeared in the future, the pressure on them would be too great. Now, they could finally relax. Many people revealed meaningful expressions. This child is a bit different from the saint bodies of the past. In the past, there were holy lands that cultivated saint bodies. When they entered the fifth layer of the Tao Palace, they encountered a disaster and were stopped by the Khanate patterns. What a pity. In the end, I still couldn't break through the curse. In the end, it was all for naught. At this moment, Yi Fan had no way out. He could only resist. He held the Bodhi seed in his hand, his hair flying in anger. He raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. His golden fist interweaved with patterns, producing Tao trajectories to resist the patterns in the sky. Buzz. People could clearly see that the void was shaking like a piece of rag. It was about to be torn apart under the terrifying physical body of the sacred physique. But that grand Tao diagram wasn't affected in the slightest. It steadily and slowly descended, causing the void to collapse and the earth around Yi Fan to crack apart. This was a type of shapeless and mighty force that descended like a river of stars. It was all-pervasive and unstoppable, and it crushed everything in its path and obliterated any material substance. Even someone as strong as Yi Fan's body was emitting crackling sounds. Strands of light golden blood flowed out from his pores. In the end, half of his body was dyed red. Clang, the cauldron formed from the source energy of all things was simple and imposing. It turned into a 100-foot-high mountain that shook the hearts of those who heard it. It struck into the heavens, branding the void. The Tao diagram that was formed from the interweaving of the heavens. And earth slowly revolved, bringing with it the entire heavens as it came crashing down. It collided with the great cauldron, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was simply irresistible. Dong. The source energy of all things fell. If it weren't a holy object between the heavens and earth, it would have long since turned to powder. Only it could coexist with the world and not be obliterated. Buzz. The leaf-flame divine furnace trembled. Patterns rushed out from within, similarly containing the aura of the great Tao. It defied the heavens and rushed into the skies to meet the Tao diagram. This is Great Emperor Ray patterns. The innate patterns left behind by an ancient great emperor. Many cultivators cried out in alarm, all of them overwhelmed with shock. The divine furnace froze in the skies, towering and unmoving. Only the patterns rushed up, quickly colliding with the Tao diagram. Pop. A light sound rang out. The innate Tao diagram trembled and the great emperor ray patterns shook. An aura that made one's heart race came from the void. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Heavens, it's blocked. That array pattern has blocked the innate Tao diagram. The ancient great emperors are truly unfathomable. The Tao patterns they left behind are so heaven-defying. Everyone cried out in alarm, all of them shocked. In the skies, the two patterns revolved, continuously colliding, but neither was destroyed. But before everyone could finish speaking, the situation changed again. The great emperor ray patterns became blurry and gradually disappeared, unable to block the Tao diagram. This, not even the great emperor's Tao patterns can stop it? Everyone was horrified. If this was the case, then there was no power in this world that could change this. Wrong, the ancient great emperors can absolutely defy the heavens. If they were reborn, they would definitely be able to break the curse of the saint body and have a smooth road ahead. That is indeed the case. The great emperor ray patterns just now were only a corner and not perfect. The ancient sages speculated that before becoming a great emperor, one could at most comprehend a tenth of the great emperor's array patterns. I am unwilling. Yi Fan shouted out loud. His entire body surged with essence energy as he bathed in divine light. He looked up into the skies. The source cauldron floated above his head, sending down strands of mysterious yellow energy that protected him. Weng, the void trembled. This was the first time he displayed a phenomenon. Everything around him was hazy, isolated from the great world. He was like a demonic lord that created the world, standing tall and proud. In this small world, he was a supreme deity that split apart the heavens and earth. He overlooked all living beings, completely unfettered. Qi. A phenomenon rushed into the heavens. A blue lotus with 3 leaves appeared, expounding the meaning of the Tao. 3 gave birth to all things, hazy and chaotic as it struck towards the heavens. He really succeeded. He possesses one of the most terrifying ancient phenomena, the primal chaos blue lotus. Everyone was shocked. Pop. This blue lotus carried with it a chaotic mist. It rushed into the post-celestial Tao diagram, constantly swaying. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop it in the end. What a pity, his saint body hasn't matured yet and his phenomenon is only at the initial stage. If it was a large success saint body, then a single shake of the blue lotus would destroy the heavens. Even the post-celestial Tao diagram would collapse. Many people sighed. There were records in the ancient texts. Even though it wasn't much, it was enough to prove its unsurpassed might. Yi Fan was unyielding. He stood tall in this small world, resisting the post-celestial Tao diagram. The void trembled. Mountains and rivers appeared, striking towards the heavens and smashing into the complex and profound Tao diagram. Ancient phenomenon, beautiful land and mountains. It's another phenomenon that can rule over the world. How did he cultivate 2 of them at once? Many people were shocked and even more fell silent. The saint body was truly heaven-defying, leaving many cultivators with a difficult feeling. Ah! Yi Fan cried out. His black hair danced about chaotically as he resisted without lowering his head. Weng, the void trembled. A yin-yang diagram of life and death flew high into the heavens. Yin embraced yang and yang. Embraced yin, life and death coexisting side by side. Another terrifying ancient phenomenon. Everyone was completely shocked. They had their speculations before, but they didn't want it to be true. The saint body's phenomenon wasn't just a single one. Yi Fan did everything he could to attack, but his body was already dripping with blood. He was suppressed by the Tao diagram to the point where he was about to collapse and his bones were about to break. If it were any other cultivator with a different physique, they would have long since been turned into meat paste and turned to ashes. It was impossible for them to exist in this world. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood that carried a faint golden color. It dyed his clothes red and his entire body was in tatters. His black hair stood on end and his eyes were unyielding as he angrily stared into the heavens. Bang, a figure appeared. This was another of him, sitting high in the 9-layered heavens. Mysterious yellow energy swirled around his body as he overlooked the world like an immortal king that had been born. This type of phenomenon rushed upwards, striking towards the Tao diagram. It carried the might of tens of thousands of caddies. That figure continuously formed seals that were incomparably profound as it branded the post-celestial Tao diagram. This is an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. It really is like this. All sorts of terrifying ancient phenomena are intersecting, and this is only a part of it. His phenomenon has yet to fully evolve and take form. Everyone was shocked. Although they had a premonition a long time ago, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Pooh! Yi Fan coughed out blood. His body was on the verge of breaking apart and he couldn't hold on any longer. There was nothing that could block the post-celestial Tao diagram and he was about to be crushed to pieces. He was in despair and was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He had successfully ascended the 4 extreme mystic realms, but at the final moment, he had fallen into the bottomless abyss. He finally understood why his saint body hadn't reached the large success stage after hundreds of thousands of years. This curse wasn't within his body, but rather because the world didn't approve of it, so how could he resist it? As long as he lived in this world, there was simply no way to change his fate. He was filled with despair. This feeling of helplessness made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and all his hopes turned to dust. Although this world has changed, it isn't a dead end for a saint body. The power of man can defy the heavens and continue on this broken path. Once you cross it, you will be able to see the sea and sky. The peerless divine king shouted. At the same time, the world trembled. A terrifying pressure made everyone tremble, wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. It was as if a million volcanoes were erupting, as if a million demonic mountains were descending, as if a boundless starry sky was falling. This world seemed like it was about to collapse. The eternal universe furnace was reviving. The peerless divine king made some preparations. He placed the sacred furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold in the void. Phoenix blood rushed into the heavens and scarlet light shone like a rosy sunset. The entire grand divine city was submerged. Over half of the cultivators fell to the ground, unable to withstand this extreme divine might. It was as if they could feel the aura of an ancient great emperor. In the night sky, the post-celestial Tao diagram was frozen in place. It was unable to descend or approach Yifan. The cultivators that could still stand all sucked in a cold breath of air. The might of an ancient great emperor was indeed unimaginable. It could absolutely defy the heavens. The saint artifact they had left behind had only been revived, yet it was able to block all of this. What would happen if they fought their way out? However, the white-clothed divine king wasn't happy at all. Instead, he revealed a serious expression. If the post-celestial patterns didn't disappear, then that proved that the world didn't approve of it. It was impossible for him to forever revive the eternal universe saint furnace and maintain it like this. In this world, besides a great emperor, there was no one that could do this. Many cultivators could see that the broken path of a saint body was difficult to repair. The saint furnace could protect it for a moment, but it couldn't protect it forever. Yifan's world and his future path had already been blocked. On the other side, the little golden life's lightning tribulation was infinitely weakened. It was originally covered in wounds and constantly wiping away its tears, but now it easily blocked the heavenly tribulation. The people of the Grand Xia Empire were extremely nervous. They sent a sound transmission to the divine silkworm, telling it to not approach the saint furnace no matter what. If it was dragged into this, perhaps after the saint furnace disappeared, there would be an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. Cough. The peerless divine king coughed out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone. The blood dyed his white robes red, a ghastly sight to behold. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. In particular, the saint sovereigns of the eastern wastelands. Their eyes flashed as strange thoughts appeared in their minds. The rumors were true. The peerless divine king most likely didn't have long to live. Senior, put away the saint furnace. Yifan spoke. He had calmed down. He had to face the Tao diagram in the air without fear of death. The divine king's white robes fluttered in the wind. Although he could look down upon the entire eastern wastelands, how could he contend with the heavens? He was filled with exhaustion. It was like watching fairy rosy cloud pass away with his own eyes. He was powerless to reverse the heavens. Bzz, the void trembled and the eternal universe saint furnace vanished from sight. Rumble, the post-celestial Tao diagram pressed down. Yifan's bones broke and his body was pierced through. His divine sense shattered and he was about to be torn apart. Yet, he stood there, not collapsing. Everyone knew that the saint body was most likely going to perish. No one would be able to save him. Many people of the younger generation let out a long breath. Their expressions were different. Some were happy, some were gloating. The saint sons and saintesses looked at each other in silence, their expressions strange. It was clear that their hearts weren't calm. Even the saint sovereigns and the supreme sect masters of the central plains were moved. Many great powers felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Yizi. Pangbo was speechless. Endure. Tu Fei and Li Heishui shouted. The luster in the eyes of Miaoi, who was the most beautiful under the heavens, dimmed. This result was hard for her to accept. She also felt a sense of despair. Is this really a dead end? Yifan's voice was calm as he stared at the post-celestial Tao diagram covering his body. Swish, a light flashed and the God King's pure land opened. Yifan was brought into the pure land by the God King. Spirit springs gurgled and fragrant flowers bloomed. Everything was peaceful and tranquil. However, it still couldn't stop the post-celestial pattern. It also followed and covered Yi Fan, entering his body and divine sense. Yi Fan screamed. All his pores were bleeding. He was about to be smashed into pieces. It didn't kill your body. It wants to destroy your Tao foundation. There is still a chance, the God King shouted. Within the Pure Land, the only divine tree was swaying. The white-clothed God King was sitting cross-legged. His appearance was solemn and sacred, just like a god. God King Ancestor, what do you want to do? The Jiang family members shouted anxiously. Within the Pure Land, flower petals fell from the sky. They sparkled and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. The peerless God King's white robes were untainted by a speck of dust. His face was like jade, almost like a god. Plop, with a light sound, a flower of blood appeared in the God King's chest. It was extremely beautiful and beautiful. It turned into a divine radiance that rushed into Yi Fan's body. Senior, don't be like this. Yi Fan shouted, wanting to stop him. However, his body had long been frozen in place. The post-celestial Tao diagram covered his body. He was on the verge of shattering and couldn't move at all. Plop, with another light sound, another flower of blood flew out from the white-clothed God King's chest. However, his expression was peaceful, like a god holding a flower with a smile. He sat cross-legged under the God King tree, surrounded by sparkling flower petals that were stained with blood. That is, the blood of a god. The blood of a god can wash away all evil, purify the great Tao, and sever karma. The peerless God King wants to use his blood to cleanse the post-celestial Tao diagram and sever the post-celestial pattern. He wants to use his own strength to defy the heavens and repair the broken path for his saint body. But, even a peerless God King doesn't have much blood of a god. It's extremely little. The God King is about to die in meditation. Everyone was shocked. The people from the Jiang family wept in grief. They wanted to stop all of this, but no one was able to rush into the Pure Land. God King, your great kindness is greater than the heavens, but I don't need you to do this. I would rather immediately die. Yi Fan shouted. He was extremely decisive. He couldn't bear to see the God King die. Flower petals fell from the sky, sparkling with a translucent luster. Beneath the God King tree, that snow-white figure with a face like jade became even more peaceful and tranquil, not moving at all. Plop, another flower of blood bloomed, dyeing the snow-white clothes red. It flew towards Yi Fan. The God King was surrounded by sparkling flower petals. His eyes were closed, unmoving as he sat cross-legged with the flower in his hand. Within the Pure Land, flower petals fluttered about, stained with blood. They shined like crystals and sprinkled down like a rain of tears. It was a poignant beauty. The white-clothed God King sat beneath a tree, his eyes closed. He didn't move at all. The blood of a divine being flowed out, blooming into the most beautiful flowers in the world, causing everything else to lose their splendor. This was an eternal scene. No matter how many years passed, it would never fade. It was unforgettable, forever engraved in people's hearts. The world was very peaceful. There was only the sound of falling flowers. They sparkled and danced about in the air. A sweet fragrance filled the air as they flew out of the Pure Land and fell into the divine city. There were clearly many people crying out, and the people of the Jiang family were crying out in sorrow, but this world seemed so peaceful. Only this eternal scene appeared. This was the power of the Pure Land. It caused the world to become peaceful. All noise and clamor was purified, becoming a part of this beautiful scene. Within the Pure Land, Yi Fan couldn't move or speak. He couldn't stop this at all. 6 sparkling flowers of blood bloomed, flying out from the God King's chest one after another. They were beautiful and gorgeous, like rainbow-colored phoenixes soaring through the air. They landed on Yi Fan's body. This was the blood of a divine being. It could purify all techniques in the world. Even a peerless God King only had a small amount of it. Once the 6 flowers of blood appeared, it was almost completely exhausted. Divine beings possessed a miraculous effect that defied the heavens. The first blood flower fell and dripped into the pre-celestial Tao diagram. Yi Fan's body immediately shook as if he had broken free from a layer of shackles. He wanted to shout out for the God King to stop, but no sound came out. His heart was burning with impatience, but he couldn't change anything. The second divine blood flower fell. The pre-celestial Tao diagram was dyed red. It sparkled and became a bit different. The pain from Yi Fan's shattering body sharply decreased. 6 divine blood flowers fell one after another, submerging into Yi Fan's body. They flowed into the pre-celestial Tao diagram, allowing him to immediately move. His body and divine sense were both nourished. "Senior, hurry and stop!" Yi Fan shouted. The Supreme Divine King sat cross-legged without moving. The seventh God Spirit blood flower bloomed. He wanted to use the God blood to cleanse Yi Fan of the curse, purify the great Tao, and sever the karma. This was a type of self-sacrificing action. Once the blood of a deity flowed out, the Divine King would most likely cease to exist. This blood was the foundation of his status as an exceptional expert. Perhaps he would pass away in a moment's time. The innate patterns grew dim. The divine blood was incomparably profound after all, able to purify all karma and wipe out great Tao patterns. Yi Fan stumbled over. He wanted to approach the verdant tree and approach the white-robed God King, but the Pure Land seemed to have no end. No matter how he ran, he could not approach it. "Senior, if you die, what face do I have to live on? I don't want you to use your lifeblood to extinguish my curse." Pop. The eighth God Spirit blood flower bloomed. The white-robed God King became even more auspicious. He sat cross-legged beneath the divine tree and a divine radiance flowed around his body. He was like a divine spirit walking towards the end of his life. The crystalline rain of flowers fell on his body, making him stand aloof from the world. He used his own strength to defy the heavens and repair the broken path for the saint body. He wanted to use his own blood to cleanse the innate Tao diagram. Pop. The ninth God Spirit blood flower bloomed. The innate Tao diagram was cut out and rushed out from Yi Fan's body, floating in the air. This was the power of the divine blood, it could sever karma. The Supreme Divine King used his own strength to forcefully sever the connection between the Tao diagram and Yi Fan, but he still couldn't erase the patterns. At this time, his divine blood had been completely drained and he only had 9 left. The Pure Land shook. The God King seemed to have been petrified. He remained motionless without a trace of strength left. "Divine King Ancestor!" The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. At this time, their voices finally rang out. The Pure Land dimmed. It could no longer calm the world. The outside world was already in an uproar. Many cultivators were in an uproar. The God King is about to die in meditation. His peerless era has come to an end. What a pity. A God King of a generation. For 1,000 years ago, he was a valiant hero who looked down on the world. But when he was at the peak of his power, he was sealed in the Purple Mountain. After he returned, his beauty had died and he was already past his prime. The peerless God King looked down on the world. Although he was a sovereign in this world, he lived a miserable life. Now, his life is about to end. There was no one who wasn't moved. Everyone was discussing this and many people were sighing. The life of the white-robed God King left them all sighing. Yi Fan cried out. He finally threw himself beneath the God King tree and prostrated himself in front of the God King. Hot tears rolled down from his eyes. "God King, you can't die." The God King opened his eyes, but they were dim and lifeless. He said, "The world doesn't approve. The curse hasn't been broken. I'm only one step away. God King, there's no need to say any more. I have a Qilin divine medicine seed here. Hurry and eat it." Although Yi Fan saw the God King open his eyes, he felt even more uneasy. The moment the Qilin divine medicine appeared, a boundless aura of life immediately filled the air. The entire Pure Land was filled with vitality. "There's no need." The white-robed God King shook his head. Then, with a tap of his finger, Yi Fan was immobilized once again. The peerless God King chanted the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It resounded through the world, suppressing all other sounds. Even the tiny golden life form that was undergoing its tribulation not far away felt much better. The lightning that filled the sky was suppressed. Everyone was astonished. How could the peerless God King still have such a cultivation after losing all his divine spirit blood? His cultivation realm was just too high. Just as the sovereign of the Eventide had said, he had definitely surpassed the great perfection God King realm. All the divine voices of the great Tao gathered towards a single point, enveloping the connate Tao diagram that floated in the air in a bid to obliterate it. These sound waves had form and substance. They were like rainbow-colored ripples that were clearly visible. They were extremely resplendent and possessed an indescribable charm. In the outside world, all the cultivators fell silent. They could sense a loftiness and vastness. Many people felt a sense of peace in their hearts as they seemed to comprehend something under the heavenly voice of the great Tao. Heavens, this is the overture of God. Finally, someone sensed the mysteries and understood what sort of mighty power it was. They could not help but cry out in surprise. How is this possible? How many times has the overture of God been played since ancient times? This song is not completely related to one's cultivation. It is a manifestation of one's mental state. It contains one's understanding of the Tao and one's comprehension of the various forms of the mortal world. Legend has it that the overture of God is only the initial stage. If one were to develop a true divine song, they would obtain a power that is close to that of a divine spirit. No one was not shocked. They never imagined that the white-robed God King would be so brilliant as to comprehend the overture of God. Although it had nothing to do with one's cultivation and was only a sublimation of one's mental state, a cultivator's greatest potential lay in their heart. One day, they might be able to illuminate the world. The God King lived a miserable life. Only in this way did he comprehend the overture of God. Everyone thought of the God King's life. Half of his life was lonely, and the other half was miserable. He had lost a beauty and was in his twilight years. He had too many regrets. The God King has exhausted all of his divine spirit blood to perform the divine movement. He really is prepared to die here. Everyone understood his meaning. They knew that it was impossible for him to live in this world for much longer. Perhaps ending this life filled with sorrow and regret was a form of release. God King. Many people from the Jiang family wept. Even the other cultivators were infected. Many people felt their noses turn sour and their eyes dry up. They lamented the life of a peerless God King. He had truly lived a pitiful life. The overture of God seemed to possess the power of a divine spirit. It submerged the Tao diagram in the air. 7 colored ripples fluctuated, causing it to constantly dim. Flower petals fell down one after another, stained with blood. The overture of God lingered in the Pure Land, but the God King's life force grew weaker and weaker. He was like a lamp that could be extinguished at any moment. Yifan wanted to roar out loud, but he couldn't move in the end. Hot tears tumbled out from his eyes. This was an unbearable kindness. It was too heavy. I don't want this. He roared out in his heart, but he couldn't change anything. The ancient curse was nearly unresolvable. For hundreds of thousands of years, not a single person had been able to break through the 4 extreme secret realms. The price to pay to break through these shackles was just too great. The God King was using his life to repair his broken path. He used the divine spirit blood to form the Tao diagram and the overture of God to erase the innate patterns to sever his karma. However, this was the price of his life. Pop. Within the Pure Land, flowers and grass withered one after another. Leaves danced about chaotically, falling all over the ground. This small world that was filled with vitality was approaching its end. The God King couldn't hold on anymore. It was difficult for the Pure Land to continue existing in this world. It was about to disappear, no longer existing. Who? A light breeze blew past. Withered leaves flew about chaotically in the Pure Land and hundreds of flowers withered. It instantly lost all vitality. There was a deathly stillness as far as the eye could see. The tinkling spiritual spring had dried up and the fragrant flowers and grass had withered. There was a deathly atmosphere. Lush and vitality no longer existed. There was only desolation and decay. The Pure Land had become a land of death. There was no longer any light. It quickly darkened and became ice cold. The only light came from the center of the Pure Land. Only the God King's ancient tree hadn't fallen. But, yellow leaves were drifting about, filling the air with the bleakness of autumn. This ancient tree was named the God King tree. It shared the same life as the peerless God King. If it withered away, that meant that the God King's life had come to an end. The overture of God lingered about, making the dark and gloomy Pure Land seem a bit bleak. The God King's ancient tree was almost completely bare. Withered leaves danced about in the air. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. Many people cried out, but they couldn't stop this. The Tao diagram in the Pure Land was gradually erased and vanished. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. The curse of the Holy Land had been broken. The peerless God King had defied the heavens to repair his broken path, but he himself had lost his vitality. His eyes lost their luster. He looked up at the ancient tree and saw that there wasn't a single leaf on it. The overture of God was supposed to open the path towards divinity. But today, it wasn't for the God King himself, but to help Yi Fan, helping him break through his shackles. The Khanate Tao diagram had completely disappeared. It was lost forever. Heaven and earth didn't approve of it. The God King had defied the heavens and changed everything. God King. Yi Fan was finally able to move. He rushed forward with tears in his eyes. He took out the seed of the divine medicine of immortality and wanted to let the God King consume it, but he couldn't. Although the eyes of the God King in white were dim, he was very determined. He slowly stood up, still looking down on the world. His aura didn't weaken in the slightest. I can't die yet. That was all he said. He walked out step by step. Yi Fan followed behind and appeared in the big world, standing side by side with the God King in the night sky. Whoosh, the divine city was in an uproar. After hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred body of the ancients had finally broken the curse. There might be a complete sacred body in the future. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, and their expressions flickered. That was especially true of the younger generation, who felt an incredible pressure weighing down on them. It was a physique that had an unparalleled reputation in the primordial era. When it matured, it could challenge the great emperors of old. Its reappearance made it difficult for the supreme sect masters of Xianxia to calm down. Endless murderous intent rushed toward Yi Fan like an ocean. It was boundless and surrounded him. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be the enemy of the whole world. However, he was not afraid at all. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were deep. He stood in the void and looked around. He was extremely calm and composed. End of chapter 413. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.